Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Edo. Chapter 1, Edo. The sun was setting on the Edo period, and the scent of blood drifted through the mountain air. A boy sat on a flat stone by the stream. His white robe was stained with dust, and his light blue hair was tied into a high, messy knot. As he turned his head, the fading light caught the jagged purple markings beneath his eyes. They looked like bruised ink against his pale skin. Behind him, several bodies lay scattered in the grass. They were beaten beyond recognition. "This is nowhere near enough," the boy muttered. He scratched his head, looking genuinely annoyed. His name was Hajime Kashimo. 17 years had passed since he died in a sterile hospital ward, his body wasted by leukemia. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, 4 centuries before the main story was even supposed to begin. He had started looking for trouble at the age of 13. He had no intention of being sliced into pieces by Sukuna in the future, and by now, he had already surpassed the strength of the original Kashimo from the manga. "Are you satisfied, then?" The voice was quiet, accompanied by the soft crunch of dead leaves. A man walked into the clearing with a cat-like grace. A jagged row of stitches ran across his forehead, marking his skin like a centipede. Kashimo didn't look up. "I thought you were bringing me someone with actual teeth, brain matter." The man paused for a fraction of a second. "This vessel isn't suited for combat," Kenjaku replied, his tone remaining perfectly level. "If you truly want to fight." "I should have fought you when you were in your last body," Kashimo interrupted, finally glancing over. His violet-rimmed eyes were cold. "You looked like you could actually hold your own back then." Kenjaku didn't bother to argue. Kashimo let it go. "Whatever. This Six Eyes user you mentioned. Where is he?" "With the Gojo clan." "I know he's a Gojo." Kashimo hopped off the rock, his white hem fluttering in the twilight. "I'm asking for a location." "Is he in Kyoto?" Kenjaku gave a slight nod. "The current 10 Shadows user is there as well." Kashimo stepped forward until he was standing directly in front of the sorcerer. He was half a head shorter than Kenjaku, but the intensity in his eyes made the air feel heavy. "I'll kill them both for you," Kashimo said. "I don't care what you do with your culling game, but in exchange, you're going to teach me every barrier technique you know." Kenjaku was silent for a moment. "A trade? A binding vow?" Kenjaku smiled. The stitches on his forehead twisted with the movement, but the expression was one of genuine satisfaction. It was a bargain he couldn't refuse. "I accept." Kashimo didn't stay to talk. He walked past the sorcerer and disappeared into the lengthening shadows of the trees. Kenjaku remained in the clearing, staring at the unrecognizable remains on the ground for a long time. Kashimo didn't waste time. He flooded his legs with cursed energy and turned into a pale blur, sprinting toward Kyoto. The wilderness of the 1600s was even more desolate than he had imagined. Low-level curses lunged at him from the brush, but they were shredded by the sheer pressure of his passing energy before they could even scream. Soon, he noticed the silence. The woods had gone deathly quiet. The insects stopped chirping, the birds fell silent, and even the rustle of the leaves felt muffled. Kashimo skidded to a halt, his sandals carving deep furrows into the dirt. He looked around, then reached down to pick up a thick wooden branch. He weighed it in his hand before propping it over his shoulder. "Come out," he called into the stillness. "I'm in a hurry, and I have a very short fuse." The sound of a heavy branch snapping echoed from above. Kashimo looked up. Perched in the canopy of a massive tree was a white, towering figure. The creature was muscular and pale, with 2 gnarled branches sprouting from its eye sockets. "Hanami." Kashimo said the name aloud. So the rumors were true. These disaster curses really did cycle through the world every century or so. Humans must perish. Hanami's voice sounded like the grinding of dry wood. In an instant, a massive network of roots erupted from the ground, weaving together into a dense net that closed in on him. Kashimo lunged. He didn't retreat. He ran directly up the attacking vines, his speed never faltering as wood shattered behind him. Within seconds, he was in the curse's face. He poured cursed energy into his wooden club and swung. The blow caught Hanami square in the face, knocking the massive creature off balance. Kashimo let go of the stick, grabbed one of the branches on the curse's head, and used the momentum to drive a punch into its jaw. One hit. Hanami's head snapped back. Kashimo spun in midair, delivering a heavy kick to the creature's midsection that echoed through the clearing. 2 hits. Hanami crashed into the ground, creating a shallow crater. It struggled to stand, half of its face caved in and purple blood leaking from the cracks in its wooden skin. It raised its hands to form a sign. Domain expand. Before it could finish the sentence, its head exploded. This was the unique property of Kashimo's cursed energy. It functioned like a lightning strike that never missed. Once he landed enough physical blows to build a charge, he could trigger an electrical discharge that detonated the target from the inside. Hanami's headless body swayed for a moment. Kashimo jumped down from the trees and picked up his charred, cracked wooden stick. He stood over the stump of the curse's neck, watching as it tried to knit itself back together. Without a word, he raised the club again. 1, 2, 3. He didn't stop until the white body was nothing more than a pile of purple sludge. The forest grew quiet again. Kashimo tossed the broken remains of the stick aside and brushed the splinters off his clothes. What a waste of time. A/N, don't forget to leave a comment. If you like it, add the story to your library and drop your power stones. Chapter 2, Kyoto. Chapter 2, Kyoto. Kyoto was the beating heart of the Edo period. It was a city of two worlds. Kamijo, the upper district, was a place of quiet dignity where aristocrats and wealthy families maintained their sprawling estates, and Shimojo, the lower district, was a sprawling maze of shops and crowded streets where the smell of street food and the noise of haggling never truly faded. Kashimo had finally reached Shimojo after a long trek. He walked through the crowd with 2 skewers of yakitori in one hand and a toasted rice cracker in the other, eating as he moved. He was impossible to miss. His pale blue hair stood out like a beacon among the locals, and the purple markings at the corners of his eyes drew constant stares. Women whispered to each other as he passed, turning back to get a second look at his unnaturally refined features. As for how he paid for the food, Kashimo had his ways. In this era, the influence of the great 3 clans was beginning to fray. The sorcerers serving the Tokugawa shogunate were growing weaker with each generation, while rogue sorcerers were rising up across the provinces. It was a chaotic time of territorial disputes and private wars. The current users of the 6 Eyes and the 10 Shadows were still young, likely barely familiar with the intricacies of their own techniques. Kashimo took a bite of chicken, chewing slowly as he paused. Even if the 6 Eyes user hadn't reached his prime, the infinity was still a problem. He thought back to the original story, to the white-haired men who eventually fell to Sukuna, and then looked at his own hands. He felt a rare flicker of doubt. Me, fighting Sukuna? Really? He shook the thought away and kept walking. He hadn't come to Kyoto just to start a massacre, or at least, that wasn't the only goal. He needed cursed tools. He couldn't go around punching everything forever, it lacked style. Even if the 3 clans were waning, the Zenin clan's storehouse had to contain something worth taking. He didn't expect to find the inverted spear of heaven or the soul splitter katana. Those were missing for now, lost until Kenjaku's future machinations would bring them back into play. But the Zenin vault was a tangible target, and it was bound to have something he could use. The problem was getting in. He couldn't just kill everyone in the compound. If he did, there would be no Zenin clan left for the future. Kashimo chewed on his skewer, lost in thought. The streets of Shimojo were cramped, lined with stalls and eateries, and he let the flow of the crowd push him forward while he planned his move. Hungry, sir? A bowl of awful noodles. Good price, better taste. A shop assistant shouted from a doorway, snapping Kashimo out of his trance. He realized he was standing in front of a small noodle house. The curtain was half raised, releasing clouds of steam and the savory scent of mutton broth. He looked at his empty skewers, then at his half-eaten rice cracker. He stuffed the rest of the cracker into his mouth and ducked under the curtain. 1 bowl. In Kamijo, at the Gojo estate. Lord Gojo, it is nearly time for the banquet. A woman knelt by the door, her head bowed and her voice hushed. The men at the head of the room shifted, as if rising from a deep meditation. White hair fell over his shoulders as he stood, revealing eyes of a piercing, crystalline blue. They looked like a fragment of the summer sky had been cut out and placed into a human skull. This was the 6 Eyes of the era, Erasure Gojo. Fine. I'm coming. Tonight's gathering was complicated. The 3 clans, the imperial nobility, and every sorcerer lineage of note would be there. It was framed as a social exchange, but everyone knew the real purpose, to measure the remaining strength of the great houses. Erasure boarded his carriage. As the wheels rattled over the stone paths, he pulled back the curtain to watch the city pass by. His expression remained unreadable. There was something he hadn't told anyone. Despite the ancient records detailing the true essence of the 6 Eyes, he hadn't been able to grasp it. It wasn't for lack of trying. He had spent years attempting to reach the pinnacle, but the truth remained obscured, like looking at an image through frosted glass. He could see the shape of it, but he couldn't touch it. The Zenin clan was in a similar position. Their head was stuck at a plateau in taming his Shikigami, with no progress for years. As for the Kamo clan, they hadn't produced a viable user of blood manipulation in a long time. Of the 3 clans, 2 were merely holding on, and the third was a house of ghosts. The independent sorcerers were no longer as respectful as they once were. Erasure knew that the way people looked at the Gojo name was changing. The reverence had turned into scrutiny, and the scrutiny was turning into a calculation of risk. He was the only reason they hadn't made a move yet. But there was a new shadow on the horizon. Over the last 3 years, sorcerers had been vanishing. These weren't minor players, they were men and women of reputation and skill. No bodies were found, and no witnesses remained. Every lead pointed toward a single, terrifying rumor. The strongest. Erasure let the curtain fall and leaned back against the carriage wall. He pushed the thoughts aside and smoothed his features into his usual public mask. Tonight, he had many people to deal with. Lord Zenin, you look as formidable as ever. Kamo Fuji offered a polite smile, his tone carefully respectful. He bowed low, lower than a man of his status usually would. But given the current state of the Kamo family, he had little choice. Zenin Sawara watched him with narrowed eyes and a thin smile. And how is your health, Lord Kamo? The air in the room seemed to freeze. Fuji's smile faltered. A year ago, he had been struck by a mysterious illness. Half of his body had begun to rot, the flesh turning a sickly purple-black. His cursed energy felt as though it were being drained by a void, leaving him unable to use his techniques. His family doctors claimed it wasn't a disease, but a curse. They couldn't find the source. That hadn't stopped the story from becoming the primary subject of gossip in the Jujutsu world. Fuji didn't answer the question, offering only a strained grin. Now, Lord Zenin. A lazy voice cut through the tension. You should know when a joke has gone too far. The guests turned. With shocks of white hair and bright blue eyes, Erasure Gojo walked in, his formal robes worn loosely and without much care for tradition. He looked like a man who had just finished a casual stroll rather than an attendee at a high-stakes banquet. Sawara's smile tightened. Is that so? I heard your own strength hasn't grown an inch in 6 months. Small world, Erasure said, meeting his gaze with a pleasant grin. I heard the same about you. The 2 men stood there, smiling at each other with practiced warmth while the air crackled between them. Nearby, a descendant of the new Shadow School felt an instinctive shiver run down his spine and took a quiet step back. A/N, don't forget to leave a comment. If you like it, add the story to your library and drop your power stones. Chapter 3, The Vault. Chapter 3, The Vault. On the other side of town, Kashimo patted his stomach with satisfaction and leaned back in his chair. He hadn't slept in a day and a night, let alone stopped to eat. The yakitori and rice cakes from earlier had been a mere distraction for a man who was starving. Now, with 8 bowls of awful noodles sitting in his gut, he finally felt like his soul had returned to his body. The waiter stood nearby, staring at the towering stack of empty bowls and swallowing hard. Sir, since you've finished, the bill. He rubbed his hands together, a forced smile plastered on his face. Kashimo glanced at him and shrugged. Wait a second. He felt through his robes and checked his sleeves before untying a small burlap pouch from his waist. He tossed it into the waiter's hands, stood up, and walked out without looking back. The waiter opened the bag, and his eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Gold. Real gold. Please come again, my lord. As Kashimo stepped over the threshold, his ears caught fragments of a conversation nearby. Hey, did you hear? At the banquet tonight, the 3 clans. He glanced toward the corner of the building. 2 men, one bald and one thin, were huddled together, whispering. Kashimo sized them up. They were sorcerers, not particularly strong, but they clearly had information. He walked over and dropped a heavy hand on the bald man's shoulder. Who the hell? Before the men could finish, Kashimo flooded his legs with cursed energy and vanished, taking the men with him in a blur. A gust of wind swirled through the alley, kicking up a few dead leaves. The thin man was left standing alone, his mouth hanging open as he stared at the empty space where his companion had been. Deep in a side alley, Kashimo slammed the man against a wall, gripping him tight by the collar. The banquet. Tell me everything. The man's legs went weak. He hung there, pale and trembling. He could tell just by looking into Kashimo's eyes that this wasn't someone he wanted to talk back to. The 3 clans. They invited the nobility and a dozen other sorcerer factions to a banquet. I don't know anything else, I swear. Kashimo ignored him, muttering to himself. Southwest the Zenin estate should be half empty. Probably just the hay and the Kukura units left behind. Doesn't matter. The clans aren't what they used to be anyway. The men stared at him, bewildered. What? Kashimo snapped out of it and looked at the men as if he had forgotten he was still holding him. Oh. You're done. Get lost. He let go, and the men slumped to the ground. By the time he looked up, Kashimo was gone. The Zenin estate. Good work, Aim. The speaker had long hair trailing down his back. He stood under the eaves of a corridor, the torchlight flickering across half of his face. This was Zenin Taichi, the chief of the Hei. It's nothing. The short-haired Zenin Aim raised his torch, scanning the shadows. The world is a mess right now. The head of the house specifically told us to guard the vault before he left. He's worried about rogue sorcerers trying to help themselves. Taichi nodded. The Kukuru unit is patrolling the perimeter. No one is getting through them. Relax. He actually wanted to move the artifacts, Aim said. But there are too many scrolls and tools to transport. That's why we. He was cut short by the sound of footsteps. A figure appeared at the end of the hall wearing the uniform of the Kukuru unit. What is it? Did you find something? Aim asked. The figure didn't speak. Answer him. Taichi's words died in his throat. The guard fell forward, hitting the floor with a dull thud. Behind him stood a boy in white robes with light blue hair. Purple markings glowed at the corners of his eyes. Why so surprised? Kashimo's body crackled with sparks of electricity. Aim and Taichi moved instantly. As Aim activated his technique, Kashimo felt a sudden, crushing weight on his legs. Gravity manipulation. A normal person would have been flattened instantly, but Kashimo had spent 17 years refining his body. In terms of sheer physical power, he had already surpassed even a man like Zenin Toji. His cursed energy flared, forcing his way through the gravitational pressure. He moved like a bolt of lightning, closing the gap to Aim in a heartbeat. He drove a fist into the man's stomach. Aim doubled over, but before he could even scream, a flash of steel caught his eye. Taichi's blade was out. His technique was called delay. His slashes hit in 3 stacked intervals, the strike that was coming, the strike in progress, and the strike that had arrived. They all landed at once. It was a vicious technique that usually left an opponent with no escape. But Kashimo was too fast. Before the blade could descend, Kashimo vanished. A second later, his hand punched straight through Taichi's chest from behind. Kashimo withdrew his hand, his fingers dripping with blood. Taichi looked down at the hole in his chest, his lips moving but making no sound. Kashimo didn't give him a chance to use a reverse curse technique. He slammed 2 more punches into Taichi's head, ending the fight permanently. Aim lay nearby, his strength completely spent. No matter how much he tried to manifest his technique, he couldn't focus through the heavy damage to his stomach. The internal damage was likely too severe. It won't work, he wheezed in pain. You don't have the key. You can't open the vault. Kashimo looked down at him. He bent over and picked up the sword Taichi had dropped. Maybe you can't open it, he said. The blade flashed once. Idiot. At the vault door, Kashimo stared at the heavy entrance for a long time. He scratched his ear. Actually, he had spoken too soon. He really couldn't open it. He considered his options before deciding on the simplest one, brute force. He would hammer it with cursed energy. The barrier would likely retaliate, but it shouldn't be too painful. He slammed a massive wave of energy into the door. The barrier flared to life instantly, and a counterstrike of jagged lightning crashed down on him. Then, nothing. Kashimo stood in the middle of the sparking energy without so much as blinking. It was almost laughable. Trying to use lightning against someone with his specific cursed energy was like trying to drown a fish. He kept up the bombardment for several minutes until the door finally gave way, groaning as it swung open. A cloud of stale, ancient dust billowed out. Kashimo coughed into his sleeve as he stepped inside, muttering under his breath. You'd think the Zenin family could afford a maid. This place is a mess. A few low-grade cursed tools were scattered near the entrance. He ignored them and pushed deeper. The further he went, the better the loot became. Grade 1 and special grade tools were lined up on shelves, glowing with faint, rhythmic pulses of energy. The soul splitter katana wasn't here. He had expected that, so he wasn't disappointed. A ring in the corner caught his attention. A lightning ring. It was designed to store and release electrical energy. Kashimo picked it up, inspected it against the light, and slid it onto his right index finger. The band tightened automatically for a perfect fit. He would have to figure out the specifics of its capacity later. As he explored further, he found several scrolls, including the one for Falling Blossom Emotion. This was useful. He rolled it up and tucked it into his robes along with a few others related to barrier techniques. Before leaving, he noticed a staff leaning against a far wall. It was a deep emerald green with white caps at both ends. It felt warm in his hand, unlike the cold steel of a blade. Kashimo gave it a few experimental swings and found it surprisingly balanced. Anything kept this deep in the vault had to be a special grade tool. He shouldered the staff and turned to leave. Chapter 4, Utterly Useless. Chapter 4, Utterly Useless. The banquet was over. Zenin Sawara led his procession back to the family estate. As his carriage rattled through the narrow streets, he leaned against the padded wall, a thin smile playing on his lips. Tonight had been a success. He had effectively cornered that Gojo brat, forcing him into a defensive position while the majority of the sorcerer faction signaled their support for the Zenin. The reason was simple: the Zenin clan possessed the Hei and the Kukura units, a military force that offered tangible security. The Gojo clan might be powerful, but they relied on a single man to hold up the sky. These sorcerers were pragmatists. They knew who was more likely to be standing when the dust settled. The carriage came to a halt outside the main gates. Sawara stepped down and stretched his neck, but a sudden frown touched his face. He looked at the closed gates and felt a prickle of irritation. Why is it so quiet? He scanned the dark entrance, his voice tight. Where are the guards? What is Tai Chi doing? He gave a sharp wave of his hand. Open the gates. The heavy wooden doors creaked open. The laughter and chatter of the returning party died instantly. A collective gasp rippled through the guards. Sawara stood frozen. His hands began to tremor. Bodies. They were everywhere. Slumped by the well, draped over the thresholds, scattered across the courtyard. Some were cooling in pools of blood while others were torn into fragments that no longer looked human. Dark red trails snaked across the dirt, shimmering like oil under the cold moonlight. Someone, Sawara said, his voice barely a rasp. See if anyone is alive. Yuichi, a captain of the personal guard, snapped out of his shock and barked orders for a search. Time seemed to stretch. No one spoke. The only sounds were the frantic footsteps of the searchers and the occasional muffled cry of horror. 10 minutes passed before a scout returned, his head bowed and his voice shaking. Lord Yuichi, the Kukura unit is gone. Every man. The Hei as well. He didn't need to finish. Everyone already knew. Sawara didn't look back. He began walking toward the center of the estate. Follow me to the vault. The vault door stood wide open. Moonlight spilled into the interior, illuminating a scene of absolute wreckage. The door was opened. Yuichi followed close behind, his voice filled with disbelief. How is that possible? The barrier. It wasn't opened, Sawara said. He knelt, his fingers brushing a jagged piece of debris on the floor. It was a fragment of the reinforced door, its edges twisted and blackened. It hadn't been picked or bypassed. It had been shredded from the outside by a force so violent it had simply ceased to exist as a barrier. It was detonated by raw cursed energy. Sawara remained silent for a long time, his thumb tracing the scorched metal. What kind of monster possesses this much power? He stood and turned to face his men. The man who had been laughing at a banquet an hour ago was gone. His face was now a mask of cold, murderous shadow. Listen to me carefully, he said. His voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a death sentence. Not a single word of this leaves this estate. As of tonight, the Zenin clan is in total isolation. His gaze swept across the crowd, lingering on a few key officers. Yuichi, find out who did this. Use every resource we have. Yes, Lord Sawara, Yuichi replied, his voice firm. And if anyone leaks even a whisper of what happened here tonight. Sawara raised a hand and drew a slow line across his own throat. I will execute their entire bloodline. No one moved. A cold wind blew through the courtyard, carrying the lingering scent of copper. Sawara stood in the silence of his ruined home, his nails digging into his palms until they drew blood. He had just secured the political backing of the major factions. He had just humiliated Erasure Gojo. If word got out that his elite units had been slaughtered, his vault pillaged, and his legacy gutted in a single night, the consequences would be fatal. The laughter of his rivals would be the least of his problems. Every faction that had just sided with him would defect to the Gojo clan by morning. Every predator in the country would descend on the Zenin like wolves on a wounded stag. If he couldn't hide this, the clan was finished. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the desperation was gone, replaced by a singular, icy resolve. He would bury this truth under a mountain of corpses if he had to. While the Zenin estate burned with silent panic, the architect of the disaster was whistling a tuneless song. Kashimo wandered toward the city outskirts, a heavy sack slung over his shoulder and a staff propped against his neck. The moon was high and the night air was refreshing. He was in an excellent mood. Every few steps, he would give the emerald staff a playful spin, testing its weight. Achoo! A violent sneeze nearly knocked him off balance. Damn! Who's talking about me now? He rubbed his nose, looking genuinely confused. In the 17 years since his reincarnation, he had lived a remarkably clean life. No scandals, no romances. He had been too busy fighting to worry about anything else. He turned his attention back to his new toys. He had already figured out the basics of the ring on his finger. The lightning ring. It was an interesting piece of work. It functioned as a sort of battery, automatically siphoning and storing his electrical cursed energy. If he ever ran dry in the middle of a fight, it would serve as a backup power source. He could also choose to discharge the entire reserve in a single burst. It was a powerful trump card, though he hated the idea of wasting all that stored energy. He looked at the ring and thought of a kid he remembered from the manga, Yudo Katsu. That brat had a ring too, though he used his to store a whole vengeful spirit. Show off, Kashimo thought. He weighed the staff in his hand. He had decided to call it the staff. Yeah, he wasn't exactly a fountain of creativity when it came to naming things, so he just settled on the first name that popped into his head, one it probably already had anyway. He inspected the weapon again, searching for any sign of a special ability. Utterly useless, he muttered. However, it was highly conductive. The more energy he poured into it, the more devastating the impact. He tested this by tapping a nearby tree with a fraction of his power. The trunk shattered instantly, the upper half of the tree collapsing into the brush with a loud crash. Still useless, he grumbled, though a small smile touched his lips. He shouldered the staff and kept walking. I wonder if they have fines for property damage in this era. He reached a wide, empty plain well outside the city walls. It was time for a real test. Kashimo came to a halt and held the staff out in front of him. He had an idea. He began to flow cursed energy into the weapon, but he didn't just dump it in. He carefully filtered the energy, stripping away the negative charges and infusing the staff solely with positive ones. The emerald wood began to glow with a soft, steady light. He took a deep breath and threw the staff with everything he had. It cut through the night sky like a physical manifestation of sound, disappearing into the distance in a heartbeat. Kashimo squinted at the horizon. Now for step 2. He focused on his own body, drawing out the remaining negative charges and letting them settle into his skin. The principle was simple: opposites attract. If he was right, he could turn himself into a projectile. The moment the charges aligned, the world turned blue. A series of electric arcs snapped into existence before him, weaving together to form a brilliant, crackling path of light. It was a direct link between his own soul and the staff miles away. Then, he was gone. A few miles away, a lone carriage driver rubbed his eyes. He thought he had seen a young man standing in the field, talking to a stick. A second later, there was a flash of blue light and the boy had vanished into thin air. Right, the driver yawned, snapping the reins. I really need more sleep. I'm starting to see things. On a distant hilltop, Kashimo materialized out of a bolt of lightning. He stumbled as his feet hit the dirt, but he managed to keep his balance. The staff lay on the grass at his feet, its emerald surface gleaming under the moon. He stood there for a few seconds, stunned by the success. Then, a manic laugh bubbled up in his chest. Well, he said, picking up the staff and giving it a flourish. I guess those physics lessons weren't a waste of time after all. Chapter 5, Even the Invincible Fall. Chapter 5, Even the Invincible Fall. Early the next morning, Kashimo sat by the stream, clutching a barrier technique scroll he'd pinched from the Zenin vault. His brow was knitted into a tight knot. He couldn't understand a word of it. The combat-oriented techniques like Falling Blossom Emotion were simple enough. He'd flipped through those once and grasped the mechanics. But this was different. The pages were filled with abstract nonsense: structural foundations of barriers, 7 variations of cursed energy vectors, theoretical basis for spatial fixation. Every individual word made sense, but together, they were a foreign language. He stared at the scroll for a long time before tossing it aside in frustration. If he couldn't understand barrier techniques, he couldn't grasp the logic of a domain. Without a domain, he couldn't kill the current users of the 6 eyes or the 10 shadows. If he couldn't kill them, Kenjaku wouldn't teach him the deeper secrets of sorcery. And if Kenjaku didn't teach him, he stood no chance against Sukuna. Kashimo felt himself growing hollow, like a sheet of paper that might blow away with the next breeze. How am I supposed to get past Limitless and Maharaga? He ran his hands through his hair, realizing only afterward that he'd worked his pale blue locks into a tangled mess. He sighed, leaning down to splash some creek water onto his face. The skin on his cheeks began to tingle. He cupped another handful of water, focusing on the sensation. It was definitely there, a faint, prickly numbness, like tiny needles of current crawling over his skin. Right. His cursed energy was leaking. When he stayed in the water, his electrical properties bled into the stream. Kashimo stared at the flowing water, a sudden, erratic thought striking him. Electrolysis. He'd paid enough attention in high school chemistry to remember the basics. Pass an electric current through water, and it breaks down into hydrogen and oxygen. Do it in salt water, and you get chlorine gas. Chlorine was toxic. Hydrogen was explosive. What if he could poison Maharaga? Or blow it up. He stood there for a few seconds, a slow, manic grin spreading across his face. But then he remembered the other problem. How do I hit Gojo through the infinity? The invincible Kashimo slumped back down onto his rock. At the Gojo estate. What do you mean? Sawara announced the Zenin are going into seclusion. Erasure Gojo sat in his usual place, staring at the messenger with an expression of pure disbelief. His mouth hung open slightly, his eyes wide. He looked like he'd just been told the sun was rising in the west. That is his official statement, Lord Erasure, the messenger replied, his head bowed. There was a hint of suppressed amusement in his voice. The head of the Zenin clan personally declared that they will be devoting themselves to rigorous self-discipline and the refinement of their techniques. Apparently, they require a period of quiet isolation, far from the distractions of the world, to better themselves. Erasure was silent for a few long seconds. Are you kidding me? He finally snapped. We're Jujutsu sorcerers, not monks in a mountaintop monastery. Seclusion. Has the man finally lost his mind? He waved a dismissive hand. Get out. Once the messenger was gone, Erasure leaned back and pulled a pipe from his sleeve, lighting it with a flick of his finger. He took a long drag and let out a heavy sigh. He couldn't remember exactly when he'd started smoking. Probably around the time the headaches became constant. The political pressure was mounting. Most of the minor factions had sided with the Zenin at the banquet, and the imperial court had remained pointedly neutral. The Gojo were isolated, supported only by the new Shadow School and the perpetually absent Master Tengen. He watched a ring of smoke drift toward the ceiling and dissipate. He needed to start recruiting. If the established clans wouldn't help, he'd have to look to the rogue sorcerers. There were plenty of them, men who lived by their own rules but possessed significant power. There was Sandai in Edo, who was making a name for himself, and that old swordsman near Yoshiwara. Though, the old man had been quiet lately. He might have finally passed on. But the one that concerned him most was the newcomer from Mutsu. Kashimo. The rumors called him the strongest of this era. According to the latest reports, he had already arrived in the outskirts of Kyoto. Erasure took another drag of his pipe and stared out the window at the empty sky. The sound of snapping timber echoed through the woods like a string of firecrackers. Trees fell like dominoes, sending clouds of dust and startled birds into the air. Kashimo stepped out of the haze, his staff propped on his shoulder. He tilted his head as he looked at the men in front of him. You've realized it by now, haven't you? My hand-to-hand is miles ahead of yours. Hisashige Juro used a jagged stump of a tree to pull himself upright. His breathing was labored, a ragged whistle in the silence of the forest. This boy had attacked without a word, and Juro had barely been able to keep up. He'd nearly been killed in the opening exchange. Reverse curse technique was working overtime to knit his internal injuries back together, but Kashimo was already closing the distance. Kashimo swung the emerald staff. It caught Juro in the midsection, folding him in half like a piece of parchment. Before the old man could recover his breath, Kashimo followed up with a brutal rising strike aimed at his jaw. Juro barely managed to bring his arms up to block. The impact sent a shudder through his entire frame, his forearms going numb. He used the momentum to throw himself backward, creating a desperate gap between them. I have no quarrel with you, boy, Juro rasped, his eyes fixed on Kashimo's refined, mocking face. Why are you trying to kill me? Kashimo paused to scratch his ear with his pinky. Aren't you supposed to be Kyoto's greatest martial arts master? He flicked away a speck of dust, his tone casual. I wanted to see if the title was earned. Turns out. He shrugged. You're just okay. Juro's expression hardened. Kashimo gripped the staff in one hand and took 2 slow steps forward. So, you might as well just die here. If that's how it is. Juro lowered his center of gravity, his feet rooting into the earth. He didn't take a standard fighting stance. His palms were open, one leading and one trailing, his weight perfectly balanced. It was a posture born of decades of discipline, a weightiness that couldn't be faked. Come then. Kashimo arched an eyebrow. He'd fought hundreds of men, but few stood their ground once they realized how wide the gap truly was. He jammed the staff into the dirt beside him and mirrored the man's stance. He had no formal school, no inherited style. His movements were the product of 17 years of lethal brawls, paid for in blood and instinct. Try not to bore me. Kashimo lunged. The ground beneath his feet cracked as he launched himself like a projectile. There was no wasted motion, no flare of cursed energy, just raw, explosive physical power. He threw a straight punch. Juro's pupils constricted. The old master could see the trajectory. He saw the angle of Kashimo's shoulder, the twist of his hip, the terrifying velocity of the fist. He saw it all, but he couldn't move fast enough to evade. He had to parry. He caught the punch between his palms, redirecting the force just enough to keep his ribs from shattering. Even then, the impact made his teeth rattle. Strength, speed, precision, the boy outclassed him in every category. But Juro had something else. He had a lifetime of patterns etched into his bones. It wasn't just a technique, it was a reflex for every possible variable. He didn't fight the momentum of Kashimo's strike. Instead, he flowed with it, pivoting his entire body like a spinning top. He used Kashimo's own power to whip himself around, driving an elbow toward the boy's temple. The blow landed with a dull thud. Chapter 6, Solitude. Chapter 6, Solitude. The elbow strike missed. No, it was caught. Kashimo's fingers clamped around Juro's joint, his grip tightening until the bone let out a sickening creak. Juro's expression twisted as he tried to pull away, but he was pinned. I admire the courage, Kashimo said. His eyes were flat, devoid of heat. But that's all you have. He drove a heavy fist into Juro's face. Blood sprayed across the grass, and Juro began to fall, but Kashimo caught him by the hair and yanked him back up. He followed with a brutal knee to the old man's midsection. Juro flew back like a discarded rag. He hit a tree several meters away and slid down the rough bark, leaving a dark red smear against the wood. You still with me? Kashimo shouldered his staff and walked over, crouching in front of the old master. He tilted his head, studying the ruin of the man's face. I have a question for you. Juro leaned against the trunk, his chest heaving in shallow, ragged bursts. Blood ran from his forehead and clouded his vision, but he kept his eyes open, staring at the boy. What were you chasing? The pinnacle, Juro rasped. He choked on the word, but he said it with a strange, defiant weight. The ultimate truth of the martial path. He paused, a grim, bloody smile touching his lips. I just didn't expect that a lifetime of discipline would end at the hands of a brat. Kashimo wasn't offended. There was no point in getting angry at a dying man. My path. Juro's eyes began to glaze over, his voice dropping to a whisper. It ends here. He raised a trembling hand, pointing toward the west. If you care, go to the dojo on the outskirts of Kyoto. Take it over. The hand fell, hitting the dirt with a soft thud. If you don't, tell them the Hizashich school is finished. I have a daughter. If you have any mercy, look after her for a while. Kashimo didn't move. He sat there until the old man's eyes drifted shut for the last time. After a minute, he stood up and propped the emerald staff back on his shoulder. A cold wind blew through the trees, scattering a few dead leaves over the body. The pinnacle, huh? Kashimo looked down at the corpse, then turned and walked away. If this were the original Kashimo, he would likely have fallen into a familiar spiral of thought. He would have meditated on the isolation of the strong, the way love and strength were two sides of the same lonely coin. It was a feeling he knew well. It was almost a reflex. He stopped walking and looked at his hands. He knew he was in that state right now. The solitude of the strongest. He knew exactly what kind of monsters were waiting in his future. He knew the secrets of the limitless and the horror of Maharaga. He knew the name of the men who would eventually butcher the world. He knew the paths he had to take, barrier techniques, domain expansion, the application of charge. But standing at the peak of this era, looking down at people who couldn't even touch his hem while giving their absolute best, he felt a momentary sense of displacement. He looked at the lightning ring on his finger, then at the staff. He turned his gaze toward the horizon, where Kyoto lay hidden by the mountains. His curse technique could only be used once. He couldn't afford to waste it on the children of this era. Zenin Sawara felt a cold, jagged ache radiating from the marrow of his bones. His hands trembled with a violence he couldn't entirely suppress, forcing him to dig his nails into his palms for focus. He swayed for a heartbeat, his knees nearly buckling under the weight of the strain, but he anchored his feet and forced himself to stand straight. In front of him, the massive, broken form of Tiger Funeral was dissolving, its cursed energy bleeding back into the shadows. Beside him, the deer, Madoka, stood bathed in a soft glow. Its technique was working slowly, knitting Sawara's exhausted body back together. The taming is complete, Sawara said. He wiped the blood from his chin, his voice raspy but thick with triumph. Only Maharaga remains. He stepped over the threshold of the training area, appearing before the crowd waiting outside. The heavy silence that had gripped the onlookers during the ritual was immediately broken by the sound of clapping. Congratulations, Lord Sawara. Yuichi was the first to react, clapping his hands together. The sound was picked up by the rest of the guards, echoing through the training grounds. Praise to the head of the house. A glorious day for the Zenin. It wasn't just the clan members cheering. In the corners of the courtyard stood several men in formal robes, representatives of the various factions that had recently aligned themselves with the Zenin. They had come to witness the outcome of the ritual, and now they offered their congratulations with practiced, polished smiles. Sawara looked toward the front of the group. The head of the Kusakade family stood there, bowing with just the right amount of respect. The man was a veteran of the Jujutsu world. He had spent years leading his family toward the new shadow school, and he was said to be a formidable practitioner. A remarkable achievement, Lord Sawara, the man said. Sawara took a cloth from an attendant and wiped the remaining blood from his hand. He managed a thin smile. Lord Kusakabe, you flatter me. It's only a beginning. I am still far from being a true master of the 10 shadows. Nonsense, Kusakabe said. Tiger funeral is one of the most difficult tamings. To succeed at your age, you are a rare talent even among the legends of your house. Sawara's smile widened, but he didn't reply. He simply nodded and let his gaze drift over the other representatives. They all bowed in turn. He looked away, a flicker of cold calculation in his eyes. He wondered how many of them were here to celebrate, and how many were here simply to see if he was still worth the investment. Chapter 7, You're coming with me. Chapter 7, You're coming with me. Kyoto at twilight. Swallows drifted through the sky, their wings touched by the fading gold of the sun. At the Hisashige dojo, the gates were half open. A few disciples in white robes were sweeping the courtyard, the steady rasp of their brooms mixing with the distant hum of the city. I'm telling you, where is the old man? A lanky man named Haruta leaned against his broom, his posture loose and bored. He'd been training under Juro for over a decade, yet he still carried himself like a street thug. Haruta, just drop it. The woman sweeping beside him looked up. She was striking, with a sharp, disciplined edge to her features, but her brow was furrowed with a worry she couldn't quite hide. This was Rinzo, Juro's only daughter. Haruta glanced at her and smirked. Come on, Rinzo. You're more worried than the rest of us put together. The other disciples chuckled softly. The creak of the front gate interrupted them. A man in white robes stood on the threshold, a staff propped over his shoulder. He was a silhouette against the dying light, his face obscured by the glare of the sunset. Ah, right. Kashimo hesitated. He wasn't exactly sure how to lead with this. I killed your master felt a bit too blunt, even for him. The disciples stopped working, their eyes following the stranger. Haruta narrowed his eyes, taking in the pale blue hair and the emerald staff. The kid looked refined, almost pretty, but there was something wrong with the way he just stood there in silence. If you're here for a challenge, come back tomorrow, Rinzo said, her voice level. My father hasn't returned to Kyoto yet. She went back to her sweeping, dismissing him. Kashimo scratched the back of his head. To hell with it. Your master, he began, and the sound of the broom stopped instantly. I killed him. The air in the courtyard seemed to freeze. Consider this dojo disbanded. There was a beat of stunned silence. Hey! Haruta slammed his broom onto the stones and marched forward, his face twisting into a scowl. He was the same height as Kashimo, and he leaned in until their noses were almost touching. What the hell did you just say, punk? Kashimo didn't blink. You failed to find the old man, so now you're making up stories. One more word and we'll turn you into a floor mat. I'm telling you the truth, Kashimo said. Do I need to repeat myself, or are you just slow? You little bastard. Haruta swung a heavy fist at Kashimo's face. Kashimo caught it. It was a casual movement, as if he were swatting a fly. He tightened his grip and twisted. A sharp crack echoed through the courtyard. Gah. My hand. Haruta collapsed to his knees, his face pale and slick with sudden sweat. The rest of the disciples stood frozen, their brooms forgotten. You say. Rinzo's voice was trembling, but she fought to keep it steady. You say you killed my father. Is that right? Kashimo let go of Haruta's wrist. The man slumped to the ground, cradling his hand and glaring at Kashimo with pure hatred. Kashimo didn't look at him, his focus was entirely on the girl. He gave her a sharp, singular nod. The courtyard fell into a heavy silence. Rinzo closed her eyes and took a long, shaky breath. Did he have any last words? He said that if I had the interest, I should take over this place. If not, I was to tell you it's over. No way. Haruta lunged to his feet, stumbling toward a rack of wooden practice swords. His eyes were bloodshot, his face a mask of frantic denial. The master would never say that. Not to a murderer like you. He grabbed a sword and gripped it with both hands, his body shaking like an animal's. How could he let someone like you take over his legacy? He charged. The wooden blade whistled through the air as he brought it down in a desperate overhead strike. He missed. Haruta's pupils shrunk. The moment the sword began its descent, Kashimo was simply gone. It wasn't a fade, just movement too fast to track. Before Haruta could even register the movement, a blunt weight slammed into his back. The emerald staff hit with a dull thud. Haruta went down hard, his body hitting the stones like a sack of grain. He didn't move. He just lay there, twitching. Kashimo withdrew the staff. He had used maybe 10% of his strength. Haruta wasn't a sorcerer, he had no cursed energy to protect his organs and no way to heal. He was lucky to be alive. Kashimo turned his attention back to the others. The remaining disciples were backed against the walls, clutching their brooms like shields. They looked like a flock of frightened birds, their eyes darting between Kashimo and the unconscious men on the floor. Kashimo looked past them, locking eyes with Rinzo. She hadn't moved. She stood with her broom in hand, her silhouette quiet against the dusk. "You," Kashimo said. "You're his daughter." She looked to be about 14 or 15. She had her father's eyes, not in shape, but in that steady, unyielding focus. Kashimo scanned her. She wasn't a sorcerer. That was the strange part. Despite the tragedy of the news, she wasn't leaking a drop of cursed energy. There was no spike of grief-fueled power, no flare of resentment. Just a hollow, quiet stillness. Rinzo met his gaze. She didn't flinch, and she didn't cry. "Yes. Right. Your father asked me to look after you. But honestly, it's your choice." Kashimo paused, leaning on his staff. "I don't mind a tag-along. But I should tell you now. If you come with me, you'll probably die. Don't forget to share your opinions about the chapter in the comments as well." Chapter 8, The Reason. Chapter 8, The Reason. The mountain woods 11 kilometers outside Kyoto were swallowed by darkness. A campfire flickered in a small clearing, its orange light pushing back the jagged shadows of the trees. Kashimo tossed another branch into the flames, sending a spray of sparks into the air. He jerked his chin toward the massive, dead bear lying a few feet away. He'd killed it earlier with a casual strike when it blundered into their path. "Don't worry," he said. "The other beasts won't come near." Rinzo Hisashige sat on the opposite side of the fire, her knees pulled up to her chest and her arms wrapped tight around her legs. The firelight danced across her face, but she remained unreadable. "I wasn't." She started, her voice barely a whisper. "I wasn't worried about that." Kashimo glanced at her and stayed silent. The wood popped and hissed in the heat. "Why?" Rinzo asked suddenly. Kashimo looked up. "What? Why did my father ask you to look after me?" She was staring at him now. The reflection of the fire shimmered in her eyes. There were no tears, no accusations, just a quiet, searching look. Kashimo felt a twitch in his eyelid. Damn it, not that look again. He looked away and added more wood to the fire, watching the sparks for a moment before he spoke. "He probably saw this coming," he said, his tone flat and clinical. "You aren't a sorcerer, and you aren't a warrior. You're young. In a world like this, you wouldn't survive on your own." He paused. "Finding you a strong protector was the last thing he could do for you. It just happened to be me. If it had been any other sorcerer." He trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. Rinzo didn't look away. Kashimo felt a prickle of discomfort under her gaze and decided to focus entirely on the fire. "Have you killed many people?" Rinzo asked. "Yes." "How many?" Kashimo tore a chunk of meat from the bear, skewered it on a sharp stick, and held it over the coals. The fat dripped into the embers with a sizzle. "Too many to count." Rinzo rested her chin on her arms. "Why do you do it?" Kashimo's hand stilled for a heartbeat. "2 reasons, I suppose." He flipped the meat, watching the skin char and bubble. "I left home when I was 13. I spent years wandering, fighting anyone who crossed my path. I wanted to be strong. Strong enough that no one could ever kill me or beat me." He went quiet, waiting for her to say something. She didn't. She just kept watching him. After a few seconds of silence, he continued. "And the other reason?" she asked. "Searching." "Searching for what?" "For someone who can stand beside me." Kashimo looked up, his gaze meeting hers across the dancing flames. "For someone who makes me feel a little less alone." The fire crackled. Rinzo didn't respond. Kashimo went back to his cooking, eventually mumbling to himself. "The meat's almost done. My father used to say my strength was different from everyone else's," Rinzo said, her voice muffled as she buried her face between her knees. "He said I was meant to do things others couldn't. To save people." She paused, pulling her knees tighter. "But it's strange. I was born without a single drop of cursed energy. I don't have any power at all." Kashimo stopped turning the meat. "No cursed energy." He stared into the flames, and then suddenly it all made sense. That was it. That was why he hadn't felt a single leak of energy from her when they first met. Even ordinary people leaked energy. It was the natural byproduct of human existence, of fear, anger, and resentment. Those emotions bled out of the body and pulled together to form curses. It was the basic law of the world. But a person with absolutely zero energy. His mind raced through everything he knew. Two names stood out. Zenin Toji. Zenin Maki. They shared the same mark. Heavenly restriction. Kashimo didn't say a word. He held out the cooked meat, the makeshift skewer bridging the gap between them. The scent of roasted fat and smoke filled the night air. Here. Rinzo looked up, her eyes rimmed with red. She looked at the meat, then at Kashimo, appearing confused for a moment. He kept his hand extended, waiting. "Thank you," she whispered. She took the skewer and began to take small, hesitant bites. Kashimo tore off another piece for himself and started roasting it. He didn't tell her. He didn't mention the heavenly restriction or what it meant to be born without energy. It wasn't the time. Maybe it never would be. He watched the fire, his thoughts drifting as the shadows grew long. The next morning, the mountain mist hadn't quite cleared, and the birds were already noisy in the branches. Kashimo kicked dirt over the remains of the fire, ensuring not a single spark remained before he stood up. He looked back at the grass mat he'd thrown together the night before. Rinzo was still curled into a small ball, her hair messy and her breathing deep and even. Kashimo walked over and looked down at her for a few seconds. "Did you always sleep in like this?" She didn't move. He waited a few more seconds, then poked her shoulder. "Wake up." Rinzo let out a muffled groan and buried her face deeper into the grass. Kashimo looked at the back of her head, feeling a bit out of his depth. "Hit her." "No." "Yell." "Not worth it." "Leave her behind." "Probably not a good idea." He sighed and stepped back. 15 minutes, he said. "Then I'm leaving with or without you." He walked a short distance away and sat against a tree, propping his staff against his shoulder as he closed his eyes to meditate. Tengen's chamber. It was a world of pure, blinding white, stretching out like the center of a cloud. There were no walls or ceilings, only a soft radiance that fell over everything. Erasure Gojo stood in the light, his white hair appearing almost transparent. He looked toward a silhouette standing in the distance. It had the shape of a young girl, but it radiated an ancient, heavy presence. Tengen, the immortal sorcerer. "It has been a long time, Six Eyes," Tengen said. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Erasure studied her for a moment and smiled. "Good. You haven't turned into a monster yet." Tengen's expression didn't change. "Once the merger is complete, I will take the form of the vessel. That is the nature of things. But you, Erasure Gojo." She paused. "Do not let your friction with the Zenin clan grow any further." Arashi's smile faded. He didn't respond. "The three great families may be at their weakest," Tengen continued, her voice gaining a slight weight, "but I do not wish to see you slaughtering one another while Kenjaku is still active. You know Kashimo is active near Kyoto, don't you?" Erasure didn't question how she knew. Tengen's barriers covered all of Kyoto and beyond. "I know what you're thinking," Tengen said. "Do not try to recruit Kashimo to fight the Zenin for you. It is highly likely he has already made a pact with Kenjaku." Arashi's brow furrowed. "And Kenjaku's plan is—" "Lord Tengen," Erasure interrupted. He looked up, his brilliant blue eyes fixed on the figure in the light. His gaze was calm, but it carried a deep, underlying exhaustion. "I know all of this," he said. "I can endure the Zenin's arrogance for myself. But the Gojo family cannot." He paused, finally voicing the thought he'd kept buried. "My war with Zenin Sawara is inevitable. All I can do now is try to stop Kashimo and Kenjaku before everything burns." He looked down, his voice quiet. "I don't have any other choice. A/N, you will see characters we know and some new characters from 400 years before the main canon. There won't be an immediate jump to the main story. I hope you like this format. Also, to increase my motivation and for you to get more chapters, I put a goal below, you can do it if you want. 100 Power Stones equals +1 extra chapter. So, don't forget to give Power Stones, make reviews and leave comments. Have a good day. Chapter 9, The Kamo Clan. Chapter 9, The Kamo Clan. Noon. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dapping the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold. Kashimo leaned against a tree, his staff cradled in his arms, as he watched Rinzo. She was a few yards away, leaning heavily against a trunk and gasping for air. "If you keep this pace," he said, his voice casual, "we won't reach the summit before dark." Rinzo looked up. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and her face was a deep, heated red. Her chest heaved with every breath, and her hand shook where it gripped the bark for support. We've already walked for miles today," she panted. "Can't we just rest for a moment?" Kashimo didn't answer. He simply watched her. They had covered 20 miles of mountain trails in half a day. The girl didn't even realize how absurd that was. She was 14, possessed no cursed energy, and had never undergone a day of training in her life. Yet, on sheer grit alone, she had kept up with his pace. And she still hadn't collapsed. A small smile touched Kashimo's lips. The potential of the heavenly restriction was already starting to surface. "Let's move," he said, shouldering his staff and turning back to the path. "The plan is to reach Edo before the festival begins." Behind him, he heard the quick, heavy thud of her footsteps and the sound of her trying to stifle her ragged breathing. He kept a steady pace, just fast enough to keep her pushing her limits. His goal in Edo was simple. Festivals acted as a magnet for people from all walks of life, and that included sorcerers. He needed to improve, and he knew that the only way to do that was through combat. Of course, that didn't include Erasure Gojo or Zen and Sawara. Fighting those two was still a gamble. He hadn't yet figured out how to bypass the limitless, and Maharaga was a nightmare he wasn't ready to face. If he made a mistake against either of them, the game would be over before it truly began. It was better to start with the lesser lights first. He glanced back. Rinzo was walking with her head down, her face set in a mask of grim determination. She didn't even stop to wipe the sweat from her eyes. Kashimo looked ahead again, his smile widening slightly. She was tougher than she looked. "If you hate me," he said, his voice level, "then work on getting stronger." Rinzo's footsteps faltered for a second. Kashimo didn't look back. He kept walking, the staff swaying slightly with his stride. "Give everything you have to become powerful. Chase me. Do whatever it takes to stand on the same level as I do." He paused. "That is what I expect from you." A breeze drifted through the trees, rustling the leaves. Sunlight danced across his white robes in flickering patches of light. "And I imagine it's what your father expected, too." The sound of footsteps resumed behind him. This time, they were steadier. Faster. The mountain path continued its winding ascent. The Gojo estate. A festival, then. Erasure Gojo sat in his usual place, tapping his fingers against the armrest of his chair. The Zenin clan had just announced their seclusion. They wouldn't be showing their faces at an event like that. Sawara was too busy trying to keep his secrets buried to bother with public gatherings. But others would be there. Sorcerers from across the provinces, both famous and obscure, would emerge for the festival. He needed to see who still had talent, and who could be brought over to the Gojo side. Erasure knew the state of his family better than anyone. The new Shadow School was technically an ally, but that was a matter of politics more than anything else. Master Tengen never intervened. And the rest of the minor families had already been cowed by the Zenin's display of force, drifting toward them like iron filings to a magnet. If he wanted to change the tide, he had to do it himself. His fingers stopped tapping. He looked up and signaled to an attendant. "Prepare a carriage." He paused for a heartbeat. "We're going to Edo." The Kamo estate. The once grand mansion was now cold and nearly desolate. For years, the family had been in a steady decline, as if they were being hunted by some unseen force. By the time Kamo Fuji inherited the leadership, the clan was a hollow shell. Now, the head of the house lay on his deathbed, consumed by a curse he couldn't identify. His body was a map of rot and swelling. His skin had turned a horrific shade of purple-black, and in some places, the white of his bone was visible through the decay. Every breath sounded like a struggle against a throat full of broken glass. A stranger stood by the bed. The man had a jagged stitch running across his forehead. He watched the dying master with the same detached calm one might show toward a common object. "Lord Fuji," Kenjaku said. "If I may be blunt, your time is almost up." Fuji opened his eyes. His pupils were clouded as he turned his gaze toward the stranger. He tried to speak, but only managed to cough up a spray of black blood. The blood stained the silk bedding, spreading into a dark, ugly blotch. He didn't ask who the man was or why he was there. At this point, it didn't matter. Fuji used the last of his strength to point toward the door. Call the attendants." The candlelight flickered. Kenjaku watched the dying man, a thin smile playing on his lips. He leaned down, lowering his voice until it was a whisper meant only for Fuji's ears. "Are you really content with this, Lord Fuji?" Fuji's eyes rolled slightly, a low, garbled sound escaping his throat. "The blood manipulation technique ends with you. The legacy of the three great families is being dragged through the dirt by your hands. Are you really going to lie here and wait for death while they laugh at you?" Kenjaku's voice was smooth, but every word was like a whisper of the devil. "What do they say? That the Kamo clan is finished? Doesn't that sting?" Fuji's fingers twitched. Beneath the rotting skin, his veins began to bulge. "What? What do you mean?" Kenjaku straightened up and folded his hands behind his back. "I can help you. Not to live, you're already past that, and you know it. But you can make your death count for something." He paused, his eyes fixed on Fuji's face. "Do you know who placed this curse on you?" Fuji's gaze shifted frantically. It was. It was Erasure Gojo, Kenjaku finished for him. His tone was as certain as if there was no other possibility. The Six Eyes fears the potential of your blood manipulation. Think about it. Hasn't the Gojo family been stepping on you for years? Haven't they humiliated you at every gathering of the great houses? Fuji's breathing became shallow and rapid. But I have no proof. Proof? Kenjaku smiled. Your death is the only proof anyone will need. He pulled a scroll from his sleeve and unfurled it. It was a letter, covered in dense script and stamped with the unmistakable seal of the Gojo family. The ink was slightly blurred, but the crest was clear enough to identify. This is a secret letter written by Erasure Gojo. It outlines a plan to coordinate with several other families to ensure the Kamo line never recovers. Who do you think leaked it? Fuji stared at the document, his rotting hand trembling as he reached for it. Kenjaku pulled it back. Call your attendants now. Tell them to send for Zen and Sawara. Tell them you have an urgent message to deliver before you pass. Something that concerns the survival of the three houses. Kenjaku's voice was as light as a breeze. Sawara will come. He's just entered seclusion, and he'll be desperate for information. Tell him that Erasure Gojo cursed you, and that he plans to seize the Kamo lands the moment you're gone. Beg him, in the name of their alliance, to see justice done. A spark of light flickered in Fuji's eyes. Will he believe it? He will, Kenjaku said. Because he needs to. He didn't say the rest out loud. What did Zen and Sawara need most right now? A distraction. His estate was a ruin, his treasury was gone, and his men were dead. If the news leaked, the Zenin would be the laughingstock of the Jujutsu world. But what if a scandal erupted instead? What if Erasure Gojo was exposed for poisoning a fellow clan head and plotting to steal his lands? The eyes of the world would turn to the Gojo. The Zenin disaster would be buried under the weight of a new war. As for whether Sawara would actually strike at Erasure, that was his choice. Kenjaku looked down, hiding the shadow in his eyes. Fuji was already struggling to sit up, using every ounce of his remaining life to scream toward the door. Someone call the Zenin head. Hurry. 10 reviews equals +4 bonus chapters. 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 10, are you alright? Chapter 10, are you alright? Kashimo, just, how much further? Rinzo called out, her voice thin with exhaustion. Her legs had turned to jelly, and every step felt like she was wading through deep mud. Kashimo stopped and looked back. The girl was a mess. She stood with her hands on her knees, face flushed and hair plastered to her forehead with sweat. She looked like she'd been dragged through a river, staring at him with a desperate, pleading expression. Kashimo rubbed his chin, doing a quick calculation. About 240 kilometers. Rinzo stared at him for 2 seconds. Then she sat flat on the ground, legs stretched out, and refused to move another inch. I'm done, she mumbled. I'm not going. Kashimo looked at her, his expression bordering on amused. If you really can't walk, I could carry you. Rinzo looked up, panting. Won't that just make us slower? Kashimo didn't answer. He simply crouched down and offered her his back. Get on, he said. Before I change my mind. Rinzo hesitated for a moment before pushing herself up. She shuffled over and climbed onto his back, her movements cautious and small. Kashimo stood up, shifting her weight to get a better grip on her legs, and started walking. The mountain breeze drifted past them, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Hold on tight. Kashimo's warning was sudden and toneless. Before Rinzo could ask what he meant, she felt a violent surge of energy beneath her. Pale blue electricity crackled around them, the sparks making her skin crawl and her hair stand on end. Wait. What are you? The world smeared into a blur of distorted colors. The sound of the wind turned into a piercing shriek in her ears. She squeezed her eyes shut, feeling as if an invisible hand had gripped her and was hurling her through the air. An hour later, they were 3 kilometers outside the gates of Edo. Kashimo slowed his pace, eventually coming to a stop beneath the shade of an old locust tree. We're here, he said, sounding as relaxed as if he'd just finished a casual stroll. Rinzo didn't move. Kashimo tilted his head to look at her. The girl was white as a sheet, her lips bloodless. She was staring straight ahead with wide, vacant eyes, as if she hadn't quite realized they were standing on solid ground again. Hello. He shifted his shoulder slightly. Rinzo swayed with the movement, but her gaze remained fixed on nothing. Kashimo stayed quiet for a moment. Did I break you? She didn't answer. Slowly, she let go of his neck and slid off his back. Her legs gave way the moment her feet hit the grass, and she collapsed into a heap, instantly beginning to retch. Kashimo stood by and watched her, scratching the side of his head. So, are you all right? Rinzo looked up at him, her face pale and her eyes filled with the look of someone who had seen the end of the world. All right. She wasn't even close to all right. She was fairly certain her soul was still 200 kilometers back in the mountains, trying to catch up. Anyway, once you've settled your stomach, we'll take a look around the outskirts, Kashimo said, acting as if nothing had happened. See if there are any sorcerers worth noting. He tossed the emerald staff to her. Rinzo was still on the ground, but she managed to catch it instinctively, clutching it to her chest as she stared at him in disbelief. She swallowed hard. The man was a lunatic. Her heart was still hammering against her ribs and her legs were useless, yet he was already talking about scouting. Kashimo waited a few seconds. Let's go. It'll be dark soon. Rinzo took a deep breath and used the staff to haul herself up. The wood felt warm in her hands, helping her steady her nerves. Fine. The area outside the city was more crowded than Kashimo had expected. Stalls lined both sides of the main road, selling everything from snacks and trinkets to street performances. Peddlers wove through the throng, their cries rising above the din of the crowd. Families, groups of young people, and even well-dressed officials with their retinues were all making their way toward the city gates. Groups of samurai stood at the intersections, their blades gleaming under the afternoon sun. Kashimo scanned the faces as they passed. Nothing. Not a single trace of a sorcerer. He glanced back at Rinzo. She was struggling with the staff, her pace slow as she adjusted her grip every few steps. The weapon was significantly taller than she was. Change of plans, Kashimo said, turning toward the city gates. What? Rinzo blinked. I thought we were scouting out here. Why are we going into the city? To have some fun. Kashimo led the way, stepping around a merchant who had almost collided with them. Fun. Rinzo hurried to keep up. What about the sorcerers? We'll find them, Kashimo said without looking back. But there's no one out here right now. We're here anyway. Might as well enjoy it. Rinzo opened her mouth to argue, then thought better of it. Whatever you say. She followed him into the city, clutching the staff as she was jostled by the crowd. Shortly after they passed through the gates, two figures emerged from the press of people. Boss, give me 2 of those. The rabbit ones. The speaker was a woman in red robes with a black sash. Her long, dark hair was pulled into a high ponytail that swayed as she gestured toward the candy stall. She was striking, with a bold, confident air that suggested she was someone of importance. The vendor looked up, his face pale as he bowed low. Lady Fuka. At ease, Tokugawa Fuka said with a grin. 2 rabbit sugar sculptures. Put them on the shogunate's tab. The vendor nodded frantically and got to work, his hands trembling as he quickly wrapped 2 candies and handed them over. Fuka took them and turned to the silent woman standing beside her. Here, Hataru. This one's yours. Tokugawa Hataru took the candy with a small nod. She was much quieter than her sister, dressed in a simple, elegant blue kimono with her hair falling loosely over her shoulders. She accepted the gift with a detached, polite grace. Both were daughters of the Tokugawa house. And both were Jujutsu sorcerers. The 3 great families will be here for the festival, won't they? Hataru asked. Her voice was soft, her eyes fixed on the moving crowd. Fuka took a bite of her sugar rabbit and nodded, her mouth full. Yeah, she managed after a moment. She swallowed and wiped her lip. The Gojo head is coming. As for the other 2. She shrugged. The Zenin are in seclusion, doing whatever it is they do. And the Kamo. She paused, her tone turning somber. I heard their master is too sick to travel. He's not coming. Hataru didn't reply. She simply nodded, the sugar rabbit still untouched in her hand. 10 reviews equals plus 4 bonus chapters. 100 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 11, Self, Part 1. Chapter 11, Self, Part 1. Edo was silent in the deep of the night. A single oil lamp flickered in the corner of the inn room, casting long, wavering shadows against the paper doors. Outside, the steady rhythm of a night watchman's clapper echoed down the street before fading into the dark. Kashimo stood at the threshold, his staff in hand. He looked back at the small figure huddled on the bed. Don't go wandering off, you hear? Rinzo pulled the quilt tight, leaving only her eyes visible. The lamplight caught the glint of her pupils, wide and startled like a trapped animal. Am I staying here by myself? Her voice was muffled, thick with uncertainty. Kashimo scratched the back of his head. Well, yeah. But you'll be safe. Nothing's going to happen. He sounded confident, though he wasn't entirely sure himself. Edo was a massive city, and he had no idea what kind of things crawled through its alleys at night. Still, he couldn't show any doubt. Rinzo stared at him, her grip on the blanket never loosening. Kashimo waited for a moment, then set a pitch-black dagger on the cabinet beside the bed. I left a cursed tool on the stand. Use it if something goes wrong. I'll be back soon. The door slid shut with a soft click. His footsteps receded down the hall until they vanished entirely. Rinzo stared at the door for a long time, the silence of the room pressing in on her. The watchman's clapper sounded again in the distance. Okay, she whispered. Kashimo vanished into the night. Rinzo lay there, her eyes fixed on the closed door. She assumed he was going out to intercept the sorcerers arriving under the cover of darkness. She remembered what he'd said earlier that day, even small targets are good practice. She didn't quite understand what he meant by practice, but she knew he was looking for a fight. She reached out and took the dagger from the cabinet, then pulled the quilt over her head, burying herself in the fabric. When Kashimo was there, things felt manageable. Even if he was blunt and lazy, even if he was the man who had killed her father, his presence acted as a shield. But now the shield was gone. The lamp sputtered, its flame dancing and casting distorted shapes against the wall. A gust of wind rattled the shoji screen, and Rinzo bolted upright, staring at the window. There was nothing there. She curled into a tighter ball, pulling the blanket to her chin. Her father had entrusted her to this man. Those final words, brought back by his killer, were her father's last command. She didn't understand why he would choose the man who ended his life to protect his daughter, but it was the only reality she had left. The watchman's clapper sounded again. Rinzo closed her eyes, then snapped them open. In the dark, she felt as if something was watching her. When she looked, she was afraid of what she might see. She took a deep breath and pulled the quilt over her head. Please come back, she thought. The night deepened. The oil lamp finally consumed its last drop, the flame struggling for a few seconds before dying with a soft hiss. Darkness flooded the room, filling every corner. Rinzo eventually drifted into a shallow, fitful sleep, her fingers still curled around the hilt of the dagger. Her dreams were a chaotic mess of blood and shadows. She saw her father falling, Haruta twitching on the stones, and the scream of the wind as Kashimo carried her through the mountains. At the edge of the dream, something was moving. A black shadow appeared at the window, silent and formless. The moonlight filtered through the paper, unable to define its shape. It was a patch of dark deeper than the night itself, a thick blot of ink seeping slowly into the room. Negative emotions were the lifeblood of curses. It was a fundamental truth of the world. Fear, resentment, and grief were magnets for the things that fed on human suffering. Even if Rinzo had no cursed energy of her own, the intensity of her terror was the perfect bait. And tonight, she was terrified. The shadow slid into the edges of her mind like a drop of ink into clear water. In her sleep, Rinzo's brow furrowed. The dream changed. The image of her father's body vanished, replaced by a gray, desolate wasteland. The sky was low and suffocating. She stood alone in the field, clutching the dagger. Far off in the distance, something was watching her. She tried to run, but her legs felt like lead. She tried to scream, but her throat was dry and silent. The thing drew closer. The phantom at the window had fully submerged itself into her consciousness. It had no physical form, only a shifting mass of darkness with a pair of pale, lidless eyes. It stared directly at the version of Rinzo in the dream. Found you. The voice came from everywhere at once, 1,000 whispers crawling into her ears. Rinzo began to tremble, her body shaking even in her sleep. The shadow reached out a black hand, moving toward her face. Then, the world shifted. The gray wasteland vanished, and the suffocating pressure lifted. In its place was a setting she knew better than any other. The dojo. The evening sun slanted through the paper doors, coating the floor in a warm, golden glow. The air smelled of incense and the familiar, sharp scent of sweat and aged wood. She stood there, stunned, looking at the men in front of her. Juro. Her father stood with his back to the window, his old, faded robes illuminated by the sunset. He looked down at her with a gentle expression, a faint smile playing on his lips. It was the same look he gave her whenever she grew tired during practice. Rinzo, he said. His voice was just as she remembered, deep, warm, and slightly raspy. Her eyes stung with sudden heat. Father. She tried to move toward him, but her feet were rooted to the spot. She wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come. She could only stand there and stare at the man who was supposed to be dead. Juro reached out and placed a hand on her head, ruffling her hair the way he used to. It's all right now, he said. I'm here. Outside the city. Moonlight spilled over a clearing in the woods, illuminating several bodies scattered across the grass. Some were curled up, others lay face down, their expressions frozen in various states of shock. They all shared one thing, they weren't moving. Kashimo stood over one of them and gave the man a light kick. No reaction. He kicked him again. Still nothing. Tisk, he muttered, rubbing his nose. You talked big. Why can't you take a hit? No one answered. The night wind rustled through the trees, sending a few dead leaves dancing past him. Kashimo shouldered his staff and looked around. The woods had been lively just a few minutes ago. Sorcerers had been emerging from every direction, likely scouting the area before the festival. He had simply blocked the main path, taking them down as they arrived. And now, they were all down. Not a single one of them had put up a decent fight. Kashimo clicked his tongue and turned toward the deeper part of the forest, his long shadow flickering through the trees as he walked. 10 reviews equals plus 4 bonus chapters. 100 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 12, Self, Part 2. Chapter 12, Self, Part 2. The image before Rinzo's eyes twisted. The dojo, the sunset, and her father's gentle smile shattered in an instant, torn away by an unseen hand. She didn't even have time to scream before her surroundings changed completely. She was back in the woods. The moonlight was cold, and the air carried a faint, metallic scent of blood. Kashimo stood a few paces away, his back turned to her, his emerald staff resting over his shoulder. And in front of him was a broken tree stump. A man leaned against the wood. He wore faded robes and his head hung low, a massive, jagged hole torn through his chest. He had long since stopped breathing. The moonlight hit his face, illuminating the features Rinzo knew better than her own. It was Juro. Rinzo's eyes widened. She tried to cry out, but her voice was gone. She tried to run, but her legs were lead. Her stomach churned, a bitter, acidic heat rising in her throat. She covered her mouth and collapsed into a crouch, retching pointlessly. Then came the whispers. The voice was light, barely a breath, as if it were growing from the center of her own mind. Why are you the only one who lived? Rinzo froze. Without cursed energy, do you even deserve to be my daughter? She wanted to shake her head, to scream a denial, but her throat was constricted. I have no daughter like you, the voice finished. Rinzo snapped her head up. The man leaning against the stump had turned his head. His lifeless, vacant eyes were staring directly at her. Another voice came from behind. She spun around. It was Haruta. He stood just a few feet away, his face twisted into a pale, rigid mask of death. It wasn't the lazy, joking face he'd worn in life. His mouth hung half open and his eyes were hollow sockets, dark and empty, staring at her with cold intensity. You're a traitor, he said. His voice was stiff, like an echo from the bottom of a deep well. Rinzo's lips trembled, but no words came out. You followed your father's killer. Another voice joined in from the side. It was another disciple from the dojo, a quiet boy who had spent all his time training in silence. He stood there now, his skin just as pale, his eyes just as hollow. Are you even human? You don't belong here. More voices flooded in from every direction. The familiar faces appeared one by one, her brothers from the dojo, her sparring partners, the neighbors who used to help with the chores. They surrounded her, forming a circle that grew smaller with every step. Every face was white. Every eye was a black hole. They spoke in unison, their rigid lips moving in a terrifying rhythm. Just die. Just die. Just die. A crack of thunder shook the world. The sound felt as if it had come from miles away and from inside her own head at the same time. Rinzo shuddered. For a fleeting second, the twisted faces and the venomous voices blurred. Rinzo opened her eyes. She looked at the pale faces and the empty sockets surrounding her. My father, she said. Her voice was quiet, but it didn't shake. My brothers. She tightened her grip on the dagger Kashimo had left her. My friends. The things around her kept talking, their voices a rising tide of malice, but she stopped listening. They would never, she screamed, swinging the blade in a wide arc toward Haruta's face. They would never say those things. The moment the blade bit into the pale mask, the world shattered. The twisted figures, the phantom dojo, and the corpse of her father leaning against the stump all broke apart like glass hit by a stone. The shards flew into the night, vanishing into the moonlight. What? A shocked snarl erupted from the darkness. Why didn't the sure hit effect work on her? The moonlight returned to the room, revealing a distorted, black shape by the window. It was a curse born from the human fear of nightmares, a night terror. Its body was trembling, its pale eyes wide with disbelief. A jagged wound from a cursed tool ran across its midsection. Damn it. The curse seethed, its dark energy billowing like smoke. Its chaotic tentacles lashed out, but it began to back toward the window. It doesn't matter. I can still escape. The black mist grew thicker, its outline blurring into an inky smear. Suddenly, a gust of wind cut through the room. The curse's retreat stopped. It looked down at its chest in stunned silence. A blade had been driven straight through its core. The person holding the knife was Rinzo. The moonlight caught her face. She looked young, almost fragile, but the fear and confusion were gone. She looked strangely calm. "Since I was a child," she said, her words steady in the night air, "I wondered if someone without cursed energy could ever carry the weight of my father's legacy." The curse's body began to thrash. The black mist was being torn away, bleeding out from the wound. "My father said I was his successor, but I never felt any power. Every time I asked him why, he told me it wasn't time yet." Rinzo's eyes were bright, burning with a new clarity. "But I've found it now. My power." She twisted the blade. "It isn't cursed energy. It isn't a technique." She pulled the knife out and began to hack at the curse with raw, frantic energy. "It's the strength of my own muscle and bone." The night terror was torn apart. Its form disintegrated into a whirlwind of black mist and purple blood that sprayed across the walls. The moonlight poured into the room, falling over the 14-year-old girl. Her face was flushed and her breathing was heavy, but the doubt was finally gone. Outside the city, Kashimo stood in a trashed clearing, his staff resting on his shoulder. His shadow stretched long across the grass, which was littered with the unconscious forms of the sorcerers he had just dismantled. He was about to move on when he stopped. A figure had emerged from the shadows of the trees. White robes, white hair, and a pair of brilliant blue eyes that looked like fragments of the sky had been torn away and set into a human skull. The 6 eyes. Erasure Gojo. Kashimo's grip on his staff tightened for a second, then relaxed. He looked at the man standing in the shade and felt a slow, jagged smile spread across his face. "Talk about bad timing," he muttered. He shifted the staff back onto his shoulder. "Or maybe it's perfect. A/N, yep, no point in denying it anymore. Gojo versus Kashimo is happening. Hope you are hyped enough because the action is about to get crazy. 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. So, don't forget to give you our stones and leave a review." Chapter 13, Lightning vs. Limitless, Part 1. Chapter 13, Lightning vs. Limitless, Part 1. Talk about bad timing. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, casting dappled silver patches across the forest floor. Kashimo stood his ground, unmoving. He watched the men in white robes, his gaze fixed on those brilliant blue eyes that seemed to hum with light in the darkness. The 6 eyes were focused on him, and Kashimo could feel the subtle, skin-crawling sensation of being picked apart from the inside out. "You're Kashimo, right?" Erasure Gojo was the first to speak. His tone was casual, as if he were greeting an old friend on a walk. Yet, his body remained still. He didn't even drop into a stance. It wasn't because he didn't want to. It was because he couldn't. In the vision provided by the 6 eyes, Erasure could see a violent, chaotic shroud of cursed energy clinging to Kashimo. It churned and crackled like a thunderstorm, nearly physical in its intensity. A third-rate sorcerer's energy flared at the skin, making their attacks easy to read. A first-rate sorcerer could suppress it, revealing their hand only at the moment of impact. But this man was different. He didn't suppress anything. Or perhaps, he simply didn't need to. That lightning-like energy was a part of him, as natural as his breathing and as constant as his heartbeat. Arashi's pupils narrowed. He was certain his eyes could capture Kashimo's movement from any angle. But being able to see an attack and being able to stop it were two entirely different things. "Yeah," Kashimo finally replied. He lowered the emerald staff from his shoulder and let it thud against the dirt, tilting his head as he studied Erasure. The head of the Gojo clan. The very same. Arashi's smile was thinner than the moonlight. "I've heard much about you. The strongest of the era, Kashimo." "You're too kind," Kashimo grinned. The 6 eyes of the age, Erasure Gojo. They stared at one another across a dozen paces. The night wind sighed through the trees, carrying a few dead leaves that spiraled between them. "You're limitless, it isn't automatic yet, is it?" Kashimo's voice hung in the air, but the wind didn't stop. Erasure didn't answer. The light of the moon caught the sudden gravity in his blue eyes. Kashimo was right. He couldn't do it. The record spoke of an automatic defense, a state where the technique was honed to perfection and carved into the user's very instincts. Erasure was nowhere near that level. Seeing the silence, Kashimo's smirk widened. He adjusted his grip on the staff. If the defense wasn't automatic, then this could be settled right here. Erasure felt a twitch in his vision. He took a step forward. The 6 eyes captured the shift instantly, the energy surrounding Kashimo had suddenly condensed, the silence before a storm. Then, the ground exploded. Kashimo launched himself forward like a cannonball. The emerald staff swept through the air, trailing arcs of lightning. Erasure didn't move. The staff stopped an inch from his face. It wasn't blocked by a physical object, it had slammed into an invisible mire. The violent force was stripped away layer by something unseen, eventually dissipating into nothing before it could even touch his collar. Kashimo's brow twitched. Before he could even pull back, he followed up with a side kick aimed at Arashi's ribs. Again, an inch. That single inch felt like a canyon, keeping his entire weight on the other side. Kashimo didn't overextend. He snapped his leg back and retreated, putting 10 paces between them in a heartbeat. He stood in the moonlight, his eyes locked on the white-haired man. As I thought, Kashimo said, twirling the staff. Infinity is a pain in the ass. Erasure stood his ground. He didn't chase. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that those two exchanges had pushed his technique to its absolute limit. The staff and the kick had come with such speed that he'd had no time to think. He'd survived solely on the instinct of pushing his technique to its maximum output. A thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead, invisible under the moon. Your speed is just as much of a headache, Erasure said, keeping his voice lazy and bored. I almost didn't catch that. Almost. Kashimo tilted his head. Then you didn't. The wind kept blowing. Kashimo's grip on the wood tightened. Those strikes hadn't been probes, he'd intended to end the Six Eyes right then and there. If he could finish the Gojo head here, everything that followed would be easy. But Limitless was more of a nuisance than he'd imagined. Just 1 inch. 1 inch he couldn't cross. Erasure waited. He was looking for a gap in the lightning, a moment where Kashimo's energy cycle faltered. The Six Eyes could see it, for all the violent power, there was a microscopic stagnation after every attack. If he could just catch that moment. Kashimo laughed suddenly. Trying to find a hole in my rhythm. Arashi's pupils shrunk. You can see that. I guessed. Kashimo shouldered the staff. But the look on your face tells me I'm right. Silence returned. The distant hum of the festival drifted through the trees, but in this clearing, there was only the sound of 2 men breathing and the rustle of leaves. Neither moved. They both knew this wouldn't be settled quickly. Kashimo's mind was racing. Erasure stood there, wrapped in a transparent shell of space, the Six Eyes burning like twin stars. Kashimo didn't have a domain, which meant he had no direct way to bypass the barrier. He went through his mental inventory. Hollow wicker basket. That only neutralized a domain's sure-hit effect. Cursed tools. The inverted spear of heaven was probably buried in some hole in the ground kilometers away. That left one option. Domain amplification. He'd seen the concept in his past life, a high-level barrier technique where a sorcerer wraps an empty domain around their body like a suit of clothes. By keeping the domain empty, it forces the opponent's technique to flow into it, neutralizing the effect upon contact. He'd never tried it. Kashimo's lips curled into a grin. It didn't matter. He was a man of practice, not theory. He flicked his wrist, and the emerald staff flew from his hand, hurtling straight toward Arashi's head. Arashi's eyes instinctively followed the weapon for a fraction of a second. That was the window. Kashimo vanished. An instant later, he was in Arashi's space. He threw a punch. Arashi's reaction was perfect, the infinity barrier flared to life, the transparent wall forming in front of the fist. But this time, it was different. Kashimo's fist was shrouded in a thin, rhythmic vibration of energy. It was a blank void. When the infinity barrier met that energy, it wasn't pushed back. It was neutralized. The barrier melted like ice against fire. The punch broke through the space and slammed directly into Arashi's stomach. Arashi's body doubled over. A spray of saliva escaped his lips as the air was punched out of his lungs. His blue eyes were wide with total disbelief. Teleportation. No, it was too fast for that. How? And more importantly, why did the infinity fail? Kashimo didn't linger. He retreated immediately, putting distance between them as he watched the man clutching his midsection. His smile was jagged and bright. It worked. Domain amplification. By wrapping himself in a hollow domain, he could bypass techniques that relied on the concept of space. Normally, this would prevent him from using his own technique, but Kashimo didn't have a traditional innate technique to lose. His lightning wasn't a technique. It was his nature. It was the electricity inherent in his cursed energy. Kashimo dropped back into a low stance. Now, he said, the air crackling around him. We can finally start the fight. 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. So, don't forget to give you our stones and leave a review. Chapter 14, Lightning vs. Limitless, Part 2. Chapter 14, Lightning vs. Limitless, Part 2. Ready yourself, Six Eyes. Kashimo tightened his grip on the staff. The purple markings at the corners of his eyes flickered with a faint, jagged light, as if something liquid were flowing through them. His cursed energy became more violent, the scent of ozone thick in the air as the forest itself seemed to tremble. Erasure frowned and raised his hand. Cursed technique lapse, blue. The moment the word left his lips, the air twisted into a violent knot. A massive suction force exploded from Arashi's palm, tearing at the surrounding trees. Trunks groaned under the invisible pressure before splintering into fragments. Soil and stone were dragged into the vacuum. Kashimo wasn't caught in it. He had already begun to move. He vaulted off his staff, his silhouette blurring into a series of flickering afterimages under the moon. His path was jagged and unpredictable, shifting from left to right to prevent the vacuum from locking onto his position. Arashi's gaze followed him, the six eyes capturing every frantic micro-adjustment. It was too fast, and there was no rhythm to it. Suddenly, Kashimo flicked his wrist. He threw the emerald staff directly at Erasure. Again. Arashi's pupils narrowed as his eyes instinctively tracked the flying weapon. He saw it, the exact moment Kashimo's silhouette vanished from the grass. An instant later, a fist appeared in his vision. What? Arashi's eyes widened. The punch was already landing. Just as before, the hand was coated in a vibrating layer of energy. The domain amplification was still active. The infinity barrier was neutralized on contact, and the fist slammed directly into Arashi's face. The impact was heavy. Arashi's head snapped back, and a spray of blood erupted from his nose, staining his white robes. Kashimo didn't give him a second to breathe. He followed with a second punch, hitting the same spot with identical force. The infinity barrier offered no resistance. Arashi's consciousness wavered for a fraction of a second. 2 hits. Kashimo pulled back and landed lightly on the grass. He watched the white-haired man stumble, his lips curling into a satisfied grin. Every physical contact allowed Kashimo to inject a negative charge into his opponent. 3 touches would be enough to prime the internal explosion. This was the foundation of his strength. This was why he was the strongest. Erasure felt a surge of cold fury. He was the head of the Gojo clan, yet he was being toyed with by some nameless brat who had emerged from the shadows of the provinces. 2 hits had landed. Absolute hits. His defense, his pride, had failed. He raised his hand again. Cursed technique amplification. Cursed energy flooded the clearing as the air warped once more. This wasn't a probe. It was a kill shot. Maximum output. The suction force tripled in intensity, far more violent than before. Trees were uprooted and the ground itself disintegrated, a torrent of debris rushing toward Arashi's palm. Kashimo tried to circle away again, but his eyes widened. Erasure wasn't at the center of the vacuum. The white-haired man had disengaged from the core of the suction, using the vacuum's pull to launch himself directly at Kashimo. Switching to an offensive. Kashimo squinted. One more hit. He just needed one more negative charge. Arashi's fist was already there. Kashimo raised his arms to block, their silhouettes clashing in the moonlight. The exchange was a blur of heavy, muffled impacts. But at the moment they were closest, Erasure raised his other hand. Blue. It was a point-blank burst. Kashimo felt a massive force slam into his side, throwing him through the air. He crashed through a series of branches before hitting a massive oak tree. The trunk shuddered under the impact, sending a shower of dead leaves over him. Erasure stood in the clearing, breathing heavily as he stared at the spot where Kashimo had fallen. He wiped a hand across his bloody nose, his expression dark and lethal. Then his eyes changed. Kashimo had kicked off the tree trunk, launching himself back into the clearing like an arrow from a bow. He was smiling, the purple markings on his face glowing bright. You're still not there yet. The emerald staff came down with the weight of a thunderbolt. Erasure raised his arms to block, but the force was staggering. His knees buckled and the ground beneath his feet shattered. He stumbled back, his balance broken. Before he could steady himself, Erasure triggered another burst. Blue. Kashimo was caught again, the suction dragging him off the ground and hurling him into a nearby boulder. The rock fractured into a web of cracks as he hit, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Erasure stood his ground, gasping for air. His nose was still bleeding, his stomach was a mess of pain from the earlier punch, and his face was beginning to swell. He didn't care. He watched the dust through his 6 eyes. Kashimo was getting up. It's full, Kashimo's voice drifted out of the dust, sounding almost pleased. He stepped out of the rubble, patting the dust from his dirted robes. His hair was a mess and his clothes were torn, but his eyes were bright. He looked like a man who had just won a prize. Arashi's brow furrowed. Kashimo was tougher than anything he'd ever faced. That last burst of blue had been point blank, a normal sorcerer would have been broken in half. Yet he was standing there, dismissing the damage as if it were nothing. And his technique. Arashi's eyes scanned Kashimo's frame, looking for the trace of an innate technique. There was nothing. The man was fighting with nothing but raw energy and physical skill. Why? Was he holding back, or was he waiting for something? They stared at each other across the clearing. Kashimo rolled his shoulders, his joints popping in the silence. Erasure raised his hand once more, the energy beginning to condense for a final, maximum output strike. Kashimo's voice reached him first. "I think we're done here." Erasure stopped. It wasn't the words that gave him pause. It was what he saw. Between him and Kashimo, a series of thin, blue lines had appeared. They were as fine as silk, humming with the sound of 1,000 bees. One end was anchored to his own chest, the other to the smiling man across from him. When had he? A soft sound, like a finger snap, echoed through the woods. Erasure looked down. His chest had exploded. It wasn't a simple injury, his entire chest had been torn apart. Flesh, bone, and heart were vaporized into a crimson mist. Through the massive, gaping hole in his torso, the moonlight illuminated the trees behind him. He tried to speak, but only blood filled his mouth. His blue eyes were wide, staring in total disbelief at the hollow space where his heart should have been. He looked up at the men with the pale hair. Kashimo watched him with a blank expression. "That's the problem with men like you," Kashimo said, his voice quiet. "You've never had to be in a real fight." Erasure swayed. He was still standing, the six eyes refusing to dim. He looked at Kashimo, his life pouring out of the hole in his chest. Kashimo raised the emerald staff and leveled it at Arashi's head. "Go to sleep." He brought the staff down. A dull thud echoed through the night. Arashi's body finally collapsed into the mud, his white hair soaking in the red. The blue eyes stared up at the moon, but the light behind them was gone. Erasure Gojo was dead. 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. So, don't forget to give our stones and leave a review. Chapter 15, Lightning vs Limitless, Part 3, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 15, Lightning vs Limitless, Part 3, Bonus Chapter. The moonlight was still. The scent of blood in the clearing slowly began to dissipate. Kashimo stood over the body in the white robes. Erasure Gojo's eyes were still open, fixed on the moon, but the sky in those blue pupils had gone dark. Kashimo scratched his head. "Well," he muttered. "I hope he doesn't suddenly learn a reverse curse technique and come after me again." No one answered. He shouldered his staff and turned to leave. After a few steps, he paused and looked back at the figure in the grass. He wondered briefly how that girl, Rinzo, was doing. He turned back toward the city and started walking, his shadow stretching long across the ground. Then he stopped. 10 paces ahead, 2 women stood in his path. One wore red robes and a high ponytail. She was striking, standing in the moonlight as if she were radiating light herself. The other was quiet, dressed in a simple, elegant blue kimono with her hair over her shoulders. She stood beside the first woman, her eyes fixed on him. Tokugawa sorcerers, Kashimo guessed. His grip on the staff tightened, though his face remained blank. The women didn't move. They stared at one another across the gap. "Who are you?" Kashimo asked. The woman in red smiled. "Tokugawa Fuka," she said, her voice clear. "And this is my sister, Hataru." The quiet woman gave a small nod. Kashimo didn't respond. Fuka didn't seem to mind. She took a step forward, the moonlight catching the intensity in her eyes. "So you're Kashimo," she said, her voice carrying a note of admiration. "I suppose you really are the strongest of the era. You actually killed the head of the Gojo clan." She paused, her smile fading slightly. "But unfortunately, the Gojo head was a guest of the shogunate. You won't be leaving tonight." She reached back and drew a zanbato from its sheath. The blade gleamed under the moon, reflecting her face. At the same time, Hataru raised her hand. 2 samurai shikigami emerged from the shadows behind her, their bodies humming with cursed energy as they landed silently by her side. In a flash, Fuka was gone. The blade cut through the air. Kashimo leaned to the side, the edge of the zanbato missing his chest by a fraction of an inch. He didn't even look at the weapon. His eyes were fixed on the wake of the strike. There was a thin white line in the air, a crack in space itself. Before he could process it, Fuka twisted her wrist. The blade came back in a wide, horizontal arc. There was a soft sound of steel cutting through flesh. Kashimo looked down. His right hand had been severed. The cut was perfect, as smooth as glass. Before the blood could even spray, the hand fell toward the ground, still clutching the staff. He looked up at the woman in red. He was genuinely surprised. He'd been careless. His energy defense was enough to survive a direct hit from Arashi's blue with barely a scratch. "Is that a technique that cuts space?" he asked, his voice calm. A rush of air came from behind him. He didn't turn around. He threw a punch backward, his fist slamming into the chest of the samurai shikigami. On impact, the spirit's energy shattered like glass. The other Shikigami's blade stopped an inch from the back of his neck before the shockwave of the punch sent it flying back toward its master. Kashimo pulled his arm back and looked at the stump of his wrist. Blood dripped onto the dead leaves with a soft pattering sound. For an opponent like you, Fuka spoke from in front of him, her tone lazy, I should probably disclose my hand. She raised her hand and tightened her sleeve. A faint smile played on her lips. My technique is called Severing Void, she said. It targets space itself. So, defense is useless against me. Kashimo felt the atmosphere shift. A binding vow. By explaining her technique, she'd increased its effectiveness. He didn't say anything. He watched his wrist. Cursed energy surged through the wound, and a new hand began to grow. Flesh, bone, and skin knit together in seconds until it was whole again. He flexed his fingers. He looked up. The sparks of electricity around him became violent. Blue and white arcs snapped and hissed, wrapping him in a blinding shroud of lightning. He pushed off the ground. The earth shattered under his feet, cracks spreading through the dirt like a spider web. He was gone. One moment he was there. The next he wasn't. Fuka's pupils shrank. Before she could raise her sword, a fist appeared in front of her face. She had no time to move. The lightning-shrouded punch hit with a dull explosion. Fuka was hurled backward like a broken doll. Her organs shifted, and a spray of blood and saliva escaped her lips. It caught Kashimo in the face. Fuka hit a tree hard, sliding down the bark until she collapsed into a heap on the dirt. She gasped for air, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were still bright. She stared at him. Kashimo stood where he was. He raised a hand and wiped his cheek. It was wet. He looked at the fluid on his fingers. It shimmered under the moon. Tisk, he muttered. He flicked his hand, his brow furrowed in annoyance. A/N, bonus chapters are coming. Thank you so much for your support. 200 power stones equals I will drop +1 bonus chapter. So, don't forget to give your stones and leave a review. Chapter 16, Lightning vs. Limitless, Part 4, bonus chapter. Chapter 16, Lightning vs. Limitless, Part 4, bonus chapter. Kashimo flicked his hand, his brow furrowed in annoyance. The sound of rushing air came from behind. He didn't turn back, instead pushing off his lead foot and lunging to the side. The samurai Shikigami's blade whistled past his sleeve, biting into the empty air. Before he could steady his stance, another shadow leapt from behind the spirit. Kashimo's pupils constricted. It was Hataru. The Shikigami had hurled her like a projectile, and she was flying toward him with a blade held low. The weapon caught the moonlight, it was pitch black, its edge glowing with a sickly, dark crimson. His mind stalled for a fraction of a second. The soul-split katana. Are you kidding me? His body reacted before his conscious mind could. He twisted his torso, forcing his weight into a sharp, awkward angle in midair. The blade hissed past his cheek, shearing away a few strands of his pale hair. Hataru missed her mark and landed in a crouch, instantly putting distance between them. They stared at each other across 10 paces of forest floor. Her breathing was shallow and quick, but the hand holding the sword was steady. She watched him, her mind racing through the facts. Kashimo was a monster. His energy output was off the charts. His martial skill was beyond anything she'd seen. Even her sister's space-cutting technique had only cost him a single wrist, which he'd already healed. She glanced toward the trees. Fuka was struggling to her feet, her hands pressed to her abdomen. Her energy was surging as she used a reverse curse technique to knit her internal organs back together. Fuka was smiling, though it was a strange, jagged expression. She knew the truth behind that smile. Since she was a child, Fuka had lived by the blade. 18 years of practice, dozens of broken swords, and floors soaked in her own sweat. She had faced the strongest men in the shogunate's army and left them all in the dirt. She had long ago grown bored with combat because no one could make her feel the weight of her own life. But Kashimo was different. That single punch had nearly killed her. Fuka stood up. There was no hesitation in her movements. She gripped the zanbato, the blade gleaming with a cold, silver light that matched the lingering grin on her face. Then, she charged. Kashimo watched her approach. He didn't move until the blade was a hair's breadth from his chest. Only then did he lift the emerald staff. With one hand, he swung it in a heavy, horizontal arc. The sound of the impact was like a bell struck too hard. Fuka felt the vibration travel through her blade and into her bones, numbing her arm. Her grip nearly failed as the zanbato shuddered in her palms. Before she could recover her guard, Kashimo's foot slammed into her stomach. Fuka was sent flying back once more, her spine cracking against a tree trunk. Kashimo had already turned his back on her. Hataru's black blade was inches from his spine when it stopped. He had hammered a roundhouse kick into her midsection with blinding speed. The impact echoed through the night air, and Hataru was driven into the dirt like a crushed insect. She didn't even have the chance to brace herself before her back hit the earth, carving a shallow crater into the soil. The soul-split katana flew from her hand. Kashimo let go of the emerald staff, allowing it to drop to the grass. He reached out and caught the black blade as it fell. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt, a cold, repulsive energy crawled up his arm. He ignored it and turned around. The samurai shikigami was scrambling to its feet. Kashimo stepped forward and swung the black blade. His muscles surged, his veins bulging with the effort of a strike that seemed to split the very air. The sword cut through the shikigami as if it were soft tofu. The spirit's body fell apart in sections, dissolving into shards of cursed energy under the moon. Kashimo shouldered the black blade and stood still, a faint smile on his face. "I've been looking for something like this," he said, his voice light. He looked over at Hataru, who was still pinned to the ground, gasping for air. "I appreciate the gift." Hataru was pale, her lips tight and silent. Kashimo didn't seem to care. He took 2 slow steps toward her, looking down at the girl. "Your shikigami is dead," he noted. "Which means your technique is useless now, right?" He knew the answer. Unless she was a high-level user of something like the 10 Shadows, a shikigami's death was usually a permanent end to the technique. He was just being cruel. Kashimo tilted his head, looking from the younger sister to the older one. Hataru was broken on the ground, and Fuka was using her zanbato to pull herself upright. The moonlight hit Fuka's blood-stained face, revealing a look that wasn't despair, it was something far more unsettling. "If you have any more cards to play, use them now," Kashimo said. Fuka straightened her back, leaning on her sword. She stared at the men in the white robes, at the sparks of electricity dancing around his frame, and at the boredom in his eyes. He had dismantled them both with nothing but raw strength and energy. Fuka laughed. He was magnificent. The thought surprised her, but she didn't fight it. She raised her hands and began to weave a complex sign. She stopped thinking about the consequences, about the danger to her sister, or whether she would be able to stand after the effort was finished. She only wanted to show this man everything she was. Domain expansion. Cursed energy flooded the woods, and the very boundaries of space began to warp. The shell of a domain began to manifest behind her like an unfurling scroll. Opposite her, Kashimo raised his own hand. He formed a sign and began the incantation. This was the Edo period, the new Shadow School's simple domain hadn't been perfected yet. He had no defense against a domain other than the hollow wicker basket. The barrier expanded, the air vibrating with enough pressure to choke the life out of Hataru. Just as the shell was about to close, a sharp sound echoed through the clearing. It was the sound of ice cracking. Kashimo's eyes narrowed. The barrier in front of him was shattering. The edges of the domain were being pierced from the outside, falling away in jagged shards of energy that vanished into the wind. It wasn't his hollow wicker basket that had done it. Fuka's expansion had been forcibly interrupted. Kashimo didn't move. He felt the shift in the air, a familiar, impossible resonance. A figure stepped slowly out of the shadows of the trees. His white hair shifted in the night breeze. His brilliant blue eyes were fixed on Kashimo. Kashimo's grip on the soul-split katana tightened. The ghost had returned to the battlefield. Chapter 17, Lightning vs. Limitless, Part 5, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 17, Lightning vs. Limitless, Part 5, Bonus Chapter. A figure emerged slowly from the edge of the shattered domain. White hair shifted in the night wind, matted with dried blood. His robes were stained a dark, mottled crimson, torn in several places to reveal skin that was already knitting itself back together. And those eyes. There was no mistaking them. Kashimo instinctively shifted his stance, holding the soul-split katana in front of him. For the first time, a look of genuine shock crossed his face. 6 eyes. His voice carried a flicker of uncertainty. "Are you kidding me?" By all accounts, it shouldn't have been possible. His chest had been vaporized, his head struck, his body destroyed to a point beyond recognition. No one survived that. Unless, in that final heartbeat, he had grasped the spark of a reverse cursed technique. It was the same miracle that had saved Satoru Gojo from a terminal blow centuries in the future. The sudden manifestation of positive energy, flowing through the body to repair the irreparable. Kashimo's gaze sharpened. Erasure Gojo had done it. He had awakened. Under the moonlight, the blood-stained figure came to a halt. He raised a hand and casually brushed the white hair from his forehead, revealing a face smeared with gore. He smiled. Despite the carnage he'd just endured, he looked as if he had just woken up from a long, refreshing nap. "Yo," Erasure said. His voice was raspy, like he'd crawled out from the bottom of a well. "It's been a while." Kashimo stared at the white silhouette. Reverse curse technique. He. Ha 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 ha, Erasure laughed. It started low, almost private, like a joke only he'd heard. Then it climbed. His head tilted back, white hair falling away from his ruined face. There was a manic glint in his eyes. That's right, Erasure said, his words slow and deliberate. When you blew a hole in my chest, I stopped thinking. I threw everything into finding the core of cursed energy. He paused and tapped his temple with a finger. Your mistake was that your staff didn't finish off my brain. Kashimo didn't respond. The look of shock had already faded, replaced by a cold, calculating calm. He wasn't afraid. He was simply re-evaluating the threat. He had guessed as much, a moment of clarity at the edge of death, a surge of positive energy, and a head that remained intact just long enough to process the miracle. Kashimo didn't waste time with words. He lowered the soul-split katana from his shoulder and gripped the hilt tight. The black blade shimmered under the moon. Cursed energy began to surge through him once more, forming that familiar, vibrating film over his skin. Domain amplification. Behind him, Fuka was struggling to stay upright, her technique burnt out and her body spent. Hataru lay in the dirt, her shikigami gone, able to do nothing but watch. They didn't matter anymore. Kashimo tightened the muscles in his legs, the ground beneath his feet beginning to crack under the pressure. He looked at the bloodied man across from him and felt a jagged smile spread across his face. Mistake, he asked, his voice steady in the night air. The fight's only just starting. The ground exploded. Kashimo vanished in a cloud of dust and stone, reappearing above Erasure. The soul-split katana cut a black arc through the moonlight, aimed directly at Arashi's head. The blade hit nothing but air. Erasure didn't block or parry. He simply drifted backward and up, floating like a feather caught in a breeze. He drifted out of the attack range with effortless grace. Kashimo's blade bit into the dirt. He looked up instantly. Erasure was suspended in the air, looking down at him. The blue eyes were different now. The anger was gone, replaced by something purer and far more dangerous. You know, Kashimo, Erasure said, his voice sandpapery but firm. If it wasn't for you, I don't think I would have ever reached this point. He paused, his smile widening into something almost unhinged. But now, I feel incredible. Cursed energy began to churn around him. It wasn't the frantic explosion of a man pushed to his limit, it was a smooth, controlled flow, as if he had finally found the right dial. Phase, he chanted. Paramitha. Pillar of light. He raised his hand. Cursed energy condensed into a microscopic point in his palm. Cursed technique reversal, red. A flash of crimson light erupted. It wasn't a shockwave of suction. It was pure repulsion, the polar opposite of blue. It was the power of infinity turned outward. A pillar of red light poured from Arashi's palm and crashed into Kashimo with everything it had. The ground buckled. Stone was crushed into powder, and the air shrieked as it was compressed. Kashimo didn't try to run. There was no time. He held the soul-split katana in front of him, the black steel reflecting the oncoming crimson glare. The explosion swallowed the world. When the dust finally began to settle, Kashimo was still standing. His arms were trembling from the impact, and the skin of his palms was raw and scorched. The lingering red light bled away from the blade of his sword. He hadn't retreated. Instead, he was laughing. He realized then that he had been carrying a burden he never needed to carry. For 17 years, the legends of the future had followed him like a shadow. Satoru Gojo. Kashimo Sukuna. Names that had once felt too large, too distant, too absolute to stand against. He had told himself, over and over, that there was no way forward. No way past them. No way to win. But his arms were still working. His bones were still holding. His heart was hammering against his ribs, not with fear, but with the raw, violent instinct he had forged through 1,000 battles. A true warrior does not turn back because the enemy seems untouchable. A true warrior keeps swinging until the world itself is forced to answer. Kashimo tightened his grip on the black sword, crushing the tremors in his hands. He looked up at the white silhouette in the sky, at those blue eyes and that bloody, smiling face. There was no difference between him and the Kashimo Hajime of the legends. Both were monsters that thrived on the edge. Both were men who would swing a blade even at the peak of the world. He took a deep breath. The arcs of electricity around his body exploded. Blue and white light snapped violently, turning the air to ozone. Stone shattered and the earth groaned as a tide of cursed energy poured out of him, turning the clearing into a sea of blinding lightning. The black blade reflected the storm, and the smile on Kashimo's face was nothing short of manic. Prove it to the world. Kashimo launched himself off the ground, a bolt of lightning rising to meet the moon. Prove it to this era. High above, Arashi's eyes flared. Prove it to yourself. The two silhouettes collided under the moon. Red light and blue lightning tore the night sky apart. Only one could be the strongest. Chapter 18, Lightning vs. Limitless, Part 6, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 18, Lightning vs. Limitless, Part 6, Bonus Chapter. Clouds swirled overhead, thunder rattling within the dark mass as flashes of blue and white lit the night sky. In the air, the two men were a blur of violence. Kashimo's assault was a deluge, a relentless storm of strikes that left no room for breath. The soul-split katana traced jagged black arcs through the moonlight, each swing carrying the weight of a thunderbolt, forcing Erasure back. Erasure gritted his teeth, his six eyes capturing every movement as he dodged at the edge of his limits. It wasn't enough. Kashimo was getting faster. Erasure saw a microscopic opening and raised his hand. Curse technique lapse, blue. A massive suction force erupted behind Kashimo, dragging him backward and pulling his blade half an inch off course. It was all Erasure needed. He plummeted to the ground, landing on one knee. He was gasping for air, chest heaving, his face a mess of sweat and blood. His reverse curse technique was active, but the repairs were struggling to keep up with the sheer rate of damage. Kashimo landed 10 paces away. They stared at one another across the ruined clearing, two men with bloodied faces and eyes that burned with a manic intensity. There were no more words. Erasure lunged, the ground shattering beneath him. He was a white blur as he closed the distance, throwing a punch that carried every ounce of his remaining strength. It wasn't a technique, just pure physical effort. Kashimo didn't move. He raised an arm and braced for the impact. Bang. Erasure felt as if he'd struck a wall of solid iron, the vibration numbing his entire arm. In the next heartbeat, Kashimo used the momentum of the punch to flip over Arashi's head. He twisted his torso mid-air and drove his elbow down with the force of a falling hammer. It slammed into Arashi's face. Blood sprayed. Arashi's head snapped back, and he stumbled away, nearly losing his footing. His face was a mask of heat and pain, and the world was beginning to spin. But he didn't fall. He steadied himself and looked back at Kashimo with a jagged, bloody smile. Erasure struck again. This time, he didn't miss. His fist buried itself in Kashimo's stomach. Kashimo's body doubled over like a bowstring being drawn, and then he was launched backward. He snapped through a tree trunk and tumbled through the brush before hitting the dirt, coughing up a spray of crimson that stained the dead leaves. Kashimo lay there for a second, stunned. It wasn't a normal blow. At the moment of impact, he'd felt a violent pull, as if his internal organs were being dragged toward Arashi's fist. He was attaching the concept of blue to his physical strikes. Kashimo pushed himself up and wiped his mouth. Clever. He looked at the white-haired man. Erasure was gasping, his fist still extended, sweat and blood dripping from his chin. Kashimo's smile returned. It still wasn't enough. He could feel the voltage. The charges were nearly set. Kashimo vanished. An instant later, he was behind Erasure. The soul-split katana fell in a black arc, shearing through Arashi's shoulder. There was a sickening crunch of bone, a mist of blood, and an arm tumbled into the dirt. Arashi's eyes widened, and he began to turn, but Kashimo had already dropped the sword. He moved in close and drove a fist into Arashi's face. The thin, blue link between them flickered to life, bright as a spark. Then, the world turned red. Half of Arashi's body exploded. Flesh, bone, and organs were vaporized into a fine mist. From his shoulder down to his waist, a massive, jagged hole had been carved out of his torso. Through the hollow space, the moonlight illuminated the trees behind him. He didn't fall. What was left of Erasure Gojo remained standing. He raised his remaining hand, forming the shape of a pistol. He pointed his index finger at Kashimo's face. Curse technique reversal, red. His voice was a gravelly rasp, forced through a throat full of blood. The light exploded at his fingertips. At that range, there was no dodging. Kashimo felt a heavy impact in his chest, driving the air out of his lungs in an instant. His bones groaned, and his internal organs shuddered as the force tore through him. He coughed blood and was hurled backward, snapping through tree after tree until he was driven deep into the face of a massive boulder. Dust and debris rained down. Kashimo was pinned in the rock, his chest heaving as his reverse curse technique worked frantically to knit his flesh back together. In the distance, the ruined half of Arashi's body was already beginning to heal. Positive energy flooded the wounds, bone and skin growing back over the void in his side. He wiped the blood from his lips with a hand that was still missing its fingernails. His blue eyes tracked Kashimo through the dust. Kashimo pulled himself from the stone, shards of rock clattering to the ground. He rolled his shoulders, his joints popping, blood soaking his white robes. He reached down and picked up a stone the size of a fist. He weighed it in his hand. It was perfect. It was time for a test. Across the clearing, Erasure raised his newly formed arm. He flexed his fingers, ensuring the bones were set. His face was unnervingly calm. The trouble with a family legacy, Erasure began, is that the techniques eventually become common knowledge. He paused. But even within the Gojo clan, there is a secret technique known only to a few and hidden from the rest of the world. When it's invoked through sacred words, it goes beyond its limits, and becomes something far more dangerous. Erasure raised his left hand. Cursed energy began to churn. Phase, Paramitha. Pillar of light. A sphere of crimson light manifested in his palm, vibrating with enough repulsive force to crack the earth below. Cursed technique reversal, red. Then his right hand flared with a deep, crushing azure. A bottomless well of attraction formed, dragging the surrounding shadows into its center. Phase. Twilight. Eyes of wisdom. Cursed technique lapse, blue. A second sphere formed, a deep, swirling vortex of blue light that seemed to swallow the moonlight itself. Repulsion and attraction. One in each hand. Kashimo's pupils constricted. He knew exactly what was coming. He didn't hesitate. His cursed energy flared to its absolute maximum, the arcs of electricity around him turning into a blinding, deafening storm. The air became scorched and heavy. He gripped the stone in his hand, flooding it with voltage. He wasn't just dumping energy into it, he was packing positive and negative charges at a density that shouldn't have been possible. His nature was lightning. Physics was his playground. If he could apply enough voltage and pressure to a projectile, he could create an electromagnetic cannon in the palm of his hand. He'd known the theory for years. Now, he finally had a reason to use it. Opposite him, Arashi's incantation reached its peak. He brought the red and blue spheres together. They didn't explode or repel, they merged, twisting into a singular, terrifying void of violet energy. The sphere hung in the air, distorting light and space around it. Erasure held the purple orb like a marble, his thumb poised to flick it forward. 9 ropes. Polarized light. Crow and declaration. Between the front and the back. Arashi's thumb snapped forward. Hollow technique, purple. A massive pillar of violet light roared across the clearing. At the same instant, Kashimo's railgun fired. Chapter 19, Erasure Gojo, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 19, Erasure Gojo. The doors to the birthing room flew open. The midwife's voice was loud enough to rattle the roof tiles. People surged forward, a chaotic wave of questions that died the moment she spoke again. Gods above. He has the 6 eyes. The infant's cry echoed through the inner rooms, sharp and clear. The elders of the clan traded looks, their clouded eyes filling with relief. The head of the house took the bundle. He looked down at the wrinkled face and the eyes, a piercing, crystalline blue, as if a fragment of the sky had been carved out and set into the child's eyes. What shall we call him? Someone asked. The father was silent for a long time. He looked out the window. A gust of wind had just pulled the clouds apart, revealing the vast azure above. Erasure, he said. Erasure Gojo. An ancient tree stood in the center of the Gojo courtyard. Its branches were heavy with leaves, shading a patch of ground said to be older than the estate itself. Erasure spent much of his childhood lying in that grass, watching the sky. Clouds drifted. Birds circled. He would stay there for hours, lost in the blue. My name is Erasure Gojo. They told me I was the future. The hope of the family. They said the 6 eyes were a divine gift, a legacy of power I was born to carry. They said I was the light of the Jujutsu world. My early years were happy. My father was busy, but he always found time to spar with me. My mother was gentle, watching my antics with a permanent, soft smile. Even the elders, stiff and formal as they were, looked upon me with kindness. Until I turned 15. My father died. My mother fell ill. Suddenly, I was the head of the house. The world wasn't as beautiful as I'd imagined. Sorcerers, clans, curse users, the shogunate, they were all playing a game of shadows and slaughter. I learned to read the hidden meanings in every greeting and the knives tucked behind every smile. I learned to hide myself away, presenting only the mask of a composed leader. My life felt gray. Until I met her. Erasure lay beneath the tree, a small smile touching his lips at the memory. He didn't say her name aloud, but thinking of it felt like a sunbeam breaking through a storm. We loved each other. We married. Within a year, we had a child. A small, loud boy. He didn't have the blue eyes, but his cry was strong enough to shake the walls. The happiness didn't last. During an attack by curse users, she threw herself in front of a technique meant for our son. She survived, but she fell into a deep, silent sleep. A day passed. A month. A year. I sat by her bed every morning. I told her about the small things. What I'd eaten, how the boy was learning to speak, how the old tree was growing new leaves. She never heard me, but I kept talking. And today, she woke up. I stood by the bed, watching her eyes open. I saw the smile slowly return to her pale face. I held her hand, my throat tight and my eyes burning, unable to find the words. They brought the child to her, a little boy who could now walk and talk, and she wept as she held him. We held each other. The whole house wept with us. The servants, the kin, the guards, they all shed tears of joy. The sound of their crying drifted through the halls, out into the courtyard, and under the shade of the old tree. But something felt wrong. The crying. It sounded different. It sounded like mourning. Is it, for me? Erasure looked down. His hands were thinning. His body was becoming transparent, a ghost in his own memory. He looked at her face, the woman who had just been smiling, and saw her looking back at him through a veil of tears. He understood then. The battle. The men made of lightning. The collision of the hollow purple and the lightning. Had he won? Had he lost? He couldn't remember. He only remembered the feeling at the end. A deep, hollow exhaustion, followed by a strange sense of peace. He looked at his wife one last time. He looked at his son. He looked at the shadow of the old tree. And he smiled. Moonlight washed over the clearing. Kashimo stood in the dirt, looking at the remains of the men in the white robes. Only the legs were left standing. The entire upper half of Erasure Gojo had been erased. The electromagnetic railgun had consumed nearly every drop of Kashimo's cursed energy, but it had successfully countered the purple. The legs remained planted in the grass, held up by the final, lingering momentum of a dead man's stance. A breeze drifted through the trees, rustling the dead leaves as it passed between the two standing limbs. You actually dropped the infinity to boost the output of that last shot, Kashimo said, his voice flat. I was planning to get in close if I missed, but you made it easy. He spat on the ground. Stupid. He turned away, shouldering the soul-split katana as he walked toward the edge of the clearing. He found the Tokugawa sisters lying in the dirt. Fuka was still breathing, her chest rising and falling in shallow, ragged jerks. Her red robes were soaked through with blood. She stared up at the stars, her expression distant. A few paces away, Hataru lay still. She was gone. Steam rose from Kashimo's skin as his reverse curse technique finished knitting his wounds together. The white mist drifted in the moonlight. The pain was there, but he was used to it. It didn't bother him. He looked down at Fuka. Why? He asked. Fuka's eyes shifted, focusing on the silhouette of the man standing over her. His face was in shadow, his expression unreadable against the moon. Why, what? Your sister is dead, Kashimo said. His tone was clinical. Shouldn't you be sad? He watched her closely. His eyes were cold, as if he were studying a strange specimen, trying to understand a concept that had always eluded him. Fuka's lips quirked into a bloody, twisted smile. She and I, we didn't have much of a bond, she rasped. We shared a father. We shared blood. That was all. Her red eyes were bright in the darkness, like two glowing embers. Kashimo clicked his tongue. He wanted to say something, but the words felt stuck. He looked at her for another second before turning his back. Wait, Fuka called out. Kashimo stopped and looked over his shoulder. What? Aren't you going to kill me? She lay there, looking up at him with a mix of confusion and something else he couldn't name. She had been raised to believe the weak were simply fodder for the strong. It was the law of the world. I'm not interested. My goal is powerful sorcerers, not two weak women who have nothing left. He paused, feeling a flash of irritation at himself for explaining. He wasn't good at this. Being around Rinzo had made him soft, or at least prone to talking too much. Fuka watched him go. Her eyes blinked slowly in the moonlight. You're a strange one, she whispered. What was left of her cursed energy was still working, slowly knitting her back together. It wasn't much, but it would be enough to keep her alive. It would be enough to heal. A/N, this was the bonus chapter because we passed 100 power stones. I finally managed to drop all 5 chapters. So, how did you like the chapters? I'm really curious about your thoughts on the Gojo vs Kashimo fight. If you liked everything so far, I really appreciate your power stones. 200 power stones equals I will drop plus 1 more bonus chapter. You can help me reach it by giving your daily power stones. See you in the next chapters. Chapter 20, Poor Technique, bonus chapter. Chapter 20, Poor Technique, bonus chapter. Fuka stumbled to her feet. She clutched her wounded arm, blood still dripping from her robes and pooling in the dirt at her feet. Moonlight hit her face, illuminating a stubborn, blood-stained expression. She stood there, watching the men who had already started to walk away. Wait, she called out, her voice raspy but clear. Take me with you. No. Kashimo didn't stop. He didn't even turn his head. He already had one burden to look after, and he wasn't looking for a second. Besides, his cursed energy was nearly bottomed out after that last electromagnetic blast. He didn't have the patience for this. He kept walking. Hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Fuka sprinted ahead and spread her arms, blocking his path. Her beautiful red eyes burned with intensity. "If you don't agree," she panted, "I'll follow you until you." Kashimo. Fuka's threat was cut short. A voice had come from the side. Kashimo froze. The voice was familiar. Far too familiar. He turned his head toward the sound. A small figure was standing a short distance away. She was wearing her travel-worn clothes, her hair was a mess, and her face was flushed from the journey, but her eyes were bright. She was holding a staff. The emerald staff. Kashimo had left the weapon propped in the dirt, and she had somehow found her way here with it. He stared at the staff, then at her face. He felt a sudden, strange lightness. Thank God. Saved. Rinzo held the staff with one hand, watching him. "A curse came to the inn," she said, her voice still ragged from breathing but steady. "I killed it." She paused. Her gaze shifted past Kashimo to the blood-soaked woman in the red robes. "And who is she?" Kashimo opened his mouth to speak. We just fought." Fuka's voice was faster than his. She stood her ground, still clutching her wounded arm, her eyes locked on Rinzo. Even covered in blood and wearing tattered robes, she tried to stand tall. Rinzo listened and gave a slow nod. "Oh. I see." She gripped the emerald staff with both hands and held it in front of her. Then she suddenly spoke with seriousness in her eyes. "Then, Kashimo. I want to fight you, too." A question mark appeared over Kashimo's head. "Me? A fight?" He looked at Rinzo's youthful, determined face, then at the staff that was nearly twice her height. He stayed silent for a few seconds. He wondered if the curse had rattled her brain. Before he could process it, Rinzo charged. Her movements were disciplined and practiced. It was the opening stance of the Hisashige dojo. Kashimo raised the soul-split katana and parried the strike with a casual flick of his wrist. The sound of the collision rang through the forest. Kashimo's arm hummed from the vibration. His pupils constricted. The girl's strength. Since when had she become this powerful? Rinzo didn't give him time to think. She used the momentum of the parry to swing the staff in a wide, horizontal arc. Fuka watched from the sidelines, her red eyes wide with surprise. Kashimo retreated, putting distance between them. He stood in the moonlight, staring at the girl holding his staff. His brow furrowed. Was it the curse? No. Her heavenly restriction had finally been revealed. His mind raced through the implications. He had planned to look after her because she was Juro's daughter. He'd figured that if she only ever reached her father's level, he would just keep her around, let her live a comfortable life, and wander the world together. In this era, with the exception of the 10 Shadows user, nothing could truly threaten him. Supporting a stray wouldn't have been a problem. Juro's dying wish was for her to survive. Kashimo had fulfilled that. But this was different. She was developing the ability to protect herself. A fully realized heavenly restriction could survive in this world on its own. He was here to honor a debt, not to be a permanent nanny. He made a decision and tossed the soul-split katana aside. The black blade traced an arc through the air before thudding into the dirt near Fuka's feet. Fuka looked at the sword, then at him, her eyes filled with confusion. Kashimo ignored her. He faced Rinzo, his empty hands slowly curling into fists. He vanished. An instant later, he was standing in front of her. He drove a fist into her stomach. Rinzo gasped as she was lifted off her feet. The emerald staff flew from her hands, tumbling into the tall grass nearby. Before she could even process the hit, a roundhouse kick slammed into her side. Rinzo was sent skidding across the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust and dead leaves. She lay there, coughing and struggling to push herself up. Her arms were shaking violently, and she couldn't find the strength to stand. Kashimo stood where he was and lowered his leg. His face was a blank. Passable strength but poor technique. He gave the evaluation in a flat, clinical tone. That's enough. Go back. He turned and walked toward the grass. The emerald staff lay there, glowing with a soft, green hue. He picked it up, weighed it in his hand, and shouldered it. When he looked up, Fuka was limping toward him. She was holding the soul-split katana, and she didn't look like she had any intention of giving it back. Kashimo looked at her. He didn't say anything, and he didn't ask for the sword. He knew he wouldn't be able to shake her off easily, so he let it be. He turned and started the walk out of the forest. Behind them, Rinzo finally managed to haul herself up. She stood in the clearing, watching the men with the staff walk away. She watched as he disappeared into the shadows without a single backward glance. Her lips moved, but she couldn't find the words to call out to him. The inn. Kashimo stood at his door, looking down at the woman who refused to leave. Moonlight spilled through the window at the end of the hall, stretching Fuka's shadow across the floorboards. She leaned against the doorframe, still covered in blood and grime, her red eyes fixed on him. She clearly had no intention of moving. Kashimo was out of options. She had followed him from the woods to the inn, and from the lobby to his room. He'd made sure Rinzo was in her own room to rest, and then Fuka had followed him to his own threshold. When he stopped, she stopped. When he moved, she moved. She hadn't said a word, she just lingered like a ghost. If you keep following me, Kashimo said, his voice laced with tiredness, I'll leave you in the hall all night. He stared at her with dull, flat eyes. Fuka blinked. Then I'll sleep in the hall. She sounded entirely convinced of her plan. Kashimo stayed silent for 2 seconds. Fine. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Then, he slammed it. Fuka stood in the hallway, staring at the closed door for a few seconds. The inn was silent, the only light coming from the moon. She leaned against the wood and slowly slid down until she was sitting on the floor. The floorboards were cold. She buried her head between her knees and wrapped her arms around her legs, curling into a small ball. She didn't want to go back. Not to that house, not to that life. If her father found out Hataru was dead and she was still alive, she knew what awaited her. Torture. Execution. Or being sold off as a political pawn to some distant family. She'd seen it happen too many times. Following this man was different. She pressed her face deeper into her knees. At least with him, she felt a strange sense of security. She didn't have to worry about the next betrayal or the next auction. The hallway was quiet, save for the sound of her own breathing. Then, the door creaked open. A hand rested on her head. It was large and warm, with rough calluses. Fuka froze at the touch. A surge of positive energy flowed from the hand, seeping into her shattered arm. She felt her wounds begin to knit and her bones snap back into place. The pain receded into a dull, manageable throb. Fuka looked up. Kashimo was standing in the doorway, his face silhouetted against the light inside the room. Get in, he said, his voice back to its usual lazy drawl. Go wash up and change. Your clothes smell like a slaughterhouse, and I'm not explaining that to the innkeeper. He paused. I'm leaving early tomorrow. Whether you're awake to follow me is your problem. He turned back into the room. I'll sleep in the chair. Fuka watched him. The moonlight caught her red eyes, and for a moment, they looked as if they were glowing with something more than light itself. A/N, here's your bonus chapter for reaching 200 power stones. Next goal, 300 power stones. Don't forget to vote with your power stones. Chapter 21, Erasure Gojo is dead. Chapter 21, Erasure Gojo is dead. The next morning. The mountain mist had yet to clear, hanging from the branches in long, thin ribbons that the rising sun turned to pale gold. Birds called out from the trees, their voices sharp and clear as if trying to wake the entire forest. Kashimo walked the mountain path, his emerald staff in one hand and the soul-split katana propped over his shoulder. After a few paces, he stopped and looked back. A figure was trailing him through the fog. Fuka had changed her clothes. She was no longer wearing the blood-stained rags from the night before. Her hair was bound back in a high ponytail that swayed with every step she took. For a common sorcerer, she was absurdly stubborn. It had been an hour since they left the inn. She hadn't said a single word. She simply mirrored his movements. When he moved quickly, she sped up. When he slowed down, she followed suit. Now that he had stopped, she stood 10 paces away, her red eyes fixed on him in a steady, unyielding stare. Kashimo turned away and continued his walk. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the mist, one following the other. As for Rinzo, he had left her at the inn. Before leaving at dawn, he had stood outside her door for a moment, listening. It was quiet, save for the sound of her steady breathing. She hadn't woken up. Or perhaps she had, but chose to stay silent. He didn't know. He hadn't knocked. He had just walked away. She had found her own power. She no longer needed his protection. Kashimo shouldered the blade and the staff, disappearing into the depths of the fog. Behind him, the red-clad figure followed. The Zenin estate. Zenin Sawara sat on the dais, his chin resting on his hand. He leaned forward slightly, as still as a carved statue. Morning light filtered through the paper doors, casting his face in half-shadow and hiding his expression. On either side, the elders and attendants stood with their heads bowed, hardly daring to breathe. The silence had lasted for a long time. It lasted until someone began to swallow nervously, until knees grew sore, and until the chirping of the birds outside began to grate on the ears. The rumors about Erasure Gojo cursing Kamo Fuji, Sawara finally said. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the silence of the hall with perfect clarity. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the men in the room. What do you make of them? The elders traded glances. No one wanted to be the first to speak. After a few heartbeats, a man with white hair and a long beard took a half step forward and bowed. The issue is. He chose his words with extreme caution. While the claim is unsubstantiated, the news came directly from the Kamo house. And since Lord Fuji passed away yesterday. He paused. There is no one left to verify the truth. The hall fell silent again. Sawara didn't respond, shifting his gaze to another man. Zenin Yuichi stepped forward. Regardless of the truth, he said, his tone much more direct than the elders, the news has made the Gojo family a target. Every minor faction is looking for a reason to distance themselves from Erasure. He looked Sawara in the eye. We are in a perfect position to absorb the groups that are abandoning the Gojo. Another elder stepped forward, his face flushed with an excitement he couldn't hide. Exactly, Lord Sawara. The Gojo are under fire, and the Kamo have collapsed. This is the moment for the Zenin to rise above everyone else. A chorus of agreement followed. He's right. We cannot let this chance slip by. A gift from the gods. Shut up. Sawara's voice was quiet, but it hit the room like a bucket of ice water. The hall went silent instantly. Beside him, a shadow stirred. The divine dogs emerged soundlessly from the darkness, one black, one white. They sat at his feet, letting out low, rhythmic growls that sounded like a blunt knife scraping against bone. The elders who had been cheering a moment ago shrank back. Sawara looked at them, his eyes cold. I've always suspected you were idiots, he said. It's good to have it confirmed. No one dared to answer. He leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers against the armrest. If Erasure Gojo really did this, he mused, why would he target Kamo Fuji, a man with almost no personal power? What would he gain from it? He fixed his gaze on the elder who had been the most vocal. Tell me. What is the benefit? The man opened his mouth, but no words came out. Sawara looked away, staring toward the courtyard. The morning light cast dabbing shadows of the trees against the shoji screens. What if the leak came from within the Gojo family itself, he whispered, as if talking to himself. What if it's a lure to draw us out? The doors were slammed open, hitting the walls with a violent crash. A servant stumbled into the room, his face paper white and his forehead dripping with sweat. He collapsed onto his knees, gasping for air, unable to steady himself before he spoke. Lord Sawara. Lord Sawara. Sawara's brow furrowed. Speak. The Edo festival has been suspended. Of the two Tokugawa sisters, one is dead and the other has vanished. A wave of murmurs broke out among the elders. They began to whisper frantically to one another. But the servant wasn't finished. He looked up, his lips trembling. And Erasure Gojo. Sawara felt a sudden, sharp knot of dread in his stomach. What about him? The servant swallowed hard, his voice cracking. Erasure Gojo has been killed. The hall went still. It wasn't the silence of respect, it was a heavy, suffocating void where the very sound of breathing seemed to have stopped. It lasted for a long time, until the sound of a fan hitting the floor broke the spell. Erasure Gojo is dead. Yuichi was the first to move. He lunged forward and grabbed the servant by the collar, hauling him off the floor. The man's eyes rolled back as the fabric tightened around his throat, but he didn't struggle. Yuichi, Sawara said from the dais. That's enough. Yuichi's hand stiffened. He slowly let go. The servant collapsed back onto the floor, clutching his neck and coughing violently. Sawara stood up and walked down to the men, looking down at his terrified face. What you said, Sawara whispered, his voice dangerously low. Is it true? The servant nodded frantically. Yes. It's certain. The Gojo family sent men to retrieve the body yesterday. The funeral is in a few days. Sawara straightened up. He raised a hand and touched his own face. It remained a mask, devoid of any emotion. A/N, 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your power stones. Chapter 22, you really are blunt. Chapter 22, you really are blunt. Kashimo crouched by the stream, cupping his hands to splash water over his face. The cool water clung to his skin before dripping back into the current, shattering his reflection. Ripples spread out in concentric circles, slowly settling until two distinct silhouettes reappeared in the water. One was a man with pale hair in white robes, crouching by the bank. The other was a woman in red, standing a few paces behind him. You plan on following me forever? Kashimo asked. He didn't turn around. His voice drifted over the surface of the water, laced with a hint of resignation. Fuka stood her ground, watching his back. I told you, she said. I'm staying with you until you agree to take me in. The stream bubbled along, filling the silence. Kashimo didn't answer. Nearby on the grass, 3 weapons lay in the morning light, the emerald staff, the black soul-split katana, and Fuka's massive zanbato. Each reflected the sun with a different, lethal luster. Fuka took 2 steps forward and crouched by the water. She picked up a fallen leaf and set it adrift, swirling the water with her finger. The leaf spun in small circles before the current pulled it away. I'm curious about something, she said without looking up. Her focus remained on the ripples. That girl. Wasn't she your companion? Why did you leave her behind like that? Kashimo was silent for a moment. He stared at his own reflection, the purple markings on his face shifting with the movement of the water. I only took her in to fulfill a dead man's wish, he said, his voice flat. She has power now. He paused. She doesn't need me anymore. Fuka arched an eyebrow. It was a subtle movement, but Kashimo caught it in his peripheral vision. You really are blunt, she remarked. Her tone wasn't mocking. It was more of a realization, as if she had finally figured out how his mind worked. Kashimo turned to look at her. What's that supposed to mean? Fuka didn't answer him directly. She held up one finger. First, she began, her red eyes locking onto his. It was obvious that the girl depended on you. Kashimo remained silent. She held up a second finger. Second, how can you be so sure you're okay with leaving her? She tilted her head. You stood outside her door for a long time before you left. The stream continued its steady drone. Kashimo stared at her for a few seconds before his expression went deadpan. He held up a finger of his own. First, he mimicked her tone, I don't have much of an emotional connection to her. I'm just weighing the pros and cons. He held up a second finger. Second, I'm not great with people. Her dependence on me. He trailed off. It was probably just the instinct of a weak person clinging to someone strong. He lowered his hand and looked back at the water. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dancing across the surface in fractured points of light. In my eyes, you. He pointed at her, then at the forest behind them, before pulling his hand back. You're all the same. Just collections of meat stitched together. Then why did you open the door last night and let me sleep inside? Why did you heal my wounds? Fuka leaned in close. Too close. Kashimo could feel the warmth of her breath on his face. She smelled clean, a sharp contrast to the iron scent of blood from the night before. He blinked, leaning back to reclaim his personal space. I appreciate you, he said, his voice regaining its usual lazy drawl, though his gaze flickered away for a split second. I appreciate your reckless way of fighting. Fuka blinked but said nothing. Kashimo added one more thing. Your skill is poor, but your style is good. He remembered her from the night before. She had been covered in blood, beaten half to death, yet she had forced a domain expansion without a second thought. She hadn't cared that her sister was in the blast zone. She hadn't cared about the consequences. The girl was a lunatic when she fought. He liked that. Sunlight hit the water and warmed their shoulders. Fine. I'm not going to argue about it anymore, Kashimo sighed, sounding like he was trying to convince himself. He stood up and looked down at Fuka, who was still crouching by the bank. His shadow fell across her face. I'll take you in. He paused. On the condition that you're useful. Fuka looked up, a spark of light hitting her red eyes. Tell me, what do you want to learn? Kashimo crossed his arms. I'll teach you whatever you want. Fuka practically bounced to her feet. Really? She stood straight, her eyes wide with a look of genuine, irrepressible excitement. Really, Kashimo nodded. You're not lying. I'm not. Does that make me your disciple? Fuka took a half step closer, her voice rising with cheer. Kashimo looked at her and waited 2 beats. No, he drawled. You're nowhere near ready for that. Fuka's smile faltered for a moment, and then she scoffed. You really are blunt, she muttered. Then, teach me everything you know. She tapped her index fingers together expectantly. Kashimo glanced at her before turning back toward the weapons on the grass. Sure, he called back over his shoulder. Whether you can actually learn it is up to you. Fuka stood by the stream, watching his white-clad back as he picked up the staff and the katana. She watched him prop the sword over his shoulder and saw the emerald staff catch the morning light. She didn't know that Kashimo had already done the math. Her technique, severing void, was a spatial slash. In theory, there was nothing it couldn't cut. If the day came when he couldn't handle Maharaga on his own, he would create an opening for her. He would give her the chance to cut the beast in half. Maharaga could adapt to almost anything, but surely it couldn't adapt to a slash that tore through the fabric of space itself. Kashimo adjusted the sword on his shoulder and let out a small, dry chuckle. Though, if that wheel on the beast's head managed to spin even once before he struck, he knew the game would be over before it truly began. A/N, 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your Power Stones. Chapter 23, Ibaraki Doji, bonus chapter. Chapter 23, Ibaraki Doji, bonus chapter. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, scattering dappled light across the forest floor. The woods were quiet except for the occasional bird call and the steady whistle of a blade cutting through the air. Kashimo sat on a mossy rock, one leg propped up and the other dangling, with the emerald staff resting across his knees. He watched the figure in front of him with a lazy, detached gaze. "Keep your stand steady," he said, his voice level. "Control your breathing. Don't rush it." Fuka held the soul-split katana with both hands, locked in the middle of a heavy swing. The black blade was significantly heavier than the zanbato she was used to, and with every strike, the muscles in her forearms trembled. Sweat rolled down her cheeks and dripped onto the dirt, leaving small, dark spots in the dust. "Why?" she gritted her teeth, the blade stalling for a fraction of a second. "Do I still have to practice the basics?" Kashimo didn't answer immediately. He stood up, letting out a small, sharp hiss of breath through his teeth. He walked over to her and looked down at her flushed face. "Mastery isn't about variety. It's about precision," he said flatly. "Do you actually think your foundation is solid?" Fuka opened her mouth to argue, but the words wouldn't come. "Grip it tighter." Kashimo flicked his wrist, the emerald staff darting forward. Snap. The tip of the staff caught the back of Fuka's hand with a sharp crack. Kashimo pulled the weapon back and sat back down on the rock. Sunlight hit his shoulders, making his pale hair glow. "As a sorcerer," he said in his usual drawl, "you can never allow your weapon to leave your hand in a fight." Fuka looked down at her hand. A red mark was already blooming on her skin, burning with a sharp heat. She didn't complain. She simply adjusted her grip on the soul-split katana, holding it tighter than before. "Understood." Her voice was stronger this time. Kashimo said nothing more. The birds called out again and then went silent. The only sound left was the whistle of the blade. Once, twice, the rhythm slowly finding its center. Half an hour passed. The sun moved across the trees, illuminating Fuka's focused face. Sweat soaked the hair at her temples. No one spoke. The silence of the forest was broken only by the steady, repetitive beat of the black blade cutting the air. Practice ended. Fuka dropped the katana and collapsed backward, lying flat on the grass. She didn't care about the dirt. Her chest heaved as she gasped for air, sweat stinging her eyes. Kashimo looked down at her and tilted his head. "Finished already?" Fuka rolled her eyes, though she was breathing too hard to manage a retort. After a few heartbeats, she finally caught her breath. "You," she rasped, "are incredibly annoying." Kashimo didn't take the bait. He unclipped a worn leather water skin from his belt and leaned down to hand it to her. "Rest for a moment," he said. "I'm taking you to see someone." Fuka didn't hesitate. She grabbed the water skin and tilted her head back, gulping down the cool liquid. It spilled from the corners of her mouth and soaked her collar, but she didn't care. She drank until the fire in her throat finally dimmed. She wiped her mouth and looked up at him. "Who are we seeing?" Kashimo's face remained blank. An old schemer who's been around for 600 years. He knew exactly where Kenjaku was hiding. He was near Kyoto. It would take some effort to track him down, but they were already close. Traveling at the speed of a sorcerer meant they had made good time. Outskirts of Kyoto. Kenjaku stood in a clearing, his eyes fixed on the trees ahead. A figure was slowly emerging from the shadows. It was a mass of thick, foul-cursed energy, a twisted shape that seemed to warp the light around it. Two hollow sockets stared back at him, watching, waiting. A slow smile spread across Kenjaku's face. It was a look of deep, curious amusement. Ibaraki Doji. The name had lived in legend for centuries. He was the most loyal general of Shuten Doji and one of the most vicious demon commanders of the Heian period. The story said he was a human castaway, abandoned as an infant and raised as a beast before fully transforming into a monster. He and his master had terrorized Kyoto for years, leaving the capital in a state of constant, bloody turmoil. The longer a legend is told, the deeper the fear becomes. And that fear had finally given the legend a physical form. Kenjaku knew all of this. But he also remembered one specific detail very clearly. In the Heian era, Shuten Doji and his two generals, Ibaraki and Hashiguma, had been slaughtered. Reincarnated Sukuna had seen to that himself. And yet, Kenjaku looked at the figure standing before him, feeling the resonance of that terrifying, familiar energy. His smile tightened for a split second. So, he whispered to the forest. What exactly is the situation here? A/N, THX for the support guys. New PS goal 500 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your power stones. Chapter 24, The Lone Demon King of the Edo Period. Chapter 24, The Lone Demon King of the Edo Period. Even for Kenjaku, this was a first. A cursed spirit that had already been exorcised was manifesting again, reborn from the void by centuries of accumulated human terror. If that were the case, what about Shuten Doji? He looked up at the figure solidifying in front of him, his mind working through the variables. This current vessel was a poor choice for combat. He hadn't selected it for its physical prowess. If a fight broke out, he wouldn't just struggle against something like Ibaraki Doji, even a grade 1 curse would be a problem. He needed Kashimo. Or perhaps the 10 shadows. The problem was, he had no idea where Kashimo had gone. Kenjaku sifted through his latest reports. Erasure Gojo had been killed outside Edo. It was an outcome he hadn't fully expected. The Six Eyes might not have been fully matured, but he wasn't easy to kill. If Kashimo had managed it, he was significantly stronger than when they had last met. Knowing Kashimo's temperament, the man was likely looting Edo for everything it was worth. Kenjaku's eyelid flickered as he recalled how his own wallet seemed to empty whenever the man in white was around. For the first time in a very long while, Kenjaku felt a bead of cold sweat on his neck. It was an absurd sensation for a man who usually wore a permanent, composed smile, but the threat was real. Ibaraki Doji was almost finished forming. Cursed energy was thickening into a dense, suffocating cloud. The hollow sockets in the spirit's face were beginning to flicker with the first traces of pupils. Kenjaku had no easy way out. He couldn't afford to waste the cursed objects he was saving for the culling game. Just as he was weighing the risks of running versus staying to gamble. Hey, Kenjaku. A voice drifted down from above. It was lazy, arrogant, and laced with a touch of amusement. You look like you're having a rough time. Kenjaku looked up. In that moment, he realized it was the first time he had ever actually been happy to hear Kashimo's voice. Kashimo was perched on a branch of a nearby tree. The morning sun was behind him, casting him in a sharp silhouette, but the purple markings around his eyes glowed with a predatory light. On an adjacent branch stood a girl in red robes. Her hair was pulled back in a high ponytail, and she was looking down at him with a mix of curiosity and boredom. Kenjaku's expression shifted, and then his trademark smile returned. Your timing is impeccable, he said. I find myself in need of assistance. Kenjaku stepped to the side, gesturing toward the forming curse. The air around Ibaraki Doji was already beginning to warp under the pressure of its energy. This is Ibaraki Doji, the demon of the Heian era, Kenjaku explained. He's returned, though the reason remains a mystery. He made a graceful gesture, as if inviting a guest to a dinner table. Kashimo's eye twitched. I know I'm a sorcerer, Kashimo thought, but I'm not just a damn tool. You think I'm your personal guard? He opened his mouth to retort, but a different voice cut him off. We can help. Kashimo looked over. Fuka was standing with her arms crossed, her red eyes fixed on Kenjaku. But we'll need proper payment. Kenjaku paused. He shifted his gaze from Kashimo to the girl in red. He gauged her energy. Decent, perhaps bordering on special grade, but nowhere near Kashimo's level. He tilted his head. And who are you? I am. My disciple, Kashimo interrupted. She's with me. Kenjaku stared. He blinked, once, then twice. The composure he had maintained for centuries finally faltered, replaced by a look of genuine, visible confusion. A disciple. A girl. He looked back and forth between the two. Kashimo looked completely indifferent. Fuka was looking down at him expectantly. In all the years he had known Kashimo, the men had never shown interest in anyone beyond their ability to survive a fight. Men or woman, he viewed everyone as mere collections of meat. Hell must have frozen over, Kenjaku thought. But there was no time to dwell on it. He pushed the shock aside and fixed his smile back into place. What is it you want? He asked. Kashimo jumped down from the tree, landing lightly in front of Kenjaku. He brushed a few leaves from his robes and looked him in the eye. I want a binding vow, Kashimo said. I'll kill Ibaraki Doji for you. In exchange, you will reincarnate me on June 20, 2002. Kenjaku paused. 2002. The date was specific. He ran the numbers in his head. It didn't matter, according to his calculations, the culling game would have roughly begun or ended around that time. If he wasn't around to fulfill it, the vow would be moot anyway. Kenjaku's smile widened. Agreed. The moment the words were spoken, a faint ripple of cursed energy passed between them. The vow was set. Kashimo didn't look at him again. He turned toward the now fully formed curse, drawing the soul-split katana. The black blade shimmered darkly in the sun. Behind them, Fuka watched from the branch. The only demon king of the Edo period was about to go to work. Suddenly, the ground gave way. It wasn't a physical collapse. The world itself began to spin, tear, and rebuild. The three of them were plunged into darkness, caught in a weightless tumble through a void. When their vision cleared, they were standing in a world of crimson. There was no sky, no horizon, only an endless expanse of red. It felt as if they had been swallowed by a gargantuan beast. Fleshy, pulsating walls stretched in every direction, woven together like a grotesque spiderweb. Blood flowed slowly along the meat, pooling into deep, dark crimson pits below. Skulls, severed limbs, and piles of bone were scattered across the floor like discarded toys. And from the walls, thousands of eyes were watching them. Ghosts, demons, and spirits of every description lurked in the shadows. Some were skeletal, others were masses of twisted shadow, but all of them radiated a starving, predatory hunger. They looked at the three newcomers as if they were fresh meat delivered to a cage. So, Kenjaku said, adjusting his stance as they continued to fall through the space. It seems his innate domain is the Hyaki. No one answered him because a different sound drowned him out. What the hell is a Hyaki? Fuka's scream echoed through the red void. She was flailing in the air, her previous cool demeanor completely shattered. Her red robes billowed around her and her ponytail had come undone, her long hair whipping in the wind. Kenjaku glanced at her, unimpressed. So much for the tough act. The Hyaki is the legend of the 100 demons, he explained, his voice calm despite the descent. And Ibaraki's domain is clearly their gathering ground. This place connects to the underworld. The demon king himself is likely here. Beside him, Kashimo was falling headfirst, his eyes closed. He said nothing. The soul-split katana fell beside him, its black blade a dark streak against the screaming red of the world. A/N, 500 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your power stones. Chapter 25, Nobodies. Chapter 25, Nobodies. Fuka, Kashimo's voice cut through the howling wind, as calm as if he were standing on solid ground. The staff. Fuka didn't hesitate. She didn't ask why or how. Spinning in the weightless void, she wrenched the emerald staff from her back and hurled it toward the pale-haired silhouette with everything she had. The weapon cut a green streak through the crimson space. Kashimo reached out and caught it. Kenjaku. Kashimo gripped the staff, his eyes scanning the swarming, restless spirits in the walls. I need a barrier. Something to keep you and Fuka safe. Kenjaku arched an eyebrow. He looked at the sea of demons clinging to the meat walls and the bottomless abyss below, running a quick calculation. I can do that, he said. But against a horde this dense, I can only guarantee 7 minutes. Kashimo began funneling a steady electrical charge into the staff. With his other hand, he tightened his grip on the soul-split katana. The black blade shimmered with a cold, lethal intent in the red light. 7 minutes is plenty. Kenjaku didn't waste any more breath. He brought his hands together, weaving a series of ancient, fluid signs. Cursed energy began to pool around him as he muttered a low, guttural incantation. Birth of the foul, stay from my form. Seal. On the final word, a translucent, spherical barrier snapped into existence, enveloping Kenjaku and the still shouting Fuka. The shell looked fragile, but it resonated with a heavy, primordial energy. This was the Seal of Malice, an ancient defensive technique from the Heian era. It had been designed to keep monks alive in lands infested by monsters, though it had eventually evolved into the more specialized hollow basket used to counter modern domains. As sorcery became more offensive, such pure defensive barriers were largely forgotten. Now, only Kenjaku and Tengen remembered the rhythm of the old ways. Inside the sphere, Fuka's screaming finally stopped. She gasped for air, staring in wide-eyed terror as Kashimo's figure drifted further away. Outside the barrier, Kashimo continued his descent. Thousands of eyes tracked him, but he kept his own shut, his blade pointed toward the abyss. He waited for the exact moment of impact. Suddenly, Kashimo moved. He flicked his wrist and sent the emerald staff whistling down into the darkness. It trailed a brilliant green line before vanishing into the depths. A second later, a deafening explosion rocked the domain. The staff, packed with cursed energy, hit the floor of the abyss like a falling star. Flesh and bone were pulverized in the blast, carving a massive crater into the meatscape. The demons gathered at the bottom were crushed into a fine red slurry before they could even register the threat. A fountain of blood sprayed upward, painting the red void in a darker hue. Kashimo reappeared in the center of the carnage. He stood in the middle of the fresh crater, surrounded by twitching muscle and shattered limbs. He held the soul-split katana in front of him, the black blade humming with dark energy. Above him, the spirits on the walls froze for a heartbeat. Then, they surged. They came like a tidal wave. A mass of distorted faces, greedy eyes, and reaching claws poured from every direction, descending on the lone figure in white. Kashimo took a breath. The muscles in his legs coiled as cursed energy flooded his frame, snapping like a live wire. He moved. He was a blur of motion, a streak of white lightning cutting into the heart of the horde. His first strike claimed 3 heads. His second, a wide horizontal sweep, cut 5 demons in half. By the third strike, a dozen more had been reduced to red mist. Blood splattered across his face, but he didn't blink. The soul-split katana became a flickering shadow in his hand. It didn't matter if they were legendary demon generals or nameless fodder. To him, they were all the same. He lacked the massive, world-cleaving slashes of Sukuna or the spatial erasures of Gojo, but he was a surgeon with a blade. Limbs flew. Heads rolled. The monsters that had looked upon him with hunger only seconds ago were now being piled into a mountain of cooling meat at his feet. Suddenly, he stopped. The arcs of electricity around his body exploded. A blinding blue-white light erupted from his skin, snapping and hissing with the roar of 1,000 storms. The intensity was enough to illuminate the entire crimson space for a split second. The cursed energy pouring out of him was staggering, far beyond what the legends of the original Kashimo Hajime had ever suggested. It was a physical weight that forced the surrounding spirits to recoil in fear. Kashimo looked up, his gaze piercing through the layers of ghost shadows to the far end of the domain. There, at the heart of the horde, a massive figure sat upon a throne of raw muscle. He had crimson skin and a terrifying demonic mask. A massive sake gourd hung at his hip, and the cursed energy surrounding him was so thick it had nearly turned into a physical liquid. Shuten Doji. Kashimo's lips curled into a slow, jagged smile. A bunch of nobodies, he said. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried to every corner of the bloody world. A/N, 500 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your power stones. Chapter 26, The One Beneath the King. Chapter 26, The One Beneath the King. Nobodies. The lightning followed the word. Those still surrounding him did not even have time to scream before the arcs of blue-white energy tore through them. Flesh vaporized in the glare. Bone was reduced to fine dust by the rhythmic snapping of the current. In a heartbeat, a 10-pace circle around Kashimo had been cleared of every living shadow. He did not slow down. With the soul-split katana propped over his shoulder, he walked toward the meat throne. He stepped over the mangled remains of the horde, ignoring the blood that stained his white robes. A crimson slash tore through the air from the side. It slammed into the floor half a step ahead of him, carving a deep trench into the pulsating muscle of the domain. Kashimo stopped and looked up. A figure was hanging from the meat walls above. It was Ibaraki Doji, crimson skin, a demonic mask, and a massive crescent-shaped weapon. The edge of the blade hummed with the same red light that had carved the trench between the general and his king. You first, then. Kashimo pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air. The soul-split katana cut a black arc through the red light, its edge trailing a wake of lightning as he brought it down. The sound of the collision was deafening. The crescent blade met the katana with a shower of sparks, the impact sending a shockwave through the domain. Ibaraki's face was inches away, the demonic mask staring back with hollow, frozen sockets. Kashimo let go of the hilt midair. As the swords remained locked by the sheer pressure of the clash, he drove his free hand into the center of the demon's mask. The blow landed with a dull crack. As he twisted his body in the air, Kashimo reached back and caught the falling hilt of the soul-split katana in one fluid motion. He reversed the edge. The black blade swept upward, shearing through Ibaraki's arm. Purple blood sprayed across Kashimo's face, warm and thick. Ibaraki did not make a sound. He gripped the crescent blade with his remaining hand and triggered a second slash at point-blank range. Kashimo saw the red light and the path of the strike, but there was no way to maneuver in midair. A sudden chill hit his wrist. He looked down to see his right hand spinning away, still clutching the katana. Blood trailed through the air in an arc of dark crimson. Kashimo did not cry out. He watched the falling limb, his brow furrowed in a slight frown. Was it the weapon itself, or a spatial technique like Sukuna's? He did not dwell on the thought. He reached out with his left hand, aiming for Ibaraki's second arm. Lightning condensed around the edge of his palm, turning the hand into a vibrating blade of pure energy. He brought it down. The demon's second arm fell away, tumbling toward the sea of blood below. Ibaraki lost his balance and fell from the wall. Kashimo moved to catch his falling katana, but a shift in the air caught his attention. Ibaraki's body did not continue its fall. It was being pulled toward the throne by an invisible force. He landed and looked up. Shuten Doji had moved. A massive hand reached out from the throne and caught the falling general. The hand was so large that Ibaraki's entire torso was swallowed in its grip, leaving only the mask and the bleeding stumps of his arms visible. Shuten Doji opened his mouth and stuffed the struggling form of his general inside. The sound of crunching bone was heavy and sickening. Purple blood leaked from the corners of his mouth, staining the meat throne. Kashimo watched from below. His reverse curse technique was already working, flesh and bone knitting together at his wrist with visible speed. He ignored the process, his eyes fixed on the giant. Eating his own to get stronger, Kashimo muttered. Is he trying to reincarnate? The soul-split katana lay on the floor nearby, its black blade gleaming coldly in the red light. From within the barrier, Kenjaku and Fuka watched the exchange. In the few minutes since Kashimo had thrown his staff, thousands of spirits had been erased. Fuka's hands were clenched so tight her knuckles were white. It was madness. Every one of those spirits had possessed enough cursed energy to level a village. Yet Kashimo was harvesting them like wheat. He moved with the grace of a god and the lethality of a demon. Kenjaku stood at the edge of the barrier, his smile gone. He watched Kashimo pick up the soul-split katana and look back toward the throne. He had witnessed the peak of the Heian era, the golden age of sorcery. He knew what a monster looked like. Thousands of legendary spirits, erased in less than 7 minutes. This was not just a powerful sorcerer. The strongest beneath Sukuna. The thought surfaced in Kenjaku's mind, and he realized he had been underestimating the men in the white robes. Kashimo was not a tool. He was the one who stood directly beneath the king. A/N, 500 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your power stones. Chapter 27, God of Lightning. Chapter 27, God of Lightning. The moment Shuten Doji swallowed Ibaraki, the crimson space shattered. It felt like being ripped from a fever dream. The fleshy walls, the sea of blood, and the swarming spirits all disintegrated into a void of nothingness. Kashimo felt his feet strike solid ground again. Dirt. Grass. The honest, heavy scent of damp earth. He looked up, his expression hardening. Ibaraki's domain had functioned as a bridge to the underworld, but the ghosts of the past rarely had enough soul energy to cross back into the living world. The door was always open, but they were too weak to walk through. Now, things were different. Shuten Doji had consumed the souls of his 2 greatest generals. He had the fuel he needed. Before them, a massive silhouette began to solidify out of the thin air. Cursed energy poured from the figure in a dense, suffocating tide. This was a monster that had stood as a peer to the King of Curses during the Heian era. The King of Ogres had returned. Nearby, Kenjaku's protective barrier dissolved as the domain collapsed. The translucent film faded like melting ice, leaving him and Fuka on the grass. Fuka's legs were shaking, but she gritted her teeth and stayed upright, her eyes immediately darting to the battlefield. She saw the mountain of a man forming in the clearing. Shuten Doji. The pressure of his energy made the very air vibrate. Kashimo glanced over his shoulder at Kenjaku. Kenjaku, he said. His voice was calm, almost bored. I'm doubling my price. Kenjaku stood a few paces away. He didn't look annoyed or surprised. He simply nodded with the composed air of a merchant who knew the value of a rare commodity. If that is your request, Kenjaku said. Consider it done. He didn't bother to haggle. The creature before them was nearing its full, ancient power. With the souls of his generals acting as a catalyst, Shuten Doji was a force of nature. The price was worth it. Fuka leaned down and snatched the emerald staff from the dirt. The wood felt warm in her hand. She gripped it tight and looked at the white-clad back of the man standing before the monster. Shuten Doji's body fully manifested. 6 massive, muscled arms extended from his torso, each palm large enough to crush a human skull. A legendary sake gourd hung at his waist, glowing with a dark, bruised light, as if it held the grievances of 1,000 dead souls instead of wine. The ogre looked down. His pale, unsettling pupils drifted across the 3 of them before settling on Kashimo. His demonic face split into a wide, jagged grin, revealing rows of uneven fangs. Ha 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 ha. The laugh boomed across the clearing, the sheer volume making the trees shudder. There was no malice in it, no immediate bloodlust. It was the boisterous, terrifying joy of an old friend greeting guests. All who come are guests, and all guests must drink until they can drink no more. He spread his 6 arms in a grand gesture of welcome. This is the pure land, and this is the blood-stained river. Cast aside your worries and drain the cup. Join me in the dream. The gourd at his hip unsealed itself. A heavy scent of rich wine and iron-thick blood flooded the air. Domain expansion. The world shifted. The sky and the earth were stripped away, replaced by a vast, shimmering illusion of gold and red. A river of golden sake flowed through a field of red spider lilies that stretched to the horizon. Massive sake vats hung inverted in the sky, pouring endless streams of nectar into cups the size of human heads. Drunken dream of the underworld. The domain was open. It had no shell, no boundary to trap them. It simply expanded from the ogre in every direction, swallowing the forest for half a kilometer. It was an invitation that could not be refused. Kashimo reacted the moment the space changed. He wove a sign with his hands, and a thin, protective film wrapped around his body. Hollow wicker basket. He looked back. Fuka was frantically trying to mimic the sign, her movements clumsy but desperate. She managed to trigger the defense just before the intoxicating mist could touch her. She was pale and gasping, but she was safe. Kenjaku was more composed. He stood nearby, his own hollow wicker basket held with effortless precision. He looked at the golden rivers and the giant vats in the sky. He could have expanded his own domain. He could have countered the ogre with his own brand of slaughter, a clash of Heian-era nightmares. But he looked at Kashimo. He saw the lightning beginning to snap around the man's shoulders. He lowered his hands and chose to watch. Why waste his own energy when he had a tool like this? Golden wine flowed at their feet. Red lilies swayed in the wind. Kashimo stood at the center of the feast, facing the six-armed king. The scent of wine was sweet and deadly. He shouldered the soul-split katana and looked up at the giant. What a pathetic party, Kashimo said, his lips curling into a sharp grin. Looks more like a funeral to me. Shuten Doji looked down. There was no anger in his pale eyes, only the detached curiosity of a host dealing with a rude guest. I am the king of Mount Oi, the giant boomed. I am Shuten Doji. And who are you? Kashimo tilted his head. You're the one who got turned into minced meat by Sukuna, right? And you call yourself a king. His tone was light, almost conversational. I wonder who made the rankings back then. You think you're in the same league as the king of curses? Shuten Doji's expression shifted. The boisterous joy didn't vanish, but something cold began to settle in his eyes. Kashimo lowered the black blade, its tip tracing a line through the golden wine at his feet. Let me introduce myself. He looked the ogre in the eye. I am the god of lightning. Kashimo. The electricity around him exploded. Blue and white light snapped and hissed, tearing through the scent of wine and flowers as the storm took hold. A/N, and I am Batman. This week's first Power Stone goal is 100 Power Stones. 100 Power Stones equals I will drop +1 bonus chapter instantly. So, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones. Chapter 28, Assimilation. Chapter 28, Assimilation. Kashimo was gone before the echoes of his words faded. An instant later, his blade was inches from Shuten Doji's face. The ogre's pupils constricted. For a fraction of a second, the giant couldn't even register the movement. But the hesitation lasted less than a second. One of its 6 arms reached for the gourd at its waist. It gripped the neck and swung. A stream of shimmering, golden sake erupted from the vessel, arching through the air to catch Kashimo's left arm before he could pull back. The sound of corrosion was a high, piercing hiss. White steam rose as flesh dissolved in seconds. The agony was sharp enough to shatter most minds, but Kashimo didn't so much as flinch. He swung the katana in his right hand. A flash of cold steel followed. His left arm fell from the shoulder, severed cleanly at the root. It tumbled into the golden river of wine below along with the corrosive liquid. Kashimo retreated, putting distance between them. He looked down at the ground. The severed limb was undergoing a grotesque transformation. The flesh had vanished, leaving only bone that was now twisting and writhing, reshaped by an unseen force. Within seconds, a gnarled, screeching imp crawled out from the remains of his own skeleton. Kashimo spat on the ground. Assimilation, he noted, looking up at the 6-armed king. That's your technique. Shuten Doji looked down at him, arms wide as if to embrace the world. A smile pulled at its demonic face. More than that, little one. Kashimo clicked his tongue. His hollow wicker basket was failing. The translucent film around him was shivering like a candle in a storm. He needed to end this quickly. He pushed off the ground, the earth shattering behind him as he blurred into a streak of white and blue. He was faster this time, moving so quickly he left an afterimage in the heavy air. He crushed the newly born imp with a single fist, turning it into a spray of bone before it could scream. Then, the soul-split katana fell. The black blade sank deep into Shuten Doji's abdomen. Purple blood sprayed from the wound. But Kashimo saw it. Even as the blade bit into its gut, the ogre's 6 hands were already weaving signs. Despite the pain, the technique was ready. The giant's mouth opened. Sorrow, agony, the innate death. The chant drifted from between its fangs, each syllable sounding like an echo from the depths of the underworld. Bloodkin. The moment the last word left its lips, Kashimo's heart exploded. It wasn't a metaphor. A pillar of crimson burst through his torso, tearing from front to back in a violent spray of gore. He could hear the wet snap of his own organs, feel the sudden, hollow rush of heat as his life poured out into the air. He stumbled, but he didn't fall. Gritting his teeth, he forced his body to retreat, putting every inch of space he could between himself and the monster. His reverse technique flooded his chest, positive energy rushing to the void where his heart had been. Muscle knit, bone fused, and the rhythm of his pulse returned. But a strange, heavy lethality began to creep through his limbs. It wasn't simple exhaustion. It felt as if thousands of microscopic filaments were growing through his veins and marrow, an invisible rot eating him from the inside out. Shuten Doji stood still, the wound in its stomach already closing. It watched the pale-haired man gasping for breath, that jagged smile returning to its face. Little one, the ogre's voice was a low rumble of thunder. You will pay for your arrogance. Soon, my technique will claim you. You will become a pawn in my collection, and your friends will follow. The giant glanced toward the barrier where Fuka and Kenjaku stood. I will kill them all together. Kashimo wiped the blood from his mouth, his lips curling into a sharp, mocking grin. Heh. His voice was raspy, but the tone was as irritating as ever. Has anyone told you that your smile is disgusting? The giant's grin faltered. Kashimo straightened his back. The hole in his chest was gone, the skin smooth once more. But the internal rot was still there, burrowing deeper into his bones. It doesn't matter, Kashimo said, tightening his grip on the black sword. I'll kill you before your technique finishes the job. My body is built different. I'd imagine I'm a slow one to turn. Shuten Doji looked down at him, its pale eyes flickering with something like intrigue. It laughed, a deep, unsettling sound. Is that so? Then try not to let me see a look of despair on that pretty face. Kashimo wasn't smiling anymore. He watched the massive creature, noting the way its wounds healed and the way its pupils tracked his every movement. His mind was running through the numbers. That last strike had been a full chant with perfect signs. Shuten Doji hadn't held back. A technique of that caliber took time to prepare, but once released, the effects were doubled. The rot was still moving. Based on the rate of the spread, he had 30 minutes. Maybe less. If he didn't end this by then, even his reverse technique wouldn't be able to save him. He would be hollowed out, reshaped into another puppet for the Ogre King. He looked at the shimmering film of his hollow wicker basket. It was flickering, nearly spent. He had 30 minutes to kill Shuten Doji. Or he had to find a way to tear this domain apart from the inside. A/N, 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your Power Stones. Chapter 29, Black Flash, bonus chapter. Chapter 29, Black Flash, bonus chapter. Shuten Doji swung the gourd once more. The shimmering gold liquid poured from the mouth, but instead of a stream, it fractured into thousands of tiny droplets that hung suspended in the air like an army of frozen needles. With a flick of one of its 6 arms, the ogre gave the command. The droplets shot forward. It was a torrential downpour of gold. Kashimo wove through the storm, pivoting and lunging with a jagged, frantic grace. Every drop of wine whistled past his robes, splashing into the golden river behind him and leaving small, hissing ripples. He didn't retreat. He pressed forward, closing the distance between himself and the king of ogres. Shuten Doji's face split into a grin, but before the expression could fully form, the trap was sprung. The droplets that had missed Kashimo suddenly detonated. It wasn't a standard explosion. Each drop fractured into microscopic shards that filled the air in a suffocating golden mist. Kashimo was swallowed by the haze. Shuten Doji's smile widened for a second, then froze. A grunt of disbelief escaped the monster's throat. The smoke cleared. Kashimo stood a few paces away, his skin steaming and pitted with corrosive burns, but that was all. The technique that should have bored into his marrow and initiated the assimilation had only managed to scar the surface. His reverse technique was already active, the damaged skin knitting itself back together in seconds. I learned this one not too long ago, Kashimo said, his lips curling into a sharp smile. Falling blossom emotion. Before the words had even settled, he was in the ogre's face. He was moving too fast for the giant to track. A jab buried itself in Shuten Doji's stomach. The blow was packed with enough voltage to make the creature's 6 arms shudder. Before it could reclaim its balance, a flash of steel followed. Kashimo swung the soul-split katana upward in a savage arc. The black blade sheared through the right side of the ogre's torso. 2 arms fell from their sockets, tumbling into the river. Purple blood sprayed into the air, soaking Kashimo's white robes, but he didn't move to avoid it. A massive fist slammed into his face. The impact was heavy and absolute. Kashimo was sent spinning through the air, tumbling several times before he hit the golden river with a violent splash. His hair had come completely undone. The long, pale green strands hung loose, matted with blood and sticking to his cheeks and neck. He rose from the wine, his silhouette messy and wild under the moonlight that leaked through the cracks in the domain. He licked the blood from his nose. The copper tang of iron filled his mouth. Who was the last person to push him this far? Was it Erish or Gojo? No. That had been a good fight, but it hadn't felt like a dead end. This was different. Kashimo stood in the golden river, bloodied and disheveled. He looked at the mountain of men who remained standing despite the loss of 2 arms. He watched the twisted, furious expression on the demonic mask. It didn't matter. He only felt one thing: he was having the time of his life. He dropped the soul-split katana, the black hilt just barely peeking above the surface of the golden wine. He emptied his hands and flooded his legs with cursed energy. The ground beneath the liquid shattered as he launched himself forward. There was no blade and no complex technique. There was only a body burning with lightning and a clenched fist. He drove a punch into the ogre's jaw. The impact sent Shuten Doji's head snapping back, its massive frame stumbling. The blow left the giant's vision dark and its fangs rattling. And this time, Kashimo had packed more voltage into the strike than ever before. Shuten Doji didn't give him a second to breathe. Its one remaining, uninjured arm opened wide, palm facing Kashimo. The golden wine gathered from every corner of the domain, compressing into a sphere the size of a fist in front of the giant's hand. The surface of the sphere rippled with a violent, boiling pressure. Sake bomb. The sphere detonated. It wasn't just an explosion, it was a release of absolute pressure, every drop of wine packed with enough cursed energy to level a mountain. A flash of gold light swallowed the clearing. The ground disintegrated and the river was forced backward as the air itself was torn apart. Kashimo was at the center of it. The sound of tearing flesh was sharp and sickening. His upper body was nearly shredded. His chest, abdomen, and shoulders were a mass of deep, jagged wounds that exposed the white of his ribs. His internal organs were visible through the carnage, and blood poured from him like a fountain, staining the gold of the river a deep, bruised red. But he remained standing. His blue eyes were still bright. Terrifyingly bright. Kashimo stood in the wreckage of his own body, his mind moving with a cold, frantic precision. He understood the trick now. The technique wasn't just limited to assimilation, the application was similar to blood manipulation, only the blood had been replaced with wine made of cursed energy. A power like that could build a demonic army in any era. With a domain like this, the ogre was a nightmare. In terms of technique, the giant might have the advantage. But in terms of raw energy, Kashimo tightened his fist. He had the edge. He pushed off the ground, his mangled body a blur as he lunged toward Shuten Doji. He threw the punch. At the exact moment of impact, the delay in his cursed energy dropped to within 0.000001 seconds. A spark of black and red light erupted. Black flash. A/N, we reached 100 power stones. New goal: 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your power stones. Chapter 30, I have no interest in you. Chapter 30, I have no interest in you. Black flash. The black and red light erupted from Kashimo's fist like a cursed flower blooming in a scarlet dusk. At that same moment, his entire reservoir of cursed energy surged toward a single point. It compressed, tightening until it reached the breaking point, and then it detonated. The impact tore a massive hole through Shuten Doji's abdomen. Purple blood and shredded organs sprayed into the golden river, sending strange ripples through the wine. The giant's massive frame stumbled back, its remaining arms flailing as it tried to find purchase on the empty air. The ogre opened its mouth to begin the healing process, but a sudden coldness struck its neck. A second later, the demon saw its own mangled belly. The perspective was wrong. The headless torso remained standing, blood geysering from the stump of the neck, while the demonic head spun through the air. Its pale pupils were wide with a final, lingering look of disbelief. It was a spatial slash, a cut that had severed the very air. Fuka stood behind the headless corpse, the soul-split katana in her hand and her red robes snapping in the wind. Her grip on the sword was trembling, but her smile was blindingly bright. She flashed the look at Kashimo. The gold began to bleed out of the world. The river of wine dissolved, the red lilies withered into dust, and the massive vats in the sky vanished into nothingness. The domain had collapsed. As they returned to the familiar dirt of the forest, Kashimo took a deep, steadying breath. The ground was solid again, the trees were real, and the scent of blood was being carried away by the mountain breeze. He stood in the clearing, his reverse technique working slowly to mend his shredded body. Skin knit together, bones fused, and the deep, jagged wounds closed over as if they had never been. His white robes were a ruin, hanging from his frame in tattered strips that exposed his steaming skin. Kashimo looked down at himself, then up at the moon. He had killed the Ogre King. Next, there was only Maharaga. Master. Master. The voice was hesitant and stuttering. Kashimo turned his head. Fuka was standing a few paces away, still clutching the katana. Her face was so red it looked like it might actually bleed. She looked as if steam were rising from her scalp, her eyes darting everywhere but at him. She would catch a glimpse of his bare torso, look away, then look back again before snapping her gaze toward the trees. "Your clothes," she finally managed to choke out. "Look at your clothes." Kashimo looked down at the rags of his shirt and then back at the flustered girl. He blinked. He had forgotten she was an 18-year-old noblewoman. She likely hadn't seen much of the male form outside of a training yard. So what? Kashimo waved a hand dismissively. He was more annoyed by his loose hair, which was matted and getting in his way. Fuka opened her mouth to argue, but the words died in her throat. "Since we're finished here," a voice interrupted, carrying that trademark, calm amusement. Kenjaku stood a short distance away, his protective barrier gone. The moonlight hit his face, illuminating his permanent smile. "I'll be taking my leave. I will uphold my end of our binding vow." Kashimo didn't care where Kenjaku went. He rolled his shoulders, testing the new muscle in his chest. The heavy, lethal lethality that had been burrowing into his marrow was gone, vanishing the moment Shuten Doji died. The assimilation technique had faded into nothing. He looked at Fuka. "Let's go." Fuka, still dazed, blinked at him. "Go where?" "Kyoto should have a few private baths." Kashimo turned and started walking. Fuka stood frozen, her face turning a shade of red that bypassed her previous record. The color spread from her cheeks to her ears and down her neck. She looked like she had just been pulled from a furnace. A private bath. With him. She looked down at herself. She was covered in blood, sweat, and the foul stench of the underworld. If she didn't wash, she wouldn't be able to sleep, but the idea of a shared bath was overwhelming. "Bring the staff," Kashimo called out without looking back. Fuka opened her mouth to object, but her mind was a complete blank. She looked at the emerald staff in the dirt, then at the silhouette of the men walking away. Gritting her teeth, she snatched up the weapon and ran to catch up. Lower Kyoto. The night was deep. Only a few shops still had lanterns burning in the narrow alleys. Kashimo had wrapped himself in a blanket he'd picked up from a roadside vendor to cover his ruined clothes. Fuka followed a step behind, clutching the staff and the katana, her face still flushed. The entrance to the bathhouse was tucked behind an inconspicuous storefront. A maid in a kimono greeted them, her gaze traveling between the two. A man wrapped in a blanket with wild hair, and a girl with a bright red face clutching a pair of legendary weapons. The maid's lips curled into a knowing smile, as if she had seen this particular story 100 times before. Fuka had only ever spent time in Edo and had never visited Kyoto, so the maid didn't recognize her as the missing princess of the shogunate. "This way, please." The maid led them through a winding corridor to a wooden door at the end. "Please, enjoy yourselves." She stepped aside, her smile widening into something motherly as she looked between them. Kashimo ignored her and stepped into the room. The space was small, centered around a stone tub filled with clear, steaming water. A charcoal heater sat in the middle of the tub, keeping the water at a steady, hot temperature. Since there were no natural springs in this part of Kyoto, this was the standard way of heating a bath. Kashimo shed the blanket and the remains of his white shirt, tossing the rags aside without a second thought. He walked to the edge of the tub. With a splash, he sank into the water and leaned his head back against the stone, letting out a long, heavy breath. The heat rolled over his chest, soaking away the grime and the scent of the slaughter. He closed his eyes, his teal hair drifting on the surface of the water like seaweed. Fuka stood by the door, clutching the weapons. She was as still as a statue. "What are you standing there for?" Kashimo glanced at her over his shoulder. The steam made the purple markings on his face look even darker. "Do you need me to help you wash?" Fuka's gaze fell on his bare back. Water droplets trailed down his shoulders, shimmering in the moonlight. The faint scars of his healed wounds traced silver patterns across his lean, powerful muscle. The sight made Fuka's brain completely short-circuit. "Hey," Kashimo said. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed in the quiet room. Fuka flinched, finally snapping out of her trance. Kashimo looked at her glowing face and seemed to realize something. "It's fine," he said, his voice flat and practical. "I'm not interested in you." If he hadn't said it, she might have stayed by the door. But the casual rejection sparked something in her. Not interested. Not interested. Without saying another word, she let her weapons clatter to the floor. Her fingers made quick work of the sash, and her robe slid off her shoulders, pooling at her feet. She stepped out of them completely bare and slipped into the tub with a bold splash. Hot water surged around her body as she sank in. The heat licked up her thighs, over her hips, and across her breasts, making her skin flush instantly. Steam curled around her face, but it did nothing to hide how close she now was to him. Only a few inches separated them. Kashimo's face was right there, sharp jawline glistening with moisture, droplets clinging to his long lashes, those striking violet-ringed eyes watching her with complete, unnerving detachment. Fuka's breath caught in her throat. Her heart hammered wildly against her ribs. The water lapped gently against her bare skin, teasing her nipples into tight peaks as she tried to steady herself. She could feel the heat radiating from his body, the subtle shift of his muscles beneath the surface. Despite her impulsive courage, she suddenly realized she wasn't quite brave enough for this after all. A/N, 200 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your Power Stones. Chapter 31, The State of the World, bonus chapter. Chapter 31, The State of the World, bonus chapter. 3 months passed. The morning sun hit the grass, turning the frost on the leaves into crystalline patterns before they melted into droplets and rolled away. 2 figures walked through the quiet landscape. Kashimo led the way, a tiger skin shawl draped over his shoulders. The thick, orange fur framed his neck, making his teal hair stand out even more than usual. He carried the emerald staff over one shoulder. Fuka followed half a step behind. She wore red and white robes tied with a black sash, her movements light and practiced. The soul-split katana was strapped to her back, its dark hilt occasionally catching a cold, metallic glint from the sun. "Well," Kashimo said, looking up at the weak sun and the frostbitten weeds at his feet. He let out a sharp, cold breath. Winter is coming. 3 months was a short time. It was barely enough for the leaves to turn yellow or for the first frosts of the season to settle. But for the Jujutsu world, it had been long enough for everything to change. Erasure Gojo's death had been a massive stone dropped into a still lake. Once the news was confirmed, the ripples had spread with terrifying speed. Factions that had once balanced themselves between the Gojo and Zenin clans didn't hesitate. They defected to the Zenin immediately. The logic was simple, the Gojo clan was led by a ghost, while the Zenin had a living master of the 10 shadows. In a single month, the hierarchy of the Jujutsu world was rewritten. Zenin Sawara sat at the head of it all, his smile deepening as former allies of the Gojo clan arrived one by one to swear their loyalty. As for the shogunate, 2 months ago, the Tokugawa elders were still panicking over their missing princess. They had sent waves of men to scour the roads between Edo and Kyoto, but they had found nothing. The reason was that for the last 3 months, Fuka had been trailing Kashimo across the country. One day they were hunting curses in the mountains of Kai, the next they were resting in a village in Shinano, and the day after that they were wandering through some nameless corner of the provinces. Every time the shogunate's investigators found a lead, the pair had already vanished. By now, the authorities had nearly given up hope. Kashimo hadn't been idle either. He had refined his control over his cursed energy. Before, his attacks were a blunt discharge of power. Now, he could split his current into hundreds of fine branches, making lightning dance at his fingertips. He had spent 2 months practicing how to dump his entire electrical charge into a single strike. He no longer needed 3 points of contact to trigger an explosion, he could make his first punch detonate on impact. He had finally perfected the technique. Now, if he landed a solid blow, his opponent was lucky if there was enough left of them to put in a casket. Fuka had also progressed. Her use of the spatial slash was more intuitive. She had moved beyond cutting stationary targets and was now able to predict an opponent's movement in the middle of a frantic exchange. She had spent 3 months drilling the taijutsu basics Kashimo had given her, and she had reached a level of competence that surprised even herself. There wasn't much left to teach her. Sometimes Kashimo watched her train and remembered the girl who had cried about her sore muscles 3 months ago. The change was significant, though he would never tell her that. Fuka remained silent as they walked. She stayed half a step behind him, her gaze fixed on his tiger skin shawl, lost in her own thoughts. The morning light cast long shadows across her face, highlighting her quiet, pensive expression. Lately, they had stopped talking. Kashimo was never much for conversation. During the early days of her apprenticeship, he would offer occasional corrections or explain the flow of energy. Now that she understood the mechanics, he didn't see the point in repeating himself. As for bonding, it wasn't in his nature. Kashimo's philosophy of strength and isolation didn't leave room for small talk. He wasn't the type to check in on a student's feelings. Fuka had changed, too. When she first started following him, her energy was like a flame. She had been relentless with her questions, asking about output, technique, and every curse tool she saw. When she asked too many questions and Kashimo refused to answer, she would puzzle it out herself and then come back for more. But at some point, the questions stopped. It wasn't that she had lost interest. She had simply realized that she wouldn't get a response. Kashimo's answers were always short. Yes, no, figure it out yourself. Eventually, her enthusiasm hit the wall of his indifference. So, they settled into a routine. They walked together, ate together, and killed whatever curses crossed their path. They spoke when they had to, and the rest of the time, they existed in silence. Fuka didn't know if this was normal. She only knew that as long as he didn't tell her to leave, she would keep following. The sun stretched their shadows across the frosted grass. One shadow carried a staff and moved with a steady, lazy gait. The other carried a sword and followed every step. They were in Izumo province. Not long ago, Kenjaku had sent a message. According to the old schemer, the martial arts and swordsmanship of Izumo are something you will definitely find interesting. Kashimo thought of Kenjaku's permanent smile and that stitched scar on his forehead. He shook his head to clear the image. Regardless of the source, it was worth investigating. He didn't have anything better to do. A breeze blew through the trees, carrying the first real chill of winter. The grass gave way to a cleared road, and the horizon opened up. A massive fortress stood before them. The gray stone walls caught the morning light, and the gatehouse towered over the surrounding land. A moat circled the structure, the water reflecting the jagged silhouette of the battlements. Matsue Domain. A/N, thanks to everyone who voted with power stones. Your support helps me keep the quality of this FIC high. Along with the 200 stones bonus chapter, the new goal is 350 stones. 350 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. I think we can do it. Drop as many stones as you want. Appreciate you all. Chapter 32, Maharaga. Chapter 32, Maharaga. Night in Izumo was a world apart from Kyoto. There were no vendors with their melodic, drawn-out cries, and none of the hazy smoke from the night markets. The shops along the streets had long since closed, leaving only the lanterns hanging from the eaves. They swayed gently in the night breeze, casting rhythmic, flickering shadows across the cobblestones. It wasn't a place for commerce, but Kashimo liked it. It was quiet. Fuka was still adjusting. She walked beside him, her eyes darting around as if looking for something that should have been there. She was the most modern person Kashimo had ever met, a creature of the night who struggled to keep her eyes open during the day but became fully alert the moment the stars came out. If he didn't force her to sleep, she would spend the entire night on a roof, staring at the moon. Kashimo didn't mind. She was 18. Having a few secrets and a dislike for sleep seemed normal enough. Their footsteps echoed clearly in the empty street. When they reached the center of the road, they both stopped. A man was walking toward them from the shadows. He wore a dark blue robe that shimmered deeply in the moonlight. He was taller than before, his stride more confident and stable. As he stepped into the light, a single, jagged stitched scar became visible across his forehead. I apologize for the wait, the man said. His voice had changed, carrying a new, unfamiliar rasp, but the underlying amusement remained the same. Kashimo stared at him for 2 seconds before arching an eyebrow. So that's why you could finally afford to send a messenger, Kashimo noted, his gaze lingering on the scar. New body, Kenjaku. Fuka's body stiffened. New body. How do you even do that? Do you cut your head open? She stared at the stitches on the man's forehead, her mind filling with unpleasant images. She instinctively shifted a few inches behind Kashimo's shoulder. Kenjaku seemed unfazed. He stood there with a smile that matched his previous face perfectly, either ignoring Fuka's reaction or simply not caring. According to the reports from the 10 Shadows, Kenjaku began, his tone composed, he intends to subjugate Maharaga here in Izumo. He paused. That is why I asked you to come. Wait a second. Kashimo held up a hand to cut him off. What happened to the local culture? The martial arts. He took a step forward, his brow furrowed. What happened to all the things you said I'd find interesting? He took another step, looming over the new face. You've been playing me, haven't you? Kenjaku let out a long, weary sigh that sounded loud in the quiet street. He looked up at the pale-haired man, whose body was already beginning to spark with electricity. I don't believe for a second that he can actually control Maharaga, Kenjaku said, his voice earnest. I asked you here because I want you to intercept him before he tries. Kenjaku paused. An ambush. I don't do ambushes. Kashimo stared at him, the purple markings around his eyes seemingly burning in the dark. The blue-white arcs of lightning snapping around his shoulders illuminated the night. I don't need a head start, Kashimo said, taking another step forward. Do you think I'll lose? Kenjaku looked at the sparks and the dangerous intensity in Kashimo's eyes. A faint smile touched his lips. That wasn't my meaning. His voice dropped slightly. I'm worried he'll drag you into the ritual itself. Kashimo's movement stalled. Kenjaku watched him, feeling a rare moment of introspection. In his own strange way, he considered Kashimo a friend. Even if the man constantly drained his finances, demanded his techniques, and forced him to act as a mentor, he was a fixture in a very long, very boring life. In a century of monotony, having someone like Kashimo around was something he had come to value. The lightning around Kashimo's shoulders slowly died away. He stared at Kenjaku for a moment before letting out a sharp, dry laugh. Then I'll just kill Maharaga, Kashimo said. His voice was calm, as though he were speaking of something utterly trivial. Just give me the time and the place. That's all I need. Kenjaku nodded, his composure returning. December 22nd. 20 days from now. Kashimo gave a single nod and turned away. His footsteps rang out on the stones, sharp and decisive. The tiger-skin shawl swayed with his stride, the orange fur pale in the moonlight. Fuka lingered for a second. She looked at Kenjaku, whose stitched face still held that faint smile. She gave him a small, polite bow of gratitude. To her, he was a friend and a peer of Kashimo, and she had been raised to respect such things. Then, she turned and ran to catch up with Kashimo. Kenjaku stood in the silence, watching them disappear into the night. A thoughtful, distant smile remained on his face. Kashimo walked with a steady, unhurried pace. Killing Maharaga. He knew the stakes. He could do it if he used mythical beast amber. The power of that form was absolute, enough to tear any opponent into pieces. But the price was his life. He wasn't ready to die yet. He hadn't spent 17 years becoming this strong just to let his legacy end with a suicide move. He needed another way. Something stronger. Something better. He stared at the moon-washed street ahead, his brow tightening. No other choice, he thought. Outside Kyoto. The Zenin clan caravan had just begun its journey. The rhythm of the horses and the low rumble of the wagon wheels filled the air on the main road. Zenin Sawara sat inside, his chin resting in his hand as he watched the landscape roll past. It would take at least 10 days to reach Izumo. He had intentionally leaked the news of the subjugation. He wanted the world to know that the 10 Shadows of the Zenin was about to claim the strongest Shikigami in history. Very few sorcerers would have the courage to interfere. He was confident in that. But there was one man he was worried about. The men people were calling the strongest of the era. Erasure Gojo was dead. 2 princesses were gone. Even Juro Hisashige, the master of the Kyoto dojo, had been killed. Sawara had heard that Juro's daughter had returned to take over the school, but everyone knew she was just a figurehead. He didn't need to guess who was behind it all. Sawara's brow furrowed. Though, he had to admit, the new master of the Hisashige dojo was an interesting anomaly. A girl with 0 cursed energy who could fight like a demon. He shook his head, clearing the thought. He needed to focus. He had to be prepared for anything. He turned his gaze back to the window, watching the mountain forests recede into the distance. A/N, 350 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your power stones. Chapter 33, Can this feeling be called love? Chapter 33, Can this feeling be called love? September 2nd. I met a man who radiates lightning. He killed Erasure Gojo. With nothing but his bare hands, he broke my sister and me. Hataru is dead. I didn't cry. I begged him to take me in, but he didn't answer. He just turned away. I thought there was no hope, but in the end, he opened the door. September 3rd. He agreed to take me as his disciple. I'm happy. The training is brutal. The soul-split katana is so much heavier than my old blade. After a day of swinging it, my arms shake so much I can't even hold my chopsticks. But I'm getting stronger. I can feel it. We met a man with stitches across his forehead. After a few words, we were dragged into a nightmare. Blood and ghosts everywhere. I thought I would die, but he protected me. He killed the Ogre King. I helped. I was the one who cut off its head. October 2nd. He's teaching me how to refine my cursed energy. He held my wrists today to adjust the angle of my strikes. His hands were so warm. He's incredibly strong. I want to learn everything. October 19th. We were traveling late, and I mentioned it was cold. He didn't say anything. The next morning, he came back with a dead tiger over his shoulder. He skinned it and dried it. 3 days later, he threw a heavy rug at me. It's very warm. October 27th. He taught me how to use the reverse curse technique to regulate my body temperature. Now the winter won't bite so hard. I took the tiger rug and wove it into a shawl for him. He looked surprised for a second and said nothing, but he hasn't taken it off since. November 6th. He stopped talking. He used to answer my questions, but now I can ask 10 things and I'm lucky to get a single nod. Am I asking too much? Am I annoying him? November 11th. Neither of us speaks anymore. We walk in silence. We eat in silence. We barely even look at each other. The quiet is suffocating. It hurts. It wasn't supposed to be like this. November 20th. He keeps leaving me behind to hunt sorcerers on his own. I know the opponents are strong and I'm a burden, but I wish he wouldn't leave. I can learn. I can be useful. December 2nd. We saw the stitch-faced man again. He has a new body, but the scar is still there. I don't care about him. They're planning to kill the 10 Shadows user on December 22nd. My master's expression was different. Is he actually uncertain? Today is December 6th. 16 days left. Kashimo sat against the base of a tree. The bark was rough against his back, and the sparse leaves overhead let the dying light of dusk filter down in jagged, dappled shadows across his face. He sat with one leg pulled up and the other extended, looking as if he were simply waiting for a friend to arrive for a drink. A few paces away, a corpse lay in the dirt. The sorcerer's head had been reduced to a pulverized mess of bone and gore. Kashimo's gaze was fixed on the body, or perhaps he was looking through it at something far beyond. Fuka stood nearby. She stayed at a distance where she could see every line of his face but remained just out of reach. She watched the way the twilight played across his features and listened to the rhythmic, metallic click of the ring of lightning on his finger. There was no conversation. No eye contact. She opened her mouth to speak. She wanted to ask if he was hungry, where they were going next, or if he even remembered what tomorrow was. But the words died in her throat. His expression told her everything. He didn't want to talk. It was always like this now. She would reach for a conversation only to pull back at the last second. Dusk deepened. A cold wind whistled through the trees, carrying a few withered leaves. One landed on her shoulder, but she didn't brush it off. She just stood there, watching the men by the tree. He never looked at her. Kashimo shook his head, as if trying to rattle the lethargy out of his bones. He pushed himself up from the trunk, his joints popping with a series of dull cracks. Let's go. He walked past Fuka without a glance. The tiger skin shawl swayed with his stride, a dark, heavy brown in the fading light. After a few steps, he spoke again. You should sleep early. He paused. You'll need the energy for training tomorrow. Fuka froze. It was the most he had said to her in over a month. She watched his back, her gaze lingering on his pale hair and the shawl she had made with her own hands. Her lips trembled. A single word escaped her. Why? Her voice was thin, carrying a tremor she hadn't realized was there. Kashimo stopped. He turned his head slightly to look at the red-clad figure standing with her head bowed. The shadows were thick now, blurring her silhouette, but he could see her shoulders shaking. Why have you become so cold? She asked. Why do you act like you're tired of me? Why do you go off to find sorcerers and leave me standing there alone? Why are you going to fight the 10 Shadows without me? The questions came out in a desperate rush, her voice cracking as she forced the words through her teeth. Why? Fuka kept her head down, hiding her face. Her hands were clenched so tight her knuckles were white, the fabric of her robes bunching under her grip. Every time you walk away, my chest tightens, she whispered. I'm terrified that you're going to leave me for good, just like you did to that other girl. I can't catch up to you. If you leave, I'll never find you again. A soft, muffled sob broke through. She tried to swallow it, but the sound escaped anyway, drifting through the quiet woods. It felt heavier to Kashimo than any of her accusations. I keep wondering, she continued, her voice hitching as she struggled to speak. Why does it hurt so much when you're gone for even a moment? Why does everything you do control how I feel? Why does it matter this much? Tears tracked down her cheeks, shimmering in the last of the light before soaking into the dead leaves at her feet. Kashimo watched her, his expression unreadable. Fuka raised a hand and wiped her eyes with a violent, frustrated motion, rubbing her skin raw. She took a deep breath, lifted her head, and turned to face him. She forced a smile. It was a messy, painful look, her face stained with tears and her eyes bloodshot, but she looked him directly in the eye. I want you to stay by my side, she said, her voice finally steadying. Like you used to. Teaching me. Correcting me. Caring about me. She paused, her lips moving softly. Can this feeling be called love? A/N, 350 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your Power Stones. Chapter 34, Strength and Solitude. Chapter 34, Strength and Solitude. Can this feeling be called love? As Fuka's words settled into the quiet of the woods, Kashimo stopped moving. He didn't turn around, but he watched her from the corner of his eye. The twilight cast long shadows across his face, making his usually detached eyes seem deeper and more distant. What is love? He spoke the words softly, as if asking her, or perhaps asking himself. Whether in his previous life or in this one, Kashimo had never understood the concept. He remembered his first 17 years. The sterile silence of a cancer ward. The sharp, biting scent of antiseptic. The pale, unforgiving white of the walls. The tired, hollow faces of his parents. What was love in that world? Was it the meals delivered on a schedule? Was it the sight of his father's red eyes after signing the papers for his final notice? Was it the sound of weeping at a funeral he couldn't attend? He remembered the sights and sounds, but the meaning eluded him. After his reincarnation, it had only become more foreign. 4 years of slaughter. 4 years of being the strongest. From the day he left home at 13, he had never given the question another thought. In his current world, the strong could not afford to seek love, and they could never escape solitude. To be powerful was to be alone. No one could stand beside you, no one could surpass you, and no one could truly understand you. He had lived in that vacuum for 4 years. How could a man like that understand love? Fuka stood where she was, as still as a statue. Tears still tracked down her cheeks, but she had forgotten to wipe them away. She watched his profile, looking at the mask of his face and the eyes that seemed both deeply thoughtful and entirely empty. She opened her mouth to speak, but her voice failed her. You might not understand this, Kashimo said. His voice drifted through the twilight, flat and clinical, as if he were discussing someone else's life. Because I have never known what it is to be weak, I don't know how to connect with others. He paused. Because I have never known what it is to be weak, I don't know how to feel what they feel. He raised a hand, pointing dismissively toward the cooling corpse a few yards away, and then toward himself. Everyone else is just a collection of meat to me. A slight push, and they collapse. Fuka didn't move. I believe that strength is synonymous with solitude, Kashimo continued. He looked past her, his gaze lost in the deepening dark of the trees. To feel the void in the pursuit of power. To be lonely. To feel the grief of having no one who can stand at your side. He turned his head slightly. That is the price a strongman must pay. The forest was silent, save for the dry rustle of the wind through the dead leaves. Many strong men have challenged me, Kashimo said. They all wanted to find their place, to prove they were the best of their era. But they were all slaughtered before they could even show me what they were capable of. The corner of his mouth twitched, though it wasn't quite a smile. Erasure Gojo was a lucky man. He found love, and for a while, he wasn't alone. But he still couldn't stand beside me. He fixed his gaze on her. For the first time, there was something unnameable in his eyes. A question he never asked, a search for something he never expected to find. What about you, Fuka? He asked softly. Can you stand beside me? He waited a beat. Can you teach me what love is? Fuka stayed silent, her tears shimmering in the dark. She had no answer. Kashimo watched her for 2 seconds before the light in his eyes dimmed. He turned away, his shoulders relaxing back into their usual, lazy posture. Let's go, he said. Get some rest. December 22nd. The mountain road in Izumo was blocked. It wasn't a barricade or a line of soldiers that stopped the Zenin clan's caravan. It was 3 corpses. They were the bodies of headless sorcerers, arranged in a grotesque formation in the middle of the path. The blood at the stumps of their necks had already dried into a dark, bruised crimson. Their heads were nowhere to be seen. They were just mounds of discarded meat left in the dirt. The caravan fell into chaos. The sound of steel being drawn echoed through the pass. Horses whinnied in alarm, and guards shouted orders as they instinctively retreated. And so it begins. The voice cut through the panic. Zenin Sawara stepped out of his carriage. His hair was short, and his black and white robes swayed as he walked. The guards parted for him, finding their courage the moment their master appeared. Sawara walked to the front of the line and looked up. A figure stood on the jagged rocks above the road. He was silhouetted against the morning sun, a looming, oppressive outline. He carried a staff over his shoulder, and arcs of blue-white electricity snapped around his frame like a living storm. Kashimo. Sawara narrowed his eyes. An instant later, the figure vanished. A second after that, Kashimo was standing on the road, 3 paces away from the Zenin master. He was too fast. The guards hadn't even seen him move. By the time they registered his presence, the man in the white robes was already staring Sawara down. Protect the Lord, someone screamed. A dozen blades were leveled at the intruder. Kashimo looked at the points of the swords and let out a dry, bored huff. I'm not the type to do ambushes, he said. He looked past the guards, his gaze settling on Sawara's face. He bared his teeth in a sharp, mocking grin. But you and I are going to have to settle this. Name the time. The guards hesitated. They realized he hadn't come to kill them, but to issue a challenge. Sawara raised a hand, pushing down the trembling sword of the guard nearest him. Arrogant brat, Sawara said, a slow smile spreading across his face. You think 3 dead, third-rate sorcerers are going to scare me? He paused, looking Kashimo over. I'll give you your duel. December 24th. Does that work for you? Sawara's voice was calm, but it carried to every man in the clearing. Kashimo's grin widened. Perfect. A/N, thanks everyone who voted with Power Stones. Your bonus chapter is here. New goal 500 Power Stones. Let's smash the Power Stone button. Chapter 35, The Izumo Showdown, Part 1. Chapter 35, The Izumo Showdown, Part 1. December 24th. The morning mist had just begun to thin along the ridges surrounding Matsue Domain. Kashimo stood at the highest peak. He held his hand in a familiar, precise posture. His thumb braced against the knuckle of his index finger, his other 3 fingers curled tight. It was the stance of a marksman, an archer preparing a shot. But his hand was empty. He no longer needed a physical projectile to compress his lightning. 3 months had been enough to refine his control to its absolute limit. He began to draw in his cursed energy, crushing it into a single, microscopic point. The density of the energy at his fingertip was staggering, a concentration of power that rivaled the void itself. Moonlight, he whispered. Thunder. The lake and the sky, piercing lightning. The air began to vibrate. Cursed energy surged toward his finger, the compressed mass emitting a blue light so blinding it looked like he was holding a fragment of the sun. He snapped his thumb. There was no initial roar or explosion. The electromagnetic bolt moved at a speed the human eye couldn't track, leaving only a distorted ripple in the air as it tore across the distance. 500 meters away, Zenin Sawara stood on the mountain path. His arms hung loosely at his sides as he looked up at the silhouette on the ridge. His pupils constricted. He felt it before he saw it. A massive, terrifying volume of cursed energy closing in with impossible speed. He didn't have time to think. He reacted on instinct, throwing his arms up to guard his face. The sound finally hit. A deafening, bone-shaking blast. A shock wave erupted from the point of impact, uprooting the surrounding trees and carving a jagged trench into the earth. As the smoke cleared, Sawara remained standing. He was still in his defensive stance, his cursed energy flaring as he funneled everything into his reinforcement. His hands were gone. His upper body was charred black, his skin cracked and weeping steam. Behind him, the mountain path had been obliterated. A massive scar stretched 100 meters into the forest, the dirt at the edges of the trench turned to glass by the heat. Sawara looked down at his blackened torso. He didn't say a word. An instant later, Kashimo was there. It wasn't a run or a leap. He simply appeared. From 500 meters away to within 3 paces, the movement took less than a second. Surprised. Kashimo tilted his head. He watched as blood and new muscle began to sprout from the charred remains of Sawara's wrists. A small, mocking smile touched his lips. 10 shadows. Sawara slowly lifted his head. His reverse curse technique was working at full capacity. The blackened skin sloughed off in flakes, revealing the raw, pink flesh beneath. He stared at the men in the white robes, his eyes as dark as a stagnant well. Average, Sawara said. His voice was calm. He shook his arms, the last of the ash falling away. His new hands curled into fists. Cursed energy began to pool at his knuckles. Allow me to teach you what a real curse looks like. Kashimo didn't answer. He tightened his own fists. Lightning snapped around his frame as he focused his energy into his strikes. They lunged at the same time. The sound of their fists colliding echoed through the pass. A shockwave rippled outward, sending loose stones flying. Sawara was the larger man, his frame broad and heavy. His punches landed with the weight of falling boulders. But in terms of pure skill, they were not the same. Kashimo's life had been defined by close-quarters combat. Every punch and kick had been forged in 1,000 life-and-death struggles. It wasn't a family legacy or a gifted technique. It was 17 years of honed, lethal instinct. His fists were faster. More precise. More savage. 3 hits. 5. 10. Sawara's guard began to falter. The opening lasted only a fraction of a second, but it was enough. Kashimo broke through and drove a punch directly into Sawara's shoulder. Flesh and bone disintegrated. The sound was sharp and sickening as a massive hole was blown through the Zenin master's torso. Gore sprayed out from his back, painting the mountain path in crimson. Sawara groaned, stumbling back. Kashimo watched the wound, his smile widening into something predatory and manic. He looked like a hunter who had just heard the trap snap shut. Sawara stared at that smile, his pupils narrowing. Madoka. He wove a sign without hesitation. His shadow churned, and a massive, deer-like shikigami emerged from the dark. A soft, golden light radiated from the creature, enveloping Sawara's shoulder. The positive energy of the round deer flooded the wound. Muscle and skin grew back over the void, and the shattered bone fused in seconds. Sawara rotated his new shoulder, his gaze never leaving Kashimo's face. The moment you strike, Sawara said, his voice low and heavy, you're injecting something into me, aren't you? Kashimo's grin only deepened. Sawara watched him for another moment, then looked away. He raised a hand, and the round deer sank back into his shadow. The sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the road between them. Sawara charged again. He was faster this time, his movements carrying a new, desperate aggression. He blurred across the gap, throwing a punch aimed directly at Kashimo's face. Kashimo took a step back. The fist whistled past his nose, the wind of the strike stinging his cheek. He pivoted, preparing to counter. His wrist went tight. Sawara had caught him. His fingers were like iron bands, squeezing until the bones in Kashimo's arm began to groan. Kashimo's eyes widened. In that same heartbeat, a high-pressure torrent of water began to spiral in Sawara's palm. It was the piercing water of the Max Elephant. Kashimo didn't move to escape. The blast hit him square in the chest. Flesh was torn away and ribs were exposed as his clothes were shredded by the force of the water. He didn't even flinch. He twisted his trapped wrist, wrenching it free with a violent snap. He drove a fist into Sawara's face. The Zenin master's head snapped back. The skin of his face was vaporized, leaving behind a raw mask of muscle and exposed bone. His eyeballs remained fixed in their sockets, staring wildly at the blood-soaked men in front of him. Blood poured from his missing nose and mouth, soaking his robes in a dark, bruised red. Sawara stumbled back, but he refused to fall. He raised a mangled hand and began to weave a sign. Domain expansion, his voice was a raspy growl, forced through a mouth that no longer had lips. Shadows of all creation. The world turned cold. The shadows grew teeth. They were no longer mere absence of light, but living, sentient things. They spilled from Sawara's feet like a black tide, swallowing the mountain path. Every inch of ground covered by the shadow began to pulse and writhe as things woke up in the dark. Kashimo immediately wove his own sign. A translucent film wrapped around his body. Hollow wicker basket. He stood in the center of the black tide, watching the silhouettes of Shikigami take form in the gloom. He could feel their power rising, fueled by the environment of the domain. The shadows of all creation was a domain Sawara had mastered at 16. It lacked a traditional sure-hit attack, but it offered something far more dangerous. Every Shikigami summoned within its bounds was granted a massive, overwhelming increase in power. A/N, 500 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your Power Stones. Chapter 36, The Izumo Showdown, Part 2, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 36, The Izumo Showdown, Part 2, Bonus Chapter. The thin, translucent film of the hollow wicker basket shimmered around Kashimo, vibrating under the pressure of the domain. That was close, Sawara's voice drifted through the gloom. It was raspy, carrying the shaky relief of a man who had just looked into the abyss. His face was still a haze of white steam as his reverse technique worked to knit his features back together. Within the mist, his expression was a blur, but the raw, red outline of a new face was slowly taking shape. You nearly took my head off. Kashimo didn't bother answering. His attention was on the shadows shifting at his feet. The great serpent emerged from the dark, its massive, armored body coiling with a rhythmic, lethal grace. Above, Nu spread its wings, its feathers crackling with the same blue-white electricity that hummed through Kashimo's own veins. The great serpent struck first. Its maw opened in a wide, vertical lung, fangs glinting as it snapped at Kashimo's torso. It moved with a speed that defied its size, closing the gap in a heartbeat. At the same instant, Nu dove from the sky, the lightning gathered between its wings discharging in a series of blinding pillars. He was pinned between the earth and the sky. Kashimo let his energy explode. A blinding glare of blue-white light erupted from his skin, a violent discharge of cursed energy that tore outward in every direction. The great serpent's head was caught in the center of the blast, its scales and bone disintegrating into a spray of meat before it could even finish the strike. He reached upward with one hand. His fingers locked around Nu's talons with a jarring, metallic snap. The bird struggled in his grip, its wings beating frantically as it tried to pull away, but the lightning it discharged simply grounded itself against the barrier of the hollow wicker basket. Kashimo didn't give it a second chance. He drove a foot into the bird's chest. The impact sounded like a cannon shot. Nu was sent hurtling through the air, a broken mass of feathers and bone flying toward Sawara. Sawara stood his ground. His face was nearly finished healing, and his one functional eye tracked the incoming projectile. He didn't move. Just before the bird's body could collide with him, a massive weight slammed into Kashimo from the side. The force of the impact sent Kashimo spinning. It was a brutal, overwhelming momentum that he couldn't brace against. He was sent tumbling across the domain, his body skipping over the dark ground like a stone over water. He slammed a hand into the dirt just before he hit the outer shell of the domain, using the friction to right himself and skid to a halt. He looked up. The piercing ox stood where he had been, its massive chest heaving. Under the influence of the domain, the beast had grown to a terrifying size, its breath coming in hot, cursed clouds. A jet of water whistled through the air from his flank. Kashimo pivoted, the stream narrowly missing his shoulder and slamming into the domain's boundary with a sharp hiss. The ground where it landed was instantly eaten away, leaving a smoking, jagged pit. Max Elephant. The massive creature stood a short distance away, its trunk raised and aimed like a siege engine. Kashimo spat into the dirt. He looked past the Shikigami to the center of the domain, where Sawara was finally wiping the last of the steam from his face. The user. If the user fell, the world fell with him. Kashimo pushed off, the ground exploding beneath his feet. He was a blur of blue-white light, moving with a speed that left the ox and the elephant behind. The great serpent was a memory, and Nu was still struggling to rise. He was a predator closing in on his prey. 50 paces. 30. 10. Sawara's new face was set in a grim mask. He watched Kashimo close the distance, the reflection of the lightning dancing in his pupils. Suddenly, a massive shape lunged from the shadows to block his path. Morning Tiger. The beast's eyes glowed with a predatory hunger, its fangs bared as a low, rumbling growl vibrated in its throat. Kashimo didn't slow down. He drove a lightning-wrapped fist into the tiger's chest. Flesh tore and bone snapped as the blow buried itself in the beast's torso. Purple blood sprayed across Kashimo's robes, but the tiger was large enough to absorb the hit without falling. It roared, a sound that shook the domain, but Kashimo was already inside its guard. He wrapped his arms around the beast's neck, locking his grip in a tight, merciless choke. His muscles coiled and his veins stood out against his skin as he funneled a concentrated charge into his forearms. The tiger thrashed, its claws carving deep trenches into the earth, its tail whipping the air in a frenzy. But Kashimo's grip was like iron. He twisted. The sound was a wet, sickening crack. The tiger's thrashing stopped instantly. Its massive body went limp, collapsing like a fallen titan. Kashimo let go and stood up. He was holding the beast's head. Dark purple blood dripped from the jagged neck, pooling on the shadow-covered floor. The tiger's eyes remained open, frozen in a final look of primal shock. Across the clearing, Sawara stared. His new face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. His eyes bulged, the veins in his forehead throbbed, and his voice came out in a distorted, high-pitched scream. You brat. Sawara's roar shook the very air of the domain. I'll grind you down until there's nothing left but scraps for my divine dogs. Kashimo didn't answer. He tossed the tiger's head aside, letting it roll into the shadows with a dull thud. He started to move forward again, his pace steady and deliberate. Each step made the ground beneath the shadows tremble. Sawara moved to meet him. The distance between them vanished. At the same time, the piercing ox charged from the side, its bulk adding to the pressure of the exchange. The two men collided. The sound of their fists hitting home was a series of heavy, muffled thuds. Sawara threw a punch at Kashimo's face, Kashimo slipped the blow and drove an elbow into the Zenin master's ribs. Sawara caught the strike on his forearm and countered with a hook to Kashimo's stomach. Kashimo didn't dodge. The blow landed with a heavy jolt, rattling his ribs and sinking into his gut, but he didn't even blink. In the same heartbeat, he landed a punch of his own under Sawara's ribs. They both groaned, retreating half a step before lunging back in. The ox's massive hoof slammed down beside them, but they moved through the chaos as if the beast weren't there. They traded strikes with a frantic, lethal rhythm. Punches. Kicks. Elbows. Knees. Every collision sent a shockwave through the domain, cracking the ground and churning the shadows. Sawara's taijutsu was formidable. You didn't become the head of the Zenin clan through luck alone. Every move he made was the product of 1,000 years of family history and a lifetime of brutal refinement. But Kashimo was faster. He was more savage. He was more willing to die. His fists were always a fraction of a second ahead of Sawara's guard. His knees found openings before Sawara could pivot. He was willing to take a punch if it meant landing two, he would absorb a kick if he could respond with 3 elbows. They tore into each other in a blur of motion that the piercing ox couldn't follow. Another collision sent them reeling. They backed away, 10 paces between them, both gasping for air. Sawara was bleeding from the mouth. His left eye was swollen shut, a deep, bruised fist mark was visible on his ribs, and his right arm was shaking. Kashimo stood steady. His face was cut and his robes were soaked in blood, but his eyes were wide and bright. A slow, jagged smile spread across his lips. Sawara stared at that smile, a cold knot of dread forming in his stomach. He had given everything. He had used the ox, the elephant, the tiger, the serpent, and the bird. He had used every scrap of his martial training. And the man across from him was still smiling. Even with the domain and the Shikigami at his back, he was losing the physical exchange. A/N, thanks for the power stones, guys. New goal, 600 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your power stones. Chapter 37, The Izumo Showdown, Part 3. Chapter 37, The Izumo Showdown, Part 3. Blood ran down Kashimo's face, dripping from his jaw and staining the shadows at his feet. He was still smiling, a sharp, white expression that cut through the gore. You're nearly empty, Zenin. Zenin Sawara stood a few paces away, his chest heaving. Maintaining a domain for that long while simultaneously micromanaging multiple high-level Shikigami was a feat of endurance, even for a man with his vast reserves. Every breath he took sounded like it was being wrenched from his lungs by force. He looked up at Kashimo and managed a weak, trembling grin of his own. Your hollow wicker basket isn't looking much better, Sawara rasped. Kashimo didn't answer. He took a step forward. Sawara gritted his teeth and raised his mangled hands, preparing a final, desperate guard. 1 step. 2 steps. 3. Kashimo stopped directly in front of him. Let's end this with 1 shot, he said calmly. Sawara blinked. Before he could process the words, a fist slammed into his face. The world turned black and red. This wasn't a normal strike but a blast of cursed energy, compressed to its absolute limit before detonating. It was the sickening, rhythmic pulse of a black flash. At the exact moment of impact, the built-up electrical charge in Kashimo's fist ignited. The space around them began to shiver. The domain that Sawara had been struggling to maintain finally gave way. Cracks spread out from the point of the punch like a spiderweb across a frozen lake. The sound followed. A deafening, reality-tearing roar. The domain shattered. Kashimo stood in the clearing, rubbing his neck as he looked down at Sawara. Zenin was doubled over, coughing up a mixture of blood and bile. He looked like a crushed insect, pathetic and broken. You should have just conceded, Kashimo said. His tone was calm, carrying a hint of pity that felt more insulting than a taunt. It would have been easier to just die. Sawara stayed hunched over, his hands on his knees. Every time he gasped for air, blood bubbled from his throat and hit the dirt. He forced his head up, his eyes bloodshot and burning with a frantic, unyielding rage. He was furious, but he was powerless. His technique was burnt out. The presence of his Shikigami had vanished from the shadows, and he could no longer feel the connection to his shadows. He was just an exhausted man who had been physically outclassed. But technique burnout wasn't an absolute sentence. Sawara remembered a fight from years ago, a moment on the edge of death where he had discovered a workaround. It was a madman's gamble. He could use his cursed energy to destroy the part of his brain responsible for the technique and then immediately use his reverse curse technique to rebuild it. It was a gamble with a microscopic chance of success, especially for someone without the precision of the 6 eyes. But he had no other choice. He looked at the men in front of him. He had to win. I'm going to end this with a bolt of lightning, Kashimo said. His voice was light. I'll blow you into so many pieces there won't be enough left to bury. Cursed energy began to pool in Kashimo's palm. The blue-white light grew brighter and more intense, making the air vibrate. In the end, you're just a nobody, Kashimo said. He looked down at Sawara with a terrifying, hollow indifference. I'll likely forget you by tomorrow. The light in his palm reached its peak. Sawara stared at it, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. His mind moved at a frantic speed. Suddenly, Kashimo's charge stalled. He was forced to move. He blurred backward just as a massive shadow descended from the sky. The ground exploded. Rocks flew and dust choked the air as a crater formed in the middle of the path. At the center of the impact was a fist, a massive, fur-covered hand belonging to a humanoid Shikigami. Kashimo landed 10 paces away and looked up. Through the settling dust, a new silhouette stood tall. It was a twisted, chimeric form covered in thick fur, its muscles coiled and its face a snarling mask of demon-like features. It radiated a volume of cursed energy that was entirely different from the previous beasts. Merged Beast Agito. Kashimo recognized it immediately. It was one of the few 10 Shadows fusions capable of independent, high-level combat. In terms of power and speed, it was in a league of its own. Sawara stood behind the beast, slowly straightening his back. My apologies, Sawara said. His blood-stained face was twisted into a mocking smile. It seems it's 2 against 1 now. Kashimo didn't react. He knew what Sawara had done. He'd seen enough sorcerers to know when someone had gambled their life on a desperate move. Agito moved. The beast snatched Sawara up and hurled him at Kashimo like a projectile. At the same time, the beast lunged from the side, its massive frame carving a trench into the dirt as it moved. Sawara adjusted his position mid-air, his fists clenched. Round 2. Sawara shouted. Kashimo set his stance, but the wind of the beast's strike was already hitting him. Agito's fist arrived with terrifying speed. Kashimo was forced into a desperate guard. The blow landed on his forearms with a bone-jarring jolt. The force sent him stumbling to the side, and before he could recover, Sawara's fist was already closing in on his face. Kashimo parried the strike and stood his ground. He looked at the pair and let out a small, dry chuckle. Then, he lunged at Agito. "Then I'll start with you." He was in the beast's face before the sentence ended, leaving a trail of snapping electricity in his wake. He threw the punch. As his fist touched the beast's abdomen, he released his entire electrical charge in a single, concentrated burst. He didn't wait for 3 hits. He dumped everything. Agito's stomach exploded. Blood, bone, and organs sprayed out in a violent fountain, tearing a massive hole through the beast's torso. Agito stumbled back, letting out a roar of absolute agony. But Kashimo didn't have time to follow up. Behind him, Sawara had completed his sign. He brought his palms together, and high-pressure water condensed in the center of his grip. The density was high enough that the liquid looked solid, shimmering with a strange, lethal light. Piercing water. The jet of water whistled past Kashimo's hip, the sound of the air tearing screaming in his ear. The distance was so close he could feel the stinging heat of the friction against his skin. Kashimo was forced to retreat. He landed several yards away and glanced at his side. His clothes were torn, and a thin line of blood was beginning to seep through the fabric. An inch closer, and he would have been cut in half. He looked up. Agito was still standing, the hole in its stomach already beginning to knit itself back together. Sawara was gasping for air, but his eyes were bright with a manic, focused intent. The two men and the beast faced each other again. A/N, thanks for the power stones, guys. New goal, 600 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to vote with your power stones. Chapter 38, The Izumo Showdown, Part 4. Chapter 38, The Izumo Showdown, Part 4. Kenjaku stood on a ridge overlooking the Matsue province. In front of him, a black blade was buried in the dirt. The soul-split katana. The blade shimmered with a dark, unnatural light, looking like a jagged tear in the fabric of the morning. Kenjaku looked at the weapon, then turned his gaze toward the distant mountain ridge, which had already been battered into a ruin of stone and splintered wood. The tremors of cursed energy reached him in rhythmic waves, like the heavy breathing of two giants locked in a struggle. Before the battle, Kashimo had given him a single instruction. If the fight turned difficult, send the sword. Judging by the intensity of the latest shock waves, it was time. Kenjaku brought his palms together. A deep, crimson energy began to pull between his hands, the thick, heavy color of fresh blood. He compressed the energy into a single, dense point. He took a breath and pushed his palms forward. Piercing blood. The high-pressure stream of energy erupted from his hands like a red laser, striking the pommel of the katana with the force of a battering ram. The soul-split katana was wrenched from the earth, transformed into a streak of black light that went whistling toward the heart of the battlefield. The blade tore through the air with a high-pitched scream that echoed across the valley. Kenjaku stayed where he was, watching the light vanish into the distance. "Show me what you're capable of," he whispered. At the same moment, Kashimo was locked in another exchange with Sawara. Punches and kicks blurred together in a frantic rhythm. They traded strikes across the ruined path, every collision leaving fresh cracks in the stone beneath their feet. But the dynamic had shifted. Agito remained a constant, shifting shadow at Sawara's side. Every time Kashimo's fist threatened to break through Sawara's guard, the chimeric beast threw its massive frame into the way, absorbing the impact. Kashimo snapped a heavy roundhouse kick at Sawara's ribs. Agito's arm intercepted it, the fur on the beast's limb charring black from the electrical discharge, but it didn't give an inch. Kashimo used the momentum to pivot and retreat, putting distance between them. He stood 10 paces away, staring at the pair. He was breathing harder now. It was a stalemate. He couldn't reach Sawara because of the beast, and he couldn't finish the beast because Sawara's counters were too aggressive. Whenever he blew a hole in Agito's torso, Sawara forced him back with a torrent of water or a charge from the ox, giving the chimera time to heal. "Something wrong?" Sawara asked. He massaged his left shoulder, a jagged smile touching his blood-stained face. "You look a little frustrated." Kashimo didn't answer. He stood steady, his gaze fixed on his opponents. "Nonsense," he said, his voice flat. Kashimo suddenly raised a hand toward the sky, his palm open as if waiting for something to fall. Sawara's brow furrowed. He followed Kashimo's gaze and saw a dark streak cutting through the clouds. It was descending with a sharp, metallic scream, a needle of black light heading straight for them. A sword. Sawara didn't recognize the weapon, but he could feel the energy radiating from the falling blade. He knew that if Kashimo caught that sword, the fight was over. "Agito!" Sawara roared. Kashimo was faster. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt, the soul-split katana seemed to wake up. It hummed in his grip, the cursed energy of the blade syncing with his own pulse. He didn't test the weight or adjust his stance. He simply turned and swung. The strike was a blur of silver light, a line so fast it left a jagged tear in the air. Agito didn't even have time to whimper. The massive, muscled frame was severed cleanly at the waist. The beast's upper half continued forward for 2 paces, driven by momentum, before it crashed into the dirt in a cloud of dust. Sawara stared at the silver light, his pupils narrowing. He didn't look at the remains of his shikigami. He didn't wait to see if it could heal. He immediately wove his hands into a sign. Domain expansion, he shouted, his voice cracking with the effort. Shadows of all creation. The shadows came alive again, surging outward before erupting in every direction. A black tide erupted from Sawara's feet, expanding with a violent, reckless speed that swallowed the mountain path. Kashimo lunged forward, his blade leading the way, but the shadow was faster. The black shell snapped shut, burying them both in darkness. The battlefield went silent. Further down the mountain path, Fuka stood at a bend in the road. She watched the black hemisphere solidify in the distance. She blinked, feeling the connection to Kashimo's vision flicker and die as Kenjaku's monitoring spell dissolved. She adjusted her grip on the emerald staff. From the woods below, the Zenin clan sorcerers were emerging. They were drawing swords, weaving signs, and calling forth lesser shikigami. They had one goal, the black dome at the top of the hill. Fuka stepped into the center of the road, leveling her staff. She wasn't letting anyone get past her. A/N, we hit 600. Your bonus chapter is here. New goal, 700 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. We're so close, don't forget to vote with your power stones. Chapter 39, The Izumo Showdown, Part 5. Chapter 39, The Izumo Showdown, Part 5. The domain shattered within seconds. Black fragments fell away like shards of a broken mirror, catching the morning light for a brief, blinding moment before vanishing. Kashimo walked through the settling debris. He was grinning, a sharp, ragged sound escaping his throat. His white robes were saturated with blood, making it impossible to tell where his own stopped and his opponent's began. His violet-ringed eyes were bright, narrowed with a look of predatory satisfaction. Across from him, Zenin Sawara was on his knees. A massive void occupied the center of his chest. It wasn't a wound so much as a hole, running clean through from front to back. Through the gap, the final disappearing pieces of the domain were visible. Blood poured from the opening, pooling beneath Sawara's knees. He coughed, blood leaking from his nose and the corners of his mouth. You were clever, Kashimo said, standing over him. You used a vow to shift the domain's focus. He tilted his head. But even if you bring your beasts back to life, a broken body can't hold the domain together. Sawara didn't answer immediately. His chest was already beginning to knit back together. Muscle and bone reformed under the intense strain of his technique, but the exhaustion was etched into the marrow of his bones. He slowly lifted his head. Kashimo raised the soul-split katana. The blade caught the sun, its dark edge pointed directly at the bridge of Sawara's nose. Sawara watched him for a beat, then slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, Kashimo's movement stalled. His arm began to tremble. His blade dipped. A thick stream of blood began to flow from his nostrils, followed by more seeping from the corners of his eyes. The red tracks ran down his face, soaking into his crimson-stained robes. Ha, ha 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 ha. Sawara let out a hoarse, manic laugh. How does it feel? He rasped. He stood up, his chest fully mended. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the men bleeding before him. Sawara had used a binding vow to alter his domain's sure-hit effect. Kashimo had guessed half of it. The vow had resurrected the fallen shikigami. But it had done more. At the cost of a temporary reduction in his cursed energy reserves, the domain had been granted a dual effect. The resurrection of his beasts. And a direct, lingering strike on the opponent's mind. Kashimo raised a hand to his face. Blood leaked through his fingers, staining his palm. He looked down at the dark spots on his white sleeve. In 17 years, he had never felt a rage quite like this. It wasn't the excitement he had felt against Gojo, or the thrill of a peer like the Ogre King. It was a cold, incinerating fury that burned in his gut. Sawara wiped the blood from his own nose, his smile returning. The damage to your brain is permanent, he said. The technique is already there, eating away at you. He rolled his shoulders, steam rising from his skin as his body recovered. My technique burnout is already mended. What about you, nobody? Kashimo didn't answer. He kept his head down, letting the blood drip onto the dirt. After a few seconds, he looked up. His eyes had changed. The indifference had slipped away, leaving something far more dangerous behind. It was the silence before a storm, the weight of a cloud about to break. He looked at Sawara, and his lips curled into a jagged smile. I suggest, he said, his voice coming out in a low, dangerous grate, that you bring out your strongest beast now. He leveled the soul-split katana again. The blood was still wet on his face, but his expression was colder than the steel. Otherwise, I'll cut you where you stand. Sawara didn't waste time with words. He arched an eyebrow as his shadow churned. Agito emerged from the dark, its massive, muscled frame standing at his side. Kashimo didn't wait. Blue-white electricity snapped and hissed around his body, the air itself turning acrid with the smell of ozone. He launched himself forward. The ground shattered. He was a streak of lightning, slamming into his opponents with the force of a thunderclap. Steel met flesh. Fists met bone. The two men blurred across the path, every collision leaving fresh scars on the earth. The soul-split katana carved black arcs through the air, while Kashimo and Sawara traded strikes with a primal, desperate intensity. Neither gave an inch. Kashimo took a punch to the shoulder to drive an elbow into Sawara's ribs. He swung for Sawara's head, only for the men to duck as the blade sheared through a lock of his hair. They tore into each other like starving animals. Agito lunged from the side, its massive fist descending like a hammer. Kashimo caught the blow on his blade, the impact vibrating through his bones. Sawara took the opening, driving a knee into Kashimo's stomach. Kashimo groaned, responding with a slash that took off half of Agito's arm before he kicked Sawara back. It was a frantic, blood-soaked dance of lightning and steel. Suddenly, the piercing ox erupted from Sawara's shadow. It came out of nowhere. The creature slammed into his right side, a mass of muscle moving too fast for him to react. It was too fast for him to pivot or block. The ox's horns caught Kashimo's right arm. The bone snapped and the meat tore as the horn buried itself in his shoulder. The beast's momentum didn't slow. With a violent, jerking motion, it ripped the entire limb from the socket. Kashimo's arm spun through the air, his fingers still locked around the hilt of his sword. Blood sprayed in a wide, dark arc across the mountain path. He stumbled, but he didn't fall. Gritting his teeth, he reached out with his left hand and snatched the soul-split katana out of the air before it could hit the ground. He skidded 5 paces back, his right shoulder a geyser of blood. He stood there, half his body soaked in red, and used the blade to steady himself. The ox landed where he had been standing, its breath heavy and its horns stained with his life. Sawara stood behind the beast, a look of triumph spreading across his face. One hand left, Sawara rasped. Kashimo looked at his empty shoulder, then back at the men and his beasts. The blood continued to pool at his feet. He licked his lips and tightened his grip on the sword. "That's enough," he said. His voice was quiet, but it carried through the wind. Above them, the clouds began to coil, and the lightning within them began to roar. A/N, 700 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. We're so close, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones. Chapter 40, The Izumo Showdown, Part 6, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 40, The Izumo Showdown, Part 6, Bonus Chapter. Kashimo let go of the soul-split katana. The blade hit the ground with a dull thud. He didn't look back at it. The earth shattered beneath his feet as he lunged toward Sawara. Sawara pivoted, slipping past the incoming punch and driving a counter into Kashimo's ribs, but he had walked straight into a trap. Kashimo didn't flinch. He absorbed the impact, his fingers locking around Sawara's wrist like an iron trap. Using the momentum of the strike, Kashimo twisted his entire frame and hurled the Zenin clan head across the road. A heavy wind whistled from behind him. Agito's massive fist descended with enough force to shatter stone. Kashimo reached up with his one remaining hand, palm open. Clap. The blow that should have crushed his skull stopped dead in his palm. Agito roared, its muscles bulging and veins pulsing as it doubled its effort, but Kashimo's hand was like solid iron. No matter how much the beast strained, the fist didn't move an inch. Kashimo looked up, a wild laugh breaking from his throat. The sound was a jagged roar that harmonized with the thunder overhead. At his empty right shoulder, flesh began to churn. Bone extended and vessels wove together in a frantic, visceral dance as a new arm sprouted from the stump. Before the fingers had even fully formed, he balled them into a fist and drove it upward into Agito's stomach. The electrical charge detonated instantly. A massive hole was blown through the beast's center, spraying blood and shredded organs across the dirt. The chimeric beast froze, standing like a broken statue as its life poured out. Ox. Sawara's scream echoed from behind. The piercing ox erupted from the shadows, its hooves tearing the earth as it leveled its horns at Kashimo's back. It moved with the momentum of a landslide. But it was too late. Kashimo pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air. The ox thundered beneath him, its horns catching nothing but the hem of his robes. As he reached the apex of his leap, the dark clouds overhead began to boil. Sawara looked up, his one good eye tracking the silhouette as it rose higher. He stayed focused, ready to react to whatever move came next. He watched Kashimo like a predator waiting for a single flaw in the man's defense. Then, Kashimo fired a strand of cursed energy, not a strike but a single, hair-thin filament of negative charge, shot from his fingertip into the swirling storm clouds above. It vanished into the dark, a tiny spark tossed into a powder keg. A second later, the clouds ignited. The pent-up energy of the storm was drawn to the negative filament, lightning coiling from every corner of the sky. Blue-white light tore through the clouds, sounding like 1,000 dragons roaring in the deep, ready to fall. Sawara's pupils constricted. He realized the trap. Agito. Ox, he screamed, his voice raw with desperation. Agito struggled forward, dragging its mangled lower half through the dirt. The piercing ox skidded and turned, its hooves carving deep into the stone as it prepared to charge where Kashimo would land. They moved to cut off every possible exit. But Kashimo had no intention of running. The moment his feet hit the ground, his left hand shot out and caught the ox by the horn. The beast shrieked, its hooves digging into the dirt as it tried to shake him off, but he was immovable. He twisted his body, using his core to heave the massive creature into the air. The ox's massive frame became a shield, flying straight into the path of the high-pressure water jet erupting from Sawara's palms. The piercing water hit the beast instead of the lightning guide. Blood misted the air as the water tore through the ox's torso. The jet was forced off course, whistling past the electrical strand and vanishing into the horizon. Kashimo stood steady, his new right hand closing into a fist. He looked at Sawara. "You're a step too late." Overhead, the lightning reached its breaking point. A tear opened in the clouds, and a pillar of blue-white light poured down, illuminating the entire mountain pass and the look of sheer horror on Sawara's face. Moonlight. Thunder. The lake and the sky. Piercing lightning. Kashimo spoke each word with a cold, rhythmic precision. This strike was not built on his own energy. It was a harvest of the storm, drawn from the clouds and refined through his own current, layer upon layer of pressure building into an impossible discharge. It was the absolute peak of what his technique could achieve. A thunderbolt like a nuclear strike detonated over Izumo, bleaching the valley in a blinding, absolute white. Among the shattered stone and splintered trees, Sawara lay broken against a boulder. Half his body was a charred ruin. One leg was entirely gone, leaving only a blackened stump. He was no longer a Jujutsu sorcerer or a clan head. He was just a dying man. Kashimo stood over him, his breathing heavy and his own face a mask of blood and burns. He looked down at the wreckage, his lips curling into a jagged smile. Kashimo was the one left standing. A/N, your bonus chapter is here. New goal, 800 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 41, Furub Yura. Chapter 41, Furub Yura. Kashimo dropped back to the scorched earth. He looked down at Sawara, his eyes narrowed with a mocking edge. "Hurry it up," he said, his lips curling into a sharp grin. "Whatever you've got left, show me." Sawara lay slumped against a pile of broken stone. Half his body was a charred, numb ruin, but he managed a sudden, hollow laugh. Not the laugh of a man breaking, but of someone finally letting go. "So you knew," he whispered. He took a ragged breath, forced his broken frame upright, and clamped his hands together in a solemn, ancient seal. Furub. Yura. The chant was quiet, but it seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of the air. A low, mournful howl echoed from the void, shaking the stones of the mountain. Shadows pooled behind Sawara as his remaining Shikigami manifested. They didn't move to attack, they sat with their heads bowed in deep, reverent submission. Eight-handled sword. Divergent Sila Divine General. At the center of the formation, a massive cocoon hung in the air. Its surface was a map of shifting, grotesque sigils, pulsing with a slow, rhythmic beat like a heavy heart. Maharaga. Then, the cocoon burst. Shards of black cursed energy sprayed outward, the concussive force flattening everything in the immediate area. Sawara's grin widened. "Hey, you bastard. I'll be going first," he said, looking at Kashimo, his voice carrying more amusement at Kashimo's situation than concern for his own death. "Give it your best." Before he could finish, the white figure swung a massive arm, swatting Sawara away like an insect. He skipped across the rubble and vanished into the dust. Kashimo stood face to face with the strongest Shikigami of the 10 shadows. The symbol of perfect harmony. The beast that could adapt to all things. The 8-handled sword Divergent Sila Divine General, Maharaga. The standoff lasted only a second. Maharaga moved. There was no tell, no shift in weight. Its right arm snapped forward, the sword of extermination carving a violent arc toward Kashimo's head. Kashimo raised an arm and caught the strike. The collision sounded like a hammer hitting an anvil. A shockwave rippled out from the point of impact, shattering the ground beneath Kashimo's feet into a spiderweb of cracks. He didn't budge. He stared directly at the legendary beast. He felt neither fear nor hesitation, only a searing, white-hot curiosity. For months, the idea of Maharaga had haunted him. He had run the numbers 1,000 times, trying to figure out how to kill something that could adapt to anything. Every simulation had ended in a stalemate or his own death. But now that it was standing in front of him, the logic and the calculations were gone. His blood was beginning to boil. A frantic heat rose from his marrow, spreading through his veins until it reached his fingertips. His heart hammered against his ribs like a drum. This was what he wanted. Maharaga pivoted, the blade on its arm twisting for a follow-up slash. Kashimo was faster. He ducked under the edge and lunged into the beast's guard, his cursed energy flaring. He threw a punch with everything he had. The wind of the strike whistled as it cut the air. He didn't trigger an electrical discharge, not yet. He couldn't risk the beast adapting to his lightning this early in the fight. It was a pure physical blow. The impact sent Maharaga flying. The white silhouette crashed into a mound of stone, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Kashimo stood his ground and clicked his tongue. He looked around. The soul-split katana had been vaporized in the earlier blast. He had lost his best weapon. From the crater, the sound of shifting stone echoed. Maharaga pulled itself from the wreckage, completely unharmed. Its white skin gleamed in the dim light of the battlefield. It turned back toward Kashimo, its mouth open to reveal those permanent, bared teeth. It wasn't a smile, just the way the beast was made, a frozen, toothy grimace, empty of emotion and more unsettling than any snarl. Kashimo didn't hesitate. He charged. He was a streak of motion, driving a fist into the center of Maharaga's face. The beast caught him mid-strike, its fingers locking around his torso with the strength of an industrial vice. The world spun. Kashimo was hurled into the air. Before he could right himself, Maharaga leaped, the ground exploding beneath its feet as it pursued him into the sky. The beast loomed over him, its twin fists joined into a hammer that came crashing down. Kashimo slammed into the earth. He used one hand to cushion the fall, flipping back to find his footing as the dust bloomed around him. The ground beneath him buckled and sank under the pressure. He didn't stop to breathe. He pushed off, meeting Maharaga in the air with a punch. Fist met fist. The collision of raw strength produced a muffled boom. Kashimo's arm went numb from the vibration, but he didn't retreat. He pressed the attack. Fist to palm. Finger to blade. The sword of extermination whistled past, but Kashimo deflected the flat of the blade with his fingers. He blocked a heavy palm strike with his own hand. They traded blows in the air, a frantic, high-speed exchange where defense and offense were the same thing. The sound of their strikes echoed across the mountains like a series of rapid-fire gunshots. A/N, if you like the chapter don't forget to vote with Power Stones. Thanks to everyone who votes. If we hit 800 Power Stones, I'll drop the bonus chapter immediately. Chapter 42, The Izumo Showdown, Final, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 42, The Izumo Showdown, Final, Bonus Chapter. Kashimo seized a fleeting opening. Maharaga's sword of extermination had swept past, its momentum leaving the beast's flank exposed for a fraction of a second. He didn't hesitate. His hand snapped down like a lightning strike, a clean, horizontal chop that severed Maharaga's arm at the shoulder. The pale limb spun through the air before hitting the rubble with a heavy, hollow thud. The beast stiffened. The white silhouette froze as thick, black cursed energy began to churn at the stump, as if the creature were struggling to process the sudden loss. Kashimo moved in before it could recover. The first punch caught Maharaga in the chest. The second slammed into its face. The third, fourth, and fifth followed in a blur of pure, calculated violence. He drove the beast back, each strike carving fresh craters into the earth beneath its feet. It was a barrage of bone on bone, each impact sounding like a rhythmic clap of thunder. Kashimo's eyes burned with a manic, focused intensity. His arms moved with increasing speed, his fists a continuous stream of force that gave the Maharaga no room to breathe. For the final blow, he drew back his arm and channeled his entire reservoir of cursed energy into his knuckles. He primed the charge and released it all at once. The sound split the air. The electrical discharge he'd been holding back finally erupted, a blinding glare of blue-white light that turned the battlefield into high noon. Maharaga was sent hurtling back, crashing into the dirt with a massive hole torn through its abdomen. The edges of the wound were charred black, still sparking with residual arcs of electricity. The beast struggled to find its feet. The white figure swayed as a thick, viscous fluid leaked from the gap in its stomach and trailed down its torso. It wasn't blood or cursed energy residue, just a strange, unnatural light that shimmered in the fading glow of the lightning. Still, the beast remained standing. There was a moment of heavy silence. Click. The metallic sound of a gear turning cut through the air. The wheel atop Maharaga's head rotated once. The sound was quiet, but it didn't seem that way to him. He stared, his eyes wide. A twitch started at the corner of his mouth as a wave of disbelief washed over him. Are you serious? He thought. Sensitive skin, much. It's already adapted. He had only landed one real discharge. He hadn't even started the real fight, and the beast was already clicking into a new state. But Maharaga didn't give him time to dwell on it. The beast launched another offensive, its speed and power undiminished. The massive void in its stomach had already mended, the charred flesh replaced by smooth, white skin as if the wound had never existed. Kashimo blurred through the attacks, weaving through the general's reach. He snapped a kick into the beast's side, drawing a spray of the black fluid. He narrowed his eyes. He realized what was happening. It hadn't adapted to his lightning yet. It had simply hardened. The beast's defensive threshold was skyrocketing with every passing second. It was becoming harder to move, harder to bruise. If the fight dragged on, its defense would reach a point where he wouldn't even be able to scratch the surface. Fine. He would end it now. Kashimo took a deep breath, his focus sharpening into a single, lethal point. He made a choice. He established a binding vow, a permanent increase in his total cursed energy reserves in exchange for cutting the effectiveness of his future curse technique in half. The moment the vow was struck, a massive surge of power erupted from the core of his being. It felt like a dam breaking, a flood of energy filling his limbs. Curse technique release, mythical beast amber. The words left his lips, and his physical form began to disintegrate. His flesh and bone dissolved in a roar of blue-white light, rebuilding themselves into a structure of pure electricity. His arms and legs became semi-transparent energy, his skin a roadmap of sparking circuits. He looked less like a man and more like something made of lightning. This was a technique Kashimo could only use once in a lifetime. It transformed his body into an elemental vessel, a structure that existed entirely beyond human limits. Thunder erupted around him as he rose from the ground. The pressure of his cursed energy became suffocating. Even with the technique's output cut by half, the elemental transformation was absolute. He could feel the change in his marrow. His body was lightning. He used electromagnetic pulses to stimulate his brain, syncing his thoughts with the physical world until his perception was flawless. His vision shifted. He could see in X-ray, tracking the flow of cursed energy beneath Maharaga's skin. He felt the buildup of the evaporative electromagnetic waves within his palms, the power to turn anything it touched into mist. Maharaga charged. The white silhouette lunged forward with terrifying momentum, the sword of extermination carving an arc through the air. In that same instant, Kashimo's chest expanded. He coiled his strength like a drawn bow. He fired a miniature railgun from his mouth. The blue-white beam tore through the air with a high-pitched scream. It punched through Maharaga's torso, leaving a cauterized, jagged void where half its chest used to be. Kashimo didn't give it a chance to heal. He closed the distance, his lightning-wreathed fists descending like a thunder. 1, 2, 4, 8. Each strike carried the force of a detonation. His fists moved so fast they didn't even leave afterimages. A series of brilliant explosions lit up the center of the battlefield, a symphony of destruction that buried the Maharaga in a wall of thunder. Kashimo raised his palms. He released the evaporative electromagnetic waves. A brilliant, lethal white light gathered in his hands before blooming outward. It was the heat of a sun held in a human grip. In the center of that light, the wheel atop Maharaga's head turned to ash. There was no sound, and no residue. It simply ceased to exist. The glare finally faded. Kashimo dropped out of his elemental form, his body returning to flesh. He was naked, his limbs and face charred black by the feedback of the technique. His skin was a map of cracks and burns. He took a steady breath and activated his reverse cursed technique. Cursed energy flowed through him like cold water, slowly mending the scorched tissue and rebuilding his skin. As the dust settled, only one figure remained standing in the center of the ruin. The result was final. Kashimo had won. A/N, the action ends with this chapter. Don't forget to tell me your thoughts about the fight. Thanks for the support too. Next goal 900 stones. Chapter 43, Go, Fuka. Author's note. Lately there's been so much forced hate towards the story. I know some of you are actually curious or giving constructive feedback, you know who you are. But mostly these haters just spam brainless gifs and trash comments, making the real fans stay in the background. They get even madder when I ignore them. Their goal isn't to be constructive. They just want to stop the FIC from continuing, just like they do to many other stories. They do this consciously or unconsciously. To everyone who loves this FIC and wants it to go on, you can relax. I hear you and I understand you, keep supporting so this story can reach the place it deserves. By then, I guess the haters will eventually give up and leave. Chapter 43, Go, Fuka. With Kashimo's victory, the battle on Fuka's side also came to an end. Every sorcerer the Zenin clan had sent was dead. She had used no techniques. From beginning to end, she had relied on raw, physical skill to dismantle them. The mountain road was a river of blood, with broken bodies scattered across the dirt in a chaotic, silent mess. The air was thick with the scent of iron. Fuka leaned against a tree, her robe so saturated with blood it was impossible to tell what was hers and what belonged to the men she had killed. Her hair was wet and matted against her face as she gasped for air. Her chest heaved with every breath. The tension that had held her together during the slaughter was dissolving, replaced by a wave of exhaustion that made her fingertips tremble. Then, she felt it. A massive, suffocating volume of cursed energy was slowly fading in the distance. She knew that presence. It was so familiar it made her heart seize in her chest. She began to move. Master. Master. The words were a quiet murmur, barely a breath. She stumbled toward the source of the energy, oblivious to the blood and the sharp stones beneath her feet. She had only one thought in her mind. She had understood everything Kashimo had said to her that day. She knew what he craved and what he searched for. But she wasn't strong enough. Not even close. She couldn't give Kashimo the kind of love he wanted. That lethal, burning connection found only on the edge of death. That was a gift only an equal could offer. She kept running, her eyes burning. When she reached the edge of the battlefield and gripped a splintered tree trunk for support, the sight before her made her freeze. A massive crater, over 400 meters wide, had been carved into the earth like a wound from a meteor. The rock at the edges had been melted by the heat, cooling into a layer of glass that shimmered with a ghostly light under the pale sky. The bottom of the pit was a wasteland of jagged fissures and lightning scars, as if a giant hand had reached down and torn a piece out of the world. In the center of the ruin, Kashimo stood. He looked small in the middle of the wasteland, but he was the only thing that mattered. Charred tracks still marked his limbs and the corners of his mouth, though his reverse technique was slowly mending the scorched tissue. He was naked and covered in gore, but he stood perfectly straight, like a blade fresh from the forge. Not far away, Zenin Sawara's corpse lay among the rubble. Half his body was a blackened ruin, already beginning to merge with the scorched stone. Fuka gripped the tree so hard her nails dug into the bark. The sound of slow, rhythmic clapping broke the silence of the graveyard. It was steady and deliberate. You actually did it, my friend. Kenjaku had appeared at the edge of the crater, only 20 meters from Kashimo. His black monk's robes moved slightly in the wind, and he wore his usual, unreadable smile. He continued to clap, the sound echoing hollowly through the pit. As part of our vow, Kenjaku said, his voice dropping to a calm, practical tone, I will teach you everything I know regarding barrier techniques. Kashimo gave a short, silent nod. It was a settled matter. He seemed to sense her then. He turned his head, his gaze traveling across the ruined woods and the settling smoke until it landed on Fuka. He didn't say anything. He simply looked at her for a moment and then started walking in her direction. His pace was steady, as if to tell her that it was over and it was time to move on. Fuka watched him approach. Her lips moved, but she couldn't find a single word. She let go of the tree, her blood-stained hands hanging at her sides as she waited. Kashimo stopped when he reached her. The wind blew across the crater, kicking up fine grit that stung his healing skin. He didn't look at her. He kept his eyes on the horizon, his voice level and devoid of emotion. I have nothing left to teach you. He paused for a moment. Go, Fuka. He turned his head slightly. His face was still marked with the black lines of his own lightning, but his eyes were clear and terrifyingly focused. It wasn't hatred or boredom she saw there. It was a transparent, absolute calm, as if he had prepared to say these words a long time ago. Go to Edo. Go back to the shogunate. Go wherever you want, as long as it's far from here. He looked away. There is nothing left between us. He started walking again. He moved past her without looking back, his bare feet steady on the jagged stone and ash. Fuka stood in the center of the road, paralyzed. She opened her mouth, but her throat felt heavy, like it wouldn't let her speak. Her hair was matted with blood that had already dried into hard, dark crusts. She watched his back as he walked away, step by step, until the smoke and the broken mountains swallowed him. She didn't even realize how far he had gone. Even the wind had stopped. Kenjaku walked past her a moment later. He paused to look at her, his eyes carrying a touch of clinical curiosity. He looked at her the way one might look at a tool left in the rain. He tilted his head, his smile widening slightly. If I were you, he said, as if offering a piece of friendly advice, I'd go back to the capital and take the shogunate for myself. With your strength, you could own all of Japan. Why would you bother following him? He didn't wait for an answer. He turned and followed Kashimo, his robes snapping in the breeze. Fuka was left alone. The wind picked up again, whipping the corners of her blood-soaked robes against her legs. She stared at the spot where Kashimo had vanished for a very long time, and she did not move. A/N, just a quick note about Kashimo's binding vow from last chapter so there is no confusion. The 50% reduction in technique performance specifically refers to the efficiency of cursed energy used for physical transformation and body modification. This is exactly why he manages to survive after using the technique. Instead of the energy being consumed by a full body reconstruction, the massive boost in his total cursed energy reserves allows him to channel that power into offensive output, like those high-density evaporative electromagnetic waves, while in the mythical beast amber state. And yes, this binding vow is permanent. I'll leave the domain expansion's effect to your imagination for now. 900 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. We're so close, don't forget to vote with your power stones. Chapter 44, 10 years, bonus chapter. Chapter 44, 10 years, bonus chapter. 10 years. It is enough time for the world to turn over, for the old order to collapse, and for unknown names to climb onto the stage and become the stuff of legend. The Jujutsu world had transformed. The three great families had fallen into a deep, quiet decline. The Kamo, Gojo, and Zenin, names that had once defined the peak of sorcery, were now relics of a fading past. No one knew how long it would take for them to rise again. A year, a decade, or a century. Their intricate webs of power and influence had been washed away by the tide of the era, leaving only ruins for the next generation to ponder. The new shadow style rose to fill the vacuum. The school expanded rapidly, its disciples spreading across the provinces until it threatened to eclipse the former status of the great families. The shogunate underwent a radical transformation as well. The power structure within the Tokugawa clan was entirely reshuffled, but the most surprising change was the appointment of the first female shogun. The girl who had once stood blood-stained and paralyzed against a tree on a ruined mountain path now sat at the pinnacle of political power. In Kyoto, the Hisashige Dojo became a household name, surging forward to become the premier martial arts school of the Edo period. Fighters came from across the country to seek entry, and its disciples soon numbered in the thousands. None of this mattered to Kashimo. He did not care for the shifting of power or the rise of new schools. He was, without question, the strongest man alive. Two things had occupied his time over the last decade. It took Kenjaku 4 full years to teach him the entirety of his barrier techniques. Kashimo had meticulously dismantled and mastered the complex formulas, the layered structures, and the grueling mental discipline required for high-level barriers. For years, over 1,000 days and nights, had been enough to fundamentally rewrite his understanding of sorcery. The remaining 6 years were spent in a different kind of partnership. They were nearly inseparable. Kenjaku found the targets, and Kashimo killed them. Kenjaku would unearth names from forgotten records or dark corners of the provinces, reclusive sorcerers, mutated curses, and ancient entities that had refused to die. He led Kashimo to each one, and Kashimo's task was simple to the point of being crude: he hit them until they stopped moving. There was never any suspense. The strong targets Kenjaku painstakingly selected rarely lasted a single exchange. One punch, perhaps two, and the battle was over. Kashimo found himself sinking into a deep, heavy boredom. In 6 years, he had not found a single opponent who could bring him back to that heated, lethal edge he craved. However, the rewards of his binding vow were significant. Kashimo's total cursed energy reserves and output had reached staggering levels. The power surging through his body felt like a deep, bottomless sea. Most importantly, mythical beast amber was no longer a one-time trump card. He could now activate the form without the penalty of death, turning the technique into a weapon he could draw whenever he pleased. At 27, Kashimo sat on a large stone jutting out from the river. He held a fishing rod in one hand, his gaze lazily fixed on the calm surface of the water. He wore old, faded clothes, and his hair was tied back in a messy knot. He looked like a man with nowhere to be and nothing to do. The rod did not move. He did not seem to mind, sitting as still as the stone beneath him. Beneath the surface, shadows of fish flickered past, but none of them showed interest in the hook. "I've found another opponent for you," Kenjaku's voice said from behind him. "Why haven't you gone yet?" The black hem of a monk's robe fluttered in the breeze as Kenjaku appeared behind the rock. He wore the same composed smile he had worn for years, his eyes drifting down to Kashimo's hand. "Besides," Kenjaku noted, tilting his head to look at the unbaited hook beneath the water, "you don't have any bait. Do you really expect to catch anything?" Kashimo didn't turn around. He didn't even shift his weight. "The opponents you find me," he said, his voice carrying a touch of casual disdain, "aren't worth the walk." He paused, glancing over his shoulder with a sharp, sideways look. "I'm starting to think you're running out of lies." Kenjaku arched an eyebrow but didn't argue. He simply stood there, his smile widening. Kashimo returned his gaze to the water. A light breeze stirred the surface, sending ripples through the reflection of the sky. "As for the bait," Kashimo said, a small grin touching his lips. "There's an old saying, the willing shall take the hook." Kenjaku laughed, the sound startling a few water birds in the distance. The willing, he repeated, nodding slowly. Then by all means, keep waiting. We'll see if any of the fish in this river are willing to bite a bare hook. Kashimo ignored him, adjusting the rod slightly. After a long silence, Kashimo spoke again. The ripples on the water had smoothed out, turning the river into a mirror. His voice was quiet but clear. Kenjaku. Turn me into a cursed object. Kenjaku's smile flickered and then stilled. Kashimo finally looked at him, his expression flat and certain. There was no hesitation in his eyes, only a resolve that had been settling for a decade. Take me to the future, Kashimo said. To the era with Sukuna. Kenjaku blinked and then broke into a genuine laugh. I can't even guarantee I'll be alive in that era, he said, his tone light, as if he were discussing something trivial. Kashimo didn't laugh. He didn't push. He simply waited for the answer. The wind pulled at Kenjaku's robes. He met Kashimo's gaze for a long moment before finally nodding. I will, Kenjaku said. Kashimo turned back to the water. His rod remained still, the unbaited hook hanging in the deep, waiting for a fish that would not arrive for centuries. Kenjaku watched his back, a strange, unreadable expression crossing his face. Good, Kashimo whispered. The ritual took place that night. Moonlight flooded the riverbank as Kashimo sat on his stone, his fishing rod leaning against his shoulder as if the day's work wasn't quite finished. He didn't struggle. He watched with a quiet curiosity as Kenjaku began to draw out his soul. The process wasn't painful, but it was heavy. Kenjaku's fingertips glowed with a faint, sickly light as he extracted each strand of Kashimo's essence from his flesh and sealed it into his index finger. The finger began to change, dark sigils creeping across the skin until it looked like an ancient, weathered relic. It was a heavy, condensed vessel for a soul that refused to be extinguished. The cursed object was complete. In the future, if someone were to consume it, Kashimo would be reborn. It was an anchor dropped across time, a way to project himself into a distant world to keep an appointment he had been waiting for his entire life. Kashimo's soulless body did not crumble into dust. Kenjaku, finding it a waste to simply discard the vessel of the strongest men of the era, leaked word of its existence. The Hisashige dojo and the shogunate moved almost instantly, their shadowed struggle for the body nearly igniting a new conflict. In the end, the shogunate claimed it. They placed the remains of the lightning god in a crystal coffin, sealed with layers of protective barriers and buried deep beneath the capital. Inside the glass, Kashimo looked as if he were merely sleeping. His index finger was gone, the vessel for his soul had already been taken by Kenjaku, tucked away to wait for the call of the future. But for now, the moon continued to shine on the quiet river. The fishing rod leaned against a stone, and the unbaited hook hung in the dark water, waiting for the willing. End of Edo arc. A/N, so this arc is finally over and we're moving to the modern era now. You guys will start seeing some familiar characters, and I hope Kashimo's character becomes clearer to you soon. Thanks for reading. New goal is 1K Power Stones. Chapter 45, The Return, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 45, The Return, Bonus Chapter. The night of June 20, 2002, arrived in Sendai with a low, heavy rumble. The thunder didn't just strike, it groaned from the deep, an omen of something waking up. Bruised purple flashes illuminated the forest, casting long, flickering shadows across the mountain. A woman stood alone among the trees. She was dressed simply in a black short-sleeved top and white trousers, her silhouette sharp against the gloom. The wind pulled at her hair, revealing the thin, jagged seam that ran across her forehead from temple to temple. Kaori Itadori. Or more accurately, Kenjaku. She looked up at the boiling clouds and smiled. How fitting. She had spent years searching for a vessel capable of housing Kashimo's soul. Most bodies were too fragile to contain that volume of cursed energy. After filtering through countless candidates across the country, she had finally settled on a local sorcerer. The man was a drifter with a solid foundation and high tolerance. He was perfect. The vessel sat slumped against a tree, eyes closed and skin pale. He looked decent enough, his clothes worn but clean, as if he had been prepared for a formal occasion. Kenjaku reached into her pocket and produced the cursed object, Kashimo's mummified finger. It was a heavy, ancient thing, housing a soul that had been dormant for 4 centuries. She knelt beside him. Her movements weren't gentle, but they were precise. A flash of purple lightning lit up the forest, catching the glint of amusement in her eyes. Sorry to keep you waiting, she whispered. She forced the finger into his mouth and made sure he swallowed. The cursed object slid down his throat, settling like a lead weight in his gut. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, the body began to scream. Purple markings erupted across his face, tracing paths from his eyes to his temples like jagged vines. His frame began to expand, bone and muscle densifying under his clothes with a series of wet, snapping sounds. He grew taller, his posture straightening as his vitality returned. His hair shifted from a dull gray to a vibrant, electric teal, fluttering in the rising mountain wind. The color returned to his skin, erasing decades of wear in seconds. A thunderclap shook the forest as a bolt of purple lightning tore through the sky, bleaching the world white. Kashimo opened his eyes. They were a deep, piercing blue, like a storm cloud that had been building for years. His gaze was calm, but it carried a weight that made the air feel thin. He was the strongest of his era, a combat spirit that had finally bridged the gap of time to reach the modern world. Kashimo cracked his neck, the sound echoing in the quiet clearing as he tested the new joints. He stood up, towering over Kenjaku, and stared at her without saying a word. The wind swirled between them, kicking up dead leaves. Kenjaku looked up into those blue eyes and let her smile widen. It didn't last long. Kashimo stared at her face for 3 seconds before his mouth began to twitch. Puffed, ha ha. The laughter exploded out of him. It was a wild sound that echoed through the forest, drowning out the thunder. He laughed until he was doubled over, clutching his stomach like a man who had just seen the funniest thing in history. There was no dignity in it, no aura of a legendary sorcerer. He looked like a street punk who had just seen a spectacular pratfall. Brain meat. He pointed a shaking finger at her. What the hell is this? You're a woman. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard that tears began to track down his face. He wiped them away with the back of his hand, his face twisted into a mocking, obnoxious grin. He had expected something strange, but seeing Kenjaku in this specific body was more than he could handle. Think about it, Kashimo wheezed, leaning against a tree for support while his shoulders shook. Did the guy kissing you know there was a seam in your skull? Did he think you were just special? Ha ha ha. The birds in the trees took flight, fleeing toward the clouds as his laughter filled the woods. Kenjaku stood perfectly still, her face a mask of calm, though her eye twitched ever so slightly. She kept her hands in her jacket pockets and waited for the fit to pass. Are you finished? She asked. Her voice was flat, but a flicker of genuine annoyance crossed her eyes. Kashimo took a few more seconds to catch his breath, wiping his eyes and slowly straightening his posture. He let out one last, lingering chuckle before forcing himself to be serious. All right, he said, waving a hand. I'm done. I'm done. His lips were still curling at the corners. I don't have time for your games, Kenjaku said, her composure returning. She looked away, her tone becoming clinical. I'm using this body to facilitate the creation of a vessel for Sukuna. It's part of a much larger design. She glanced at him, her eyes asking if he was finally ready to be a professional. Right. Sure. Kashimo's voice trailed off, his grin fading into a look of focused intent. He stretched his shoulders, feeling out the new muscle. He suddenly held out his hand toward her. What? Kenjaku tilted her head and blinked, looking innocent. On Kaori's face, the expression was eerily pure, a sharp contrast to the seam on her head. The things I gave you to keep, Kashimo said. He spoke each word slowly, his tone making it clear he wasn't in the mood for excuses. Where are they? Kenjaku's expression shifted. A mischievous guilt flickered across her face. She pulled her hands from her pockets and began to tap her index fingers together, looking down at the dirt. She looked like a child being asked about a broken vase, her eyes darting toward the trees and then up at the clouds. Anywhere but at Kashimo. Well. About that. She stuttered, her usual silver tongue suddenly failing her. She looked at the ground, then at a nearby branch, then back at the clouds. Kashimo kept his hand extended. He narrowed his blue eyes, the last of his amusement vanishing as his gaze turned dangerously cold. Kenjaku. His voice was a low, terrifying growl. Where the hell is my gear? Chapter 46, do you have any cash? Chapter 46, do you have any cash? Kenjaku. Kashimo's voice jumped an octave. His blue eyes went wide, and even the violet markings on his temple seemed to twitch with irritation. Where the hell is my gear? Kashimo was beyond angry. Back in his day, he had spent years scouring the country for those cursed tools. Each piece was a masterpiece, handpicked and seasoned through countless battles. Before he had transitioned into a cursed object, he had given Kenjaku 1,000 warnings to keep them safe. Now, 400 years later, he wakes up and finds the cupboard bare. Don't be like that. Kenjaku said, waving her hands dismissively. She began tapping her index fingers together again, looking for all the world like a guilty girlfriend caught in a lie. The staff is in the Jujutsu High warehouse. That one is still there. It's safe. She added that last bit quickly, hoping the good news would stabilize his mounting temper. Kashimo's expression softened slightly. He arched an eyebrow, waiting for her to list the next item. As for the ring of lightning. Kenjaku's voice suddenly died in her throat. Her gaze dropped to the dirt again, her toe tracing mindless circles in the leaves. She looked like the physical embodiment of shame. Kashimo arched his other eyebrow, higher this time. It's with my husband. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz. She shot a quick, panicked look at Kashimo before snapping her eyes back to her feet. Kashimo went still. His face shifted from fury to confusion, then to flat-out disbelief, before finally settling into a state of stunned silence. He opened his mouth, closed it, and opened it again. He couldn't find the words. Unbelievable. He had given that ring to Kenjaku specifically for self-defense. Despite her longevity, she had never been much of a frontline fighter. Kashimo had spent 10 years of his life constantly funneling massive electrical charges into that ring so she would have a way to escape if things got ugly. And she gave it to her husband. As a wedding gift. Kashimo's mouth twitched. He took a long, deep breath, then another, before finally raising a hand to cover his face. You have got to be kidding me, he muttered through his fingers. Kashimo stood there, his brain struggling to process the sheer irony of the situation. He pointed a finger at Kenjaku, dropped it, raised it again, and finally just let it fall. I don't even know what to say to you. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache begin to throb behind his eyes. 400 years ago, he was the strongest sorcerer in the world. He wakes up in the modern era, and the first thing he learns is that his friend pawned his gear to a husband. It was like leaving your life savings with a partner for safekeeping, only to return and find the money gone and the partner married, using your savings as a dowry. He was so frustrated he felt dizzy. I'm going to your house in a few days to take it back. With that, Kashimo stepped forward, vanishing into the night like a ghost. The wind swirled a few dead leaves where he had stood a second before. Kenjaku let out a long, heavy sigh of relief, her shoulders slumping. She wiped a bit of sweat from her brow, thinking she had finally cleared the hurdle. By the way. Kashimo's voice drifted in from behind her. Kenjaku froze. She turned around with mechanical slowness, her face shifting from relief to a sense of impending doom. Kashimo had doubled back and was standing a few paces away. He looking uncharacteristically awkward. What now? Kenjaku asked, her voice guarded. Kashimo gazed drifting toward the trees. He seemed to be performing some massive internal struggle. After several seconds of silence, he finally spoke. His voice was much quieter than before. So, do you have any cash? The forest went silent. The wind died down, the thunder stopped, and even the insects seemed to hold their breath. The world stood still as the color drained from Kenjaku's face, replaced by a dark, simmering heat. Kashimo. Kenjaku's voice hit a shrill peak. The seam on her forehead twisted as she scowled. She leveled a trembling finger at his face. You used my money 400 years ago, and now you're doing it again. On day one. Her scream echoed through the mountain, shaking the leaves from the branches. You're nothing but a freeloader. A/N, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Thanks in advance to everyone for the support. Chapter 47, charge it to the card. Chapter 47, charge it to the card. Sendai, noon. The June sun was bright enough to sting. Kenjaku and Kashimo walked side by side, a study in contrasts. One was perfectly composed, while the other scanned his surroundings like a country relative visiting the city for the first time. The night before had ended in Kenjaku's total surrender. She'd rented an apartment for Kashimo, paying the deposit and the first month's rent without blinking. Of course, she'd spent the entire time complaining about having to clean up after him for 4 centuries, but the money had been spent nonetheless. Now, she was taking him out for clothes. The sorcerer Kashimo had inhabited was dressed in rags that looked like they belonged in the Showa era. So, Kenjaku said, her hands in her jacket pockets. She scanned the storefronts with a lazy gaze. How did you know I'd still be around in this era? She asked it casually. Kashimo was busy staring at a television in a shop window, watching a program he didn't quite understand. He pulled his gaze away and gave a small shrug. I guessed. He sounded entirely too proud of himself. Kenjaku paused, looking at him with an expression that clearly said she wasn't amused. Kashimo ignored her and added another thought. And why aren't you using honorifics with me? He looked down at her with his blue eyes, his tone carrying a hint of genuine offense. He seemed to have completely forgotten that he'd just asked her for rent money the previous night. Kenjaku stopped walking. She looked up at him with Kaori's face, her lips curling into a smile that wasn't a smile. It was a warning. Excuse me, she asked, her voice dripping with artificial sweetness. You're a freeloader, and you're demanding respect. She took a step toward him. Keep it up and I'll cancel your lease. Kashimo opened his mouth, then thought better of it. He stared at her for 2 seconds before deciding to shut up. He turned his head away, suddenly finding a takoyaki stand across the street very interesting. Kenjaku let out a small, satisfied huff and resumed walking. Kashimo followed behind her, his tall frame looking uncharacteristically sheepish. The Six Eyes is active in this era, Kenjaku said, her voice carrying a weight of hidden meaning. He might be even stronger than the one you killed. Kashimo was busy watching a crepe stand and didn't even look at her. I know. Tengen, the star plasma vessel, and the Six Eyes. They're a set, aren't they? Kenjaku slowed down, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him. How do you know that? Kashimo finally looked away from the crepes and met her gaze. He gave her a smug, annoying grin. I guessed. Kenjaku's expression froze. Her face went through a series of shifts. From calm, to elegant, to profoundly irritated. Kashimo was already walking ahead of her, his teal hair bright in the sunlight. Hey, Kenjaku called out, catching up to him. Did you really just guess? Yep. You're lying. Believe what you want. What did you even do in that spirit realm for 400 years? Did you just practice how to annoy people? Kashimo didn't answer, but his grin widened. The violet marks at the corners of his eyes shimmered in the light, making his blue eyes look even more brilliant. Kenjaku watched him for a moment before letting out a weary sigh and following him into the mall. The air conditioning inside the mall was a blessing, washing away the June heat with a cool, scented breeze. Kashimo let out a long breath, finally feeling some relief. His stolen body's clothes were thick and stifling, and he'd been on the verge of losing his temper with the heat. His relief was short-lived as Kenjaku dragged him toward the men's section. Pick something, she said, releasing his arm. She scanned the racks with an impatient eye. I have things to do. Kashimo scratched his head. He stood in the middle of the aisle, looking at rows of shirts, t-shirts, and jackets. He had no idea what he was looking at. The truth was, he didn't have a clue about fashion. In his previous life, his wardrobe had consisted of a few plain shirts and 2 pairs of pants. He wore them until they fell apart and then bought the same thing again. When you have terminal cancer, what you wear to the hospital doesn't really matter. Kenjaku watched him for a few seconds. When she saw him staring blankly at a rack of sweaters, she realized the situation. She let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Forget it. I'll do it. She moved toward the racks with clinical precision. She checked colors, fabrics, and cuts. Occasionally she would pull an item and hold it up to Kashimo, only to shake her head and put it back. Kashimo just stood there with his hands in his pockets, yawning. Eventually, a dozen items were piled on the counter. The sales clerk smiled politely at Kenjaku, her hand hovering over the register. Will this be all, ma'am? Kenjaku looked at the pile, then at the rest of the store. No. She paused. I don't want those. I'll take everything else on that rack. The clerk's smile faltered. I'll go get the manager. Kenjaku clicked her tongue. So much trouble. A few minutes later, a portly manager arrived, looking between the pile of rejected clothes and Kenjaku's bored expression. His professional smile was perfectly in place. How will you be paying today, ma'am? Kenjaku pulled a card from her pocket, holding it between 2 fingers. She snapped it onto the counter. Charge it to the card. The manager took the card with a bow and began the transaction. Kashimo stood to the side, his blue eyes squinting at her back. He wondered where she got the money. He decided it was probably better not to ask. He didn't want to be called a freeloader again. A/N, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Thanks in advance to everyone for the support. Chapter 48, Rico. Shoko. Bonus chapter. Chapter 48, Rico. Shoko. Bonus chapter. Kashimo wandered down the street, draped in shopping bags. He had 7 or 8 bags hanging from each hand, his fingers turning white under the strain, while 2 unbagged jackets were draped over his elbows. He wasn't even using his hands for everything. He had the handles of 3 more bags clamped between his teeth, his head tilted back slightly to maintain his balance. He moved with the heavy, rhythmic gait of a predator carrying a massive kill back to its den. Pedestrians couldn't help but stare. A man over 6 feet tall, handsome but dressed in a style that felt decades out of place, covered in shopping bags and looking perfectly unbothered by the absurdity of it all was a difficult sight to ignore. Young girls giggled behind their hands, salarymen did double takes, and one child standing with a dog simply stopped and watched him pass, mouth hanging open in a perfect O. Kashimo was oblivious to the attention, or more accurately, he simply didn't care. Kenjaku had vanished the moment the card transaction was finished. She dropped a casual remark about getting his ring back as if she were just stepping out for a rice ball at a convenience store. Kashimo hadn't asked questions. He just nodded and watched the woman in the black top disappear into the mall's crowd. He didn't care how she planned to get it back or if her husband would be difficult about it. Kenjaku had lived for 1,000 years, she had her ways. The June sun remained relentless, making the asphalt soft underfoot. Kashimo was wearing his new clothes, a dark gray t-shirt and black trousers Kenjaku had picked out. The fabric was light and breathable, a massive improvement over the rags he'd been wearing. He strolled toward the apartment, the bags rustling with every step. A light breeze occasionally caught the teal strands of his hair. He squinted against the glare, a muffled grunt escaping him through the handles in his teeth. He wasn't sure if he was annoyed by the heat or just thinking about the state of the world. There was no rush. The apartment was ready, the clothes were bought, and his gear was being retrieved. He had waited 400 years, he could wait a few more hours. As he walked, his mind drifted to more curious matters. The more he thought about it, the more impressed he was with Jin Itadori. The man's mental fortitude had to be legendary. Your wife dies, stays dead for years, and then suddenly walks back into the house with a stitched-up forehead. Most people would have moved cities that same night. But Jin. He just kept going as if nothing had changed. He'd even. Kashimo's pace faltered for a moment, the bags in his mouth swaying. He'd even gone through with the sexual side of the marriage. Applying his analytical mind to the situation, the logic was undeniable. Why was Kenjaku in such a hurry to get the ring back? A woman with her patience didn't suddenly act on a whim. If she was moving now, it wasn't because of a guilty conscience. She was likely pregnant. That was the only thing that could force her hand. Kashimo knew her well enough to know that very little could rattle a 1,000-year-old sorcerer. Only internal changes, the uncontrollable hormonal signals of the flesh she inhabited, could force her to accelerate her schedule. She had sensed the shift and realized the window for her plans was closing while this body was still viable. The ring was just an excuse to visit. Kashimo let out a sharp huff of a laugh through his nose, the air vibrating the bags in his teeth. A passing pedestrian gave him a wary look, but he ignored them. Fine then. He continued his slow trek, the thought still fresh in his mind. Mister, you're funny. Why are you carrying them like that? The clear, high voice of a child came from his side. Kashimo looked down. A young girl was standing there, looking up at him. She had short, sensible hair and eyes that were wide and bright with curiosity. She was wearing a school uniform and a small backpack, standing with the casual confidence of a kid who had seen something strange and decided to investigate. Kashimo looked at her face, the eyes, the jawline, the slight upward curve of her lips. His feet felt like they had been bolted to the pavement. Rico. Rico. His brain felt like it had just suffered an electrical short. He dropped the bags from his mouth and knelt, lowering his tall frame until he was eye level with the girl. He stared at her for a long time. His handsome face, marked with those violet sigils, twisted into an expression of profound, wide-eyed shock. It was the look of a man seeing a ghost. "What's your name, kid?" he asked, his voice uncharacteristically soft. Kashimo was a striking man, his deep blue eyes brilliant in the sunlight, and his sudden gentleness was enough to disarm the girl's natural suspicion. She didn't shy away. Instead, she tilted her head and gave him a bright, easy smile. "I'm Shoko Yeri. I'm 13. Shoko Yeri." Kashimo felt like someone had hit the pause button on his reality. He stayed frozen for 2 seconds before letting out a long, heavy breath. Thank God it's Shoko, not Rico. He genuinely thought he was losing his mind. The face, the smile, even the way she tilted her head when she spoke, she was a perfect double. He'd almost convinced himself he was trapped in an illusion. Wait. Kashimo's eyes widened even further. Shoko. Shoko Yeri. He remained in his crouch, his expression shifting through a dozen different emotions before settling into a look of absolute, twisted confusion. The 13-year-old girl watched him, her brow furrowing as she took in his bizarre reaction. "Mister, you're making a really weird face." Kashimo opened his mouth, but for the first time in 2 lives, he had absolutely nothing to say. A/N, thanks for the power stones. New goal, 400 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Thanks in advance to everyone for the support. Chapter 49, The Key. Chapter 49, The Key. So, Shoko, Kashimo said, keeping his voice casual. He was trying his best not to look like a suspicious character. "Where are your parents?" Shoko gave a small shrug and gestured with her chin toward the street corner, her expression bordering on impatient. Kashimo followed her gaze. A middle-aged man in a gray suit stood in line at a crepe stand. He looked like the definition of a corporate drone, tie perfectly knotted, briefcase in hand, and shoes polished just enough to pass muster. He kept glancing at the front of the line, his back radiating a deep, bone-weary salaryman energy. Kashimo felt a pang of second-hand embarrassment. He was a textbook Japanese office worker, the kind of man who could disappear into a crowd in 3 seconds flat. "Dad just picked me up from school," Shoko added, her tone matter-of-fact. "I wanted a crepe, so he's waiting in line. He told me to stay close and play nearby." Kashimo looked down at her. The girl spoke with a calm indifference, clearly used to the routine of her father running errands for her. She stood there with her backpack straps hanging loose, tapping the toe of her shoe against the pavement while her eyes drifted toward the crepe stand, likely calculating which flavor she wanted. Kashimo arched an eyebrow. School. That meant she hadn't discovered her innate technique yet. At 13, in a normal middle school with a parent picking her up, it was clear Jujutsu High hadn't scouted her. Her rare talent for the reverse curse technique would probably go unnoticed for another few years before she was whisked away into a world entirely different from this one. For now, she was just a 13-year-old girl who wanted a snack. Kashimo shifted his shopping bags, stuffing one hand into his pocket. He looked back at the men in the gray suit. Your father has a lot of patience, he noted. Shoko didn't answer immediately. She tilted her head, her bright eyes studying him with a mix of childhood curiosity and a strange, budding intensity. You bought a lot of clothes, mister. I did. Are you a model? You're really tall. No. Then what do you do? Kashimo looked at the familiar face and paused for a second. I'm unemployed. Shoko blinked. She seemed to be trying to reconcile the image of a handsome, unemployed man carrying a dozen designer shopping bags. She didn't press him, though. She just gave a small, okay, and turned her attention back to the crepe line. The two of them stood there in the June sun, a tall man and a small girl, waiting for the men in the gray suit to return. A few minutes later, the father finished his purchase and hurried back. He held a paper-wrapped crepe in one hand and his change in the other, moving with the hurried gait of a man who was always behind schedule. Shoko, he said, handing her the treat. He finally noticed the young man standing a full head taller than him and paused. All set. And who is this? Kashimo opened his mouth to explain that he was just a passerby, but Shoko beat him to it. He's a weird guy I just met, she said brightly. Kashimo's mouth twitched. Ah, I see, the father said. He pushed his glasses up his nose and offered a practiced, polite smile, giving a small bow. Hello. I hope our Shoko wasn't a bother. Not at all, Kashimo said, his voice flat. We just happened to cross paths. The man nodded, his eyes scanning Kashimo's teal hair and the violet markings at the corners of his eyes. His smile remained polite, but his gaze was filled with the confusion of someone wondering exactly what kind of person he was talking to. He didn't ask, though. He just turned back to Shoko. Let's go. Mom's waiting for us at home. Shoko took a bite of the crepe, getting a bit of cream on her lip. She gave a muffled hum of agreement, gave Kashimo one last look, and started following her father across the street. After a few steps, she turned back, still chewing. Bye, weirdo. Kashimo stood on the sidewalk, watching the small figure in the school uniform disappear into the crowd. The June sun was still punishingly hot. He let out a huff, clamped the handles of the bags back between his teeth, and resumed his walk to the apartment. The bags swayed with every step, just as they had before. It was dusk by the time Kashimo reached the building. The evening sun had painted the street in shades of warm orange. He stopped in front of a nondescript 3-story apartment block with a faded gray and white exterior. Each unit had a matching mailbox, and the place Kenjaku had rented was on the second floor. Kashimo looked up, the orange light softening the sharp lines of his face. He took a deep breath, relieved to have finally arrived. His hands were numb from the weight of the bags. He set them down on the concrete and reached into his right pocket. Empty. He tried the left. Empty. Kashimo froze. His expression shifted from exhaustion to a sinking realization. He looked down at his new trousers. In his rush to leave that morning, he'd just pulled them on and walked out. The key. The apartment key. He played back the day's events. Leaving, the mall, the clothes, the meeting with Shoko, the long walk back. He hadn't touched a key once. Kenjaku still had it. Kashimo closed his eyes. A vein throbbed in his temple. 400 years ago, he was the god of lightning, the strongest sorcerer of his age. 400 years later, he was standing in front of a cheap apartment building with a dozen bags of clothes and no way to get inside. He stood there for a long time. His shadow stretched across the pavement, a distorted silhouette of shopping bags and messy hair. Damn it, he muttered. He picked the bags back up and climbed the iron stairs, the metal clanging under his feet as if he were taking his frustration out on the building itself. When he reached the second floor, he dropped the bags in front of his door and slid down to the floor. He leaned his back against the door, his legs stretched out across the narrow hallway. He looked up at the ceiling, wondering what his options were. He didn't have a phone to call Kenjaku. He didn't know where she was staying. He could pick the lock, but his experience was with ancient wooden latches, not modern security doors. Kashimo stared at the white wall across from him for a while. Finally, he let out a long, weary breath and leaned his head back against the door, closing his eyes. The strongest sorcerer of the Edo period sat in a hallway like a college student who'd forgotten his lanyard, waiting for someone to let him in. A/N, 400 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Thanks in advance to everyone for the support. Chapter 50, Idiot. Chapter 50, Idiot. By 7 in the evening, the sky had surrendered to a deep, absolute black. The streetlights flickered on one by one, casting pools of orange light across the streets of Sendai. Kenjaku walked with a lighter step than she'd had that morning, a rare look of relaxation on her face. Her duties as a housewife were finished for the day. The vessel had been conceived, the family obligations were met, and the lies had been told. For tonight, at least, she was free. Her destination was Kashimo's new apartment. She wasn't necessarily worried about whether the idiot could find his way home. The body he'd inhabited carried the memories of its previous owner, so navigation shouldn't have been an issue. She just needed to check on him. And, perhaps, ensure he didn't starve to death. She told herself it was a matter of logistics. She didn't know if the sorcerer's body knew how to cook, and if Kashimo's 400-year-old palate was left to its own devices in a modern kitchen, he might end up eating the furniture. It would be an embarrassing way for a legend to go. She'd spent years looking after him in the Edo period. It seemed she was destined to keep doing it in the modern one. She turned into the narrow alleyway of the apartment building and climbed the iron stairs. She felt almost cheerful. Then she rounded the corner to the second floor and saw the door. A pile of shopping bags lay scattered across the concrete. Beside them, a tall man sat slumped against the door, his head tilted to one side. Teal hair fell over his forehead, and his eyes were shut tight. His breathing was heavy and rhythmic. Hajime Kashimo. The arrogant, untouchable god of the Edo period. The man who had once looked down on the entire world was currently curled up outside his own door like an abandoned dog, sleeping with his mouth slightly open. Kenjaku stopped. She stood at the top of the stairs, grocery bags from the convenience store in hand. Her expression shifted from casual to confused, then to flat-out disbelief, before settling into a state of stunned silence. She stared at the massive figure crumpled on the floor. Her mouth twitched. "Are you, actually an idiot?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the silence of the hallway. Kashimo didn't wake up. He just shifted his head slightly, let out a muffled grunt, and continued to sleep. Kenjaku took a long, deep breath. She walked over and gave his shin a sharp, impatient kick with the toe of her shoe. "Hey! Wake up." Kashimo didn't move. She kicked him again, harder this time. Kashimo. Still nothing. This was the man whose instincts were so sharp he could sense a threat from 100 yards away while sleeping. Now, he was dead to the world. The day had clearly taken more out of him than he'd admit. Kenjaku looked down at him. A thin layer of dust clung to his handsome face, and his eyelashes cast soft shadows against his skin in the dim light. She stood there for 3 seconds in silence. She set her grocery bags down, knelt, and pulled the key from her pocket. She leaned over his shoulder to reach the lock. The metallic scrape of the key finally did the trick. Kashimo's eyelashes fluttered. He opened his eyes, his blue pupils hazy and unfocused. He looked up at Kenjaku's face, only inches from his own, and blinked. "You're here," he rasped, his voice thick with sleep. Kenjaku turned the key, the lock clicking open with a heavy thud. She looked down at him, her voice terrifyingly calm. "If I hadn't come, were you planning to sleep here all night?" Kashimo blinked, appearing to give the question some genuine thought. "Maybe." Kenjaku's eye twitched. "Where is your key?" "You have it. And you didn't think to ask for it?" "Forgot." Kenjaku closed her eyes and took another steadying breath. When she opened them, her face was a map of silent frustration. She pushed the door open. Since Kashimo had been leaning against it, his support vanished. He tumbled backward, his head hitting the hardwood floor with a dull thud. "Ow. Serves you right." Kenjaku stepped over his long legs, entered the apartment, and flipped the light switch. Harsh white light flooded the room. Kashimo stayed on the floor, squinting against the glare. "Get up," Kenjaku said, her voice tight with weary resignation. "I'm making dinner." Kashimo sat up slowly, rubbing the back of his head. "What are we having?" "Curry." "Fine by me." Kenjaku walked into the small kitchen, dropped the convenience store bags on the counter, and began searching for a pot. She moved with a practiced efficiency that didn't belong to a 1,000-year-old sorcerer. She looked like a regular housewife. Kashimo dragged himself to his feet and hauled the shopping bags inside, tossing them into a corner. He leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching her work. "What about the ring?" he asked. Kenjaku didn't look back. "Tomorrow." "Is your husband going to give it up?" "Don't worry about it." Kashimo gave a brief nod and went quiet. The sound of a knife hitting a cutting board filled the room, followed by the rustle of a curry roux package and the bubbling of water. The small apartment began to fill with the warm, domestic scent of cooking. The smell of curry eventually filled every corner of the unit. When Kenjaku set 2 plates on the low table, Kashimo was already sitting there. He watched the plates like a starving wolf. The steam rose from the golden sauce, which was draped over a bed of white rice and dotted with soft chunks of potato and carrot. It wasn't a gourmet meal, but to a man who hadn't eaten all day, it was the best thing in the world. Kashimo picked up a spoon and tore into the food. He ate with a frantic, messy intensity. He shoveled massive bites into his mouth, his cheeks bulging. He didn't even finish chewing before reaching for the next spoonful. Sauce stained the corners of his mouth, and stray grains of rice fell back onto the plate. He was oblivious to everything but the food. Kenjaku sat across from him, her head resting in her hands as she watched him with a look of profound exhaustion. He had been the same 400 years ago. Every time he came back from a fight, he ate as if someone were about to snatch the plate away. New body, new era, same animal. Slow down, she sighed. No one is going to take it. Kashimo didn't even look up. He shoved another bite in, his jaw working through the rice. Kenjaku watched him for another moment before giving up. Her gaze drifted to the pile of shopping bags in the corner and then back to him. You really are an idiot, she said, her voice lazy. Why didn't you buy a phone? I gave you enough money. She knew she'd handed him several large bills that morning. She'd called him a freeloader, but she wasn't going to let him wander the streets with nothing. It was more than enough for a basic handset. Kashimo stopped mid-chew. He looked up at her, his cheeks puffed out like a squirrel. His blue eyes met hers. He tried to speak, but the rice made it impossible. MMPH. He made a series of muffled sounds and gestured vaguely with his hand. Kenjaku stared at him for 3 seconds. Swallow it first. Kashimo swallowed with a heavy, audible gulp. He licked the sauce from his lip and put the spoon down, his expression suddenly very serious. I forgot. He said it with such confidence that Kenjaku didn't know how to respond. She just sat there, her eye twitching. The silence lingered for a beat. You forgot, she repeated. Yeah, Kashimo nodded. You were rushing me when I left. It slipped my mind. I rushed you, so you forgot how to function. Is your brain just for show? It's been dormant for 4 centuries. It's a bit rusty. Kenjaku closed her eyes. Her internal map of her own blood pressure was currently reaching a new peak. She looked at the man who was already back to shoveling curry into his mouth. She wanted to yell, but there were too many insults to choose from. She eventually just slumped back in her chair. You are a genuine moron, she whispered. Kashimo ignored her and kept eating. The sound of the spoon hitting the ceramic plate was steady and rhythmic. In the small apartment, with the lights on and the smell of food in the air, the sound was strangely grounding. Kenjaku watched him for a while, then sighed and pushed her own untouched plate toward him. Eat. If you die of hunger, I'm the one who has to bury you. Kashimo looked up, sauce on his chin, and pulled the second plate toward him without a second thought. Thanks. Shut up and eat. A/N, I'll drop a bonus chapter right at 400 stones. Our new goal is 600 power stones, let's go. We've got the momentum and we're doing great. With enough support, we can reach it. Chapter 51, Yuki Tsukumo, bonus chapter. Chapter 51, Yuki Tsukumo, bonus chapter. June 22nd. Early morning. The sun forced its way through the gap in the curtains, painting a thin gold line across the foot of the bed. Kashimo lay face down, buried deep in the duvet. He didn't know where Kenjaku had found this mattress, but it was absurdly soft. The blanket was light and warm, wrapping around him like a persistent embrace. He had no desire to move. He had been awake for 10 minutes. More accurately, his mind was clear and his consciousness was sharp, but his body was flatly refusing to execute any orders to get up. He hadn't suffered from this particular ailment 400 years ago. Back then, he slept on hard wooden planks or the bare earth, waking naturally before the first light of dawn. Now, a single modern mattress was enough to dismantle his entire willpower. It was simply too comfortable. Kashimo buried his face in the pillow and let out a muffled groan. 2 voices were arguing in his head. One suggested another 5 minutes, while the other reminded him he had already been lying there for 15. He forced himself to sit up eventually. He needed essentials. Yesterday had been a frantic blur of clothes shopping, and he had completely forgotten the basics: toothbrush, towels, slippers. He had used a travel kit Kenjaku picked up from a convenience store last night, but the toothbrush felt like a wire brush used for scrubbing pots. He wasn't going to spend another night like that. As for Kenjaku, he stared at the ceiling as the thought drifted through his mind. She had obviously gone home. She had a child to carry, after all. His mouth twitched as he recalled her tapping her fingers together and talking about her husband. He pushed the thought away. Let her do as she pleased. A 1,000-year-old brain playing the role of a mother had nothing to do with him. Kashimo finally stood up, the blanket sliding down to his waist. He ran a hand through his messy teal hair. Strands were sticking out in every direction, making him look like a wild man who had just emerged from the deep woods. He found a plain black hair tie on the nightstand, likely something Kenjaku had grabbed at the store counter on a whim. He pulled his hair back, tying it into a messy ponytail. A few loose strands fell across his ears, but he didn't bother fixing them. He looked down at himself. The gray t-shirt he'd bought yesterday was wrinkled from sleep, the collar pulled to one side. He gave it a half-hearted tug and decided it didn't matter. He was only going out for supplies, not a formal meeting. He stepped onto the hardwood floor, his bare feet cool against the wood as he shuffled toward the bathroom. The mirror reflected a face still heavy with sleep, the violet markings near his eyes marked with the red lines of pillow creases. His blue eyes were half open, radiating a lazy, decadent exhaustion. He yawned at his reflection and began the slow process of brushing his teeth. Outside, the sun grew brighter. Morning in Sendai was just beginning. When he finally pushed the door open, the fresh June breeze hit him, clearing the last of his lethargy. He stood in the hallway for a moment, looking down at the crumpled piece of paper in his hand. It was a shopping list he'd scribbled the night before. The handwriting was jagged and some of the characters were wrong, but he could make out the essentials: toothbrush, towel, slippers, shampoo, a cup, and, he squinted at the bottom, trash bags. He stuffed the note into his pocket and checked for his key and bank card. Once he was sure he was set, he headed out. Sendai was quiet, still shaking off the remains of the night. There weren't many people out yet, just the occasional jogger and the bright fluorescent glow of a convenience store. Kashimo walked with a slow, deliberate stride, his ponytail swaying behind him. To anyone passing by, he looked like any other young man, save for the faint violet markings on his face and the unsettling sharpness of his blue eyes. Tokyo. The morning at Jujutsu High was draped in a thin, clinging fog. The ancient wooden building stood in silent silhouette against the rising sun. Masamichi Yaga sat at his desk, a half-finished cursed corpse in his hands. A needle and thread dangled from the plush doll, abandoned mid-stitch. Across from him, a blonde woman sat with her legs crossed in a visitor's chair. Her posture was so relaxed she might as well have been in her own living room. Principal Yaga, what kind of woman is your type? Yaga stayed silent for 3 seconds. He looked at Yuki Tsukumo's face, which was set in an expression of genuine, annoying curiosity. He felt the vein in his temple pulse. He set the cursed corpse down and laced his fingers on the desk. His expression was the refined mask of a veteran teacher, steady, patient, and deeply tired. Yuki Tsukumo, he said flatly. Why are you here this time? Yuki didn't seem bothered by the lack of an answer to her question. She shrugged and shifted her weight. Her expression turned slightly more serious, though her natural playfulness remained visible beneath the surface. I still want you to talk to the Zenin clan for me, she said, like it was no big deal. I want to study Zen in Toji. Yaga let out a heavy sigh. It was a deep sound that came from the bottom of his lungs, carrying the weight of a man who had heard this exact request too many times. He pinched the bridge of his nose. You asked me this 2 years ago, he said, his voice slow. I went to them. They refused to let him go. He paused, looking at Yuki's unmoved expression. According to the head of the Zenin clan, even if he is an outcast, as long as he carries the name, he won't be handed over for research. And now that he's actually left the family entirely, I have even less leverage to make him cooperate. Yuki pursed her lips. She didn't look surprised, but she wasn't satisfied either. She turned her gaze to the window, watching the fog lift from the distant mountain ridges. Her fingers tapped a slow, rhythmic beat on the armrest. Fine. I suppose I'll be on my way. She stood up and stretched like a cat waking from a nap. Her long gold hair shimmered in the morning light. She stuffed her hands into her pockets and took a few steps toward the door before looking back. I'll be in Japan for another 2 weeks, she added. She flashed a bright, unapologetic smile at Yaga. I'm still not taking any missions, though. Yaga didn't move. His mouth twitched, but he realized there was no point in arguing. She had always been like this. Coming and going as she pleased, ignoring orders, and generally being the one person in the hierarchy that no one could control. Just go, he said, waving a hand in a gesture of weary dismissal. Yuki laughed, waved back, and pushed the door open. Her footsteps faded down the hall, light and wandering. Masamichi Yaga stared at the closed door for a long time before letting out one final sigh. He picked up his needle and thread and went back to work. The office returned to silence, save for the faint rasp of the thread passing through the fabric. A/N, what kind of women is your type? 600 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter, let's go. Chapter 52, what's your type? Chapter 52, what's your type? At 4 in the afternoon, the Sendai sun had lost its bite. It hung low over the western skyline, painting the streets in a warm, heavy amber. Kashimo wandered out of the shopping mall, a bulging plastic bag in his hand. It was stuffed with the mundane tools of modern life: toothbrushes, towels, slippers, shampoo, a cup, and a stack of trash bags. He'd followed the list precisely, even buying a few things he wasn't entirely sure how to use. In his other hand, he gripped his new phone. It was a silver-gray flip model, small and sleek. In his massive palm, it looked like a child's toy. For 2002, it was top of the line. It could make calls, send texts, and play a decent game of Snake. He'd spent 10 minutes on a mall bench figuring it out, and in the end, he'd only done one thing. He saved Kenjaku's number. He looked at that single, lonely entry in his contact list for a moment before snapping the phone shut. Just in case I run out of money again, he told himself. It felt like a perfectly logical excuse. His stomach gave a low, demanding growl. Kashimo looked down, realizing he'd only eaten a few bites of cold, leftover curry since morning. He'd been too lazy to heat it up. He'd planned to grab something on the way out, but the sheer novelty of the shopping mall had pushed the thought out of his head. He scanned the street. A road sign pointed toward the Asachi market. It was only a 10-minute walk, and at this hour, the stalls should still be open. It was known as the kitchen of Sendai. It would have exactly what he needed. Kashimo shifted the heavy plastic bag to his left hand, shoved the phone into his pocket, and started walking. His teal ponytail swayed with every step as his shadow grew long against the pavement. At the same time, at Sendai Station, the Shinkansen doors slid open. Yuki Tsukumo stepped onto the platform and took a deep, theatrical breath. Her long blonde hair fluttered in the afternoon breeze. She stretched her arms over her head, her joints popping as she let out a satisfied hum. She looked like a bird that had finally escaped its cage. I knew I had to come back to Sendai, she whispered. She let out a contented sigh. To anyone else, the air was just city air, perhaps a bit cleaner than Tokyo, but to Yuki, it was a breath of freedom. She didn't have any official business here. She was a special grade sorcerer, but today, she was just a tourist. The last time she'd visited, she had been in such a rush that she'd missed out on all the local delicacies. It had bothered her for months. With only 2 weeks left in Japan, she decided to rectify that mistake personally. Yuki walked out of the station with her hands in her pockets, her gait as light as a student on spring break. She stood in the station plaza, looked around, and quickly found her bearings. She'd done her homework. The Asachi market was the heart of Sendai's food scene. Sashimi, beef tongue, zunda shakes, everything from a full meal to a quick snack. Her stomach was ready. Let's go. I'm starving, she muttered to herself, heading toward the market. The evening sun caught her hair, making her stand out even more in the crowded Sendai streets. 2 paths, 1 destination, and the same orange glow of the sunset. The market hit him before he even turned the corner. It was a wall of sensory input. The smell of grilled meat, the salty tang of the sea, the rhythmic sizzle of iron plates, and the constant, overlapping shouts of the vendors. It was a warm, chaotic web that pulled him in. Kashimo stood at the entrance, took a deep breath, and felt his stomach growl again. He stepped into the crowd. The market was in full swing. Stalls lined both sides of the narrow street, their lanterns casting a red glow over the scene. Steam rose from every corner, swirling into the air before vanishing. Salarymen heading home, housewives with grocery bags, and tourists with cameras pushed past him. Kashimo's height made him an obvious landmark. His blue hair caught the light as people looked up at him, then went back to their food. He spotted a stand selling fried fish cakes first. The golden cakes were bubbling in the oil, and as they were pulled out and set on wire racks, they hissed with heat. The edges were crisp and perfectly browned. Kashimo didn't hesitate. He bought a tray, speared a piece with a bamboo stick, and shoved it into his mouth. It was hot, and the flavor of the fresh fish exploded across his tongue. He let out a sharp puff of steam but immediately reached for the next piece. Then, his gaze drifted to the neighboring stall. Edamame shakes. He'd seen a sign for them at a convenience store the night before and hadn't thought much of it. But standing here, smelling the sweet, earthy scent of the beans, he decided he had to try one. And so, the scene was set. Kashimo stood in the dead center of the market, a paper bag of fried fish cakes in his left hand and a bright green milkshake in his right. His cheeks were puffed out as he chewed, and his eyes were already scanning the crowd for his next target. Steam rose from the fish cakes, while cold condensation slicked the sides of his cup. He took a bite of the salty fish, then a long sip of the sweet shake. The two flavors fought for a moment before settling into an odd, satisfying harmony. He arched an eyebrow, surprised by the combination, but continued down the lane. He stopped at a grill selling beef tongue. He inhaled the scent of rendered fat and looked at the few remaining fish cakes in his bag. He finished them off, sucked the last of the shake through the straw, and crushed the plastic cup in his hand. "I'll take an order of beef tongue," he said, the straw still between his lips. His voice was muffled, but the vendor understood. The men flipped the thin slices of meat on the iron plate, the grease popping and the aroma filling the air. Kashimo leaned against a pillar next to the stall, tossing his empty cup and bag into a nearby bin. He watched the meat turn a deep, savory brown, a small grin touching his lips. The modern era might be complicated, but the food was a definite improvement. The vendor handed him the tray. Kashimo took his first bite, the hot, savory grease coating his mouth. He was chewing contentedly when a voice spoke from just behind him. "Hey, blue-haired hottie." The voice was lazy and confident, carrying the tone of someone addressing an old friend. "What kind of women is your type?" A/N, 600 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter, let's go. Chapter 53, Nonsense, bonus chapter. Chapter 53, Nonsense, bonus chapter. "Hey, blue-haired hottie." The voice was lazy and confident, carrying the tone of someone addressing an old friend. "What kind of women is your type?" Kashimo's movement faltered. He chewed the last of the beef tongue, swallowed it, and tossed the bamboo skewer into his paper bag. He turned toward the sound. The market lanterns cast a warm, crimson glow over the passing crowd, but the woman standing 2 paces away was impossible to miss. She was tall, her long blonde hair shimmering under the lights. She stood with her hands in her pockets, her posture as relaxed as if she were taking a stroll in her own backyard. She tilted her head, her expression a mix of curiosity and assessment. There was a small, lingering curve to her lips, but the smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Yuki Tsukumo. The only certified special-grade sorcerer of the modern era. Kashimo narrowed his eyes. He recognized her. Yuki was watching him too. The casual smile faded from her face, replaced by something sharper and more alert. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment as she silently appraised his presence. The volume of cursed energy in front of her was staggering. It was coiled inside him like an abyssal current beneath the waves. Calm on the surface but impossibly deep. She had met powerful sorcerers before, but there were only a handful of people in the world whose mere presence forced her spine to stiffen. He has to be special grade, she thought. Her eyes traveled over the violet sigils at the corners of his eyes, his messy teal ponytail, and the steaming bag of beef tongue in his hand. He didn't look like a sorcerer, they were rarely this aimless. He didn't look like a civilian either. Civilians didn't have eyes like that. A curse user? She didn't ask. She simply adjusted her hands in her pockets, a subtle shift into a more comfortable stance. She knew what she was preparing for. The flow of the market continued around them, a blur of vendors, sizzling iron, and laughter. No one noticed the 2 figures standing at the mouth of the narrow alley, or the sudden, heavy silence between them. The lantern light flickered. Kashimo licked a bit of sauce from his lip, crumpled his paper bag, and tossed it into a nearby bin. He looked at Yuki. He didn't look nervous, nor did he look friendly. He just looked like a man who had been interrupted during a meal. Huh. He let out a short, rising sound of confusion. "You're a sorcerer." Yuki's grin returned, but it carried a fresh edge of scrutiny. "Isn't it obvious?" Kashimo arched an eyebrow. His blue eyes squinted slightly under the red light. His face remained flat. "Yuki Tsukumo." He said her name as a statement, not a question. Yuki felt a strange numbness in her jaw. Her smile stiffened, and her mouth twitched with a mix of awkwardness and irritation. Where did this guy come from? She was a special grade. Anywhere she went in the Jujutsu world, people treated her with respect, or at the very least, a healthy amount of caution. And this guy? He just says her name and stops. He didn't even ask who she was or offer his own name. "And yours is?" she asked, her tone carrying an impatient edge. Kashimo. Having answered, he stood there with his empty milkshake cup, his gaze already drifting back to a nearby stall. He seemed to have developed a sudden, pressing interest in grilled oysters. Yuki stared at him, feeling like she had just thrown a punch into a pile of cotton. He was impossible to read. He was more difficult to talk to than the silent types back at the Zenin estate. She opened her mouth to speak, but she felt as if anything she said would just be swatted away with another one-word answer. The lantern above her swayed, light dancing across her gold hair. She stuffed her hands back into her pockets and tilted her head. "Kashimo," she repeated, searching her memory. She found nothing. "I've never heard of you. Which side are you on?" Kashimo finally pulled his gaze away from the oysters. He looked at her, his blue eyes unreadable. Neither. He took a step toward the oyster stand. Yuki's mouth twitched again. However, she could sense that he carried no immediate hostility. That realization allowed her shoulders to drop an inch, but only an inch. If you're a sorcerer, she said, her voice becoming more serious, have you ever thought about ending the world's pain? Kashimo pressed his lips together. He heard the weight in her voice. This wasn't a pickup line or a test. This was the one thing she actually cared about. Sit down, he said. A few minutes later, they found a small table away from the thick of the crowd. A single, dim lantern hung overhead, illuminating a plate of skewers, a few drinks, and 2 sets of chopsticks. The noise of the market was only a few yards away, but the space felt isolated, separated by an invisible line. Kashimo sat, opened a bottle of cola, and took a slow drink. He winced as the carbonation hit his throat, set the bottle down, and looked at Yuki. Tell me. What do you mean by the world's pain? Yuki folded her hands on the table. Her long hair slid over her shoulder, glowing faintly in the lantern light. The playful grin was gone, replaced by a look of clinical, almost religious intensity. Cursed energy. She paused, as if deciding whether he was worth the explanation. She studied his face for a second before continuing. I'm looking for a way to remove cursed energy from this world. Right now, I can see only 2 paths. She held up one finger. 1. Strip all of humanity of their cursed energy. You know Toji Zenin? He's the blueprint. A heavenly restriction so absolute he was born with 0 energy. If we could apply that state to every human on Earth, cursed energy would cease to exist. She held up a second finger. 2. Teach every human to master their own energy. Not just a handful of sorcerers, but everyone. If everyone could control their output, the birth of cursed spirits would be stopped at the source. She went quiet, watching Kashimo for a reaction. Kashimo listened. He didn't interrupt. Instead, he finished his cola in one long draw. He smacked his lips and gripped the empty can in his palm. He closed his fingers. The aluminum screeched as it buckled under the pressure. The can was crushed into a jagged, unrecognizable lump of metal. He let go, and the scrap hit the table with a dull thud, rolling half an inch toward a plate of chicken skin. He looked up at Yuki, his blue eyes cold. Are you kidding me? Yuki didn't move. She just watched him. Even Tengen's barriers can only concentrate the world's energy in Japan, Kashimo said, tapping the table with a finger. Stripping the energy from every human being. It's physically impossible. He paused, his mouth curving into a look that was somewhere between a smile and a scowl. And teaching everyone to control it is even more of a fantasy. Most of them don't even have an innate technique. They lack the hardware to process energy, let alone master it across a global population. The table was silent. Steam rose from the skewers, and condensation trailed down the bottles. Kashimo's face remained lazy and unbothered, but his eyes carried a very clear message. Your plan is nonsense. A/N, 600 power stones and an instant bonus chapter. Our new goal is 800 power stones. Thanks to everyone for the support. Chapter 54, The Teacher. Chapter 54, The Teacher. Yuki Tsukumo didn't get angry. She actually laughed. A small, knowing sound that suggested she'd expected exactly that response. She relaxed her shoulders and crossed her arms. Her expression showed no trace of disappointment. She hadn't expected a miracle answer to begin with. I wasn't holding my breath for a better response anyway, she said. She was blunt, her tone devoid of offense. She said it like it was obvious. She studied Kashimo's face for a moment before shifting the conversation toward something seemingly trivial. Since that's the case, how would you feel about becoming a teacher at Jujutsu High? A teacher? That actually caught Kashimo's interest. He didn't change his posture, but his blue eyes shifted from the empty skewers on the table to Yuki's face. A teacher at the school. He ran the possibilities through his head and landed on a very specific benefit. The school's storehouse held the staff. It was his weapon, a tool he had used for a lifetime 4 centuries ago, now locked away and gathering dust. If he were a teacher, retrieving it would be a simple matter of logistics. It would be official. He wouldn't have to sneak in, steal it, or argue with the higher-ups. He tapped a rhythmic beat on the table. His face remained lazy, but a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Yuki was running a different set of calculations. She watched Kashimo's blank expression, her mind whirring with the possibilities. If she recruited a special grade and stuffed him into the school as a teacher, the old men in charge would finally stop bothering her. All the mission quotas, the personnel scheduling, and the tiresome duties of a special grade sorcerer could be dumped onto the new guy. She would be free to roam while the higher-ups were busy trying to manage Kashimo. The table fell silent for a few seconds as they both considered their hidden agendas. Steam continued to rise from the grill, and condensation trailed down the sides of their bottles. Kashimo took a drink of his soda and set the bottle down. He carefully curated his expression to look like a man who was mildly interested but not easily swayed. Well, I'd have to think about that. He dragged out the words, his tone making the offer seem like a nuisance. He was waiting for her to sweeten the deal. Yuki had lived a long time and traveled the world. She knew exactly what he was doing. She didn't even stop to breathe before cutting him off. The pay is incredible. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried the finality of a high-stakes auction. And you'll have unrestricted access to the cursed tools in the storehouse. Kashimo's expression changed instantly. His eyebrows shot up, and a grin threatened to break through before he suppressed it. The terms were perfect, high pay and full access to his own weapon. It was an immediate win. His dignified front vanished in a heartbeat. No problem. He sat up straighter, his handsome face lit with a rare look of total cooperation. His blue eyes caught the glow of the lanterns. Yuki watched his sudden shift in attitude, her mouth twitching as she fought back a laugh. She took a sip of her drink, hiding a satisfied smile behind the rim of the glass. Hook, line, and sinker. She set her glass down, her posture returning to its usual lazy ease. It's a deal then. I'll speak to Vice Principal Yaga and have him set up the paperwork. By the time Yuki mentioned she had other things to do, her schedule was actually clear. She waved to Kashimo at the entrance of the market and vanished into the crowd, her long gold hair catching the light one last time before disappearing. Kashimo didn't ask questions. He stood there for a moment, then turned back to his shopping. He spent another hour wandering the stalls, picking up more supplies and snacks until he was satisfied. By the time he headed back to the apartment, the night had fully set in. Kashimo used his key to open the door, the plastic bags on his arms rustling in the quiet hall. He stepped inside. The entryway light was off, but a warm, white glow spilled out from the living room. Kenjaku was sitting on the sofa. She looked like she had been there for hours. She was leaning against a cushion, her flip phone open in her hand. The light from the screen illuminated the thin seam on her forehead. She didn't look up when the door opened, her thumb continuing to tap at the keypad. Kashimo set his bags down and kicked off his shoes. He moved into the kitchen to dump his haul on the counter, toothbrushes, towels, shampoo, trash bags, and several containers of zundamachi. Only then did Kenjaku look up. She watched him for a second before snapping her phone shut and tossing it onto the arm of the sofa. She stood up and walked toward him with a slow, deliberate pace. When she reached him, she stopped and held out her hand. A ring lay in her palm. The ring of lightning. The metal surface was dark and weathered, the ancient patterns looking exactly as they had 400 years ago. There was no rust or wear, it had been meticulously cared for. Take it, Kenjaku said, her voice laced with intentional annoyance. Unless you want me to put it on for you. Kashimo looked at the ring for a heartbeat. He reached out, picked it up, and slid it onto his ring finger. It fit perfectly, locking into place as if it had never been gone. The moment the metal touched his skin, a familiar surge of cursed energy traveled up his arm and settled in his chest. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, his blue pupils flashed with a sudden, brilliant intensity. He could feel the charge within the ring. The volume was the same, but the structure had changed. The energy was layered and refined, organized with a precision that didn't belong to him. It was Kenjaku's work. She had reinforced the ring with her own energy. Kashimo's hand closed into a fist. He didn't ask why. Kenjaku never gave straight answers, and she always had a hidden motive. Perhaps it was to boost the ring's output, or perhaps it was to mask his own signature. Regardless, it was back. Thanks, he said. His voice was quiet, but it carried a weight of genuine sincerity. Kenjaku gave a small, dismissive grunt and walked back to the sofa. She sat down, flipped her phone open again, and resumed her work. Did you get your supplies? She asked. I did. Did you eat? Yeah. Good. I'm leaving then. She stood back up, shoved her phone into her pocket, and walked toward the door. She paused for a fraction of a second to look at the ring on his finger before stepping out into the hall. The door clicked shut, and the apartment went silent. Kashimo stood in the kitchen, turning the ring on his finger. It caught the light, spinning a thin, silver arc through the air. 3 days later. An official letter arrived at the headquarters of the Jujutsu Higher UPS. The envelope bore the seal of a special grade sorcerer. The paper was formal, the language precise, and every protocol had been followed to the letter. Based on the recommendation of special grade sorcerer Yuki Tsukumo, Kashimo was to be appointed as a physical education instructor at the Tokyo branch of Jujutsu High. Recommender, special grade. Candidate, special grade. The document circulated through the various departments, and not a single objection was raised. A special grade had the authority to make such recommendations, and the candidate's rank was clearly stated. Special grade. His background files were a total blank, but in the world of sorcery, grade was the only currency that mattered. The status was his passport. The recommendation was approved. A/N, we're almost at 800 power stones. Chapter 55, you couldn't have led with that. Bonus chapter. Chapter 55, you couldn't have led with that. Bonus chapter. June 26th. Overcast. The clouds sat low over the city, a heavy gray curtain that bled through the gaps in the blinds and turned the room a dim, hazy charcoal. Kashimo was pulled from sleep by the sound of knocking. It was steady and deliberate, 3 raps, a pause, then 3 more. He reached a hand out from under the duvet, fumbling blindly across the nightstand. He missed his phone and instead clipped his water cup. It clattered to the floor and rolled away, fortunately empty. The knocking started again. Kashimo hissed a curse under his breath, threw back the covers, and stood up. His bare feet hit the cold hardwood, sending a jolt through his system as he shuffled toward the door. He ran a hand through his hair, which felt like a bird's nest, and pulled the door open with sleep still clinging to his face. The blonde woman standing in the hall flashed him a grin, her hands stuffed deep into her pockets. Kashimo stared at her for a long, silent moment before letting out a weary sigh. "How did you find this place?" His voice was raspy, thick with the grit of sleep. Yuki Tsukumo tilted her head, her expression innocently playful. "Your cursed energy is pretty easy to track." Kashimo stayed silent. It was a point he couldn't argue. He stepped back, clearing the doorway, and gestured into the apartment with a tilt of his head. "Fine. Get in here." Yuki didn't need a second invitation. She strolled past him, scanned the entryway, and headed straight for the living room where she claimed the sofa. She sank into the cushions, crossing her legs with the casual ease of someone in their own home. When she saw Kashimo still standing by the door, she waved him over. "Don't be shy. Have a seat." Kashimo felt a vein throb in his temple. Whose house is this, exactly? He took a breath, closed the door, and sat in the armchair opposite her. He didn't lean back. Instead, he leaned forward, elbows on his knees and fingers laced together. He fixed his blue eyes on her, his posture sharpening into something more alert. "Talk to me. What's so important that you're here this early?" Yuki scratched her cheek, her gaze drifting for a second. She looked uncharacteristically sheepish, as if she had realized she didn't actually have a pressing reason to be there. "It's nothing major," she said, her speech a little faster than usual. "I just wanted to let you know that the higher UPS approved your recommendation. You can start your new job soon." She paused and pulled her flip phone from her pocket, waving it at him. "Also, let's trade numbers. It'll make things easier." Hee hee. The little laugh at the end was entirely hollow, her tone forced into a "look how helpful I am" pitch. Kashimo's eyes narrowed. "That's it?" he asked, his voice flat. "That's it," Yuki nodded, her face a mask of sincerity. Kashimo's mouth twitched. He closed his eyes, took a breath, and let the irritation drain out of him in a long, resigned exhale. Fine. Whatever." He took the phone she handed him, flipped it open, and punched in his number. The electronic beeps were loud in the quiet room. As he handed the device back, he asked to follow up. "How soon is soon?" Yuki took the phone back and started saving the contact. She held up 4 fingers, the gesture sharp and bright next to her smiling face. 4 months. Kashimo considered it. That works. It would give him enough time to finish furnishing the place, get used to the city, and maybe catch up on 4 centuries of missing common sense. Before his reincarnation, he'd been a shut-in. After getting sick, he'd fallen even further behind the times. He didn't want to show up at the school looking like an archaeological find. Yuki shook her head. Her 4 fingers didn't move. 4 days. Kashimo frowned. That's pushing it. He stood up and walked toward the kitchen, pulling a glass from the cupboard and filling it at the tap. The sound of the running water was loud in the silence. He took a long drink, the cold water finally washing away the last of the morning fog. 4 o'clock this afternoon. Puffed. Kashimo sprayed the water across the room. A fine mist exploded in the kitchen doorway, hanging in the air for a fraction of a second before settling over Yuki's face. Droplets clung to her blonde hair and beaded on her eyelashes. A single drop tracked down her chin and fell onto her dark jacket, leaving a small, damp circle. She sat on the sofa, her expression blank, as if her internal processor had just crashed. Kashimo stood frozen in the kitchen doorway, still gripping the half-empty glass. There was a wet trail on his chin, and his blue eyes were wide with shock. What? His voice jumped an octave, the sound echoing off the walls. Yuki blinked and slowly wiped a hand across her face. She brushed the water from her forehead to her chin, shaking the excess onto the floor with a slow, deliberate movement. She looked like a woman who had accepted her fate. That was a bit of an overreaction, she said, her voice eerily calm, though her eyes held a flicker of genuine innocence. Kashimo wasn't listening. A single thought was screaming in his head, 4 p.m. today. Today. At 4 in the afternoon. He had just gotten his ring back 3 days ago. He'd only bought clothes 4 days ago. He'd only been alive for 5. He set the glass on the counter and turned back to her, his shock turning into a dazed, hollow look. You couldn't have led with that. You didn't ask, Yuki said, her tone perfectly reasonable. Kashimo opened his mouth to argue, then realized there was no defense. He closed it, opened it again, and finally just pressed his palms to his face. He rubbed his forehead, his fingers distorting the violet markings on his skin. After 5 seconds of silence, he spoke into his hands. You could have at least given me a day's notice. I did give you a day, Yuki said. She had pulled a pack of tissues from her pocket and was meticulously dabbing her face dry. The recommendation was submitted yesterday afternoon. You're going in this afternoon. That's 24 hours. Kashimo dropped his hands and looked at her. He wondered if her sense of time was fundamentally broken. But he couldn't find the words to say it because, technically, she wasn't wrong. It just felt wrong. Yuki crumpled the wet tissue, tossed it into the trash with expert precision, and stood up. She brushed the remaining dampness from her trousers and walked over to him. From this close, she looked uncomfortably sincere. It's not like you have anything else to do. 4 o'clock. Tokyo Jujutsu High. Masamichi Yaga will be expecting you. She stuffed a small piece of paper into his hand. Address and contact info are on there. Don't be late. She headed for the door. At the entryway, she paused and looked back, her playful grin finally returning. By the way, you've got a hell of an arc on that spit take. Very powerful. Just like your cursed energy. The door clicked shut behind her. The apartment went silent. Kashimo stood there, staring at the paper in his hand. The handwriting was neat, listing a Tokyo address and a phone number. He stayed still for a long time before walking back to the kitchen and finishing the water in his glass. He looked out at the gray, overcast sky for a while. Then he turned and walked into the bedroom to start digging through his new clothes. 4 o'clock. He needed to find something that looked halfway professional. A/N, 800 power stones and the instant bonus chapter is here. Our new goal is 1K. We're third in the rankings, thanks for the support guys. Chapter 56, Be My Undercover Agent. Chapter 56, Be My Undercover Agent. Kashimo was folding the last of his clothes into his suitcase when the lock clicked. The door pushed open. He looked up, his hands pausing mid-fold. Kenjaku stood in the entryway. She was dressed in something entirely different today, a black slip dress that hugged her curves, paired with red bottom heels so thin they looked like they could puncture the floor. Her hair had been styled with a noticeable sheen, falling loosely over her shoulders. Standing there in the light of the entryway, she looked like she had just stepped off the pages of a fashion magazine. She looked ready for a date. Kashimo's gaze traveled from her head to her toes and back again. He held a half-folded shirt in the air, watching as she clicked across the floor with a natural grace, as if she had been wearing heels her entire life. Her eyes landed on his suitcase. Oh. Packing already. Kenjaku tilted her head, her face reflecting a genuine, unpracticed confusion. She was wearing light makeup, her eyeliner pulled into a sharp, upward flick. Combined with the head tilt, she looked different. Kashimo squinted, a thought crossing his mind that he found utterly ridiculous. She has a heavy maternal vibe today. He looked back down and continued folding the shirt. It was messy, the edges uneven. I'm not staying here. I'm heading to Tokyo. Huh. Kenjaku crossed her arms and walked over to him. She was short compared to Kashimo's 6-foot frame, but her posture gave her a sense of height. Her hair fell over one eye, leaving the other to study him from beneath a sharp line of makeup. You aren't actually going to the college, are you? Kashimo paused, gripping the shirt. He felt a light sweat break out on his forehead. He didn't answer, instead choosing to focus on the stubborn fabric in his hands. Kenjaku watched him for a few seconds before suddenly breaking into a laugh. The movement crinkled her makeup at the corners of her eyes. The intimidating aura vanished instantly, replaced by her usual, lazy demeanor. Haha, I'm kidding. Look how tense you are. She waved a hand dismissively. Then, she took a step closer, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. She leaned in, looking up at Kashimo. The distance was uncomfortably close, close enough for him to see the individual, curled lashes of her mascara. But I'm serious, she whispered, her voice dropping into a soft, slow drawl. It sounded like a secret intended only for him. If you really are going to Jujutsu High, you have to be my undercover agent. She dragged out the last word, her tone sweet in a way that felt like a calculated performance. Kashimo felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps blooming from his neck to his waist. He stuffed the crumpled shirt into the suitcase with a violent, frustrated motion. He was certain now, the hormones in this body were definitely affecting the old monster. If you're leaving, do it soon, Kenjaku said, seemingly oblivious to his discomfort. She turned and walked toward the bedroom. The click of her heels echoed through the apartment. At the doorway, she looked back, her tone returning to its usual, indifferent flat line. Don't take the duvet. Buy a new one when you get there. She paused to let out a small yawn. I'm going to sleep for a bit. She pushed the door open and disappeared inside. Kashimo stood in the living room, staring at the half-closed door. He heard the rustle of fabric and the sound of the heels being kicked off. Then, silence. She had actually just laid down and fallen asleep. Kashimo stood there for a moment. He looked down at his suitcase. It was still unzipped, clothes sticking out like the jagged teeth of a lopsided shell. He knelt, forced the zipper shut, and headed for the door. As he changed his shoes, he glanced back. The bedroom door was still ajar. Through the gap, he could see the edge of the bed and a single, bare foot hanging over the side. She must have been truly exhausted to pass out without even closing the door. Kashimo pulled his gaze away, turned the handle, and stepped out. The door clicked shut behind him, much quieter than usual. The hallway was silent. The wheels of his suitcase rumbled against the floor as he made his way to the stairs. He didn't look back. Downstairs, the June clouds had turned the street into a dull, monochromatic gray. Kashimo stood at the entrance of the building and looked up at the second-story window. The curtains were drawn. He turned and started walking toward the station. Tokyo Station. The city had entered the rainy season. The air was thick with a sticky mist, and the plaza was a sea of umbrellas and rushing commuters. Suitcases rattled against the damp pavement, creating a constant, muffled roar. Masamichi Yaga stood near the Yaesu Central exit, as still as a pillar of stone. He wore his usual dark uniform, his sunglasses covering half his face. A high school girl walked out of the exit, clutching a convenience store bag. She caught sight of him, faltered for a second, and then pivoted 90 degrees to disappear into the crowd. Another one. Yaga watched her go, his eye twitching behind his glasses. He had lost count of how many people had avoided him. He was just standing there, his face neutral. He knew he didn't look particularly friendly, but this was getting ridiculous. Was he really that terrifying? The assistant standing next to him shifted uncomfortably and checked his watch. The hands were moving far too slowly. There was still a massive gap of time before the appointment. Yaga-san, the assistant said, his voice hesitant. It's only 11. Are we really going to wait here for 5 hours? Yaga finally pulled his gaze from the crowd and looked at him. The look wasn't harsh, but the assistant straightened his back instinctively. Our new teacher is a special grade, Yaga said, his voice steady. We will show him the proper respect. The assistant blinked, studied Yaga's unmoving face for a second, and then nodded. Right. I understand. A/N, thanks for 1K Power Stones guys, I'm dropping 2 chapters RN. Enjoy the read. Chapter 57, Joining the Faculty, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 57, Joining the Faculty, Bonus Chapter. 4 o'clock. Tokyo Station. When Kashimo finally stood up, he felt as if his lower half had gone completely numb. The Shinkansen from Sendai took less than 90 minutes, but the entire ordeal, from leaving the apartment to navigating the transfers, had swallowed nearly 3 hours. He had been wedged into a seat far too narrow for his frame, his legs cramped and his back aching. He made a mental note to spring for a sleeper car next time. He stepped out of the station into a wall of June humidity. The air clung to him, heavy and sticky. Kashimo took a deep breath, but it didn't feel much different from Sendai. Air was the same everywhere. He scanned the plaza, his gaze cutting through the afternoon crowds. He spotted 2 men in black. One was a massive, imposing figure in a dark suit. He stood with his hands behind his back, his posture as rigid as a pine tree rooted in concrete. Even behind his sunglasses, the man radiated a quiet, unyielding authority that kept the flow of pedestrians at a respectful 3-meter distance. Beside him stood a shorter man, his presence as thin and forgettable as an old book left in a corner. Masamichi Yaga. Kashimo recalled the name, the vice principal of the Tokyo branch. He was a man of serious repute, known for his skill with cursed corpses. Kashimo gripped the handle of his suitcase and approached at a steady pace, his teal ponytail swaying behind him. Yaga watched him come. Behind his shades, his eyes narrowed. Yuki Tsukumo's description had been accurate: teal hair, violet markings, tall, and a lazy, wandering gait. But she had left out the most important detail, the terrifying volume of his cursed energy. It was coiled deep within him, neither flaring nor boasting, yet it felt like an abyssal current in the deep sea. It was a silent, crushing weight that felt as if it could drown the world. It was staggering. Kashimo stopped in front of them. He was a head taller than Yaga, and his shadow fell across the older man's face. He looked down at the stern vice principal. Masamichi Yaga. That is correct. Yaga tilted his head back slightly, an angle he wasn't particularly fond of, but he maintained his composure and held out a hand. Kashimo. Welcome to the college. They shook. Kashimo's palm was broad and dry. His grip was light, releasing almost as soon as it connected. Yaga caught a glimpse of the ring on his finger, an ancient, weathered band that shimmered darkly in the overcast light. He didn't ask about it. Instead, he gestured toward the parking lot. The car is outside. We can talk on the way. Fine. Kashimo followed, his suitcase rattling behind him. The unnamed assistant scrambled to keep up, stealing quick glances at Kashimo's back before looking away whenever the men moved. The car was a black Toyota, far too modest for a special-grade sorcerer. The assistant took the driver's seat while Yaga climbed into the front. Kashimo squeezed into the back, resting his suitcase on his lap since the trunk was already full. As the door shut, the noise of the city died away, replaced by the faint hum of the air conditioning. The car pulled away from Tokyo Station and merged into the traffic. The scenery shifted from glass skyscrapers to low residential blocks, and eventually into thick, green forests. The rain clouds sat low and heavy, turning the sky a dull gray. Kashimo leaned against the window, watching the blur of the city fade. The terrain began to slope upward. The school is in the mountains, he thought. The cabin was silent for a while. The assistant focused on the road while Yaga watched Kashimo through the rearview mirror. The younger man looked bored, his face a mask of calm indifference. How many students are currently enrolled? Kashimo asked suddenly. Yaga paused, surprised that this was his first question. He pulled his gaze from the mirror and considered the numbers. Tokyo currently has fewer than 20 students. Kyoto has a few more, but the total count is small. Sorcerers are rare, and those who pass the entrance exams are rarer still. Kashimo gave a short grunt of acknowledgement but didn't follow up. He watched the trees race past, his blue eyes catching the flickering shadows of the forest. Fewer than 20. He tapped a slow rhythm on his knee. And the physical education classes, he said. Are they combined, or split by year? Divided by grade, Yaga answered quickly. The curriculum for first and second years is different, so the classes are kept separate. However. He paused, catching Kashimo's eye in the mirror. As a special grade instructor, you'll have a great deal of flexibility. You can coordinate your schedule with the administration. Kashimo nodded and went silent again. The car continued its climb up the winding mountain road, the tires humming against the stone pavement. The forest grew thicker, and the mist began to roll in from the ridges. Yaga watched the teal-haired men in the mirror one last time. Kashimo was leaning against the glass, staring at the horizon with eyes that were as still as a mountain lake. Kashimo felt a sudden, sharp surge of satisfaction. He was finally on his way to retrieve his weapon. Joined the faculty. Feeling good. A/N, the bonus chapter is also here. New goal is 1.2k power stones. I'll drop it the moment we reach it. Chapter 58, Hypnotic. Chapter 58, Hypnotic. The car pulled to a slow, steady stop. The sound of the engine dying felt unusually loud in the heavy silence of the mountains. Kashimo pushed the door open and stepped onto the grounds of Jujutsu High. The June humidity carried the chill of old stone up through the soles of his shoes. He straightened, looking up at the structures before him. The red tiles were mottled with age, and the gray stone walls looked bleak under the overcast sky. Cracked wooden beams held up the weight of centuries, and patches of weeds swayed in the wind from the eaves. He clicked his tongue. A total relic, he muttered. It was ancient. Truly ancient. It looked as if it had stood for hundreds of years, longer than his own life, even if he counted the 4 centuries he'd spent as a cursed object. Let's go, Yaga said from ahead. He was already climbing the stone steps, looking back over his shoulder. We'll coordinate your curriculum with the administration first. Some people from the higher UPS might be present. After that, I'll show you to the faculty dorms. Whatever works, Kashimo replied. His voice was flat, devoid of interest. He followed Yaga, his suitcase clattering against the stone pavement as his teal ponytail swayed. After those few words, he lapsed back into silence, walking with a steady, quiet rhythm. He was thinking about the timeline. The people he knew from the stories weren't here yet. Gojo, Shoko, Geto, they were still children. They wouldn't arrive for another 3 years. That meant he'd be working for the school for 3 years before things got interesting. Not bad, he thought. A flicker of anticipation touched his mind. The missions the school assigned would likely give him something to hit. Since his reincarnation, he hadn't raised a hand in combat. From Sendai to Tokyo, from the markets to the mountains, he had spent his days walking, eating, and talking. His hands were starting to itch. They moved through the corridors in single file. The wooden floorboards let out deep, rhythmic creaks beneath them. Sliding paper doors remained shut on either side, though the occasional murmur of voices would cut through a room and then vanish as they passed. Finally, Yaga stopped at a door. Faint, amber light spilled through the cracks, and the muffled sound of a debate came from within, rapid speech punctuated by short bursts of laughter. Yaga didn't knock. He simply gripped the handle and slid the door open. The hinges let out a long, groaning complaint. Inside, the voices cut off instantly, as if someone had flipped a switch. Kashimo stood behind Yaga, looking over his shoulder. The office was small, crammed with stacks of documents and half-finished cursed corpses. Bookshelves were packed to bursting, and several pages of scrawled notes lay across a desk next to a cup of cold tea. An old man sat at the desk. His white hair was combed back with surgical precision, and a faint, practiced smile sat on his face. He wore a pristine white kimono, his hands resting on his knees in a posture as rigid as a game piece. His gaze had been on Yaga, his mouth still curved from whatever he had been saying. Then, his eyes shifted to the figure behind the vice principal. The smile froze. "He's here." The new instructor. His voice remained steady, but the curve of his mouth didn't move. It looked like it had been nailed to his face. Yaga took off his sunglasses, wiped them, and put them back on. His tone was weary. "Gakaganji. What brings you to Tokyo?" Yoshinobu Gakaganji smiled again. The expression looked unnatural, like an old garment pulled from the back of a closet. It fit, but barely. "Orders from the higher UPS," he said slowly, choosing his words with care. "A special grade appointment requires review. It cannot be handled through word of mouth alone." His voice trailed off into total silence. His gaze had finally settled fully on Kashimo. He saw the teal hair tied in a ponytail, the violet markings at the eyes, and the sheer, terrifying volume of cursed energy. It wasn't being projected, and there was no intentional pressure, but the aura itself told the story. Kashimo felt like a dormant volcano. On the surface, it was covered in lush greenery and birdsong, showing no sign of life. But deep underground, the lava never stopped moving, quiet, patient, and waiting for the moment to erupt. Gakaganji's fingers tightened on his knees. It was a slight, rapid movement, almost invisible to an untrained eye. But Kashimo saw it. He looked down at the old man from the doorway, his expression unchanged as he shifted the weight of his suitcase to his other hand. Behind the desk, the administrative clerk was gripping a pen, his nib hovering over a sheet of paper. He seemed to have forgotten how to speak. His gaze darted between Kashimo and Yaga, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something but couldn't find the start of the sentence. Special grade. This man, who looked at least a dozen years younger than him, was a special grade. "Now that I've seen the new instructor, I'll take my leave," Gakaganji said. He stood up without haste, his kimono sleeves fluttering. He offered a small nod of acknowledgement to Kashimo, his smile firmly back in place. Yaga sat on the other side of the desk. He didn't stand. He simply shifted in his seat. "Don't let the door hit you." Gakaganji seemed used to the friction. He smiled and walked out. The sliding door clicked shut behind him, and his footsteps faded down the hall until the silence swallowed them. The moment the door closed, Kashimo leaned his suitcase against the wall and sat in a chair. "Fine. Let's talk about the schedule." Yaga sat beside him, his hands folded on the desk. He returned to the steady, patient tone of an educator. He offered a small nod to the clerk, signaling him to begin. "Right. Of course." The clerk pushed his glasses up, his fingers trembling slightly against the frame. He opened a worn folder, his voice shaking as he tried to maintain a professional tone. "First, the academic year at the college follows the standard Japanese high school schedule." Kashimo listened. For the first sentence, he was present. By the second, his eyelids began to sag. By the third, he had no idea what the man was saying. Terms like semesters, credit hours, and assessment standards drifted into one ear, found nowhere to land in his mind, and drifted out the other. The clerk's voice droned on, steady, meticulous, and entirely devoid of emotion. He sounded like a blender set to the lowest possible speed, a constant hum of jargon that slowly filled the room. "This is a weapon," he thought. "A hypnotic attack." His eyelids felt as if they were weighted with lead. He tried to stay awake, shifting his gaze from the ceiling to the desk. The stacks of paper, the cold tea, the folder, the fingers gripping the pen. He stared at those fingers for 10 seconds and realized he was seeing double. Yaga sat beside him, listening without a change in expression, occasionally nodding or offering a brief clarification. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched Kashimo. The younger man's blue eyes were losing focus at a visible rate, his eyelids dropping millimeter by millimeter. Yaga's mouth twitched, but he remained professional. Half an hour later, the clerk reached the final page. As for the physical education courses, they are generally scheduled for the third and fourth periods of the afternoon, he said, looking up from the folder. If you have no objections, we will send you the finalized schedule tonight. No one answered. Kashimo's head was tilted to one side, his chin almost touching his shoulder. His eyes were shut, his breathing steady. A stray lock of teal hair swayed gently with every breath. He was slumped in the hard wooden chair, his long legs stretched out and his hands resting on the armrests. He looked as relaxed as if he were taking a nap on his own sofa. Yaga watched him for 2 seconds. He managed to suppress a sigh. He reached out and tapped the knuckles of 2 fingers against Kashimo's upper arm. Huh. Kashimo's eyes snapped open. His blue pupils were still hazy with sleep for half a second before they found their focus. He blinked, looking at Yaga and then at the clerk, who was watching him with a look of profound confusion. Oh. Right. Sure. The words were muffled, thick with the grit of sleep. He pushed his hair back and sat up, but the daze of the dream still hung over his face. The clerk looked at the man's, "I didn't hear a word but do whatever you want," expression and decided not to press him. He looked down and scribbled a few final notes on the schedule, the pen scratching softly against the paper. Chapter 59, but, I refuse, bonus. Chapter 59, but, I refuse, bonus. 8 o'clock. The night wind swept down from the mountains, whistling through the corridors of Jujutsu High with the scent of damp earth and rustling leaves. Masamichi Yaga led Kashimo along a final stretch of stone pavement and stopped in front of a 3-story building. The dormitory was modest, with faded gray-white walls and warm, yellow light spilling from a few scattered windows. It felt more lived in than the classrooms or the administrative offices. The faculty housing is decent enough, Yaga said. He pulled a set of keys from his pocket and tossed them lightly in his palm. It isn't a mansion, but it's functional. You'll have everything you need. He handed the keys over. A small plastic tag hung from the ring, with the number 302 scrawled on it in black marker. Kashimo took the keys, his thumb brushing against the cold metal. The ring was slightly warm from being in Yaga's pocket. He didn't move toward the door immediately. Instead, he looked over Yaga's shoulder, his gaze drifting toward the distant, jagged silhouettes of rooftops lost in the dark. So, when do I start? Normally, it would be in a week, Yaga said. He stood with his hands behind his back, his posture as rigid as ever. The first week is usually reserved for faculty orientation and evaluations, but given your grade, we're skipping that. He paused and removed his sunglasses. Without the dark lenses, his eyes looked softer than Kashimo expected. Fine lines were etched at the corners, the marks of years spent squinting and losing sleep. He studied Kashimo with a measured look. I'd suggest using this week to get to know the students. Spend some time with them before the formal lessons begin. Got it, Kashimo dragged out the sound, his eyebrows arching. A faint grin started to pull at the corner of his mouth. That sounds like a great idea. Yaga began to let out a breath of relief, but Kashimo's grin widened. But, I refuse. Yaga stared at him. I think that's a wonderful suggestion but I'm absolutely not doing it. Look on Kashimo's face made the vein in Yaga's temple throb twice. Fine. Do whatever you want. Yaga snapped his sunglasses back on, moving much faster than when he'd taken them off. It looked like he was putting a shield back in place. I'm going. Right. Kashimo nodded, staying where he was as he watched the vice principal walk away. Only after Yaga had vanished around the corner of the corridor did Kashimo turn to the door marked 302. He slid the key into the lock, turned it, and heard a heavy click. He stepped inside and felt for the switch on the wall. The overhead light flickered to life, filling the room with a stark, white glow. It was a standard space, small, but enough. There was a tiny entryway, a bathroom to the left, and a single bed neatly made with a blue and white checkered duvet. It looked like a standard school-issue set. Against the wall sat a desk, a chair, and a small wardrobe. By the window, there was a low table, presumably for tea or looking out at the mountains. The windowsill was bare and clean. Kashimo dragged his suitcase inside and set it at the foot of the bed. He knelt and unzipped it, revealing the clothes he'd bought in Sendai. They were piled inside, folded with the clumsy, uneven edges of someone who didn't care for domesticity. He took them out one by one, shaking them flat and hanging them in the wardrobe. Shirts, trousers, jackets, the colors were a monochromatic sea of grays, blacks, and a single deep blue. When the last item was hung, he stepped back. The wardrobe was barely half full. It didn't matter. He had 3 years to fill it. He was going to live however he felt most comfortable. He closed the suitcase, leaned it against the wall, and flopped face down onto the bed. The mattress was firm, and the duvet smelled faintly of laundry detergent and the lingering warmth of the sun. He buried his face in the pillow for a long minute before rolling onto his back and pulling out his flip phone. He squinted as the screen lit up. Messages. A flood of them. He blinked, scrolling through his inbox. They were all from Kenjaku. Starting from 4 p.m., she had texted him every 15 minutes. The content evolved from, "Are you there yet?" to "Not there," to "You couldn't have gotten lost, could you?" By the end, her tone had turned annoyed. "Send a reply already." "I'm tired, I'm not waiting up." "Whatever, don't reply then." The last one had been sent at 7:58 p.m., just 2 minutes ago. Kashimo lay on the bed, staring at the wall of text for a long time. The Kenjaku of 400 years ago wouldn't have done this. Back then, she would have given him a location and a time, then vanished for months. Her first words upon reuniting were always business: "I have a job, are you in?" But now. His thumb hovered over the keypad. He typed a sentence, deleted it, typed another, and deleted that too. Finally, he just sent 2 words. "I'm here." The moment he hit send, the phone buzzed in his palm. It was almost instantaneous. Got it. A single word. No questions. No follow-up. Just a flat acknowledgement. Kashimo stared at the "got it" for 3 seconds. He let out a faint huff, and he tossed the phone onto the pillow next to him. He rolled over and closed his eyes. Outside, the night wind of the mountains continued to blow, making the leaves hiss as if something were slowly approaching from the dark. A/N/THX for the Power Stones, guys. Your bonus chapter is here. Every single PS is appreciated. Chapter 60, Snow Woman. Chapter 60, Snow Woman. The following afternoon. The sun angled through the dormitory window, cutting a bright, sharp band across the floor. Kashimo sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, his focus fixed on his phone. The snake on the screen had grown so long it was on the verge of trapping itself. His thumb hovered over the directional pad, hesitating between left and right, when a knock sounded at the door. 3 steady, measured knocks. "Kashimo-san, sorry to bother you." He looked at the door, then back at the coiled snake on the small screen. He hit the pause button. He stood up and pulled the door open to find an assistant in a dark suit. The man held a manila envelope and stood with the rigid posture of someone attending a formal ceremony. The moment he saw Kashimo, the assistant's gaze drifted upward a few inches. This new special grade instructor was even taller than the rumor suggested. "Something wrong?" Kashimo asked, leaning against the frame. "Yes." The assistant handed over the envelope, his fingers gripping the edge a little too tightly. Kashimo took the dossier, tore it open, and pulled out a single sheet of paper. It was official letterhead, the ink crisp and the margins perfect. It contained several lines of text and a few attached photographs. He scanned the document from top to bottom, his finger tapping a rhythmic beat against the paper's edge. "A mission. For me." His voice carried a note of mild surprise. "Yes," the assistant said, adjusting his glasses. "A village in Yamazaki has shown massive spikes in cursed energy. Within the last 12 hours, our observers have detected rhythmic fluctuations, symptoms of a potential cursed womb. Given its location between Osaka and Kyoto, the higher UPS are prioritizing it. You are currently the only one available for a task of this magnitude." Kashimo rubbed his eyes, which were slightly sore from the phone screen. "The grade." "Special grade," the assistant replied, his voice snapping like a reflex. "The report contains all the gathered data." Kashimo nodded. He folded the paper once, twice, 3 times until it was a small square he could shove into his pocket. His expression remained flat, but he knew exactly what this was. This was his evaluation. A special grade mission for a special grade teacher. On paper, it was a perfectly logical request. No one could find fault with it. But Kashimo had dealt with more old monsters than there were trees on this mountain. He didn't need to think twice to guess the game they were playing. The higher UPS were going to test him, likely hoping he'd find himself in over his head. It worked out well for him, though. If he killed this spirit, he had a legitimate reason to demand the staff back. He'd have a record of service. No one could argue with a success like that. "I'll have a car ready for you." The assistant began to step back, his hand moving toward his pocket for his phone. "Don't bother," Kashimo interrupted. "It isn't that far." He looked down at his hand. His palm was dry, his fingers long and steady. The ring of lightning on his finger shimmered darkly in the afternoon light. These hands hadn't tasted real combat in 400 years. Yesterday, while he sat in that office listening to the clerk drone on about schedules, he had stared at the lines on his palms for a long time. He remembered things from another life. The feeling of moving through thunderclouds. The impact of a fist against bone. The electric heat of being on the edge of death. He needed to stretch. Before the assistant could offer another word, Kashimo was gone. There was no sound and no warning. 1 second he was leaning against the doorframe, the next, there was nothing but empty air illuminated by the sun. The assistant stood frozen, his mouth slightly open and his hand still hovering near his pocket, looking like a statue someone had forgotten in the hallway. 30 minutes later. Yamazaki Village. A silhouette wreathed in blue sparks dropped from the sky, landing beneath an ancient tree at the village entrance. Arcs of electricity hissed around Kashimo's feet for a second before vanishing. He straightened and scanned the area. The houses were low and cramped. The roads were narrow. Every door and window was shut tight. The wind chimes hanging from the eaves didn't make a sound. The entire village sat huddled in the mountain valley like an empty, hollow shell. Kashimo noticed the temperature. It wasn't the usual cool of a mountain evening. It was a physical, biting chill that seemed to seep out of the ground and cling to his skin. He exhaled, a cloud of white mist blooming in front of him. He stepped into the village, his footsteps echoing through the abandoned streets. The dark windows on either side felt like half-open eyes watching his progress. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. It wasn't just cold, something else pressed against the back of his neck. He didn't turn. He lunged forward, covering several yards in a single burst. The sound of an explosion followed. A massive plume of ice and frost erupted where he had been standing. The cold was so intense that a nearby stone lantern cracked and shattered with a sharp, crystalline snap. In the center of the frost, a figure slowly coalesced. A sorcerer. A woman's voice screamed from the mist. It was shrill and manic, the tone of someone looking at a hot meal. More delicious flesh. The frost cleared, revealing the spirit. Her hair was as white as fallen snow, hanging over her shoulders in pristine strands. Her skin was a pale, translucent white, but her face was beautiful, her features were delicate, her eyes were bright with a dark hunger, and her lips were curved into a sharp grin. She was the creature of legend. A Yukiana. Kashimo stood a short distance away, his arms crossed. A final spark of electricity danced across his knuckles before dying out. He studied the figure as she writhed within the swirling ice. He wondered if this was really a newly born spirit. Why would it know about sorcerers? The way she screamed about delicious flesh suggested she had plenty of experience with the world. She wasn't some confused newborn crawling out of a womb. He watched her as she cupped her face with her hands, letting out a series of high, frantic laughs. Her white hair whipped through the air like frozen lashes. Her expression shifted rapidly. Ecstasy, hunger, madness. Each emotion was too loud, too intense. She looked like a boiling pot of soup, frothing and splashing everywhere. Kashimo frowned. "You're noisy," he said. A/N, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. I'll drop it the moment we reach it. Chapter 61, Pathetic. Chapter 61, Pathetic. Kashimo lunged, moving in a blur of blue sparks. He reappeared instantly in front of the snow woman, the air shrieking as it was torn apart by his momentum. "Huh." The spirit's laughter died in its throat. A look of brief, wide-eyed confusion was the only thing it managed before Kashimo's fist slammed into its chest. There was a dull, wet thud. A massive hole erupted through its torso, spraying violet blood across the frozen ground. Blue sparks danced along the edges of the wound, burrowing into the flesh. The scent of ozone and charred flesh filled the air. Kashimo pulled back his hand and tilted his head. He looked down at the spirit, his tone conversational and bored. "Tell me. Are you cursed spirits always this pathetic?" The snow woman finally seemed to register the damage. It looked at its own chest, staring at the void where its heart should have been. It had no time to process the shock. Kashimo reached out and gripped the creature by the head. His fingers sank into the white hair, locking onto the skull with enough force to keep the neck from turning. He gave a sharp, violent yank. The sound was a crisp snap, like a frozen branch breaking in winter. The head came away cleanly. The headless body remained standing for a heartbeat, a geyser of violet blood erupting from the neck and soaking Kashimo's clothes. He held the head by the hair, looking at the expression of frozen terror on its face. Electricity crawled up the neck and across the spirit's cheeks. The violet blood stained his fingers, pooling on the ice below. Kashimo held the fading head and rubbed his chin. The presence of cursed energy hadn't vanished. His senses spread out like a web, catching a fresh, rhythmic pulse in the air. There was another one. A second later, a grinning figure emerged from the shadows. It was a half-formed thing, dragging its lower half out of a translucent, egg-like shell. Its mouth was split from ear to ear, revealing rows of jagged, mismatched teeth. It let out a wet, high-pitched cackle. The shell pulsated with dark red veins, the liquid inside sloshing as the creature struggled to free itself. Kashimo turned his gaze toward it. This was a true special grade. The energy leaking from the shell was thick and rancid, carrying the weight of a rotting abyss. It was far beyond the level of the Snow Woman. He casually tossed the melting head of the first spirit at the newcomer. It spun through the air, trailing purple droplets. The new spirit screeched and lashed out with a wave of energy. The head detonated 3 feet away, turning into a mist of violet gore. By the time the smoke cleared, Kashimo was gone. The spirit hadn't even finished its laugh before Kashimo reappeared behind it. No warning, no wind, the air didn't even have time to vibrate. He drove his fist into the back of its skull and released the charge. The explosion of blue-white light vaporized the spirit's upper body. Its head, shoulders, and chest were torn apart in a spray of black blood and shredded meat. The shell was flipped by the shockwave, spilling its foul liquid into the dirt. Kashimo wiped a streak of dark blood from his face. He looked at the remains, his eyes scanning the twitching fragments of meat on the ground. He stopped. In the middle of the mess lay a finger. It was red, mummified, and radiating a dense, nauseating pressure. The cursed energy was so thick it felt like clotted blood. The skin was shriveled, the nail blackened, it looked as if it had been torn from a corpse 1,000 years old. It was Sukuna's finger. Kashimo knelt and picked it up with 2 fingers. He turned it over, feeling a faint, rhythmic pulse against his skin, as if something deep inside the relic were turning over in its sleep. He didn't look impressed. He simply shoved it into his pocket. I'll give this to Kanjaka later, he thought. The moment the finger was tucked away, the residual cursed energy in the air vanished. The remains of the spirit began to rot at an accelerated rate, turning from meat to grey-ash before being swept away by the wind. Kashimo pulled out his flip phone and opened his messages. He found Kanjaka's name and started typing. The electronic beeps were sharp and lonely in the empty village. Come to Tokyo. I have one of Sukuna's fingers. He checked the message once and hit send. The icon flickered and vanished. He snapped the phone shut and pushed it deep into his pocket, letting it rest against the cold, mummified finger. Now, it was time to get the staff. He turned and lunged, vanishing in a crack of blue light. The village returned to silence, leaving behind only a few stains of violet blood and a handful of ice to mark the end of the fight. A/N, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. I'll drop it the moment we reach it. Chapter 62, The Staff, bonus. Chapter 62, The Staff, bonus. The heavy stone doors slid shut behind Kashimo with a dull, echoing groan. He stood at the entrance of the storehouse, his gaze traveling past rows of display racks. Cursed tools were sealed behind glass cases like relics in a museum, katanas, daggers, spears, and gauntlets, all lying in silent expectation. He didn't stop to look at any of them. He walked straight toward the back. Wait. Kashimo-san, wait. Frantic footsteps echoed behind him. The storehouse administrator scrambled to catch up, clutching a thick ledger to his chest. He looked like he was witnessing a crime against nature. You cannot take a cursed tool without authorization from headquarters. The men darted around Kashimo, blocking his path. He began a frantic, repetitive lecture on regulations, procedures, and the necessity of official approval. He sounded like a programmed machine, his voice carrying the specific blend of stubbornness and terror found only in a low-level bureaucrat. Kashimo looked down at him. He narrowed his blue eyes, his gaze sweeping over the man's desperate, pleading face. He opened his mouth as if to speak, then realized it would be a waste of breath. Huh. He let out a sharp, rising sound. Tell those fossils I'm requisitioning it. His tone was flat, but every word carried a weight that brooked no argument. The administrator's jaw dropped. He let out a muffled, strangled sound, his fingers white as he gripped the cover of his ledger. But, you have to apply in person. His voice trailed off into a whisper as he stared at the floor, unable to meet Kashimo's eyes. So annoying, Kashimo muttered. The irritation bled through his words. He resumed his walk, his pace steady and deliberate. His boots clicked against the stone floor like a countdown. The administrator stayed frozen, hugging his ledger and moving his lips without making a sound. Kashimo stopped after a few paces. He didn't turn around, but his profile looked hard and sharp in the dim light. The violet markings at the corner of his eye were as dark as ink. Go make the application for me, he said. His voice was quiet but perfectly clear. Tell them my mission is complete and I'm taking a tool as payment. He paused to let the words sink in. When he spoke again, his voice was light, but it made the administrator's skin crawl. If they say no, they can join the things that have been rotting underground for centuries. The administrator nearly dropped his ledger. He stared at Kashimo's back, replaying the threat in his mind to make sure he hadn't misheard. He swallowed hard, hesitated for a second, and then turned. He sprinted toward the exit, his panicked footsteps echoing through the vault. He was no longer the man who followed the rules. He stopped just before the door and called back. Fine. What tool are you taking? Kashimo didn't stop walking. His voice carried from the back of the storehouse. The staff. 1 week later, Jujutsu headquarters. Several paper doors stood closed in the shadows of a grand hall. Behind them, figures sat as still as stone statues, their breathing so shallow it was almost imperceptible. Only the occasional rustle of fabric suggested the room was full. Masamichi Yaga sat at the lower end of the room, his back straight and his eyes fixed on the grain of the floorboards. Technically, Kashimo should have been the one sitting there. But since leaving the storehouse, the teal-haired man had locked himself in his dorm. He'd told Yaga that he'd rather kill everyone in the building than waste his time talking to fossils. Yaga had sighed and accepted the responsibility. As the person currently in charge of the new hire, he had no choice. Why is Kashimo not here? An ancient, dry voice drifted from behind the central screen. It sounded like wind blowing over dead leaves, cold, clinical, and devoid of emotion. Yaga cleared his throat, his voice steady. He said that if he came himself, those of you with one foot in the grave would find the other one following shortly after. The room went silent. The pause was brief, but Yaga caught the sudden, suppressed shift in the air behind the screens. Insolent brat. A sharp, thin voice exploded from the right. It was the sound of a snapped twig, brittle and full of wounded pride. He breaks into the Tokyo storehouse and seizes a tool without a single official request. What is the meaning of this? The paper door shook slightly with the force of the speaker's anger. Yaga didn't look up immediately. He waited a beat before speaking, his voice measured and clear. That is why I am here. He laced his fingers over his knees, shifting from a formal posture to something more relaxed and assertive. I am here to file the official application for Kashimo's permanent use of the staff. There was a silence behind the doors. Then the ancient voice spoke again, sharper this time. That is a tool from the Edo period. It is a resource of immense value. I can tell you quite clearly. And I can tell you quite clearly, Yaga interrupted. His voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a hammer driving a nail. The room went absolutely still. Kashimo single-handedly defeated the special grade spirit known as the Snow Woman, as well as a newly manifested special grade. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the paper doors. And as I recall, the Snow Woman was not mentioned in his initial briefing. He stopped there. The silence that followed was heavy. I don't think I need to say more. Yaga looked back at the screen on the far right. He didn't spell it out, but everyone in the room understood. The Snow Woman was a notorious spirit that had remained unexorcised for 20 years. The only other special grade, Yuki Tsukumo, had refused the mission, and any grade 1 sorcerer who went after it was as good as dead. It was no coincidence that it appeared at Kashimo's mission site at exactly the right time. The Snow Woman had been a lure. Yaga knew it, and they knew it. The men behind the screens could not tolerate a variable they couldn't control. A new special grade who had bypassed every evaluation and appeared out of nowhere was a thorn in their side. They wanted him gone. They sent the Snow Woman to kill him. They didn't expect him to kill her. The silence behind the doors was absolute. The ancient voice didn't return, and the angry one seemed to have been choked off. The only sound was the heavy, labored breathing of men forced to swallow a bitter truth. Yaga waited 3 seconds. When no one spoke, he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a neatly folded application. He placed it on the tatami mat and pushed it forward with a finger. The paper stood out starkly against the mat. The application is on the floor. Do with it what you will. He stood up without haste. He didn't bow or offer a formal greeting. He simply looked at the silent doors one last time, turned, and walked out. The light in the corridor was much brighter. He squinted and kept walking. His footsteps on the wooden boards were even and steady, as if nothing had happened at all. 11 hours after Yaga filed the paperwork, headquarters issued the following notice. Kashimo is hereby appointed as the physical education instructor for the second-year class at Tokyo Jujutsu High. The requisition for the staff is approved. Ownership is permanently transferred to Kashimo. Kashimo's rank is formally reassessed. He is officially registered as a special grade sorcerer. A/N, bonus chapter is here. New goal, 400 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. I'll drop it the moment we reach it. Chapter 63, The Weirdo. Chapter 63, The Weirdo. Spring, 2006. The classroom television was broadcasting the morning news. The screen showed a stretch of ruins cordoned off by police tape, a mess of charred rubble and twisted rebar. A few men in hard hats were gesturing at something just off camera. An explosion occurred yesterday in Hamamatsu, Shizuoka Prefecture, the anchor's voice said, her tone professional and detached. The cause has been identified as a gas leak. The screen went black as Masamichi Yaga clicked the remote. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the distant chirping of birds outside the window. Yaga stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the lectern. His gaze fell on the three figures kneeling in front of him. "One of you mentioned they would set the veil before leaving," he said. His voice was slow, but every word carried weight. "You left the assistant behind and forgot the barrier entirely." He paused, his eyes scanning each of their faces. On the far left sat Suguru Geto. His long bangs hung neatly over his forehead, his posture perfect and his expression entirely serene. In the middle was Satoru Gojo. His white hair stood up in every direction. His sunglasses were pushed up to his forehead, and he wore a faint, mocking grin. Even while kneeling, he managed to look crooked compared to the other two. On the far right was Shoko Yeri. Her short hair was tucked behind her ears, and her uniform was buttoned to the top. Her hands were folded on her knees, and she kept her eyes downcast, the picture of a model student. "Who was it?" Yaga asked quietly. As if pulled by the same string, Suguru and Shoko both lifted their hands. Their index fingers pointed straight at the men in the middle. Gojo's mouth twitched. He recovered instantly, raising his own hand and switching his expression to one of wide-eyed, sincere innocence. "Sensei, can't we just let it be a mystery?" he asked, his voice dripping with mock earnestness. Yaga stared at him blankly. It was Satoru. It wasn't a question. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yaga's fist slammed into the top of Gojo's head. With a dull thud, Gojo's face hit the floor, his white hair ruffling further. He let out a muffled groan but didn't try to move. Suguru tilted his head slightly, his mouth curving into a look that was just shy of a smile. Shoko looked down at her knees, her shoulders relaxing by a fraction. Yaga pulled back his fist and rolled his wrist. "Fine. Head down to the field and wait for your physical education instructor." "Instructor?" Gojo rubbed the spot where he'd been hit and looked up. He tilted his head, his sunglasses slipping down to reveal a sliver of blue eyes. "Do we actually need one of those?" He stood up and brushed non-existent dust from his uniform, moving with the lazy grace of a cat. Suguru stood as well, draping an arm over Gojo's shoulder with a sharp, arrogant smile. "We can just go through the motions, right?" Suguru glanced at Gojo. They shared a look of mutual, unspoken confidence. "After all, we are the strongest." Gojo nodded in agreement, stating it as if it were a fundamental law of the universe. They stood side by side, one white-haired and loud, the other black-haired and composed. Both of them radiated an arrogance so thick it felt like it was leaking from their pores. Yaga watched them, unsure how to react. "You too," he muttered through gritted teeth. "This man isn't someone you want to mess with. I'd suggest dropping the attitude before he arrives." He looked past them, his gaze landing on a cherry blossom tree beginning to bud outside. He remembered the rainy day 4 years ago when he'd picked up the teal-haired men from Tokyo Station. He'd known then that the men wouldn't be a typical teacher. His instincts had been right. In the 4 years since his appointment, the name Kashimo had become a legend among the students. Rumor had it that by the end of his sessions, students couldn't even climb the stairs to their dorms. He didn't go easy on them just because they were children. In fact, he usually beat them with a lazy, bored expression on his face. Yaga looked back at the two boys, who were still joking around, completely unaware of what was coming. He silently offered a prayer for them. Kashimo had become the school's boogeyman. These two were about to find out why. That afternoon, the three of them were sprawled across the grass. The spring sun was mild, and the breeze carried the faint scent of cherry blossoms from across the mountain. Gojo had his hands behind his head, his sunglasses resting on his forehead as he stared half-lidded at the sky. He looked like he was contemplating a complex cosmic problem, or perhaps nothing at all. Suguru lay beside him, his posture more refined but equally relaxed, one hand resting on his stomach. Shoko was a few feet away, lying on her side and chewing on a lollipop, the white stick bobbing as she worked. "So, where is this guy?" Gojo asked. His voice was thick with boredom. He watched the clouds drift past. 1, 2, 3. None of them looked like a teacher. "Maybe he's on a mission," Suguru suggested. He sounded more patient than Gojo, perhaps even understanding. "Then we're doomed," Shoko muttered around her candy. Gojo and Suguru both looked at her, but before they could ask what she meant, a woman's voice cut across the field. "Hey! Shoko!" All three of them sat up. At the entrance to the field stood a girl in a neat uniform, her face set in a frustrated scowl. It was Iori Yutaheim, a third-year student. She stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes locked onto Shoko. "Yutaheim-senpai," Shoko said, waving a hand. A polite smile touched her lips. Gojo sat up too, though his posture was far from polite. He lounged with one leg hooked over the other, leaning back on his elbows as he looked at Yutaheim with a mocking grin. "Yo, Yutaheim. Did you cry your eyes out on that mission yesterday? His voice was laced with a thin layer of sarcasm, like a needle hidden in silk. Yutahime's face flushed red with anger. Gojo. You're going to get what's coming to you in a minute, she yelled. She took a deep breath, effectively deleting Gojo from her sight. She walked over, grabbed Shoko by the arm, and pulled her to her feet, leading her a few yards away. Gojo and Suguru stayed on the grass, watching as Yutahime leaned in to whisper something to Shoko. Yutahime looked dead serious, her lips barely moving as if she were passing on top-secret intelligence. Shoko's expression shifted from confusion to surprise, and finally to a dazed, wide-eyed silence. She stopped chewing her lollipop. The stick hung low from her mouth, as if her jaw had simply stopped functioning. What's going on? Suguru asked, his voice low. His intuition told him that whatever Yutahime was saying involved him and Gojo. Gojo didn't answer. He was already looking behind them. A tall figure stood there. He had appeared without a sound, as if he had simply grown out of the air. He carried a long, jade-green staff over his shoulder like a common walking stick. He stood over the two boys, his pale blue eyes cold in the afternoon light. Violet markings crawled from his cheekbones up to his temples, shimmering faintly in the sun. Gojo's pupils contracted. This man's cursed energy wasn't clinging to his skin like a typical sorcerer's. It was leaking out of him, unrefined and massive. The six eyes told him the truth, the sheer volume of energy within this man was staggering. Suguru froze as well. He didn't have Gojo's eyes, but he could feel the weight of the man's presence. It was a physical pressure that made the hair on his neck stand up. It wasn't hostility. It felt like facing a predator. Shoko's lollipop fell from her mouth. She stood next to Yutahime, her eyes wide as she stared at the man's back. Memories from years ago flooded her mind. The teal hair, the violet sigils, the brilliant blue eyes, and that lazy, untouchable attitude. She knew him. She hadn't seen him in years. She had been 13 then, a chance encounter on a sidewalk. But that face, that height, that feeling, she couldn't mistake it. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, I assume. Kashimo's voice dropped from above, casual and detached. He didn't move the staff from his shoulder. He just tilted his head slightly, looking down at the two boys on the grass. Shoko leaned out from behind Yutahime, staring at his profile. The weirdo. A/N, 400 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. I'll drop it the moment we reach it. Chapter 64, 5 minutes, bonus. Chapter 64, 5 minutes, bonus. The weirdo. Satoru and Suguru stood frozen. Both turned toward Shoko at the same time, their expressions locked in a state of total disbelief. Their mouths hung open, and Satoru was so stunned he didn't even notice his sunglasses slipping down the bridge of his nose. The weirdo. Satoru's voice jumped an octave. The weirdo. Suguru echoed. He dragged out the word, clearly struggling to reconcile the title with the man standing before them, who looked like he was barely in his early 20s. Shoko rubbed her chin, her gaze shifting away from her friends' shocked faces to settle on Kashimo. Her expression was a messy mix of embarrassment and lingering surprise. Why are you the physical education teacher? She muttered. She hadn't meant to say it loudly, but in the sudden quiet of the field, the words carried perfectly. Kashimo tilted his head. He looked past the two boys, his gaze finding the short-haired girl. Through the gap between Satoru and Suguru, he could see how much she'd changed. She was taller than she'd been 4 years ago, the soft edges of her face beginning to sharpen, but her eyes were exactly the same, round, bright, and currently full of disbelief. Oh. Shoko. It's been a while. Satoru's face darkened. His sunglasses had slid to the very tip of his nose, revealing the brilliant blue eyes beneath. His shock had curdled into irritation. He reached up and shoved the glasses back into place with a sharp, exaggerated motion. Hey. Now isn't the time for a reunion, Satoru said, his voice trailing upward in a mocking drawl. He turned back to Kashimo, looking him up and down with a clinical, dismissive eye. The man looked intimidating, sure. But Satoru had seen intimidating before. We aren't weaklings like Yutahime, Satoru said. He tapped the frame of his glasses, a cocky grin pulling at the corner of his mouth. Suguru offered a small, firm nod. He was less flashy than Satoru, but the intensity in his narrow eyes was even sharper. The wind on the training ground died down. Satoru stood up from the grass and brushed off his uniform with slow, deliberate movements, as if he were starting a countdown. He stood nearly as tall as Kashimo, but the way he tilted his head made it feel as if he were looking down from a great height. Suguru stood beside him, their shoulders nearly touching. Yutahime had already pulled Shoko toward the edge of the field. She stood with her arms crossed, her expression a mix of nervous anticipation and dread. Kashimo watched the two boys in silence. He looked from Satoru's sunglasses to Suguru's bangs, then back to Satoru. He took the staff from his shoulder, let a flicker of electricity surge through the jade green wood, and drove it into the dirt. The staff stood perfectly upright, a marker placed in the center of the field. Fine. I'll give you 5 minutes, Kashimo said. He crossed his arms, his gaze drifting between the two. If either of you manages to touch me even once, you can spend the rest of my classes doing whatever you want. Satoru's grin vanished. He shoved his sunglasses to the top of his head, pinning his white hair back. His pale blue eyes, the 6 eyes, locked onto Kashimo's face. He looked ready to tear the man apart. He lowered his chin, his voice dropping into a dangerous, low growl. I really hate being looked down on. He took a step forward. It was a short movement, but it carried a predatory rhythm. The distance between them vanished instantly. There was no humor left in Satoru's gaze, only a white-hot, mounting aggression. Suddenly, a cursed spirit lunged from the side. Suguru had summoned it without a word, a small thing with a mouth that took up 2/3 of its body. It snapped its jagged, yellowed teeth as it tore through the air toward Kashimo's flank. Kashimo moved. He didn't retreat, he glided. His body seemed to be pulled backward by an invisible wire, shifting 3 paces with a speed that defied the laws of physics. The spirit's massive jaw snapped shut on empty air, its teeth clicking together with a sharp, hollow sound. Satoru was right behind the spirit. He tracked Kashimo's movement perfectly, his right fist glowing with a thin layer of cursed energy as he aimed for the center of Kashimo's chest. The angle was precise, the speed twice that of the spirit, but it hit nothing. Kashimo performed a subtle, effortless pivot mid-slide. Satoru's fist whistled past his shirt, missing the fabric by a fraction of an inch. Blue. The moment his punch missed, Satoru released his technique. A gravitational field erupted from his palm, air compressing into a tiny, violent vortex. The pull was overwhelming, pulling at everything in the vicinity. The grass was torn from the earth, pebbles flew through the air, and nearby tree branches groaned under the strain. Rainbow Dragon. Sugiru's voice cut in from the other side. A massive, white-scaled spirit erupted from the shadows behind him. It was thick as an ancient oak, its scales shimmering with a cold, metallic light. It lunged to cut off Kashimo's retreat, its body sweeping across the field to trap him on the ground. A pincer movement. Above him, Satoru's blue was dragging the air down, below him, the dragon was rising up. The two boys moved with a synchronicity that suggested they were 2 halves of a single mind. One to pin the target, one to deliver the kill. But Kashimo jumped. It wasn't a standard leap. He pushed off the ground and launched himself upward like a bolt from a crossbow. He arced through the air, his teal hair trailing behind him in the sun, and landed a single foot on the back of the rainbow dragon. The impact made a dull, heavy thud, as if something inside the spirit had been crushed. Kashimo used the momentum to spring even higher, twisting his body in midair to face the ground. In that split second, Satoru's voice rang out again. Blue. The second field was larger and more violent. The suction exploded from Satoru's hand like a giant's fist pressing down. Directly beneath that force was the massive bulk of the rainbow dragon. The sound was thunderous. The dragon was slammed into the dirt by the sheer weight of Satoru's own technique. The ground groaned and buckled, cracks spiderwebbing out from beneath the spirit's weight. Dirt and grass were thrown into the air, creating a cloud of dust that stood 10 feet tall. Satoru. Sugiru's expression shifted. He turned toward his friend with a look of pure, gritted teeth annoyance. Satoru clenched his jaw, a vein popping in his forehead. I know. Dust filled the field, and the dragon's body lay across the center like a collapsed wall. Satoru and Suguru stood back to back, their energy flared to its absolute limit as they scanned the haze. Kashimo hadn't landed yet. His shadow stretched long across the ground from above. Through the smoke and debris, his pale blue eyes looked down at the 2 young sorcerers, watching them with a calm, unnerving focus. A/N, your bonus chapter is here. Thanks for the power stones, I really appreciate the support. Next goal, 600 PS equals +1 bonus chapter. I'll drop it the moment we reach it. Chapter 65, you cryin'. Chapter 65, you cryin'. Satoru vanished. He hadn't moved with speed. He had used the pulling force of blue to instantly pull himself to a new position. Directly behind Kashimo. Satoru's right hand was splayed open, the core of gravitational compression spinning wildly in his palm. He appeared so close he could see the individual strands of teal hair shifting against the back of Kashimo's neck. The suction of blue erupted. The force acted like an invisible, crushing hand, seizing Kashimo's body and freezing him midair. In that same fraction of a second, the rainbow dragon surged upward. Its massive body tore out of the ground, scales flashing under the sun, its jaws snapping wide to reveal rows of serrated teeth. It moved faster than before, leaving a blurred afterimage as it drove straight toward the paralyzed target. It was a perfect pincer movement. Satoru locked the target from behind, and the dragon crushed from the front. The two lines of attack converged with the terrifying precision of a mathematical equation. Boom. The collision sounded like a bomb detonating directly over the field. Smoke, debris, and the violent shockwaves of cursed energy churned together. The blast ripped the grass from the earth, sending a wave of dirt rolling outward. Suguru squinted against the gale, his bangs whipping wildly as a slow, triumphant smile spread across his face. Got him. Before his smile could fully form, a voice spoke from right behind him. 3 minutes left. The voice was neither loud nor strained. It was steeped in a thick, boring calm. Sugiru's smile shattered. He spun around. Kashimo stood 3 paces away. His staff was still planted in the exact center of the field, a few stray blades of grass clinging to the wood. Kashimo rested one hand on the top of the staff while the other casually brushed a speck of dirt from his shoulder. He moved like nothing had happened. His clothes were slightly ruffled by the shockwave, and a few hairs were out of place. That was it. Sugiru's pupils shrank. He looked up at the sky. The rainbow dragon was descending from the cloud of smoke, arcing through the air to land heavily on the ground. Its massive jaws opened, and it dropped Satoru onto the grass. Satoru's white hair was a disaster of dragon saliva and dirt. His sunglasses hung crookedly off one ear, and his face was frozen in an expression somewhere between "what just happened" and "how is that possible?" He looked like a stray kitten that had been unceremoniously dumped by its mother. Suguru. Satoru scrambled to his feet, his voice raw with sudden, burning anger. His 6 eyes glowed with a terrifying intensity through the settling dust. He scanned the field, instantly locking onto Kashimo, the man who had just been paralyzed midair, currently patting the dust off his jacket without even breathing hard. Suguru ground his teeth, a vein throbbing at his temple. He didn't hesitate. He lunged straight at Kashimo. Satoru flanked from the other side. The two moved like blades striking from different angles, both aiming for the man standing casually beside his staff. Suguru led with a sweeping left hook, moving with the explosive speed of cursed energy enhancement. The wind from his fist kicked up the grass beneath them. Kashimo simply leaned back. The punch whistled past his chin, missing by the width of a finger. Suguru followed instantly with a rising knee aimed at the gut. Kashimo twisted his waist, turning his body completely sideways. The knee hit nothing but air. Suguru dropped low, throwing a sweeping kick at the legs. Kashimo's center of gravity shifted half an inch to the left, his body swaying like a reed in the wind. The kick swept past, missing entirely. Every strike looked like it was going to connect. Right up until the final centimeter, when Kashimo would shift in ways that defied human anatomy. He didn't retreat. He didn't block. He just moved. It was as if he had no joints. His center of gravity could snap in any direction at any moment. Attacking him was like trying to punch running water. You felt like you had it, but when you closed your hand, there was nothing there. Suguru gritted his teeth harder. He accelerated his assault, throwing punch after punch, kick after kick. His cursed energy exploded with every strike, the air cracking under the strain. But Kashimo stayed right in front of him, slipping through the storm of violence with an eerie, unpredictable rhythm. His expression hadn't changed. His pale blue eyes were as still as a frozen lake. Only his body moved, swaying like a willow branch in a hurricane. No matter how fast the wind blew, it couldn't snap the branch. Satoru closed in from the flank, his fist coated in the pulling force of blue to cut off Kashimo's retreat. His strikes were faster than Sugiru's and came from impossible angles, but the result was identical. His fist landed exactly where Kashimo had been a millisecond before. The punch tore through the air, grazing fabric with a soft rip, and then found nothing. The only sounds on the field were the crack of displaced air and the heavy, ragged breathing of the two students. 2 minutes. Kashimo's voice dropped from above, flat and steady as a ticking clock. He wove between their combined assaults, every evasion so precise it looked choreographed. The wind of their strikes rustled his clothes, but they couldn't land a single blow. Satoru threw a crushing right hook wrapped in blue. Kashimo stepped to the side, letting the punch sail past him to tear a shallow trench into the ground behind him. Suguru swept low again. Kashimo merely lifted his heels, letting the leg pass beneath the soles of his shoes. 1 minute. Satoru's teeth ground together. His 6 eyes had never failed him. He could see the flow of cursed energy, predict his opponent's moves, and process a million calculations in a fraction of a second. But he couldn't touch him. Trying to hit Kashimo was like trying to grab smoke. The harder you squeezed, the faster he slipped away. And every time an attack missed, Kashimo would glance at them with those pale, transparent eyes. It wasn't mockery or provocation. He was just looking. He looked at them the way an adult watches toddlers trying to run before they know how to walk. 30 seconds. Sugiru's breathing was in shambles. His strikes were losing accuracy. It wasn't physical exhaustion, his brain was simply overloading. Every punch required a dozen calculations in a fraction of a second. Which way will he dodge? Where do I block? What's the next move? And every single calculation was wrong. He swung at ghosts. Satoru pursued relentlessly, detonating one gravitational field after another until the field looked like a meteor crater, but it was useless. You can't catch a falling leaf with a hurricane. Time's up. Kashimo's voice changed. It was no longer a countdown. It was an end. He moved. He didn't dodge this time. He stepped in. Suguru had just thrown a right hook. Before his arm could fully extend, Kashimo's hand clamped around his wrist. The grip locked like a steel vise, fingers digging into the bone with a force that sent a spike of numbness up Sugiru's arm. He tried to pull back, but he was trapped. Kashimo's other hand formed a fist. When his knuckles sank into Sugiru's stomach, it wasn't pain that Suguru felt. It was an absolute, explosive force that crushed every ounce of air from his lungs. Gah! Spit flew from Sugiru's mouth, the taste of stomach acid burning up his throat. He folded in half like a broken stick, his knees slamming into the dirt. He braced his hands on the ground, gagging as he fought for air. His vision swam, his ears rang, and his heartbeat sounded like war drums. Kashimo didn't spare him a second glance. The moment he released Sugiru's wrist, he had already pivoted. Domain amplification flared to life. Satoru's six eyes screamed in warning. He saw the thin, terrifyingly precise film of energy coating Kashimo's fist. He knew exactly what was about to happen, but his body couldn't keep up with his eyes. The moment stretched into infinity. Satoru watched the punch coming, watched it bypass his infinity, watched it connect with his jaw, and his arm had only just begun to rise in defense. The impact sounded like a rock hitting wet mud. Satoru's head snapped back with a sharp crack of bone. The momentum threatened to throw him to the ground, but he forced his core muscles to lock, digging his heels into the dirt. He swayed violently, but he stayed on his feet. A red mark was already blooming across his jaw, and a thin line of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. His sunglasses were gone, lost somewhere in the grass. His pale blue eyes were wide, staring in absolute shock at the men standing casually before him. Satoru stood frozen. Suguru was on his knees, gasping for breath. The field was entirely silent. Even the wind had stopped. At the edge of the field, Yutahime stood with both hands clamped over her mouth, her eyes as wide as saucers. Beside her, Shoko was frozen in the exact same pose. Kashimo stood in the center of the destruction. The staff was still planted in the ground behind him. He hadn't touched it once. He raised a hand, held it out, and lazily curled his fingers inward. What's wrong? You cryin'? Author's note, the long chapter you requested is here. Some of you have commented that the chapters feel short, but I swear, they are within the standard web novel range, always between 1 to 1.5k words. For 2 chapters a day, that's about 12 to 15 minutes of reading time. I honestly don't know why they feel short to you. Maybe it's because you're enjoying the story so much, which I'm really happy about. But don't worry, I'll keep updating regularly and fast. I'm setting ideal Power Stone goals for bonus chapters. You can get more chapters by sending Power Stones. Don't think, what difference does one stone make, because they all add up to reach our goals. Thanks for reading, guys. Chapter 66, The Star Plasma Vessel, Bonus. Chapter 66, The Star Plasma Vessel, Bonus. The two young men widely regarded as the strongest were currently grinding their teeth. The muscles in their jaws were tight as wrung-out towels, and their knuckles were white from clenching their fists. The red mark on Satoru's jaw was still raw, the thin line of blood at the corner of his mouth drying in the wind. Suguru pushed himself up from the dirt. His uniform was stained with grass and soil, and his bangs hung low over his face, hiding his eyes but not the tight, angry line of his jaw. They wanted to rush Kashimo again. They wanted one more chance to reclaim the pride they had lost over the last 5 minutes. Satoru's hand opened, another core of gravitational compression forming in his palm. He stared at Kashimo, his blue eyes dark and overflowing with intensity. His fingers curled, ready to strike. Before he could release the technique, a voice cracked across the field like a whip. Hey! You three, that's enough. Masamichi Yaga's voice wasn't a shout, but it carried the heavy, crushing weight of a falling boulder. It hit the field and rang against their eardrums. The sphere of blue in Satoru's palm trembled. It didn't dissipate, but it stopped expanding. Sugiru's shoulders locked mid-lunge, freezing him in place like a paused movie. Kashimo dropped his beckoning hand, shoved it into his pocket, and looked toward the edge of the training ground. Yaga stood there with his arms crossed. From behind his sunglasses, his gaze swept over the three of them before landing on the sheer devastation of the field. The grass was torn to shreds, the earth was cracked and cratered from blue suction, and the rainbow dragon's impact had left a trench in the center. The entire area looked like it had been shelled by artillery. He took a slow, deep breath. His chest rose higher than usual, then higher still, as if he were trying to physically swallow his frustration. He exhaled slowly. I am a teacher. I must not yell. I must not yell. Satoru. Suguru, his voice returned to a steady, authoritative pitch. Come here. The blue in Satoru's palm vanished. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked toward the edge of the field, his head bowed, his white hair falling forward to hide half his face. Suguru followed, his footsteps heavier than usual. Neither boy spoke. They stopped in front of Yaga, one staring at the ground, the other inspecting the toes of his shoes. Yaga looked at them but didn't say a word. He shifted his gaze to Kashimo, a muscle in his cheek twitching as he took another long, slow breath. Kashimo. The word was ground out between his teeth. The cost of repairing the field will be deducted entirely from your salary and bonuses. Kashimo blinked. He looked at the ruined training ground, then back at Yaga's "don't you dare argue with me" expression. He stood in silence for a second. Then, he pulled a hand from his pocket, scratched the back of his head, and let his teal ponytail sway. Fine. Yaga led the way back to the main building. His heavy leather shoes tapped a steady rhythm on the wooden floorboards of the corridor. The two boys trailed behind him. Satoru's gait was half a beat slower than normal, while Suguru walked at a steady pace, though his shoulders slumped a fraction more than when they had arrived. Satoru rubbed his chin, wincing as his fingertips grazed the red mark. The ache from that single punch was only now truly setting in, a dull throb radiating from his jawbone. That actually hurts, he thought. He ran his tongue along the inside of his cheek to make sure none of his teeth were loose, then pushed his sunglasses back down over his nose. There is a mission, Yaga's voice drifted back from the front, calm and unhurried. Though I suspect it may prove difficult for the two of you. Satoru and Suguru exchanged a look. One raised an eyebrow, the other scoffed. Their expressions were identical in sentiment. Difficult. Sure, they had just been beaten senseless by a physical education teacher with an unknown background, but that had nothing to do with standard missions. They had never met a cursed spirit that scared them. However, Master Tengen specifically requested the two of you. They rounded a corner, the afternoon light spilling through the windows to cast long, slanting shadows across the floorboards. Yaga's shadow stretched out in front of them, looking like an unbroken, endless line. There are two directives, Yaga continued, holding up two fingers without turning around. The star plasma vessel, a girl whose physical constitution is compatible with Master Tengen. You are to protect her, and... He paused. You are to erase her. Satoru stopped walking. He rubbed his face, his hand dragging from his forehead to his chin, wiping away the last traces of sleepiness and apathy. He replayed Yaga's words in his head to make sure he hadn't misheard. When he spoke, his voice was quieter than before. Ah. Protect and erase a girl. Correct. Yaga nodded. He finally stopped and turned to face them. His expression was entirely neutral, as if he weren't dropping two teenage boys into a severe ethical dilemma. Satoru frowned. He pushed his sunglasses up again, revealing eyes that were entirely serious. So the old man is finally going senile. Suguru stood beside him, blowing a loose strand of hair out of his eyes. The airflow lifted his bangs before they settled back into place. His tone was much calmer than Satoru's, carrying a hint of wry amusement. He's just excited because he's about to become principal, Suguru said lightly. Yaga watched their little comedy routine, his mouth twitching slightly. He didn't rise to the bait. He crossed his arms behind his back, his voice dropping into a deeper register. Master Tengen possesses an immortality technique. However, when she reaches a certain age, the technique begins to reconstruct her body. He looked at them pointedly. Evolution. She will transition into a higher, non-human state of existence. Yaga's voice echoed down the empty corridor. It was steady and low, reciting a 1,000-year-old truth that required no emotional embellishment. Satoru pulled out a chair from a nearby classroom and dropped into it, making himself at home. The wooden legs screeched against the floor, but he didn't seem to notice. He leaned back, stretched his long legs out, and rested his hands behind his head. The fearless, lazy arrogance returned to his face as he stared at the ceiling. The fluorescent lights gave his skin a cold pallor. Isn't that a good thing? He asked, his tone drifting upward as if discussing abstract philosophy. He tilted his head, a strange smirk pulling at his lips. Will she evolve into an Otsutsuki god or something? Suguru stood by the window, the sunlight cutting a sharp line across his face. He ignored Satoru's joke, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. Master Tengen has stated that reaching that stage results in a loss of self, Suguru said, his eyes fixed on a distant tree, unfocused. She would no longer be Master Tengen. The barriers protecting the Jujutsu high campuses, the foundation of the Jujutsu world, and the barrier techniques used by auxiliary managers are all strengthened by her presence. Without her, our missions and defenses would become incredibly difficult. He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing. In the worst-case scenario, Tengen could become an enemy of humanity. As he finished speaking, a cloud passed over the sun outside, casting the hallway into momentary shadow. Satoru had dropped his arms, his fingers tapping a slow, silent rhythm against the armrest of the chair. Therefore, every 500 years, Master Tengen must merge with a star plasma vessel to reset the progression of the technique, Yaga said, taking back control of the conversation. He looked from Suguru to Satoru, ensuring both were paying attention. The location of the vessel has been exposed. 2 factions want her dead, the Curse User Group Q, and the Star Religious Group, the Time Vessel Association, who worship a pure Master Tengen. The merger takes place in 2 days. Your mission is to protect the girl and deliver her safely to Master Tengen. Yaga finished his briefing, crossing his arms and waiting for their response. Satoru was silent for several seconds. He pulled his sunglasses back down, hiding his eyes and his expression. When he spoke, the arrogant drawl was gone, replaced by a genuine, unprompted curiosity. If the mission is that difficult, why not send the physical education sensei? It sounded like an offhand remark, but Suguru turned his gaze toward Yaga as well, clearly waiting for the answer. Yaga looked at Satoru. His eyes lingered for a fraction of a second on the red mark still visible on the boy's jaw before looking away. As I said, Master Tengen specifically requested the 2 of you, Yaga replied, his tone final. It wasn't up for debate. Furthermore, he turned his back to them and walked toward the window. The school grounds were bathed in spring sunlight, and the distant mountains were capped with a thin layer of mist. His voice drifted back, softer than before but perfectly clear. Kashimo has his own assignment. The mission is, a diplomatic envoy to Africa. Kashimo flipped the mission dossier over, scanning the dense, bureaucratic jargon covering the page. Strengthening international sorcerer relations. Expanding the collaborative framework of the Jujutsu world. Special grade instructor envoy mission. He understood the words, just not what they were supposed to mean. He tossed the paper onto his desk and looked up at the auxiliary manager standing stiffly before him. Yes, the manager nodded, his fingers curling slightly at his sides. Kashimo leaned back in his chair, tapping a slow rhythm on the desk. Africa. Finding Miguel. This was obviously an order from Tengen, pushed through the higher UPS to keep Kashimo far away from the merger. His mouth twitched into a smirk. The old fossils actually had the nerve to issue the order. When he'd first entered the school's barriers 4 years ago, Tengen had probably soiled herself. Sending him away now made perfect sense. The star plasma vessel merger was too important to risk a rogue element interfering. Fine. I understand, he said casually. He folded the paper twice and tossed it into a drawer. The manager let out a visible breath of relief, the tension leaving his shoulders. He bowed deeply, turned, and left, his footsteps fading down the hall. Kashimo sat in his chair, his fingers still tapping a lazy, consistent beat. If I'm going to Africa, I might as well spar with Miguel. He dug through his memories. Miguel wasn't weak, and his curse technique was bizarre. But the real prize was the black rope. It could disrupt curse techniques, and it was notoriously effective against things like Satoru Gojo's Limitless. He should have the black rope right about now, Kashimo thought. His smirk widened, and his tapping stopped on a final, sharp beat. I can take it from him. He stood up, walked to the corner of the room, and pulled the staff from the wall. He weighed it in his hand. He rested the staff on his shoulder, walked to the door, and pulled it open. The corridor was dim, the fluorescent lights humming quietly. His shadow stretched out long and dark behind him. Africa. Miguel. The black rope. He ran the words through his mind, his grin growing sharper. An all-expenses-paid business trip, a good fight, and the chance to steal a legendary cursed tool. Not bad at all. A/N, another long chapter is here. Bonus chapter for 600 power stones. Our new goal is 800 power stones. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 67, Africa, bonus. Chapter 67, Africa, bonus. Kenyatta International Airport, Kenya. The following day. The heat hit Kashimo the moment he stepped out of the plane. It was thick and suffocating, like a damp towel left out in the sun and then pressed firmly against his face. He stood at the top of the stairs, squinting at a sky so blue it was blinding. The sun sat directly overhead, its light sharp enough to feel like a physical weight on his skin. The sun is no joke here, he muttered. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, his teal ponytail swaying in the hot wind. Behind him, a steady stream of passengers filed out of the cabin. One woman in particular slowed her pace as she passed him. She had been watching him for the duration of the flight, her gaze rarely wavering from the moment they boarded until they touched down. Kashimo felt it, that prickle at the base of his neck that had followed him for thousands of miles. He ignored her, descending the stairs as the heat from the tarmac radiated through the soles of his boots. It was too much. He unzipped his jacket, draped it over the handle of his suitcase, and kept moving. Beneath the jacket, he wore a black, short-sleeved compression shirt that clung to his frame. It traced the lean, powerful lines of his muscles, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and arms defined by a lifetime of violence. The woman's gaze remained glued to his back like a persistent fly. He picked up his pace. He stood out in the crowd. His height and teal hair already drew attention, but the way he moved made people step aside before he even reached them. People stepped aside as he approached, some staring openly, others whispering. A small child pointed at him and said something to his mother, but Kashimo didn't catch the words. He didn't care. He simply strode toward the terminal. The air conditioning inside the building was a mercy. It swept over him in a cold wave as the sliding doors hissed shut, cutting off the roar of the tarmac. He stopped and scanned the arrivals hall. He spotted 3 men in dark suits standing near the gate. They were as rigid as pillars driven into the floor. The man in the center held a placard with 3 Japanese characters written in precise, bold ink, Kashimo. Kashimo dragged his suitcase toward them, the wheels clicking against the polished marble. He stopped in front of the trio, looking from the sign to the men in the center. "I'm Kashimo," he said. The man lowered the sign and handed it to one of his companions. He reached out to shake Kashimo's hand. His palm was broad, his grip firm and professional, a perfect execution of diplomatic etiquette. He wore a disciplined smile and spoke in a Japanese so clear it sounded like a recording from a textbook. "Welcome to Kenya, Mr. Kashimo." Kashimo shook his hand and offered a short nod. He took in the men's appearance, crisp suits, impeccable ties, and badges pinned to their chests at identical heights. This wasn't a casual pickup. The local sorcerer organization was taking this visit seriously. He noted the detail and released the man's hand. "Let's go," Kashimo said. The 3 men stepped aside, clearing a path. The lead man gestured toward the exit and began to lead the way. Kashimo followed, his footsteps echoing through the terminal until they reached the curb. They climbed into a waiting car. The moment the door shut, the noise of the airport vanished, replaced by the faint hum of the air conditioning and the rhythmic vibrations of the tires on the road. The interior was spacious and cool. Kashimo leaned back into the leather seat, finally feeling the tension of the long flight begin to bleed away. The man in the passenger seat turned around, offering a polite, measured smile. His tie was perfectly straight, and despite the oppressive heat outside, he didn't have a single drop of sweat on him. "Mr. Kashimo, my name is Leon Ball. You can call me Ball. I'll be handling your stay and your schedule while you are in Kenya." Kashimo nodded, his eyes drifting to the window. Nairobi was unfolding before him, palm trees, low-rise buildings, and vibrant, sun-bleached signs. The light turned everything a stark, washed-out white. "Fine," Kashimo said. "The primary goal of this visit is to facilitate an exchange of sorcery techniques between our nations," Ball continued. His tone was sincere and steady. "We hope to once again learn from the advanced systems used in Japan. We would be honored if you would provide guidance to our team." Kashimo pulled his gaze from the window and looked at Ball. He raised an eyebrow. "Sure," he said. He paused for a moment. "But what do you mean by once again?" Ball blinked, then laughed. It was a soft sound, colored by a touch of sheepish nostalgia. He rubbed the back of his head, his fingers brushing against his short, cropped hair. "Ah, well. It was Yuki Tsukumo. She visited us 5 years ago. A/N, I have an announcement for my readers who like villain stories. I started a new FIC called Reborn as Ryan in the Boys. It's about a villain surviving in the Boys universe from scratch with no system, just high IQ manipulation and pragmatism. You can find the story on my profile or in the recommendation below." Chapter 68, Miguel. Chapter 68, Miguel. The following afternoon, Kashimo stood on a humble, outdoor training ground. A dozen teenagers were lined up before him in a crooked row. The oldest looked to be 17 at most. The youngest stood at the very end, a boy who barely reached Kashimo's waist, staring up at him with wide, shining eyes. A hot wind swept across the field, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. The children squinted and a few coughed, but no one moved an inch. Kashimo scanned the line from one end to the other and then back again. He mentally gauged their potential. On average, they were barely at the level of a grade 3 or 4 sorcerer. It was to be expected. Outside of Japan, the development of Jujutsu was agonizingly slow. Tengen's barriers acted like an invisible filter, trapping the world's cursed energy within the Japanese archipelago. Whatever leaked out to the rest of the world was nothing more than scraps. This was why other countries lacked special grades. Talent alone wasn't enough. Without cursed energy, even the best techniques had nothing to run on. Even the finest innate technique was just a hilt without a blade if there was no energy to power it. Mr. Kashimo, Ball said, standing half a step behind him. He kept his voice low. The children are very much looking forward to your guidance. Kashimo offered a short grunt but didn't turn around. He stepped forward to the front of the line, hands in his pockets, looking down at the students. The sun was at his back, casting a long shadow that swallowed the children's feet. He decided to start with the basics. He spoke about the flow, condensation, and release of cursed energy, the kind of fundamentals that even first years at Jujutsu High found tedious. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried across the empty field. The children listened intently. A few tried to mimic his hand gestures, though he could see that most of them were struggling to grasp the concepts. Jujutsu was a matter of raw talent. If you didn't have it, hard work was a waste of time. It was a canyon that effort could never bridge. Some people were born on the summit, while others could spend their entire lives climbing and never reach the foothills. He scanned the line once more, looking from the front row to the back. There was no sign of Miguel. It didn't really matter. Miguel would be around 18 at this point, so it made sense if he were out on a mission. Kashimo returned his focus to the basics of energy manipulation, his voice steady and his expression indifferent. The children watched him with intense, unblinking focus. After an hour, Kashimo stopped talking. He stepped back, hands returning to his pockets, and jerked his chin toward the field. He was telling them to try it themselves. The students shared a few hesitant looks before scattering into small groups. Kashimo wasn't the type to hold anyone's hand. He was a man of action. The kind of truth you found at the end of a fist was always difficult to put into words. A figure in white appeared at the entrance of the training ground. A beret and a white shirt stood out sharply against the dusty, sun-bleached landscape. The men stood by the gate, speaking quietly with Ball. His gaze drifted past Ball's shoulder, settling on the teal-haired man standing in the center of the field. Kashimo felt the stare but didn't look back. He tilted his head slightly, catching fragments of the conversation. The speech was rapid and unfamiliar, neither Japanese nor English. He couldn't make out the meaning. Footsteps approached from behind. 2 people. He was already familiar with Ball's stride, but the second man walked with a lighter, more rhythmic pace, the gait of someone with years of disciplined training. Mr. Kashimo, allow me to introduce someone, Ball said, stepping aside. He gestured to the men behind him. The newcomer in the white beret had skin a shade darker than Ball's and a sharp, rugged jawline. He looked to be in his early 20s. This is Miguel. He's the strongest sorcerer we have. Miguel held out a hand. It was broad, with calluses on the knuckles and a faint, old scar near the thumb. He looked Kashimo directly in the eye with a steady, quiet confidence. A pleasure. Kashimo took the hand briefly, his grip firm but fleeting. Kashimo. Special grade. He stated the rank as if it were a minor detail. Good to meet you, Miguel said. Miguel nodded and withdrew his hand, his gaze lingering on Kashimo for a moment as if confirming a suspicion. He turned to Ball and spoke a few quick sentences in his native tongue. Kashimo only caught the phrase, 2 days. Ball replied, and Miguel's expression shifted, his eyebrows rose for a split second before his face returned to a neutral mask. You're only staying in Africa for 2 days, Mr. Kashimo? Miguel asked, turning back. Yes, Kashimo said, looking out at the training field. That's all the time the mission allows. Miguel was silent for a moment, then he offered a small smile. It was a more natural expression, carrying a touch of youthful, unhidden disappointment. That's a shame. I was hoping to take you out for some of our local specialties. Maybe another time, Kashimo said. He managed a small, brief smile of his own. He wasn't much for small talk, but he had picked up enough social graces over the years to be polite when it suited him. The children had been practicing for a while now. A few had stopped to watch the adults, their eyes darting between Kashimo and Miguel. The youngest boy was sitting in the dirt, chin in his hands, staring at them without blinking. The hot wind blew another light dusting of sand against Kashimo's legs. Kashimo looked back at Miguel. His voice was lower now, but every word was sharp and clear. Actually, I'd like to spar with you. Miguel blinked. His expression became a complicated mix of surprise, confusion, and a spark of something he couldn't quite hide. Kashimo kept his tone flat, as if it were the most ordinary request in the world. I make a habit of challenging sorcerers wherever I go, Kashimo said. He pulled his hands from his pockets and cracked his knuckles, the small sounds popping in the quiet air. In the past and in the present. He paused, his gaze drifting to the children who were still watching them. Besides, we have an audience. He smirked. Showing them a real fight is the best lesson I could give. A/N, 1k power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 69, Sparring. Chapter 69, Sparring. A real fight is the best teacher I can give them. Kashimo looked at the children, his voice dropping a few decibels. His gaze traveled over their young faces, the dust, the heat, the skin glistening under the sun, and the hunger for power they couldn't quite hide. He remembered things from a long time ago. 400 years ago, people had looked at him the same way. Grow strong, he thought. Then come and challenge me. He didn't say it out loud, but the smirk on his face widened. I have no problem with that. Let's do it now. There was a spark of excitement in Miguel's voice. His eyes sharpened and his posture shifted. The polite, diplomatic mask was gone, replaced by a low, aggressive stance. He leaned forward, ready to spring. Good, Kashimo replied, his tone remaining flat. He tilted his head, his neck popping with a series of sharp, mechanical clicks. The movement seemed to loosen his entire frame. He looked like a blade being drawn from a scabbard, even the dull side of the steel felt cold and dangerous. At the edge of the field, Ball covered his face with his hand. He dragged his palm from his forehead to his chin, rubbing the frustration deep into his skin. He had known this was coming. From the moment he received word that a special grade from Japan was arriving, he'd had a feeling the visit wouldn't end with simple handshakes and photographs. The worst-case scenario had arrived. He didn't try to stop it. Instead, he took a deep breath and waved the children back. He used his foot to pace out a wide circle in the dirt, marking the boundaries. The students scrambled behind the line, some squatting, others standing on tiptoe. The youngest boy lay flat on his stomach, his chin resting on his arms and his eyes wide with anticipation. The two men stood in the center of the clearing. They were barely 3 paces apart. The sun sat directly overhead, pinning their shadows into small, dark circles beneath their feet. Miguel's white beret caught the harsh light, while Kashimo's teal ponytail drifted in the hot wind before settling against his shoulder. Begin, Mr. Kashimo, Miguel said. His voice was deeper now. He lowered his center of gravity, feet staggered and hands held open in front of his chest. His breathing became long and rhythmic. He locked his gaze onto Kashimo's shoulders. A tiny arc of electricity flickered at the corner of Kashimo's eye. It was blue-white and thin as a needle, dancing against the violet markings for a split second before vanishing. There was no surge of cursed energy, no obvious buildup, and no tensing of muscles. He stood like a tree in a gale, the branches swayed, but the roots were immovable. Come then. Before the words had even fully registered, Kashimo's fist was in Miguel's face. One moment he was 3 paces away, the next, he occupied Miguel's entire field of vision. There was no whistle of wind, no crack of displaced air. The punch arrived faster than the sound of its own movement, as silent and sudden as a predator's pounce. Miguel's pupils contracted. His body reacted before his brain could process the threat. He crossed his arms in front of his face, palms out and forearms pressed tight. It was a defensive posture forged in 1,000 battles, perfect enough for a textbook. When the fist connected with his forearms, Miguel heard his own bones let out a dull, heavy groan. The force of the impact exploded against him like a collapsing wall. His feet tore 2 shallow trenches into the dirt, the soles of his shoes heating up from the friction as he was knocked back nearly a yard. He fought to keep his footing. A sharp, throbbing pain radiated from his arms, a deep, aching pressure as if a sledgehammer had struck the bone and then tried to grind through it. His fingers curled instinctively, then he forced them straight. Nothing was broken, but the intensity of the pain made him suspect his bones were spider-webbed with cracks. He didn't even use cursed energy reinforcement, Miguel thought. Kashimo's second punch arrived before the thought could finish. It caught Miguel in the gut. The moment the knuckles touched his stomach, Miguel felt his core muscles attempt to lock and distribute the force, but the sheer pressure of the strike snapped that defense instantly. The power tore through his abdomen, bypassed his muscles and organs, and seemed to erupt out of his back. It took every lungful of air with it. Miguel doubled over, a short, strangled grunt escaping his throat. He staggered backward, his footsteps messy as his toes dug into the dirt. He fell back 5 or 6 paces before he managed to stabilize his weight. When he finally looked up, a fine sheen of sweat covered his forehead. His arms were shaking. It wasn't just the pain, though it hurt like hell, it was the shock of the power behind the move. He looked down at his forearms. A dark red mark was already rising where he'd blocked, the capillaries beneath the skin likely shattered. He looked at the teal-haired figure standing across from him. Kashimo hadn't pursued him. He had pulled his fist back and was standing in a relaxed, open stance, as if the last 2 strikes had been nothing more than a warm-up. His clothes weren't even wrinkled. His ponytail hung neatly behind him. The spark of electricity was gone, leaving no trace. Miguel took several deep breaths, forcing air back into his lungs one jagged gasp at a time. He straightened his back, rolling his numbed fingers. A bitter, excited smile touched his lips. No reinforcement, Miguel said, his voice a bit raspy. That was pure physical strength. He shook his arms, trying to get the blood flowing again. The pain burned from his fingertips to his shoulders, but his eyes were brighter than before. Special grade indeed. At the edge of the field, the youngest boy had his mouth open in a perfect O. The older students nudged each other in stunned silence. Ball stood behind them with his arms crossed, his expression a mix of, I knew this would happen, and, thank God they're just sparring. A hot wind swirled between the two fighters, kicking up a funnel of sand that dissipated as quickly as it had formed. Miguel adjusted his beret and squared his shoulders. Suddenly, a rhythmic tapping sound began to rise from beneath Miguel's feet. It wasn't loud, but it was incredibly clear in the silence of the training ground. It sounded like a heel striking the earth, once, twice, 3 times, until it became a continuous, unbroken chain of sound. Miguel's body began to move with it. It wasn't a conscious, prepared series of motions, but a kinetic vibration that started at his soles and traveled up his spine to his fingertips. He looked like a machine that had just been switched on, every part moving in its own rhythm, yet perfectly synchronized. This was his technique, prayer song. By generating a rhythm through his body, he could reinforce his physical capabilities. He didn't need complex energy channeling, or a domain, or any external tools. He simply had to move. He let his feet find the beat etched into his bones, letting his muscles press cursed energy into the deepest fibers of his body with every contraction. His breathing became long and even. The tension in his shoulders from the previous hits began to melt away. Most sorcerers required a domain expansion or complex ritualistic buffs to achieve this level of enhancement. Domains required massive amounts of energy and terrifyingly precise construction. Miguel didn't need any of that. He only needed to reach the conditions of his rhythm. By striking that personal beat with his body, he could heighten every physical attribute, speed, strength, and reaction time. Everything rose like water in a glass, looking calm on the surface while being on the verge of overflowing. His movement began to change. His stride didn't get longer, but every step became more precise. The moment his toe touched the earth, he caught the recoil of the impact. By the time his heel landed, his center of gravity had already shifted to the next position. He moved across the sun-bleached dirt like a sequence of code written directly into his muscles. No thought, no judgment, just movement. The children fell silent. They could feel the shift in the air. Miguel was different now. Kashimo watched him, and the tiny arc of electricity flickered again at the corner of his eye. His expression remained flat, but his gaze followed the movement of Miguel's feet to his knees, then to his shoulders, and finally to his eyes. A/N, 1K Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send Power Stones. Chapter 70, Formidable. Chapter 70, Formidable. Kashimo watched Miguel's rhythm and began to move in sync with it. His footsteps were steady, the sound of his soles hitting the earth gradually overlapping with Miguel's rhythmic tapping. One step, then another, they moved like two instruments tuned to the same frequency. He remained relaxed, hands hanging at his sides and shoulders swaying slightly. His pale blue eyes remained fixed on Miguel. Miguel's pupils contracted, but his grin only widened. Oh. Instead of backing away, you're coming closer. His voice was raspy with excitement, squeezed out through the rhythm of his technique. The tapping beneath his feet accelerated. It sounded like a shell cracking open to reveal a burning core. Miguel's body tightened as he pushed his cursed energy to its absolute limit. His body tightened as he pushed his cursed energy to its limit. Then let me see the true gap between us, Mr. Kashimo. By the time the last syllable left his mouth, the distance between them had vanished. Miguel struck. His right fist shot out from his waist. There was no shift in posture to telegraph the blow. The punch was launched by the momentum of his rhythm, heavy, fast, and aimed straight for Kashimo's face with a shrieking whistle of displaced air. The angle and speed were leagues beyond his previous attempts. The force of the strike kicked up a cloud of yellow sand between them. Kashimo's left hand rose. The movement was lazy. He flipped his wrist, palm out and fingers spread, as if he were catching a piece of fruit tossed by a friend. When Miguel's fist hit his palm, the sound was a muffled thud, like a rock hitting a padded wall. Kashimo absorbed the impact entirely. The cursed energy on Miguel's knuckles shattered like a wave hitting a reef, turning into a spray of harmless white sparks before vanishing. Miguel's arm stayed frozen in the air. He was still pushing, his muscles straining, but his fist couldn't advance another inch. Before he could react, Kashimo's elbow came down. It followed a short, sharp arc, slamming into Miguel's cheek. The blow wasn't heavy by Kashimo's standards, but it was enough to snap Miguel's head to the side. The white beret flew off, spinning through the air before settling in the sand. Miguel's vision went white for a second. His ears rang, and the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Then came the blur of fists. Blows rained down from every direction, the stomach, the ribs, the chest, the shoulders. Each strike landed with terrifying precision, moving so fast they left trails of afterimages in the air, forming an impenetrable wall of violence. Miguel tried to block, but every time he raised his arms, a punch would knock them aside. He tried to retreat, but the barrage cut off every exit. His body shuddered under the rain of blows, bending and breaking like a tree in a hurricane. Branches snapped, bark peeled away, and his roots were slowly torn from the earth. At the edge of the field, the children forgot to breathe. The boy lying in the dirt didn't even notice the sand blowing into his open mouth. The older students clenched their fists so hard their nails drew blood, but no one felt the pain. Ball stood behind them, his hands dropping to his sides. His mouth opened as if to speak, but no words came out. The only sound on the training ground was the wet, consistent thud of knuckles hitting meat, a dense, relentless rhythm. With a final blow, Miguel collapsed. He hit the sand hard, kicking up a cloud of dust as he landed on his back, limbs splayed like a fallen bird. His chest surged as he fought for air. Every breath felt like inhaling crushed glass, and a ragged, broken wheeze escaped his throat. Sweat and yellow dust coated his face, dripping from his jaw to leave small pits in the sand. His eyes were half closed, staring up at the piercingly blue Kenyan sky. The sun sat high and punishing, its light fragmenting into a golden haze through his eyelashes. Kashimo knelt beside him. His breathing was perfectly even. He didn't have a single drop of sweat on his forehead, and only a few grains of sand clung to his compression shirt. He held his right hand over Miguel's chest, palm down. Reverse curse technique flowed from his fingertips like a warm, invisible river, pouring into Miguel's chest and radiating out toward his limbs. Shattered capillaries began to knit back together. Swollen muscles subsided. The hairline fractures in his forearms fused in the warmth, and displaced tissues were gently smoothed back into place. Miguel felt the pain being pulled from his body, one jagged piece at a time. As each sensation of hurt vanished, a wave of warmth took its place, spreading from his chest to his fingertips and down to his toes. It felt like being submerged in a pool of perfectly tempered water. "I lost," he murmured. His voice was as raspy as sandpaper on wood. A small smile touched his lips, not one of bitterness or self-deprecation, but of simple, honest satisfaction. That was a hell of a fight. He didn't say it out loud, but the smile on his face said enough. He closed his eyes, letting the healing warmth stabilize his breathing. He could feel the gaps in his bones being filled and hardened. "You are truly formidable, Mr. Kashimo." His voice was clearer now, though it still carried the lazy rasp of someone recovering from intense trauma. He kept his eyes shut, lying in the sand as if he were simply enjoying the afternoon sun. Kashimo didn't reply. He kept the flow of energy steady and consistent. A few minutes later, Miguel felt fully restored. He pushed himself up from the ground, his movements slow and deliberate. He braced his hands on the dirt, rose to his knees, and then finally stood. Sand cascaded from his white clothes. His beret still lay in the dirt a few feet away, covered in dust, but he didn't reach for it. He stood before Kashimo, nearly half a head shorter, but with his back straight. He looked away from Kashimo, scanning the children still frozen at the edge of the field. He looked at Ball, who stood with his arms crossed. Finally, his gaze returned to Kashimo. "You have given these children a lesson they will never forget, and you have given me a fight I will treasure." His voice was steady and solemn, carrying a formal weight. "As the only special grade in Africa, I have little I can offer you in return." He turned to look at Ball. The man dropped his arms to his sides, his expression complicated. Miguel gave him a short, firm nod. Ball was silent for several seconds. "Are you sure?" Miguel didn't answer. He just looked at Ball with a calm, unshakable focus. Ball held the gaze for a moment, then lowered his head. "We have nothing else we can give to show our gratitude. A/N, 1K Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send Power Stones. Chapter 71, The Black Rope, bonus. Chapter 71, The Black Rope, bonus. Ball pulled a phone from his pocket and stepped away. He turned his back to the training ground, his voice dropping into a low murmur. Through the shimmering heat waves, his silhouette seemed to distort and bend. Kashimo couldn't read his lips, but he saw Ball speak a few short sentences before nodding and hanging up. He slid the phone back into his pocket and turned around, his face returning to a mask of professional calm. Miguel stepped to the side, gesturing for Kashimo to wait. "Mr. Kashimo, please give us a moment." There was a subtle weight in Miguel's voice. The easy smile was still there, but his eyes had changed. He no longer looked like the young man who had just been beaten senseless in a spar, he looked like a man carrying the weight of a serious decision. Kashimo didn't mind. He shoved his hands into his pockets and leaned back against the training ground's perimeter railing. His flight didn't leave until tomorrow night, so he had time to kill. He looked from Miguel to Ball and back again. Neither of them spoke. They simply stood there in the quiet heat. Kashimo wondered what they were planning. Money. The Kenyan Jujutsu community didn't seem particularly wealthy, judging by the state of the training ground. A cursed tool. He didn't know much about the relics in this part of the world, and his memories of the era offered no clues. He remained leaning against the rail, watching the children who still lingered at the edge of the field. About 15 minutes later, the low roar of an engine drifted over the hills. It wasn't the high-pitched hum of a city car, but the deep, heavy thrum of a large off-roader designed for rough terrain. The sound grew louder as a black SUV rounded the entrance to the training ground, kicking up a long tail of yellow dust. The vehicle was coated in a thin layer of grit, looking dull and gray under the harsh afternoon sun. The SUV pulled to a stop. The engine died, and the driver climbed out. He was another man in a black suit, dressed exactly like Ball. He offered a short nod to his colleague before moving to the rear of the vehicle. He opened the trunk and pulled out a suitcase. It was a small, black metal box with rubber-reinforced corners and a combination lock on the handle. The driver carried the case with both hands, treating it like a fragile relic. He delivered it to Ball and stepped back. Ball took the case and walked to the space between Kashimo and Miguel. He knelt and set it on the dirt. His fingers spun the dials of the lock until a sharp click echoed through the air. He flipped the latches and opened the lid. A thick, potent surge of cursed energy spilled from the case. It felt like the aroma of a heavy, aged wine that had been corked for decades, suddenly filling the space the moment the seal was broken. Kashimo looked down. A black rope lay nestled on a bed of dark velvet. The cord looked simple at first glance, but the weave was impossibly intricate, looking as if thousands of individual silk threads had been braided together with obsessive precision. It had no shine, it was matte and obsidian dark. But beneath that dull surface lay something massive. Cursed energy, so dense it felt nearly liquid, flowed through every inch of the weave like a sleeping serpent. It was a special-grade cursed tool, the black rope. Miguel stood beside the case, looking down at the cord. There was a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of resolve. He spoke slowly, as if narrating a sacred rite. This is a special-grade tool, the black rope. He paused, licking his lips as he searched for the right words. It has the power to disrupt and nullify cursed techniques. The sorcerers of our nation must spend decades to weave a single cord. A small, proud smile touched his lips. It wasn't a boast, it was a statement of fact. Decades of labor, a relay of effort passed from one generation of sorcerers to the next, just to produce this one item. This wasn't just a weapon. It carried the history of their community, slow, difficult, and demanding everything they had. They had never stopped weaving. And now, Mr. Kashimo. Miguel closed the lid, his fingers lingering on the metal casing before he lifted the box. He held it out with both hands. His gaze met Kashimo's with a solemnity that suggested this was more than a gift. It was a pact. It belongs to you. Kashimo's breath hitched. It wasn't the flattery of the gesture that got to him. It was the item itself. Damn. The black rope. He stared at the case for a long second, his mind racing through the events of the last few days. Because of this mission, he had missed his chance to go after the inverted spear of heaven, which had been his original goal. But by some strange twist of fate, here in Kenya, in a diplomatic mission he had expected to be a total waste of time, he had found this. A special-grade tool capable of disrupting techniques, the natural enemy of the limitless. Its value was easily equal to the spear. This trip was worth it. His mouth twitched into a smirk, which he quickly suppressed, though a spark flared beneath the calm surface of his blue eyes. He pulled a hand from his pocket and reached out. His hand was broad, his fingers long, and the lightning ring on his finger caught the sun. Miguel handed him the case and reached out with his right hand. They shook. It wasn't a polite, diplomatic touch. It was a firm, bone-to-bone grip. Strength traveled from their arms into their palms and back again, like two ropes twisted together, neither giving an inch. Miguel's hand was smaller than Kashimo's, but his grip was just as fierce. They locked eyes for a second before letting go. "Thank you," Kashimo said. The words were quiet, but they carried more weight than his usual casual tone. He wasn't being polite, he meant it. He knew what this rope represented, and he knew the level of resolve it took to give it away in a country where such power was scarce. He took the case from Miguel. It was heavier than he expected. It wasn't the weight of the metal, but the weight of the thing inside. That solid, dense presence hummed against his palm, reminding him that this wasn't just for show. Miguel shook out his hand, his smile returning to something more natural and youthful. "I'm glad you like it." His voice had regained its light, easy quality, though the gravity hadn't entirely left his eyes. He bent down to retrieve his dust-covered beret, tapped it against his leg, and shoved it back onto his head. It sat slightly crooked. He didn't fix it. The children at the edge of the field finally snapped out of their trance. The boy in the dirt sat up, spitting out mouthfuls of sand. The older students began to whisper, their eyes darting toward the case in Kashimo's hand. Ball stood nearby, his hands returning to his chest, the tension finally leaving his face. He even managed a small, thin smile. Kashimo shifted the case to his left hand and shoved his right back into his pocket. He looked at Miguel, then at Ball, and offered a nod. My flight is tomorrow night, Kashimo said. I don't think it's too much to ask for a decent dinner tonight. Miguel blinked, then laughed. The sound echoed across the empty training ground, clearing away the last of the formal tension. He slapped Kashimo on the arm with the easy familiarity of a friend. Of course. A/N, new goal, 1.2k power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones. Chapter 72, a step too late. Chapter 72, a step too late. The following night. The lights of Kenyatta International Airport spread a warm yellow halo across the night. Kashimo boarded his flight under the watchful eyes of Miguel and his team, the case containing the black rope gripped firmly in his hand. Miguel stood outside the security gate, his beret tilted and hands shoved in his pockets. He waved. He said something, but it was drowned out by the airport intercom. Kashimo only saw his lips move before the men smiled and turned away. Ball was more formal, he offered a deep bow. A few hours of flight wasn't long. Kashimo dozed in his seat, and when he woke, the Japanese coastline was already visible through the window. Twilight was creeping over the horizon as the plane landed, painting the Tokyo sky in hazy shades of orange and purple. When he stepped into the arrivals hall, the auxiliary manager was already waiting at the exit. He wore the same dark suit he always did, standing straight as a pin. He didn't hold a sign, instead, he scanned the face of every traveler as if looking for a photo he'd memorized. Kashimo-san, the manager said, stepping forward to take his suitcase. It was a practiced, mechanical gesture. Welcome back. Yeah. Kashimo shifted the metal case to his left hand and followed the men toward the parking lot. The sound of rolling wheels on asphalt mingled with the monotonous drone of flight announcements. He walked in silence for a moment before speaking. The mission with those two brats, is it over? The manager's pace faltered, just for a second, a hitch so brief most people would have missed it. Kashimo noticed. He didn't look back, but he slowed down enough for the men to pull alongside him. Gojo-san and Geto-san's mission ended at 3 this afternoon. The manager's voice was lower now, as if he were carefully weighing every syllable. Geto-san was severely injured. He just finished seeing the doctor. Kashimo wiped his face. He dragged his palm from his forehead to his chin, erasing the last of his sleepiness along with a flicker of something he couldn't quite name. A step too late. He turned the thought over in his mind. The inverted spear was gone. He hadn't rushed back from Africa for a diplomatic report or to debrief with the higher-ups, he wanted to intercept Toji. He wanted to see if he could snatch something away from the man known as the Sorcerer Killer. The inverted spear of heaven. A tool that could force the cancellation of any technique would have been more useful in his hands than anyone else's. But he'd missed his window. The auxiliary manager followed half a step behind, silent. Kashimo didn't ask anything else, he was already moving on. It seemed things had played out just like the original timeline. Tengen failed to assimilate, Toji was killed by Gojo, and the inverted spear was likely destroyed by Satoru as well. Suguru Geto would still defect. Kashimo had no intention of stopping it. It wasn't that he couldn't, he just didn't need to. Kenjaku needed Geto's body. If some butterfly effect managed to derail the track, if Geto didn't defect and Kenjaku couldn't get the vessel, then Kashimo would simply kill the boy himself and deliver the corpse. He needed Kenjaku to start the culling game. It was as simple as that. By the time they reached Jujutsu High, the sky was pitch black. The ancient stone walls glowed a dull gray in the shadows. A few streetlights wound up the stone path, casting a quiet, yellow light over the grounds. Kashimo walked toward the dorms, case in hand, when he spotted a white figure in the distance. Satoru Gojo was standing at the edge of the field, hands in his pockets, staring up at the sky. His posture was the same as ever, even looser, perhaps, but as his white hair caught the light of a street lamp, Kashimo saw his face. Something was wrong. That face, usually occupied by a punchable smirk, was empty. His lips were pressed into a thin line, his chin slightly raised, eyes fixed on a star that wasn't there. He wasn't stargazing. He was thinking. Kashimo blinked, watching this version of Satoru Gojo, a boy silenced by a degree he'd never seen. A strange thought crossed his mind. Was Gojo grieving? Was he actually sad because a girl he'd known for less than 2 days had died? Kashimo watched from the shadows for a few seconds, unable to wrap his head around it. 400 years ago, he had seen too much death. His own, others, enemies, friends, to him, death was simply part of life. It was a part of how the world functioned, as common as eating or drinking. Grieving for someone you'd known for 2 days felt meaningless to him. He didn't go over to say hello. Gojo likely wasn't in the mood for company anyway. Kashimo turned away and headed for the faculty dorms. He didn't see Suguru Geto, the boy who usually stood by Gojo's side. He was probably lying in a room somewhere, or sitting in the dark, or locking himself away where no one could see him. Kashimo realized then that this incident had likely hit the two of them harder than he'd anticipated. He pushed open his door and set the case on the table. The black rope was still inside, but he didn't bother checking it. He stood by the window, looking out into the heavy, lightless night. Whatever. I'll just beat them some more in PE class. That should fix it. A/N, new goal, 1.2k Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send Power Stones. Chapter 73, Bitter Summer. Chapter 73, Bitter Summer. August, 2007. The training ground was bathed in the harsh glare of a summer afternoon, a white, blinding light that left the grass looking wilted and pale. Satoru stood in the center, hands shoved into his pockets and sunglasses pushed up to his forehead. He wore his trademark grin, radiant and entirely punchable. Shoko and Suguru stood opposite him, each holding a piece of stationery, an eraser for Shoko, a pencil for Suguru. All right. Throw M. Satoru's voice rang out across the empty field. Shoko glanced at Suguru. He offered a wordless, expressionless nod. The two small objects flew from their hands, one from the left and one from the right, tracing different arcs as they hurtled toward Satoru's face. The pencil lead flickered in the sun, the eraser tumbled through the air. Then, an inch from his skin, they simply stopped. They weren't caught, and they weren't parried. They just ceased to move. Success. Looks like it works. Satoru reached out and plucked the objects from the air like fruit from a tree. He weighed them in his hand, his grin widening. I've finally switched the limitless from manual to automatic. He nodded, satisfied with himself. It can't filter out poisonous gases yet, but this should be enough for now. He stood taller, twirling the pencil between two fingers. Blue, red, even hollow purple, I've got a handle on all of them now. Shoko stood with her arms crossed, tilting her head as she studied him. Keeping the limitless active constantly is going to fry your brain, isn't it? Satoru turned to her. The smile didn't waver, but his response was instantaneous, a reflex. Don't worry. I'll keep reverse curse technique running at the same time. I'll always have a fresh brain ready to go. He tapped his temple with a finger. Shoko didn't argue. Suguru stood half a step beside her, frozen in the same posture he'd used to throw the pencil. His hands hung at his sides, his shoulders slumped, and his bangs draped over one eye. He wore the black high school uniform, but it looked several sizes too large for him now. The collar hung loose, exposing the sharp, prominent line of his collarbone. Dark circles were etched into his face, not the temporary shadows of a long night, but a deep-seated exhaustion that seemed part of his skin. His hair was a mess, too, with stray strands sticking out at the back as if he hadn't bothered to brush it that morning. Satoru glanced at him. He pocketed the stationery and took a few steps toward Suguru, looking him up and down. The grin lost some of its edge. Yo, Suguru. You alright? You've lost weight lately. Satoru kept his tone casual, the way friends do, but the playful lilt was gone. Suguru looked up, finally revealing the eyes hidden beneath his hair. His expression was flat, as smooth and featureless as a sheet of paper that had been crushed and then meticulously ironed out. Every crease was forced into place. He looked at Satoru and his mouth twitched, as if he meant to smile, but the expression died before it could take shape. I'm fine, just a bitter summer, he said. His voice was raspy. He pulled his gaze away from Satoru, letting it drift across the sun-bleached grass, then to the distant trees, and finally to a deserted corner behind the school building. There was nothing there, he just didn't want to look Satoru in the eye. Like Kashimo-sensei, Satoru has started taking solo missions. He didn't say it, but the thought was a lump in his throat that wouldn't go down. He swallowed hard, forcing it back. And I haven't changed at all. He looked down at his hands. A year ago, these hands had stood side by side with Satoru. And now? Satoru could hold his own against Kashimo-sensei for 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Suguru had seen it with his own eyes. He'd watched Kashimo's fists rain down like a storm, watched Satoru's infinity be neutralized and restored again and again, watched blue and red tear the training ground apart. And when Satoru finally went down, he hadn't looked defeated. But I'm still in the same place. Suguru shoved his hands into his pockets. His fingers brushed against something, a cursed spirit orb. It was cold, hard, and round, a marble forgotten in the depths of a pocket. He had swallowed one that morning, and the taste still lingered in the back of his throat. The taste of a rag used to wipe up vomit. It was the same every time. Every time he put an orb in his mouth, his tongue, his throat, and his stomach rose up in protest. But his body had learned to ignore them the way one ignores a disgruntled employee who complains every day. Swallow. Subdue. Grow stronger. Swallow. Subdue. Grow stronger. How many had it been? He'd lost count. But no matter how many he consumed, he remained stationary. Satoru was running ahead. Kashimo-sensei was further ahead still. And Suguru stayed where he was, swallowing filth and failing to take a single step forward. The screech of the cicadas suddenly intensified, as if the sun were scorching their throats. The sound was sharp and endless, pouring in from every direction until it filled his head. Suguru closed his eyes. When he opened them, the hollow, empty mask was back in place. The bitter summer, huh? Satoru repeated. He didn't push. He looked at Suguru for a long second, then looked away, his breezy persona sliding back into place. Well, make sure you eat more. Don't turn into a stick. If you get sent flying by one of Kashimo-sensei's punches in PE class, don't expect me to help you. The wind died on the field. Only the cicadas remained, a relentless saw cutting through the afternoon. It was the end of August. And the summer was far from over. A/N, action lovers be patient for a bit, good fights are coming. New goal, 200 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to send power stones.